11, he who curses his father or mother is not punished with a capital punishment, unless he curse them by the proper name of God. If he has done so with a pseudonym, according to our mayor he is guilty, and according to the sages he is not. Gemara, who are the sages? Arnahem b. Jose of the following Boraitha, who said thus, it reads, when he pronounceth the holy name, etc. Why is here repeated the holy name? It should read, if he blaspheme. P 192. Etc. To teach that in the case of cursing father and mother one is not guilty unless he do so with the holy name. The rabbis taught it reads, every one, instead of one. This came to include a daughter, or an hermaphrodite, or an androgen, that curseth his father and his mother. But whence do we know that the same is the case when he curses his father only, or his mother only? Therefore it reads farther on, his father and his mother has he cursed. Hence the word cursed corresponds with the word mother, and in the beginning of the verse the word cursed corresponds with father, which is to be explained as that he is equally guilty if he has cursed his father or his mother. So is the decree of our Jashia. Our Jonathan, however, said, the beginning of the verse can be explained that it means both together, and also one or the other, and in such a case the applicability is to each of them, unless the verse itself explains that both together are meant. Shall be put to death by stoning. But perhaps with some other kind of death mentioned in the scripture? It reads here, his blood shall be upon him, and elsewhere it is written, their blood shall be upon them. As there it means stoning, the same is it here. But here we have heard of the punishment. Where is the warning? The judges thou shalt not revile, and a ruler among thy people thou shalt not curse. If one's father were one of the two, he is included, but if he was neither a judge nor a nasi, whence do we know that the same is the case? This can be inferred from the construction of the leading rule in both cases, as concerning a judge we are commanded to follow his decision, which is not the case with a nasi, and concerning the latter we are commanded not to rebel against him, which is not the case with a judge. However, in one case they are equal, in that they are of thy people, and thou must not curse them. The same is the case with the father, who is also of thy people and must be respected by thee. Hence you are warned not to curse him. And lest one say that, after all, we can infer nothing from the case in which they are equal, as their dignity is the reason of their equality, which is not the case with the common father. Concerning this it reads, thou shalt not curse the deaf from which we see that the verse speaks of the unfortunates of thy people. And lest one say that this is also P 193. Different, as the misfortune is the reason, the above case of judge and nasi proves that this is not so. And again, their dignity is the reason? The case of the deaf proves that it is not so. Hence, although the reason of the one is not similar to that of the other, in one thing, however, they are equal, in that they are of thy people and must not be cursed. The same is the case with his father. And still, lest one say that, after all, the three above mentioned are distinguished, which is not the case with the father, it may be said that the reason is because of distinction. It would not be necessary for the scripture to write all the three, as a judge and a death or a nasi and a death would suffice. Why, then, all the three? As it is not needed for itself, apply it to a common father. And all this is correct to him who explains the word Elohim in the above cited verse with judges, but to him who explains the word Elohim as meaning God, what can be said? For there is a Boraitha, Elohim in this verse is common, and means judges. So our Ishmael. Our Akaba, however, maintains that Elohim is holy. And there is another Boraitha, our Eliezer b. Jacob said that this verse is a warning against blasphemy. He who holds that the word Elohim here is common, must say that the holiness is inferred from this passage, as we do not find any other warning besides, and he who holds that the word Elohim is holy, the case of a commoner may also be inferred from the double lamed in the word tekalil, which could be expressed tekal with one lamed. Mishnah 11, he who sins with a betrothed damsel is not guilty to be stoned unless she was a maiden betrothed and still in her father's house. Should it happen that two had sinned with her, the first is to be stoned and the second choked. Gemara, the rabbis taught, it reads, if a damsel not a vigorose, a maiden not one who had already known man, betrothed not married. And it reads, in her father's house, excluding if the father had already transferred her to the messengers of her husband. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbi, this is in accordance with our mayor. The sages, however, say, a betrothed damsel. P. 194. Even if she is still a minor. Said R. Aha of Diphtha to Rabbina, whence do you know that the Mishnah is in accordance with our mayor and excludes a minor? Perhaps it is in accordance with the rabbis excluding a vigorose only. And he answered, if so, the Mishnah should state that he is not guilty, but as concerning preszion means to exclude a minor also, and about this no more discussion. R. Jacob B. Ada questioned Rabbi, in accordance with our mayor, if it happened one had sinned with a betrothed minor, does he exclude him from any punishment, or from stoning only? And he answered, common sense dictates from stoning only. But is it not written, shall both of them die, which is explained elsewhere, that it means, provided both were alike concerning age? And Rabbi kept silent. Said Samuel, I do not understand why Rabbi was silent, and did not refer him to Ibid 26, which reads, he shall die alone? In this point Tannim differ. Both shall die means, provided both were alike concerning age. So R. Jashia. R. Jonathan, however, said, from the verse is inferred that he alone must be put to death. But what does R. Jashia infer from the verse, he alone, etc.? That which we have learned from the following Boraitha, if 10 men knew her while she was still a virgin, all of them are to be stoned. Rabbi, however, maintains that only the first one is to be stoned, and all the others choked, as thus it reads, and the man that lay with her shall die alone. What does it mean? Said Arhuna b. R. Jehoshua, Rabbi holds with R. Ishmael that a betrothed damsel is to be burned, but not one married. And the verse which reads about one betrothed is to be explained thus, only the beginner is to be burned, but all others are to be choked. Said R. Bbb. Abai, our master, R. Joseph, does not say so. But that Rabbi holds with our mayor, who said that if the daughter of a priest was married to one who was prohibited from marrying her, and she has sinned, her death is choking. And Rabbi meant to say thus, if the beginning of her profanation was sin, then she is to be burned, but if she was already profaned by an illegal marriage, she is to be choked. And his expression, and so also it reads, he shall die alone, is not to be taken particularly, but as a remark. Mishnah 12, a seducer means one who is himself a commoner and seduces a commoner, e.g., he says, there is an p. 195. Idle in such and such a place which so and so eats, so and so drinks, and so does good, and so does harm. Concerning all who are liable to capital punishment biblically, it is not allowed to hide witnesses except in this case, if, example he said the above to 2 persons, they are his witnesses, they bring him up to the court, and they themselves stone him. If, however, he said it only to 1, he may say, I have some colleagues who will also follow your advice, if you will say the same to them. But if he is shrewd, and does not want to talk in the presence of 2 persons, they may hide witnesses behind a fence, and he may say to him, repeat to me what you said at first. And if he repeats, he may say to him, how can we leave our heavenly Father and go to worship idols of stone and wood? If he retracts, well and good. If, however, he answers, this will be good for us and also is our duty, the witnesses who are hidden behind the fence may bring him to court and stone him. A seducer is considered he who says, I will worship, I will go and worship, let us go and worship, I will sacrifice to such and such an idol, or, let us go and sacrifice, I will smoke incense before it, I will go and smoke, let us go and smoke, I will pour wine before it, I will go and pour, let us go and pour, I will bow myself, I will go and bow, let us go and bow. Gemara, the Mishnah states, a seducer means a commoner. But how would it be if he should say, I am a prophet, and tell you to do so in the name of the Lord? Choking would apply. And also he seduces a commoner. But how if he should seduce many? Then also choking would apply and not stoning. We see, then, that our Mishnah is in accordance with our Simeon of the following Boraitha, to a prophet who had misled, stoning applies. Our Simeon, however, said, choking. To the misleader of a misled town, stoning applies, according to our Simeon, choking. How, then, will be understood the succeeding Mishnah, which states, a misleader is named he who says, let us go and worship idols. To which our Jehuda in the name of Rabbi said, it speaks of the misleader of a misled town, who is to be stoned, which is in accordance with the rabbis. Hence our Mishnah is in accordance with our Simeon, and the succeeding Mishnah in accordance with the rabbis. Said Rabbina, both are in accordance with the rabbis, and by the expression, he seduced a commoner, he does not mean to exclude a majority. But it was said in p. 196. The Mishnah, not only -i.e., not only is he to be stoned who seduces a majority, but even a single commoner. And our Papa said, even the beginning of the Mishnah, the seducer is a commoner, does not mean to exclude a prophet, as it was supposed, but it means to say, he is a commoner idiot, to whom hiding witnesses is allowed, which is not the case with all other criminals. And how used they to do with such a person? They used to light a candle in the inner chamber, engaging him with talk, and the witnesses were placed in the outer chamber so that they should see him and hear his voice, while he could not see them, and there the person whom he attempted to seduce tried to make him repeat, as stated above in the Mishnah. Mishnah 12, by a misleader is meant one who says, let us go and worship idols. A conjurer is liable to be stoned only when he did an act, but not if he dazzled the eyes. Our Akaba said in the name of our Jehoshua, as, for instance, if there are two who gather cucumbers from a field by enchantment, one of them is liable to a capital punishment and one of them is entirely free. If one has really gathered all of them to one place by witchcraft, he is to be stoned, and the other, who did so only by dazzling the eyes, but in reality the cucumbers remained in their place, is entirely free. Gemara, our Jehuda in the name of Rabbi said, the Mishnah speaks of the misleader of a misled town, a conjurer, etc. The rabbis taught, it reads, a witch. There was no difference whether male or female. Why, then, the term witch? Because in most cases women used to be engaged in witchcraft. What kind of death applies to them? Our Jose the Galilean said, it reads, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, and it reads, shalt thou not let live a single soul. As there it is meant by the sword, the same is the case here. Our Akaba, however, said, it is to be inferred from, it shall not live. As their stoning is meant, the same is the case here. Said our Jose, my analogy is from tkea let not live, while your analogy is from yakea shall not live. And he answered, my analogy is to infer Israel from Israel, to whom many kinds of deaths are prescribed, while according to your analogy, Israel from the descendants of Noah should be inferred, and there is only one death prescribed for descendants of Noah. Ben Azai, however, p. 197, said, EXXXII. 17 is to be inferred from the next verse, whosoever lieth with a beast, etc. As to this stoning applies, the same is the case here. Said our Jehuda to him, because this verse is near to the other, therefore the witch should be stoned? According to my opinion there is another reason. Ob and Udui ought to be included in the case of conjurers. Why, then, does the scripture separate them? Only for the purpose of comparing other conjurers to them. As to them stoning applies, so does it to all conjurers. According to our Jehuda, let Ob and Udui be considered as two verses which command one and the same. And there is a rule that from such nothing is to be inferred. Said our Zecharias, infer from this that our Jehuda does not hold this theory and maintains that from such it may be inferred. It reads, there is none else besides him. Said our Hananiah, even witchcraft has no effect against a heavenly decree. There was a woman who tried to take earth from beneath the foot of our Hananiah. And he said to her, if you think you will succeed in affecting me with your witchcraft, go on and do so, as I am not afraid. It reads, there is none else besides him. Is that so? Did not our Yohanan say, it may happen that witchcraft may affect even against heavenly decrees? With our Hananiah it was different, as his strength was great, being righteous all his life. Abba b. Nagri in the name of Arhiah b. Abba said, in Ex 7:11 it reads, Blahadhem, and in Ibid 8:3 it is written, Bladhem. The latter means by the act of demons, and the former by the act of sorcery. And so also is it expressed in general 3:24, Laha, or the sword which revolveth. Said Abai, a conjurer who is particular to use a utensil, it is by a demon, and he who is not particular, it is by witchcraft. He said again, the halachas of witchcraft are similar to the halachas of Sabbath. There are some to which stoning applies, there are some which are not allowed to start with, but if, nevertheless, one has done them, he is free, and some are allowed even to start with. To him who did an act by witchcraft, stoning applies. To dazzle the eyes is not allowed to start with, but if one did, he is free. And it is allowed to start with, as said above. Our Hananiah and our Oshia were accustomed to create a calf, etc. Said our Ashi, I have seen the father of a certain man Karna. P 198. Scatter strips of silk from his nose. It reads, then said the magicians of Pharaoh, this is the finger of God. Said our Eleazar, infer from this that a demon is not able to produce a creation the size of which is less than a barley. Said our Papa, they are not able to create even the size of a camel, but if they needed it, they got it from far places, which they could not do with smaller creations. Said Rabbi to Arhiah, I have seen a rider of a camel who took his sword, cut off the head of the camel, and thereafter rung a bell, and the camel stood up. Said Arhiah to him, did you see after it stood up, that the place was dirty from blood and dust? There was nothing. Hence it was only a dazzling of the eyes. It happened that Zerah was in Alexandria of Egypt, and bought an ass. Afterward, when he carned to let the ass drink, it disappeared, and there stood a landing board. And he was told, if you were not Zerah, your money would not be returned, as there is no one who buys something here and does not try it on water. Janna happened to stop at a certain inn and asked for water. And he was supplied with stitha, and he noticed that the woman who brought it mumbled. He poured out a little and a serpent came out of it. And then he said to her, I drank from your water, now you may also drink from mine. She did so and became an ass. He then rode upon her to the market. And her associate, who recognized the witchcraft, absolved her, and then everyone saw that he was riding on a woman. It reads, and the frogs came up. Said our Eleazar, it was only one frog which multiplied over all Egypt with its offspring. In this point Tannim differ. Our Akiba said the same as Eleazar. Said Eleazar b. Azariah to him, Akiba, what have you to do with Haggadah? Leave it, and show forth thy study in the difficulties of Negim and Ahalath. It was only one frog to whose croaking all other frogs were gathered. R. Akiba said, etc. Did our Akiba indeed learn this from our Jehoshua? Is there not a Boritha, when our Eleazar became sick, our Akiba and his colleagues came to make him a sick call? He was under a canopy, and they were placed in his palace. That day was an eve of Sabbath, and Hyrcanos, his son, entered to undress his phylacteries. One his father rebuked. p. 199. Him, and he went out as if he had been under the ban, and said to his colleagues, "It seems to me that the mind of my father is not clear." And our Eliezer, who heard this, said to them, "And I think that the minds of both his mother and himself are unsound, as they occupy themselves with undressing phylacteries, on account of which the Sabbath would not be violated, even if they were to remain upon him the whole Sabbath, while so long as they have not as yet prepared other things for Sabbath, which would be a violation subject to a capital punishment if done on Sabbath." When the above-mentioned sages saw that his mind was clear, they approached him a distance of 4 ells, and became seated. He then questioned them, "To what purpose is your call?" To which they answered, "We came to learn Torah from you." And to his question, "Why have you not come until now?" They answered, "We had no time." He then exclaimed, "I wonder if these people will die a natural death." Said Akiba to him, "And what will be my lot?" And he said, "Yours will be still harder than theirs." He then took his 2 arms, put them on his heart, and said, "Woe to Yet! My 2 arms, which are as 2 parchments of the holy scrolls, of which nothing can be read when they are rolled together. I have studied much and taught much. I have studied much, and have not diminished from the wisdom of my masters even to the extent of what a dog laps from the sea. I taught much, and my disciples have not diminished from my wisdom even as the painting pencil which is inserted in a tube. And not this only, but I have learned about 300 halakas as to planting cucumbers, and there was no man who could question me something concerning them except Akiba b. Joseph. As it once happened, I was on the road with him, and he said to me, 'Rabbi, teach me something about planting cucumbers.' And I said something, and the whole field was filled with cucumbers. And he said to me, 'Rabbi, with this you taught me the planting of them, now teach me the removing of them.' And I said something, and all were gathered to one place. Hence we see that he had learned this of our Eliezer, and not of our Jehoshua. He learned it from our Eliezer, but did not understand thoroughly. But thereafter, however, he learned this from our Jehoshua thoroughly, and it remained in his mind. But how could he do so? Have. p. 200. We not learned in a Mishnah that he who does an act with witchcraft deserves a capital punishment? To learn it is different. As the Master said, it reads, "Thou shalt not learn to do dash," which means, thou must not learn to do, but thou mayst learn it to understand it for the purpose of deciding cases. Chapter 8. Rules and regulations concerning a stubborn and rebellious son. At what age and what has he to do to be charged as such? How is it if example his father condemns him, but not his mother, or vice versa? If one of his parents were lame or blind, etc. If he runs away before the decision was rendered. Concerning burglary, and if a burglar deserves capital punishment, must pay the damage caused by breaking in. Mishnah I. A stubborn and rebellious son, at what age may he be considered such? From the time he brings forth 2 hairs till they encompass the face. It does not mean the chin, but the bottom, but the sages used to speak with delicacy. It reads, "If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, etc." A son, and not a daughter, a son, but not a mature man. However, a minor is free from such a charge, as the commandment's obligation does not as yet rest upon him. Gemara, whence do we know that a minor is free? Whence do we know? Does not the Mishnah give the reason? Because the commandment's obligation does not as yet rest upon him. And secondly, where do we find that the scripture has made a minor liable, so that in this case it is necessary to free such? We mean to say thus, is, then, the punishment of a stubborn son because of his sins? He is punished because of his future. Then it would be supposed that the same is the case even when he is still a minor. And again, the Mishnah itself states, a son, but not a mature man. And if it Jehuda in the name of Rabbi, it reads, if a man has a son, which means a son who has grown up almost to maturity. Till they surround, etc. Arhisda said, a minor who has p. 202. Born a son. The latter does not become a rebellious son, which means, when a man has a son, but not a son who has a son. But was not what R. Jehuda said in the name of Rabbite inferred from the same verse? It should read, if there shall be a son to a man. And from what is written, when a man has a son, we infer also what R. Hisda said. However, he differs with Rabha, who said elsewhere that a minor cannot beget children. As it reads, but if a man have no kinsman. And to the question, is it possible that a man in Israel should have no kinsman? It was said that the verse speaks about the robbery of a proselyte. But why does the scripture mention a man? It should read, if he has no kinsman, to teach that if the proselyte was already a man you have to inquire, for perhaps he has begotten children, and thus has kinsmen. But if he was a minor, you have not to inquire, as a minor cannot beget children. Abai objected to him from, and if a man lie, etc. as to which Abaritha states, a man. But whence do we know that the same is the case with a minor after the age of 9 years and 1 day, who is already fit to have connection with a woman? Therefore it is written, and if a man, to add the minor just mentioned. Rejoined Rabbah, he is fit to have connection, but not to beget children, which is equalized to grain which has not as yet grown up to a third of its usual growth, and if such were sown, it would not reproduce. Is this so? Did not the disciples of our Ishmael teach, it is written, a son, but not when he is a father? Now let us see how was the case. Shall we assume that his wife was pregnant just after he grew 2 hairs, and that he begot the child before the above-mentioned encompassing was completed? Has she, then, so much time? Did not our Cruspe say that the prescribed time for a rebellious son is only 3 months? You must then say she was pregnant before he grew 2 hairs, and begot a child before the encompassing was complete. Hence we see that a minor begets children? Nay. She was pregnant after he grew 2 hairs, and begot after the encompassing. And the difficulty about what was said by Cruspe was explained by Ardimi after his return from Palestine thus, in the West it was said, a son, but not one who is fit to be called a father, as he has already a pregnant wife. p. 203. The text says, Cruspe in the name of our Sabbatah said, the time for a rebellious son is only 3 months. We, however, have learned in a Mishnah that the prescribed time is from when he grows 2 hairs until the encompassing is complete. However, if the completion was before 3 months, the time has already elapsed, and the same is the case when the encompassing was not completed after the 3 months had elapsed. R. Jacob of the city of En-Har Pakhud was sitting before Rabbinah, and said in the name of Arhunabi. Jehoshua, from Cruspe's theory we may infer that a woman who bears in the 7th month cannot be recognized as pregnant after the first third of her pregnancy. For if it were so, why was it said in the West that he is fit to become a father after 3 months? Would not 2 1/3 suffice, as then the pregnancy is already recognizable? Answered Rabbinah, this cannot be taken as evident, as the majority do not bear children in the 7th month, but in the 9th. All this was declared to Arhunabi. Jehoshua, and the latter exclaimed, do we, then, consider a majority in criminal cases? The Torah says, the congregation shall judge, the congregation shall save, and you say that we shall go after a majority. His answer was brought back to Rabbinah, to which the latter replied, is it indeed so that we do not consider a majority in criminal cases? Have we not learned in a Mishnah that if one witness says it was in the 2nd of the month and the other says that it was on the 3rd, their testimony is valid, since to one the intercalation of the month was known, but not to the other. Now, if a majority which does not know of the intercalation should not be considered, why should their testimony be valid? Say they are aware of it, but they contradict each other. Hence we must say that the majority is considered. R. Abia b. Rabba b. Namani in the name of Arhisda, according to others the latter in the name of Zeli, said, all agree that a minor of 9 years and 1 day is fit to have connection with a woman, and in a case of adultery it is considered, and they agree also that at less than 8 years of age one is not fit, and it is not considered. And the point of their difference is from the age of 8 up. The school of Shammai holds, we may infer from the first generation. And the school of Hillel holds, we may not. And whence do we know that the first generation produced children at the age of 8? From, now these p. 204 are the generations of Therach. Therach begot Abram, Nachor, and Charan. Abram was 1 year older than Nachor, and Nachor was 1 year older than Charan. And it reads, and Abram and Nachor took themselves wives, the name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nachor's wife was Milcah, the daughter of Charan, the father of Milcah, and the father of Yiscah. And Ar-Itzhak said, there is a tradition that Yiscah is identical with Sarai. Now, how much was Abram older than Sarai? 10 years. And how much was he older than her father? 2 years. Hence, when Charan bore Sarai he was 8 years. But perhaps Abram was the younger, and the enumeration in Scripture is not particular, being according to their wisdom. And that the Scripture used to enumerate according to wisdom, and not age, may be seen from, and Noah begot 3 sons Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And from the latter passage it is inferred that Shem was the youngest, and nevertheless he is named first, because of his wisdom. Said Archahana, I told this to Arzebeth of Nahardia, and he answered, Ye learned this from the cited passage? We, however, infer this from, and Moses said unto the children of Israel, See, the Lord hath called by name Bezaleel the son of Uri, the son of Cha, of the tribe of Judah, and in I Chronicles 2. 19:20, it reads, And when Azubah died, Caleb took unto himself Ephrath, who bore unto him Cha. And Cha begot Uri, and Uri begot Bezaleel. And when Bezaleel was engaged in building the tabernacle, he was at least 13 years old. As it reads, every man from his own work which they were doing, and one is not called a man before the age of 13. And there is a Boritha, the first year Moses prepared all that was necessary for the tabernacle, and in the second year he erected it and sent the spies. And it reads, 40 years old was I when Moses the servant of the Lord sent me, and behold, I am this day 85 years old. Now, take off 14, the age of Bezaleel from the 40 of Joshua when p. 205. He was sent as a spy, and there remained 26, take off 2 years for the 3 pregnancies with Uri, Cha, and Bezaleel, and there remained 24. Hence each of them produced at the age of 8 a son, and not a daughter, etc. There is a Boritha, our Simeon said, according to common sense, a daughter should be more open to the charges of stubbornness and rebelliousness, as it is to be supposed that her future be to stand in the way and entice men to sin. But so is the decree of the Scripture a son, and not a daughter. Mishnah 2, when does such become guilty? When he consumes a Ryan Greek a trithmarian of meat and drinks half a lug of Italian wine. Our Jose, however, maintains, meat not less than a manna, and wine not less than a whole lug. If, however, he ate at a banquet of a meritorious society, or at the intercalation of a month, or at second tithe in Jerusalem, or he ate carcasses, illegal meat, or reptiles, and second tithe and consecrated things which were not redeemed, or mixed grain of first tithe from which the heave offering was not separated. There is a rule, if he ate a thing which is meritorious, or, on the contrary, a thing which is a transgression if he consumes any kind of food but not meat, any kind of beverages but not wine he cannot be condemned as a stubborn and rebellious son, unless he eats meat and drinks wine. As it reads, he is a glutton and a drunkard. And although there is no direct support in the Scripture that gluttony means meat, and drunkenness means wine, a hint of this is to be found in, be not among those that drink wine, among those that overindulge in eating meat. 1. Gemara, Arzira said, The term THIRD-WORLDISM mentioned in the Mishnah, I don't know how much it weighs. But from the fact of our Jose having doubled the measure of wine from half a lug to a lug, I understand that he means also to double the weight of meat. Hence a THIRD-WORLDISM must be half a manna. R. Hanan b. Mulda in the name of Arhuna said, he is not guilty unless he consumes the meat and the wine raw. Is that so? Did not both Rabha and R. Joseph say that he who consumes meat and wine raw is not to be condemned as a stubborn? p. 206. And rebellious son? Said Rabbina, by raw wine is meant refined and not refined, and by meat is meant cooked and uncooked, as usually consumed by thieves. Both Rabha and R. Joseph said, if he consumed salted meat and drank wine from the press, he cannot be condemned as a stubborn and rebellious son. What is to be considered salted meat? When it has lain in salt for 3 days. And, what is called wine from the press? When it is still fermenting. R. Itzhak said, it reads, do not look on the wine when it looketh red meaning that you shall not look for wine which makes red the faces of the wicked in this world, and makes them pale in the world to come. Rabha said, you shall not look for wine which causes bloodshed. 1. When Ardimi came from Palestine, he said, about the verse, who hath woe? Who hath sorrow? Who hath quarrels? Who hath complaints? Who hath wounds without cause? Who hath redness of eyes? They that tarry late over the wine, they that come to seek for mixed drink. It was said in the West that he who tries to explain them from their beginning to their end is correct, and he who tries to explain them from their end to their beginning is also correct. 2. Yubar the Galilean lectured, 13 vavs are enumerated, in the scripture concerning wine, as in Genesis 9, from 20 to 25, there are 13 vavs, and Noah, who was a husbandman, began his work, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine, and became drunken, and he uncovered himself within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told it to his 2 brothers without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon the shoulders of both of them, and went backwards, and covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were turned backwards, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And p. 207. Noah awoke from his wine, and discovered what his younger son had done unto him. 1. R. Hisda in the name of Uqba, according to others Mar Uqba in the name of Arsakai, said, the Holy One, blessed be he, said to Noah, Noah, why didst thou not learn from Adam the first that all the troubles he had were caused by wine? And this is in accordance with our mayor who maintains that the tree of whose fruit Adam the first partook was a vine. As we have learned in the following Boraitha, our mayor said that the tree of whose fruit Adam the first partook was a vine, as there is no other thing which causes so much lamentation as wine does. And our Jehuda said, it was wheat, as a child is not able to call mother or father before it has experienced the taste of wheat. Our Nehemiah said, it was a fig tree, as their remedy came from the same thing by which they had transgressed. For it reads, and they sewed fig leaves together. It reads, the words of King Lemuel, the prophecy with which his mother instructed him. Said our Yohanan in the name of our Simeon b. Jacques, infer from this that his mother tied him to a pillar, saying, what, O my son? And what, O son of my body? And what, O son of my vows? O my son! All are aware that thy father has feared heaven, and now that people see thee going in a wrong way, they will say, it was caused by his mother. The son of my body means, all the wives of thy father never saw the king again after their pregnancy, which was not the case with me, as I have troubled myself to see him again after pregnancy, for the purpose that my child should be of good health. The son of my vows. All the wives of thy father used to vow to the sanctuary for the purpose that their child should be fit for the throne, and I have vowed that my son should be full of wisdom, and fit for prophecy. Not for kings, O Lemuel, not for kings to drink wine, nor for princes strong drink. She said to him, What hast thou to do with kings who drink wine, become intoxicated, and say, for what purpose do we need God? And to Rosnam strong drink. Is it right that he to whom all the mysteries of the world are revealed should drink wine to intoxication? P. 208. According to others, he to whose door all the princes of the world are hastening, shall he drink wine to intoxication? Said Itzhak, and whence do we know that Solomon repented and confessed to his mother? From, surely I am more brutish than any man, and have not the understanding of a common man. Than any man means Noah. As it reads, and Noah, who was a husbandman, began his work, and he planted a vineyard. Of a common man means Adam the first. Of a meritorious society, etc. Said Arabohu, he is not guilty unless he consumed the above-mentioned meat and wine with a society of reckless persons. But does not our Mishnah state a meritorious society? He does not become a stubborn and rebellious son? From which it is to be understood that if it was not a meritorious one, he is culpable even if not all of the society were reckless men. The Mishnah comes to teach us that if it happened that to the meritorious banquet were invited men all reckless, he is nevertheless not culpable, as he was engaged in a meritorious banquet and eating and drinking to excess will not become his habit. At the intercalation of the month, etc. Was there then used meat and wine at the meal of intercalation? Does not a Boraitha state only bread and peas? The Mishnah comes to teach us that although they were used only to bread and peas, and one in spite of this took for this meal meat and wine, he is not culpable, as the meal was of a meritorious nature and it will not become a habit. The rabbis taught, to the intercalation meal no less than 10 persons were invited, and nothing else was used but bread and peas, and it was prepared only oil the 30th day, and not in the daytime but at evening. But is there not a Boraitha, not at evening but in the day? As Arhiabi Abba said to his sons, try to go to this meal when it is yet day, before sunset, and also to leave before sunrise, that people shall know that you were engaged in a meal of intercalation. Second tithe, etc. Because he consumed it in the usual way, it will not become a habit. Carcasses, etc. Said Rabha, if he has consumed meat of fowls, he is not to be charged as a stubborn son. But does. P. 109. Not our Mishnah state carcasses, illegal meat, etc., from which it is to be understood that if it was legal he is to be charged. Our Mishnah means that even if he has eaten this to complete the prescribed quantity e.g., he has eaten a tertimori less an eighth, and this eighth he ate from illegal meat, he is also not culpable, for the reason stated farther on. A thing which is meritorious, etc. means a meal of condolence. A transgression means when he ate on a fast day of the congregation. And what is the reason? It reads, he will not hearken to our voice. Our voice but not of him who does not hearken to the voice of the Omnipotent. But not meat, etc. means to add even pressed figs of the city of Kala, which cause intoxication. But not when means even honey and milk, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, if one consumed pressed figs of Kala and drank honey and milk and entered the sanctuary, he is culpable as to. For the drunkard and the glutton will come to poverty, and drowsiness hate a man in rags, said Arzira, he who sleeps in a house of learning, his wisdom is rent to pieces. As it reads. And drowsiness hate a man in rags. Mishnah 3, if he has stolen from his father and consumed on his premises, or he has stolen from strangers and has consumed on the premises of still other strangers, or he has stolen from strangers and consumed on the premises of his father, he is not charged as a stubborn and rebellious son unless he stole from his father and consumed on the premises of strangers. R. Jose B. Jehuda maintains, unless he stole from his mother and father. Gemara, in the first case, when he stole from his father. P. 210. And consumed on the premises of the father, because he trembles, it will not become a habit. In the second case, although he does not tremble after stealing, as it cannot be frequently done, it will not become a habit. From strangers, and consumed on the premises of his father, there are both, because this can be done only occasionally, and when consuming he trembles for his father. Unless he stole from his father and consumed on the premises of strangers, which includes both, because it can be done frequently and without any trembling. From his mother, etc. Where did his mother get this, so that it should belong to her only? Is there not a rule that all a woman buys belongs to her husband? Said R. Jose B. Hanana, he took it from the meal which was prepared for his father and mother. But did not R. Hannah B. Mulda in the name of Arhuna say that he is not culpable unless he buys meat and wine cheap and consumes them? Say that he has stolen the money which was prepared to buy a meal for his father and mother, and if you wish, it might be said that someone else gave it to his mother, with the condition that her husband should have no share in it. Mishnah 4, if the father is willing to transfer the case of the son in question to the court and the mother is not willing, or vice versa, he cannot be accused as a stubborn and rebellious son, unless both are willing to do so. Furthermore, R. Jehuda says, if his mother was not fit to be the wife of his father, their son cannot be charged as a stubborn and rebellious son. Gemara, what does the Mishnah mean by the words was not fit? Shall we assume that his father married a woman who was under the liability of the Korat, or capital punishment by the court? Why? After all, the father is his father and the mother is his mother. Hence it must mean that she was like to his father. And so also we have learned plainly in the following Boraitha, R. Jehuda said, if his mother was not alike to his father in her voice, in her appearance and her height, he cannot be charged as the son in question. And what is the reason? Because it reads, he does not hearken to her voice. As we see that their voices must be alike, the same is the case with the appearance and height. According to whom is the following Boraitha? The case of a stubborn and rebellious son never existed and will never occur, and it was written only for the purpose of studying and the reward for it. It is in accordance with R. Jehuda. And p. 211. If you wish, it is in accordance with R. Simeon, who said in the following Boraitha thus, does the law indeed dictate that because this boy consumed a tertimori of meat and drank half a lug of Italian wine his father and mother shall deliver him to be stoned? Hence such a thing neither occurred nor ever will be, and it is written only for studying. R. Jonathan, however, said, I myself have seen such, and have sat on his grave. According to whom is the Boraitha that a case of a misled town never occurred and will never be and was written only for studying? In accordance with R. Eliezer, who said in the following Boraitha thus, a misled town in which there is to be found even one mezuzah cannot be condemned as misled town, because it reads, and all its spoils shalt thou gather into the midst of the marketplace thereof, and thou shalt burn them with fire. And as there is a mezuzah this cannot be done, as it reads, ye shall not do so unto the Lord your God. R. Jonathan, however, said, I have seen such and I myself have sat on its heap. According to whom is the following Boraitha, a house of leprosy never occurred and will never be, and it is written only for studying, etc. In accordance with R. Eliezer b. Simeon, who says in the following Mishnah, a house of leprosy cannot be condemned unless the leprosy was of the size of 2 beans upon 2 stones at the 2 walls in the corner, the length of 2 beans and the width of 1. There is a Boraitha, R. Eliezer b. Zadok said, there was a place within the limit of the city of Asa which was named the ruin of leprosy. And R. Simeon, head of the village Aku, said, it happened once that I went to Galilee and saw a place which they used to mark, saying, it was because stones of leprosy were placed there. Mishnah v, if one hand of his father or mother is missing, or they limp, or are dumb, blind, or mute, he cannot be condemned as a stubborn son. As it reads, then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him which cannot be done with one hand, and bring him out. This cannot be when they limp. And they shall say not when they are mutes. This our son not when they are blind. He will not hearken not when they are dumb. They must first warn him in the presence of 2 witnesses and then bring him to the court of 3 judges, who punish. p. 212. him with stripes. And only then when he offends again must he be tried before 23 judges, but must not be stoned unless the first 3 judges are among the 23. As it reads, this our son which means, this is our son who was beaten according to your decision. Gemara, infer from our Mishnah that wherever the scripture commands something, it must be taken literally. With this passage it is different, as it is entirely superfluous. But where is it written that he must first be beaten? Said Arabohu, from an analogy of the expressions, and they chastise him, which same is to be found in Ibid XXII. 18. And also from the expression son, which same is to be found in Ibid XXV. 2, which speaks of stripes. This our son. But is not this verse needed for this not when they are blind? It should read, he our son. Why this? To infer both statements. Mishnah 6, if he run away before the decision of condemnation is rendered and the encompassing occurred afterwards, he is free. But if he runs away after the decision was rendered, the encompassing which occurs afterwards does not free him. Gemara, Hananiah said, a descendant of Noah who blasphemed, and thereafter he embraced Judaism, is free from capital punishment, because the law concerning him was changed. And also capital punishment was changed as to a heathen the sword applies, and to an Israelite stoning, and as he cannot be punished with stoning, he is entirely free. Shall we assume that our Mishnah, which states that if he runs away before the decision is rendered and the encompassing in question occurred afterwards, he is free, is also because, there being a change, the punishment is also changed? Nay, here it is different, because, if he were to commit the crime at the time after the encompassing, capital punishment would not apply at all. Should we say that the second case stated, if he runs away after the decision was rendered, the encompassing in question does not free him forms an objection to our Hananiah? Do you wish that after the decision was rendered the change, p. 213, should affect the decision? After the decision is rendered he is considered as dead, which changes cannot affect. Come and hear another objection, a descendant of Noah who killed his neighbor or committed a crime with his neighbor's wife, and afterwards he embraced Judaism, he is free from capital punishment. But if he did the same with an Israelite while he is yet a heathen, he is guilty even if, after the crime, he becomes a Jew. And why? Say, because it was a change, the capital punishment should also be changed. It requires a change in both in the trial and in the kind of punishment. Here, however, the change is only in the trial, but not in the punishment, as either to a heathen or an Israelite the sword applies. Mishnah 7, a stubborn and rebellious son is tried because of his future. The scripture prefers that he should die innocent, and not be put to death because of his sins. For the death of the wicked is both a benefit to them and a benefit to the world, while to the upright it is a misfortune for them and for the world. Drinking and sleeping are a benefit to the wicked and to the world, while they are so doing, and the reverse is it with the upright. Separation of the wicked is also a benefit for themselves and for the world, the reverse, however, is the case with the upright. The assembling of the wicked is a misfortune for them as well as for the world, while as to the upright it is a benefit for themselves and for the world. The idleness of the wicked is a misfortune for them and for the world. Gemara, there is a Boraitha, Jose the Galilean said, is it possible that because this boy ate a tertimori of meat and drank half a lug of Italian wine he shall be stoned? But the Torah foreshadows the final thought of the son in question, as in the future he will squander his father's property, and pursuing his habit, which he will find difficult, he will proceed to rob people in the street. Therefore the Torah said, he shall rather die while he is still innocent than be put to death because of his sins, as the death of the wicked is a benefit, etc., as stated above in the Mishnah. Mishnah 8, in the case of breaking in. p. 214. For which there is no liability if one is killed by a detector, one is also punished because of his future crimes. And therefore, if he broke a barrel while breaking in, if according to the laws he must not be killed when caught. Said Arhuna, even a minor who seeks one's life may be killed for self-protection. He holds that one who seeks one's life does not need any warning, be he of age or a minor. R. Histah objected to him from a Mishnah, if the head of a child were already without the womb, it must not be killed to save the life of its mother in case of danger, as one's life must not be given for that of another. And why not consider the child as the seeker of the life of its mother, so that it shall be killed? There it is different, as the child cannot intend to seek the life of its mother, and the danger in question is decreed by heaven. Mishnah 9, the following may be killed for self-protection, he who pursues one to kill him, and he who pursues a betrothed damsel, or pursues a male person to lie with him, but he who pursues an animal for this purpose, or he who intends to commit idolatry or to violate the Sabbath, must not be killed before the crime is committed. Gemara, the rabbis taught, whence do we know that one may kill for self-protection? From, thou shalt not stand idly by the blood of thy neighbor. But how can you so infer from this passage? Is it not needed to that of the following Boraitha, whence do we know that if one sees his neighbor drowning in a river, or a wild beast or robber sees him, he is obliged to save him? From the verse just cited? Yeah, so it is. And that one may be killed in self-protection, is to be inferred by an a fortiori conclusion which is to be drawn from a betrothed damsel. If in this case, in which one only intended assault, the Torah says he may be killed in self-protection, how much the more a seeker of life? But do we then punish from an a fortiori conclusion? The school of Rabbi taught that this is not only an a fortiori conclusion, but also an analogy. As it reads, as a man riseth against his neighbor and striketh him dead, even so is this matter. And what have we to learn from the case of a murder? This passage is intended to throw light and is at the same time receiving light. 1. He compares a murder to a betrothed damsel. As in case of a damsel one may be killed in self-protection, the same is it in the case of a murder. p. 217. And whence do we know that so is the case concerning a betrothed damsel? From what was taught in the school of R. Ismail. It reads, there would have been none to aid her which means, if there were one he must help her under all circumstances, even to killing her pursuer. The rabbis taught in addition to what is stated in the Mishnah concerning self-protection, however, in the pursuing by a high priest of a widow, or by a common priest of a divorced woman, or of one with whom the ceremony of Haladah was performed, or even in the pursuing of a betrothed damsel who had already had connection with someone, killing in self-protection is not allowed. And R. Jehudah said, also, if the damsel herself said to the pursuers of her assaulter, let him go, although it is to be supposed that she said so, only because of fear lest the pursuers should kill her, he must not be killed before the crime was committed. Whence is all this deduced? From, but unto the damsel shalt thou not do anything, there is in the damsel no sin worthy of death. It is written nar, and it reads naro from which we infer, both him who is pursuing a male for the purpose of sin and a betrothed damsel. And from the term sin we infer crimes of a kind to which the punishment of Korath applies, and from worthy of death, we infer those who are to be executed by the court. The Boraitha states, R. Jehudah said, also if the damsel herself said, etc. What is the point of their difference? Said Rabha, they differ in case the damsel cares for her honor, but without sacrificing her life for it. According to the rabbis, the scripture cares for the violation of her honor, and as she also cares for it, though without life sacrifice, she must be saved even by killing her pursuers. And according to R. Jehudah, the scripture commands to kill him, only in case the damsel herself is willing to sacrifice her life for her honor, but not otherwise. Said our Papa to Abai, let us see. In case a high priest is pursuing a widow, is not this also a violation of her honor? Why, then, is he not to be killed? Is not the scripture particular about the honor of a woman? And Abai answered, for the honor of a damsel, who is ruined forever, the scripture is particular to save her even to the killing of the pursuer, which is not the case with a widow. It says farther on, sin meaning those who are liable to be punished with death. There is a contradiction from the following, among the assailants of damsels who must pay a fine. p. 218. Besides the bodily punishment, is counted also one who assaults his sister. Now, if he is to be killed while pursuing, he must be counted in the class subject to capital punishment. And there is a rule that he who commits a crime subject to capital punishment is absolved from paying a fine. Said Abai, the Boraitha which states that he must pay a fine treats of a case in which she could be saved by injuring one of the members of her pursuer's body, and it is in accordance with R. Jonathan B. Shaul, who said in the following Boraitha thus, a seeker of life whom the pursued killed, although he was able to protect himself by injuring a member of the pursuer's body, it is to be tried as a case of capital punishment. And what is the reason of Jonathan? It reads, if men strive, and if any mischief follow, then shalt thou give life for life. And R. Eleazar said, the cited verses treat about him who intended to kill his opponent. And nevertheless it reads, and yet no further mischief follow, he shall be surely punished. Now, if you say that the law dictates that the pursuer must not be killed in case his crime could be prevented by injuring one of the members of his body, it is correct that he is to be fined. But should you say that even in the latter case there is no liability if the pursuer was killed, his offense being in the class subject to capital punishment, why, then, is he to be fined? And should you say that he is fined because his intention was to kill another, and the fine belongs to another person, we understand from Rabha's decision 1 that it is not so. He who pursues an animal, etc. There is a Boraitha, R. Simeon b. Jacques said, the one who intends to worship idols may be killed. And this is to be drawn by an a fortiori conclusion thus, when the dishonoring of a commoner is to be saved even by killing the pursuer, so much the more because of a heavenly dishonor. But is one to be punished because of an a fortiori conclusion? R. Simeon holds that so it is. There is another Boraitha, R. Eleazar b. Simeon said, the same is the case with one who intends to violate the Sabbath. He holds with his father, that one may be punished from a decision drawn from an p. 219. A fortiori conclusion. And he infers the violation of Sabbath from the case of idolatry by the analogy of the expression violation, which is termed in Hebrew chiliel, and is to be found in both cases. Said R. Yohanan in the name of R. Simeon b. Jehozadak, in the Ethic of Beth-Nithza. In the city of Suda it was voted and resolved that if one were compelled, under threat of being killed, to commit any one of all the crimes which are mentioned in the Torah, he might commit it and not be killed, except idolatry, adultery, and bloodshed. But is not the case the same with idolatry, as the following Boraitha states, R. Ismail said, whence do we know that, if one were told under threat of being killed, to worship an idol, he should rather worship than be killed? From, he shall live in them, i.e., but not die in them. But lest one say that the same is the case when he is told to do so publicly, therefore it reads, and ye shall not profane my holy name, so that I may be sanctified. Hence we see that privately he may rather worship than die. They hold with R. Eleazar, who said in the following Boraitha thus, it reads, and thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. Why, then, with all thy soul and with all thy might is not one of them sufficient? Because people are of different natures. There are among them some who prize their body more than their money, for them it is written, with all thy soul. And there are some others who prize their money more than their body, and for them it is written, with all thy might. And from this we infer that even if one were told to commit idolatry privately, he must not do so, even under threat of being killed. This is concerning idolatry. But whence do we know that the same is the case with adultery and bloodshed? From the following Boraitha, Rabbi said, it reads, for as when a man riseth against his neighbor, he compares a murder to the case of a betrothed damsel. As concerning a betrothed damsel one may be killed to save her, the same is it in the case of a murder. And as concerning a murder one is obliged to sacrifice his own life rather than kill another by command, the same is the case with a betrothed damsel, she is held to be killed rather than be ravished. And whence do we know that in a murder case one is obliged to sacrifice his own life, etc.? This is common sense. Thus it happened to one who came before Rabha. p. 220. When Ardimi came from Palestine, he said in the name of Ar Yohanan, all this was said when there was no civil decree by the government to violate religious duties, but if there was, one must sacrifice himself even for a most lenient commandment. And when Rabban came, he said in the name of the same authority, even when an evil decree did not exist, he might do so privately, but publicly, one must sacrifice his life, even for a most lenient commandment. What is meant by a most lenient commandment? Said Rabbi Br Itzhak in the name of Rabbite. However, how should this question be decided? Said. p. 221. Adabi. Ahaba, it was said in the college, it reads. For this thing may the Lord pardon thy servant, that when my Lord goeth into the house of Rimmon to prostrate himself there, and he leaneth on my hand, and I prostrate myself also in the house of Rimmon. And he said unto him, Go in peace. Now, if a descendant of Noah were commanded concerning sanctification, Elisha would not say to him, Go in peace, but would keep silent. This also is not a support, as Naaman's request was considered privately as no Israelites were present. Said Ar-Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, it happened to one that he saw a woman and became sick through his infatuation, and he consulted physicians, who saw that there was no remedy for him unless he had connection with her, and the sages decided that he should rather die than have connection. The physicians, however, said, Let her stand before him naked, perhaps this may do something in his behalf. But even this the sages did not allow. Let her talk to him behind a fence. Even this the sages forbade. R. Jacob b. Edi and Samuel b. Nahmani differ. According to one she was a married woman, and according to the other she was single. Single. Why such strictness? Said our Papa, because of the dishonor of her family, as a daughter of an Israelite must not be sold for prostitution. And our Abba Brika said, to prevent such becoming a habit among the daughters of Israel. But why did he not marry her? Said Ar Itzhak, this would not satisfy him. As it reads, and if a man take a woman and her mother. This is concerning a legal wife and her mother. But whence do we know that the same is the case with the illegal daughter of a ravisher, and her granddaughters from her daughter and her son? From the analogy of the expression incest, which is to be found here in the verse cited and also in Leviticus 18:17. And as there it speaks of an ordinary woman, and it is plainly mentioned the granddaughters of her son and daughter, the same is the case here. p. 223. And whence do we know that the males who have committed the crimes in question are also to be punished by burning, the same as the females? Again from the same analogy of the expressions imha. As there the verse speaks of the male perpetrator of the crime, so also in the case here we are not to make any difference in the punishment between males and females. And whence do we know that the latter generations the daughters and the granddaughters are to be equalized to the earlier generations the mothers of one's father and mother-in-law? Again from the analogy of the same expression. As there the scripture does not make any difference between the expression in verse 15, which speaks of a father with his daughter-in-law, and that of the 17th, which speaks of the latter generations, and at the end of which it reads, for they are near kins-women, which refers to all of them, so here the punishment of the earlier generations is to be equalized to that of the latter. 1. The father of Rabban taught, because there is no definite commandment in the scripture concerning the daughter of a ravisher, it was necessary for the scripture to state. And if the daughter of any priest Eshkon, instead of Cohen. From which we infer that, were she a legal or an illegal daughter, if he sins with her, she must be burned. But if so, let the punishment of burning apply only to the daughter of the abuser, but not to the abuser himself, as so is the case with the daughter of a priest, in which the punishment applies only to her, but not to her abuser. Said Abai, concerning the daughter of a priest it reads, her father does she profane. Exclude this case, in which the father is profaning her. Rabha, however, said, for this no verse is necessary, as it is common sense. In the case of a priest's daughter, if you have excluded her abuser from burning, he is nevertheless left under the category of choking, which applies to anyone having intercourse with a married woman. But here, if you exclude the abuser from the punishment which applies to her, under what category can you put him? Should you put him under the category of those who have had intercourse with single women, who are free from any? p. 224. Punishment, is it possible that she should be burned for this crime, and he who is the abuser of her mother and the seducer of herself should be free? Now we have had the punishment for such, but where is the warning? It is correct for both Abai and Rabha as they infer the warning from the same which states the punishment. But according to the father of our Abin, whence is deduced? Said our Alia, from, do not profane thy daughter, to cause her to be a prostitute. Our Jacob, the brother of our Ababi. Jacob, opposed, is not the verse just cited necessary to that of the following Boritha, thou shalt not profane thy daughter, etc.? Lest one say that it speaks of a priest who marries his daughter to a Levite or an Israelite, therefore it reads to cause her to be a prostitute. Hence it speaks only of him who gives his daughter other than in marriage. From the ll in the word tchalil, instead of tokal, which would have the same meaning, the warning in question may also be inferred. And both Abai and Rabha, who have inferred the warning in this case from the same verse mentioning the punishment, what do they infer from the verse just cited? Said Armani, him who marries his daughter to an old man, as the following Boritha states, you shall not profane your daughter, etc. According to our Eliezer, he who marries his daughter to an old man is meant, and according to our Akaba, he who leaves his daughter unmarried until she becomes vigorous. Our Kahana in the name of our Akaba said, there is none poor in Israel, but a shrewd wicked, and he who has left his daughter unmarried until vigorous. How is this to be understood? Is not one to be called a shrewd wicked if he left his daughter unmarried for his own benefit, that she should do the housework until vigorous? Said Abai, he means thus, there is none poorer than he who is compelled because of his poverty to leave his daughter unmarried until vigorous, as then he is equal to a shrewd wicked. Our Kahana in the name of our Akaba said again, be careful in your counselor, in order that you shall not listen to him who counsels you for his own benefit. Our Jehuda said in the name of Rabbite, he who marries his daughter to an old man and he who marries his minor son to a woman of age, to both the verses, in order that the indulgence of the passions may appease the thirst, the Lord will not pardon him, apply. The rabbis taught, concerning the verse Leviticus XX 14, in which p. 225 the words him and them are mentioned, our Ismail and our Akaba differ. According to the former it means him and one of them, and according to the latter, him and both of them. What is the point of their differences? Said Abai, they differ only as to the texts from which the law is derived. According to our Ismail, who maintains him and one of them, it is because in Greek and means one, and the expression in the passage is esn. Hence, biblically his mother-in-law is to be burned, while her mother is inferred only rabbinically by an analogy of expression. And according to our Akaba both of them are meant in this verse. Hence both, biblically, are to be burned. Rabha, however, maintains that the point of their difference is an intercourse with one's mother-in-law after the death of his wife. According to our Ismail, even then she must be burned, as in the verse cited it reads and them, which makes no difference whether his wife is still alive or dead. And according to our Akaba, after the death of his wife, it is only a prohibition, but not a crime to which burning applies. Mishnah 2, to the following, punishment with the sword applies, to a murderer and the men of a misled town. A murderer who strikes his neighbor with a stone or with an iron so that he dies, if one pressed down a person while he is in water or in fire, preventing him from coming out, until he dies, he is guilty. If, however, he pushes him into water or into fire and he was able to come out, but nevertheless dies without being prevented by him who pushed him, he is not guilty of a capital crime. If he sets a dog or a serpent upon him, he is not guilty of a capital crime. If, however, he applies the snake to his body with his hand, and it bites him to death, our Jehuda makes him guilty of a capital crime, and the sages free him. Gemara, Samuel said, why is there not mentioned in the scripture the word yod concerning iron in number XXXV? 16, as is done concerning stones and wood in Ibid, Ibid 17, 18. Because even a fragment of iron brings death. So also we have learned in a Boraitha, Rabbi said, it is known to him who created the whole world by one word, that a fragment of iron may bring death, and therefore he has not prescribed any size concerning iron. This is only when he pierced him with it, but if, it must be of a size to cause death. If he presses down, etc. The first part teaches a preponderance, and so does the second. The preponderance of the first p. 226. part is that, although he did not push him, but only prevented him from coming out, he is nevertheless guilty of a capital crime. And the preponderance of the second part is that, although he pushed him in, yet, so long as the victim could come out and was not prevented, he is not guilty of a capital crime. But whence do we know that one is guilty for pressing down? Said Samuel, from, or if in enmity he have smitten him with his hand, which means to include him who pressed him down. There was one who urged cattle of his neighbor into the sun until they died. And Rabbani made him liable, but Ahalbi Rabbi freed him. The former made him liable because of an a fortiori conclusion drawn from a murderer. As concerning a murderer, the scripture makes a difference between intentionally and unintentionally, between accident and premeditation, and nevertheless makes guilty the presser, and as concerning damages, where there is no difference between intentionally and unintentionally, between accident and premeditation, so much the more should a pusher be liable. And as to the reason of Ahal, who freed him, said Meshershia, the reason of my grandfather, who freed him, is the above cited verse, he that smote him shall surely be put to death, for he is a murderer, meaning only in case of murder is one guilty of pressing, but not in a case of damages. Rabha said, if one bound a person, and he died thereafter of hunger, he is not guilty of a capital crime. If, however, he bound him and put him in a sunny place, and he dies because of the sun, or he puts him in a cold place and he dies of cold, he is guilty. But if he put him in a sunny or a cold place, where there was not as yet either sun or cold, and thereafter, when it came, it caused his death, he is not guilty of a capital crime. The same said again, if one bound a person and left him before a lion, he is not guilty of a capital crime. But if he bound him in a place where mosquitoes are abundant, he is guilty. Ashi, however, maintains that even in the latter case he is not guilty, as the mosquitoes which were on his body at the time he tied him, went away, and others came. Hence he did not cause his death directly. It was taught, if one places a vat over a person and he dies from heat, or he removes the ceiling to let the cold come in. p. 227. And he dies from cold, Rabha and R0, one of them makes him guilty and the other frees him. Says the Gemara, it seems that Rabha is the one who frees him, as it is in accordance with his theory. Said above, if one bound a person and he dies of hunger, he is free. On the contrary, it seems R0 is the one that makes him free, as it is in accordance with his theory elsewhere, he who puts a person in a house closed from all sides so that the air cannot go out, and lights a candle, which causes his death, is guilty. Hence we see that the reason of making him liable is the lighting of the candle, and if this were not done he would be free? Nay. It may be said that the heat which caused his death began with the lighting of the candle. The same is the case with the vat. The heat began just when he turned it over him. Rabha said again, if one pushed a person into an excavation in which a ladder stood for coming out, and someone came and removed the ladder, or even if he himself removed it after he pushed him in, he is not guilty of a capital crime, as at the time he pushed him in he was able to come out. The same said again, if one shot an arrow at a person who wore an armor and someone removed the armor, or even if he himself removed it after he shot, he is not guilty of a capital crime, as at the time he shot the arrow it could not injure him. And he said again, if one shot an arrow at a person who was supplied with spices which could cure the wounds from the arrow, and someone came and scattered them, or even if he himself scattered them before the arrow reached him, he is not guilty, because the victim, at the time he shot, could be healed by the spices. Said Arashi, according to this theory he would not be guilty if there should be spices in the market which could cure the wounds. Said Abba, the son of Rabha, to Arashi, how is the law if it happened that spices were brought to him after he was shot, and he did not make use of them? And he answered, in such a case the court would not overlook this, and would accept the defense to his advantage. Rabha said again, if one throws a stone at a wall, with the intention of killing a person with it, the stone, however, killing the man only by the rebounding, he is guilty of a capital crime. In explanation of this, it was taught, example ball players, if one threw a ball with the intention of killing someone, he is to be put to death, and if it was unintentionally, he is to be exiled. Is this not self-evident? The teaching that one is to be put to death, if done intentionally, was necessary. Lest one say that such a p. 228 warning was of a doubtful nature, as who could predict that the ball would kill him by rebounding so that he should be forewarned of it, he comes to teach us that he is nevertheless guilty. R. Taklifa of the West taught in the presence of Araboha concerning those who play ball, if the ball killed one by rebounding within a distance of 4 ells from the wall, he is free from exile, but if it exceeded 4 ells, he is guilty. Said Rabbina to Arashi, let us see, how was the case? If the player was pleased with the rebounding of the ball, then let him be guilty if the man was killed even within a nearer distance. And if he was not pleased with the rebounding, let him be free even at a greater distance. And he answered, the greater the distance a ball rebounds, the more is the pleasure of the ball player. It was taught, our Papa said, if one bound a person and turned a stream of water upon him, it is considered as if the man were killed directly by his arrow, and he is guilty of a capital crime. However, this is only when he was killed by the first stream which poured upon him, but if he dies from the continued flow, it is not considered direct killing, but only a cause of death. The same said again, if one throws a stone on high and it swerves and kills a man, he is guilty. Said March Br Ashi to him, let us see what is the reason of your theory. Because the stone went by his force? But if so, the force must only be considered when it went on high, and when his force ends it should fall down vertically. But according to your theory it swerves, hence it is not by his force. It must be said, however, if this cannot be called his exact force, it may nevertheless be considered a part of his force. The rabbis taught, if one was assaulted by 10 different persons, no matter whether at once or at different times, and was killed, none of them has to suffer capital punishment, as according to the scripture it must be known who was the cause of the death. Arjehuda b. Bathira, however, holds, in case the assault was made by one after the other, the last one is guilty, for he hastened his death. One said Yohanan, both parties took their theories from one and the same passage, and he that taketh the life of all the soul of man. 2. The rabbis hold that all the soul means one is not guilty unless he p. 229 takes the whole soul. And Arjehuda holds that it means all that was as yet left of the soul. Said Rabha, all agree that if one kills a person whose windpipe and larynx are cut, or whose skull is fractured, he is free. And they agree also that, if one killed a person who was struggling with death through sickness caused by heaven, he is guilty of a capital crime. And the point of their difference in the above Boraitha is, if one killed a man who was struggling with death through sickness caused by man. According to the rabbis, it is similar to him whose windpipe, etc., are cut. But according to our Yehuda b. Bathira, it is similar to him who was struggling with death through sickness caused by heaven. A disciple taught in the presence of Arshi's hate, the above cited verse, which commences with "and a man," means if one struck a person with an article which can cause death, but the man was not entirely without life, and another came and put an end to him entirely, the latter is responsible, as the ordinary opinion is in accordance with our Yehuda b. Bathira. Rabha said, if one kills a person whose windpipe and larynx are cut he is free, but if the latter killed a person, if this was in the presence of the court, he is guilty. As it reads, "And thou shalt put the evil away from the midst of thee." But if not in the presence of the court, but in the presence of other witnesses, he is free, as their testimony cannot be taken into consideration, because they cannot be made collusive. And there is a rule that such a testimony as was given by those cannot be made collusive is not considered as testimony at all. And he said again, although the witnesses who had testified against the man whose windpipe, etc., were cut were thereafter found collusive, they are not to be put to death, if the windpipe, etc., of the witnesses themselves were cut at the time they testified, and thereafter they were found collusive, they are to be put to death, because of the above cited verse. Rashi, however, maintains that they are not, because the witnesses who made them collusive could not be punished if their testimony were found false, as their intention was to kill men who are considered already dead. And Rabha said again, an ox of such a kind, if he killed a person, is guilty. But if the ox was a healthy one and his owner was of that kind, he is free, because it reads, the ox. p. 230. Should be put to death and the owner also. And as in this case the owner is considered already dead, and the expression he shall also be put to death, does not apply to him, we therefore do not apply to the ox the beginning of the verse. Rashi, however, maintains that even if the ox was of that kind, he is also free, for if its owner would be such it would be free, therefore it is to be tree when it itself is of this kind. If he said a dog or a serpent, etc. Said Araba b. Jacob, if you wish to know the reason of their difference, it may be said thus, according to our Yehuda, the venom of the serpent is always between its teeth and, therefore, if he applied the serpent to the body he is to be decapitated, and the serpent is free. And according to the sages, the poisoning comes after the bite, from the venom of the serpent, hence the biting did not cause death directly, and therefore the serpent must be stoned and he who applied it is free from capital punishment. Mishnah 3, if one strikes a person with a stone or with his fists, and he was diagnosed to die, and thereafter he improved, and was diagnosed to live, and then again becomes worse and dies, he is guilty of a capital crime. Our Nehemiah, however, maintains that he is free, because it is reasonable to say that he did not die directly from the blow, but from some other cause. Gemara, the rabbis taught, the lecture of Nehemiah concerning this matter was thus, it reads, if he rise again and walk abroad upon his crutch, then shall he that smote him be acquitted. Can it be supposed that one should be put to death because he struck a person who later walks in the market, if there were not a passage which commands the contrary? We must then say that the passage means that if when he was struck he was diagnosed to die, and thereafter he improved, walked in the street, and was diagnosed to live, and then became worse and died, he is nevertheless free. What do the opponents of our Nehemiah infer from the words be acquitted? That the person who struck must be kept in arrest until the outcome shall be known. Our Nehemiah, however, maintained that no verse is necessary for this, as this is to be inferred from the wood-gatherer, who was arrested immediately after committing the crime. Why did not the rabbis also infer from the wood-gatherer? He was surely guilty of a capital. p. 231. Crime, but did not know what kind of death applied to him. But concerning the murderer in question, it is not known whether he came under the category of capital punishment at all. Our Nehemiah, however, infer this from the blasphemer, of whom Moses did not know whether he came under the category of capital punishment at all, and nevertheless he was imprisoned. The rabbis, however, do not infer this from the blasphemer, as according to their opinions it was only a decision for that time, as we have learned in the following Boraitha. Moses our master was aware that the wood-gatherer was guilty of capital crime. As it reads, "You say money, but perhaps it means literally it life." The expression here "thou shalt give," is to be explained similarly to Ibid, Ibid 22, "he shall give according to the decision," etc. As there it means money, the same is the case here. Rab Ha said, the following statements, taught in the school of Hiskiah, correspond neither with Rabbi nor with the rabbis mentioned above. Namely, it reads, "And he that killeth a beast shall make restitution for it, and he that killeth a man shall be put to death." As in the case of a beast there is no difference whether it was intentionally or unintentionally, by an error or by premeditation, while he was ascending or descending, he is always liable and must pay. The same is it in the latter case of a human being, there is no difference whether it was intentionally, etc. He is absolved from any money payment. Now let us see what is meant by the expression unintentionally concerning a human being. Shall we assume, i.e., that it was done without any intention? Then it was an error, which has been already mentioned. Why, then, the repetition? You must then say that it means, if he intended to kill one and killed another person, and nevertheless it states that he is absolved from any payment. Now, if he should hold with the rabbis that such is guilty of a capital crime, then such a statement is not necessary, as there is a rule that no payment is required in a case of capital punishment. We must therefore say that it does not agree with them, nor can we say, on the other hand, that it agrees with Rabbi, as the latter requires payment, while Hiskiah does not. Mishnah v. A murderer mixed up among others, all of them are free. R. Jehuda maintains, all of them must be taken to Kufo v. Greek Suphos. If it happen that the persons sentenced to deaths of different p. 234 kinds, and are so mixed that it is not known who comes under this kind of death and who under another, all of them must be executed with the more lenient death. Example, if those who are to be stoned are mixed up among those who are to be burned, according to the sages all of them must be executed by burning, as stoning is more rigorous, and according to our Simeon all of them are to be executed by stoning, as burning is more rigorous. Said our Simeon to the sages, were burning not more rigorous, it would not apply to a daughter of a priest who had sinned. Answered the sages, were stoning not more rigorous, it would not apply to a blasphemer and an idolater. If they who are to be slain by the sword are mixed among those who are to be choked, according to our Simeon they must be decapitated, and according to the sages, they must be choked. Gemara, what does the Mishnah mean by the words, among others? Does it mean others who are innocent? Is it not self-evident that they are all free? And secondly, could our Jehuda say that such are to be imprisoned? Said our Abohu, in the name of Samuel, it speaks of a murderer who was not as yet sentenced, and was mixed among those who were already sentenced, and as the verdict of death must be rendered only in the presence of the criminal, therefore all of them are free from execution according to the rabbis. Our Jehuda, however, maintains that such cannot be entirely free, since they are murderers, and therefore, they must be taken to the Kifos. Resh Lakish said, the Mishnah does not mean human beings at all, but oxen i.e., whether an ox which was not as yet sentenced to death was mixed among others which were already sentenced is the point of their difference. According to the rabbis the ox must be judged the same as its owner. As its owner cannot be sentenced to death if not present, the same is the case with the ox, and as he is now mixed among others, all of them are free. And our Jehuda maintains that all of them must be taken to the Kifos. Said Rab Ha, how can such an explanation be given to the Mishnah? Does not a Boraitha add to this, Said R. Jose, even if among the others was a Behalafta. How, then, can the Mishnah be interpreted that it means other murderers or oxen? Therefore explains he, it means if, example, two were standing shoulder to shoulder and an arrow came out from one of them and killed a person, both of them are free. And to this R. Jose said, even if a Behalafta was among the p. 235. 2. And it is certain that a Behalafta would not commit such a crime. Nevertheless, the other is free. And the saying of R. Jehuda belongs to another case, as the Mishnah is not completed, and should read thus, and if an ox which was sentenced to death was mixed among other innocent oxen, they must all be stoned. R. Jehuda, however, maintains that all of them must be taken to the kifos, and it is in accordance with the following Boraitha: if a cow has killed a human being, and thereafter gave birth, before she was sentenced to death, the offspring is valid, but if it happened after she was sentenced, the offspring is invalid. And if such were mixed among others, and even if some of the others among which it is mixed were mixed with still others, all of them must be taken to the kifos. R. Elazar b. Simeon, however, maintains, all of them are to be brought to the court and stoned. All who were sentenced to death, etc. Infer from this that if one is forewarned of a rigorous crime, it suffices for a lenient one. Said R. Jeremiah, the Mishnah speaks of a case where the criminal was warned in general, and it is in accordance to the Tana of the following Boraitha: all the crimes to which capital punishment applies, the perpetrators of them are not put to death unless there were witnesses who warned them, and unless they warned them that they were liable to die by the decision of the court. And according to R. Jehuda, only when they notified them by which kind of death they would be executed. The first Tana, who does not require that they should be notified by which death, infers it from the case of the wood-gatherer, and according to R. Jehuda, nothing is to be inferred from the case of the wood-gatherer, as it was only a decision of that time. Among those who are to be burned, etc. R. Ezekiel taught to Rami his son, if those who are to be burned were mixed among those who are to be stoned, according to R. Simeon, they are to be executed by stoning, as burning is more rigorous. Said R. Jehuda to him, Father, do not teach so, for, according to your teaching it seems that the majority of them come under the category of stoning, hence the reason why they are to be stoned is not because it is more lenient, but because so was it to be done with the majority. And to the question of his father, how, then, shall I teach? The answer was, as our Mishnah states, if those who are to be stoned, p. 236, were mixed among those who are to be burned, R. Simeon said, etc. But if so, how is the latter part? And the sages said that they are to be executed by burning, because burning is more rigorous, to be understood. Also here the reason may be that the majority who are to be executed come under the category of burning. Nay, the expression of the rabbis, stoning is more rigorous, was not as a reason, but as an answer to R. Simeon. And it is to be explained thus: if they were mixed among those who are to be burned, it must be done with them in accordance with their majority. And your supposition to care about the minority, because we have to select for them a lenient death, does not hold good, as in reality stoning is more rigorous. Said Samuel to R. Jehuda, Genius, do not express yourself in such terms to your father, as there is a Boraitha: if a son saw his father transgressing what is written in the scripture, he must not say to him, Father, you have transgressed the law, but, Father, so and so is written in the scripture. But is it not finally one and the same? It means he shall say, Father, there is a verse in the scripture which reads so, and in such a tone that it shall not seem a rebuke, but an intimation. Mishnah 6, if one committed a crime which deserves two kinds of death, he must be tried for the more rigorous one. R. Jose, however, maintains, according to that act, he began first. Gemara, is this not self-evident? Should one who has committed another crime which brings an easier punishment be benefited by it? Said Rabbah, it speaks of where he was tried for a case which deserved a lenient death, and was sentenced, and then committed a crime to which a more rigorous death applies. Lest one say that this man is to be considered as already killed and not to be tried again, it comes to teach us that he must be tried and punished with the more rigorous death. The brother of our Hosea b. Hannah questioned Rabbi b. Nathan, whence is this law deduced? From Ezek 18. 10-13. Upon the mountains he eateth, and his eyes he lifteth up to the idols of the house of Israel. And the wife of his neighbor he defileth. To bloodshed the sword applies, to adultery with a married woman choking. p. 237. Applies, and to idolatry stoning applies, and it ends with his blood shall be upon him, which means stoning. Hence he is to be executed with the more rigorous one. Rna Haman b. Itzhak opposed, perhaps all the crimes mentioned in this passage come under the category of stoning, namely, a dissolute son, means a stubborn and rebellious son, to whom stoning applies. He defileth the wife of his neighbor means a betrothed damsel, to whom also the same applies. To the idols he lifteth up, which is idolatry, to which stoning applies. If it were so, then what came Ezekiel to teach? And lest one say that he was only repeating what is in the scripture, then he ought to have done as did Moses our master, who said, he shall write the repetition of the law. 1. R. Abhabi. Hananiah lectured about the passage, upon the mountains he eat not, which ends with, he is righteous, he shall surely live. Is it possible that, because he has not committed such crimes, he should be called righteous? Therefore these verses must not be taken literally, but upon the mountains he eat not means that he does not live upon the reward of the meritorious acts done by his parents. His eyes he lifteth not up to the idols means that he never walked overbearingly, and the wife of his neighbor he defileth not, means that he never tried to compete in the special trade of his neighbor. Unto a woman on her separation he cometh not near means that he never tried to derive any benefit from the treasure of charity, and to this it reads, he is righteous, he shall surely live. Rabban Gamaliel, when he came to this passage, used to weep, saying, it seems as if he who has done all of them is righteous, but not he who has done only one. Said R. Akiba to him, according to your theory, the verse, do not defile yourself with all of these things, also means with all of them, but one of them is allowed. Hence it means to say with any of them. The same is to be said here, if one does one of the things mentioned above, he is righteous. A crime which deserves two kinds, etc. There is a Boraitha. How is our Hosea's decision in our Mishnah to be illustrated? E.G. If the crime which he committed with this woman was that she became first his mother-in-law and then married. Hence the prohibition of having intercourse with her applied, even before she p. 238. Married again. Then he must be tried under the crime with a mother-in-law. But if she became his mother-in-law after her marriage, then he must be tried under the crime with a married woman, as the prohibition against intercourse with her existed already before she became his mother-in-law. Said R. Adabi Ahaba to Rabha, in the first case, in which she married after she became his mother-in-law, why should he not also be tried for the crime with a married woman? Did not our Abohu say that our Hosea agrees in case a prohibition were added? And Rabha answered, Ada, my son, do you want us to execute him twice? Mishnah 7, he who receives stripes, and relaxes into the same crime, and is punished again and does not repent, the court takes him to the kifos, and feeds him with barley until his abdomen bursts. Gemara, because he received stripes twice, should the court imprison him in the kifos forever? Said Jeremiah in the name of Resh Lakish, the Mishnah speaks of crimes to which Korath applies, and he was forewarned of stripes, and was punished twice for the same crime. And as this man deserves death by heaven, but his time has not yet come, and we see that he devotes his life to sin, the court imprisons him to hasten his death. Said R. Jacob to R. Jeremiah b. Talapha, come and I will explain to you the real meaning of Resh Lakish. The Mishnah means that he has committed the same crime thrice, for 2 of which he has received stripes. And as the court does not see any remedy for him, it puts him in the kyphos after the 3rd time. If, however, he has committed different crimes to which Korath applies, he is not taken to the kyphos, as he is not considered as devoting his life to this crime, but as one careless concerning prohibitions. He who receives stripes twice, etc. Twice, although he was not punished a 3rd time. Shall we assume that our Mishnah is not in accordance with our Simeon b. Gamaliel, who says that until one has repeated the same crime thrice it is not considered? P. 239. A Hazaka 1, said Rabbina, it may be even in accordance with our Simeon, as the crime was committed thrice, and he considers it a habit, although he was not beaten thrice. An objection was raised from the following: he who has committed a crime twice to which the punishment of stripes applies receives the stripes twice, repeating same a 3rd time, the court puts him in the kyphos. Abishal, however, maintains that even to the 3rd time he receives stripes, and only after he has committed the crime a 4th time does the court imprison him. Is it not to be assumed that the Tannim of this Boraitha differ in the same point as our Simeon b. Gamaliel and Rabbi differ, namely, whether it should be considered a hazaka after 2 times, which is the opinion of Rabbi, or after 3 times, according to our Simeon? Nay, all agree with our Simeon. And the point of their difference is that, according to the first Tana, the crimes which were committed thrice counted, and according to Abishal, the stripes, and not the crimes, are to be counted. Where is to be found an allusion in the scripture to the kyphos in question? Said Resh Lakish, the evil will slay the wicked. And the same said again, it reads, for man also knoweth not his time, like the fishes that are caught in an evil net, from which the same is to be inferred. Mishnah 8, he who kills a person, not in the presence of witnesses, is taken to the kyphos and is fed on scant bread and water. Gemara, but whence do we know if it was not in the presence of witnesses? Said Rabbi, if there was only one witness, or even if there were 2 who saw this from separate places. And Samuel said, if he committed the crime without forewarning. And Arhisda in the name of Abimi said, even when the witnesses contradicted themselves in unimportant matters, as, example a Mishnah stated above. Ben Sakai examined them concerning the size of figs, etc., and they were not contradicted in the examination. And is fed with scant bread and water. And above it was said that he was fed with barley. Said Arshishhate, in both cases it is meant that he was first fed with scant bread and water till his abdomen shrank, and afterwards with barley, from which it swelled till it burst. Mishnah 9, if one steals a kisvah, or one curses his P. 240. Neighbor, invoking God as a carver, or one has intercourse with a female heathen, zealous people have a right to strike him when caught in the act. If a priest performed the service in the temple while he was unclean, his fellow priests would not bring him to the court, but the youths would take him out of the sanctuary and split his head. If a common Israelite served in the temple, according to our Akaba, he was choked by the cord, and according to the sages he would come to his death by heaven. Gemara, what is meant by kisvah? Said Arjehuda, it means service vessels. And where is there to be found an allusion to this in scripture, that they may not go in to see when the holy things are covered, and die? Who curses, etc. R. Joseph taught, may the carver strike his carving. And another explanation by Rabbi Mari is, may the carver strike him himself, and his creator and his creation. One who has intercourse, etc. Our Kahana questioned Rabbi, what is this punishment if there were no zealous men? Rabbi forgot his traditional answer to this, and it happened that it was read before our Kahan in a dream, etc. Judah hath dealt treacherously, and an abomination hath been committed in Israel and in Jerusalem, for Judah hath profaned the sanctuary of the Lord which he loveth, and hath married the daughter of a strange god. And he came to Rabbi and told him that so was it read to him, and therefrom Rabbi recollected that this passage was an answer to his question, as it reads immediately after it, the Lord will cut off, unto the man that does this, son and grandson, out of the tents of Jacob, and him that bringeth near an offering unto the Lord of hosts. Which means, if he was a scholar, that he should not have a son among the scholars or a grandson among the disciples, and if he was priest, that he should not have a son who should bring an offering, etc. Hiob. Abohu said, he who has had intercourse with the daughter of an idolater is considered as if he mingles himself with the idols. As it reads, he hath married the daughter of a strange god. Has, then, an idol a daughter? Hence it means as is just mentioned above. When Ardemi, or Rabban, came from Palestine, he said that the court of the Maccabees decreed, he who does so transgresses concerning the following 4 things, Nada, Shifha, Goi, and prostitution. p. 241. Said Arhisda, if one comes to the court with the question, may one take revenge on the criminal mentioned above? His question must not be answered. And so also said Rabbi Hannah in the name of Ar Yohanan, and not only this, but if it should happen that Zimri were killed by Phinehas after he separated himself from Cashbi, Phinehas would be put to death for this crime. Furthermore, if Zimri, seeing that Phinehas seeks his life, were to kill him in self-protection, he would not be punished, as Phinehas would be considered a seeker of life. It reads, Moses said to the judges of Israel, etc. The tribe of Simeon went to Zimri ben Saul and said, they are judging cases of capital punishment, and you keep silent. What did he do? He gathered 24,000 of his tribe and went to Cashbi, pleading with her to listen to him. And to her answer, I am a princess, the daughter of a king, and my father commanded me not to listen to anyone but the greatest of Israel. He said, I myself am a prince of a tribe in Israel, and I am greater than Moses, as I am from the 2nd tribe, while he is from the 3rd. He took her by the locks of her hair, and brought her to Moses, saying, Son of Amram, is this damsel allowed to me, or prohibited? And should you say that she is prohibited, I would ask you, who allowed to you the daughter of Jethro? Moses, however, had forgotten the traditional halakha, and he and all who accompanied him wept. As it reads, and these were weeping by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And farther on it reads, and Phinehas saw. What did he see? Said Rabbi, he saw Zimri's act, from which he recollected the traditional halakha. And he said to Moses, Granduncle, didst thou not teach me, on thy descending from Mount Sinai, that zealous men might take revenge on him who has had intercourse with the daughter of an idolater? To which Moses answered, let him who reads the letter be the carrier I.e., let him who gives the advice be its executor. Samuel, however, said, Phinehas saw, there is no wisdom, nor understanding, nor counsel against the Lord I.e., in a case where there is a violation of the holy name the honor of the master must not be considered. R. Itzhak, in the name of R. Eleazar said, he saw the angel who destroyed the people. It reads, arose and took a javelin in his hand. From this it may be inferred that one must not. p. 242. Enter with arms into the house of learning. He took out the javelin from its sheath, sharpened it, and replaced it in the sheath so that it should not be visible, and went to the headquarters of Simeon's tribe, saying, whence do we know that the tribe of Levi is greater than Simeon's? And the people who were there thought, Phinehas himself is coming to do the same as Zimri has done. Hence the scholars decided that this is allowed. Said Ar Yohanan, 6 miracles occurred to Phinehas when he came to smite Zimri. 1. Zimri has not separated himself, etc. If a priest performed the service while he is defiled, etc. R. Ababi. Huna questioned Arshi's hate, is a priest who does service, being defiled, deserving of death by heaven, or not? And he answered, this we have learned in our Mishnah, a priest who does service in the temple, being defiled, his fellow priests would not bring him to court, but the youths would take him out and split his head. Now, if it should be supposed that he was guilty of death by heaven, Why did not they leave him to the heavenly punishment? Rejoined he, Do you mean to say that he was not guilty at all? Is there such a thing that heaven frees him and we should put him to death? Yea. Does not the court put one who is twice beaten with stripes in the kyphos and cause him to die? Did not our Jeremiah say that it speaks of crimes of a kind to which Korath applies? Hence such an offender deserves death. But is the case not the same with him who steals a kisvah, and with the two other cases mentioned in our Mishnah? To all of them it is taught that there are allusions in the scripture implying that they deserve death, viz. Concerning a kisvah, that they may not go in to see when the holy things are covered, and die, concerning one cursing his neighbor, etc., it was explained by our Joseph that it looks like blasphemy, and concerning an intercourse with the daughter of an adulterer, Rabbi recollected his tradition, as said above. An objection was raised from a Boraitha which states, and the following are liable to death by heaven, an unclean priest who served in the temple, etc. Hence we see that his punishment is death, Arshi's hate being objected to, and the objection remains. The same Boraitha continues thus, the following deserve death by heaven, one who eats grain in which the heave offering. P. 243. Is mixed, an unclean priest who eats a heave offering while defiled, and a commoner who partakes of the heave offering, a commoner who performs service in the temple, a priest, while defiled, serving in the temple, a priest who has had a legal bath after defilement and performs the service in the temple before sunset, the same as if he performs the service without the prescribed dress, or he who performs service before the prescribed offering after defilement is brought, and also he who serves without the prescribed washing of his hands and feet, or he serves while drunk, or without having cut his hair at the prescribed time. However, one uncircumcised, a mourner while the corpse is not yet buried, and he who worships while sitting, do not come under the category of death by heaven, but are only forewarned. A priest who has a blemish and he who derives benefit from the sanctuary intentionally according to Rabbi he comes under the category of death by heaven, and according to the sages he comes under the category of the forewarned. Concerning heave offering mentioned in the Boraitha, said Rabbi, a commoner who partakes of heave offering is to be punished with stripes. Said Arcabana and Arasi to him, let the master say he deserves death by heaven. And he answered, it reads, they die therefore. I am the Lord who sanctify them. And no stranger shall eat of a holy thing. Hence between they will die and no stranger shall eat intervenes I am the Lord, etc., to teach that the punishment of death does not apply to a stranger. But does not the above Boraitha state that such comes under the category of punishment by heaven? Do you want to contradict Rabbi from a Boraitha? Rabbi is a Tana, and has the right to differ. 1. If a common Israelite served in the temple, etc. There is a Boraitha, R. Ismael said, it reads, and the stranger that cometh nigh shall be put to death, and everyone that cometh near at all unto the tabernacle of the Lord shall die. As the verse just cited speaks of death by heaven, the same is the case with the former. R. Akiba, however, said, here the scripture says, and die therefore, and that prophet, or that dreamer of dreams, shall be put to death. And as there it means by stoning, the same is the case here. And R. Yohanan. P. 244. B. Nuri said, as a false prophet is punished with choking, the same is the case here. What is the point of their difference? R. Akiba holds that the expression put to death must be analogized with put to death, and not put to death with shall die. And R. Ismael holds that we should equalize a commoner with a commoner, and not a commoner with a prophet. According to R. Akiba, however, a prophet who has misled is worse than a commoner. And the point of difference between R. Akiba and R. Yohanan B. Nuri is the same wherein R. Simeon and the rabbis differ in the following Boraitha, to a prophet who has misled, stoning applies, according to R. Simeon, however, choking applies. But does not a Mishnah above state, R. Akiba said, choking applies. There are two Tannim who differ concerning R. Akiba's statement. Our Mishnah mentioned our Simeon, who said so, in accordance with our Akiba's theory, but the Boraitha is in accordance with the rabbis, who are of the opinion, with our Akiba, that choking applies. Chapter X. Rules and regulations concerning them to whom choking applies. Concerning a rebelling judge, what shall be his crime for which he is to be executed, at which place and with which kind of death, and concerning a false prophet. Mishnah I, to the following, choking applies, to him who strikes his father or mother, to him who steals a living soul of Israel, to a judge rebelling against the great Sanhedrin, to a false prophet, to him who prophesies in the name of an idol, to the paramour of a married woman, and to the collusive witnesses of the married daughter of a priest who has sinned, and to her abuser. Gemara, whence do we know that choking applies to the smiter of his father or mother? From, put to death, and wherever the scripture mentions death without specifying what kind, choking is meant. But perhaps the verse cited means when he kills him or her. How can it be supposed if one who kills a stranger is executed by the sword, that he who kills his father should be executed by choking, which is more lenient? However, this is correct according to him who holds that choking is lenient, but according to him who holds that the sword is lenient, what can be said? Therefore, from, he that smite the man so that he die, and from, smitten with his hand that he die, we infer that when it is not mentioned that he die, it means smitten only. And it was necessary for the scripture to write both of the following passages, namely, he that smite the man so that he die, and, whoever it be that killeth a person, for if the first only were written, one might say that one is liable only when he kills an adult, but not a minor, and if the second only were written, one might say that one is liable even if he killed a miscarried child or one who was born in the 8th month, and therefore both are necessary. But from the above theory it is to be understood that if one smote his father he is guilty of a capital crime even if he did not. P. 246. Wound him. Why, then, does the succeeding Mishnah state that he is not guilty unless he wounds him? This is inferred from, and he that smite the beast shall make restitution for it, and he that smite the man shall be put to death. 1. As concerning a beast the striker is not liable unless he makes a wound, as in Ibid 18 it reads Nefesh, the same is the case if he smote a person he is not guilty unless he made a wound. R. Jeremiah opposed, according to this theory, if one has made lean an animal by using it to carry stones, should he not be responsible? Therefore we must say, as verse 30 is not necessary for this case, because of verse 18, apply it to human life. If so, why the analogy? In accordance with what was taught by the school of Hiskia. But this is only correct for him who agrees with the school of Hiskia. But for him who does not agree with this theory, to what purpose is the analogy? 2. Teach that, as there is no liability if one wounds an animal for the purpose of curing it, the same is the case with a human being. A similar question was propounded by the schoolman, may one bleed his father to cure him? Our Mathna said, from thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself it may be inferred that he may. And our Demi B. Henna said, it is inferred from the analogy just mentioned. As there is no liability for wounding an animal to cure, the same is the case with a human being. Rabbi did not allow his son to take out a string from his finger, lest he might wound him unintentionally, which is prohibited for one to do to his father, and Marbi. Rabbina did not allow his son to open for him a wound, for the same reason. R. She's hate was questioned, may a son be a messenger from the court to punish his father with stripes, or to put him under the ban? 2. Said Rabbi B. Arhuna, and so also was it taught by the school of R. Ismail, concerning all the crimes mentioned in the Torah, the court must not appoint the son of the criminal to strike, to curse his father, etc., except in the case of a seducer, about whom it reads, nor shall thy eye look with pity on him, etc. Mishnah 2, a son is not guilty of a capital crime unless he wounds his father by striking him. Cursing is in one respect. P. 247. More rigorous than striking, as for the latter one is guilty when done to his living father only, and for the former he is guilty even if he did it after his father's death. Gemara, the rabbis taught, it reads, his father and mother has he cursed, which means even after his death. And this is repeated only for this purpose, lest one say that one is guilty for striking his father and for cursing him. Hence, as the former applies to a living father only, the same is the case with the latter. But this is correct only for our Jonathan, as according to him the verse just cited is superfluous, but for our Jashia, who uses this verse for inferring father or mother, whence does he deduce the above statement? From, and he that curseth his father, etc. But let the Mishnah state that in another respect striking is more rigorous than cursing, as concerning the former one is guilty if he did so to his father even if he were of another faith, which is not the case with cursing. The Tana of our Mishnah holds that cursing is compared to striking even in the latter case, i.e., one is also guilty if he curses his father who is of another faith. Shall we assume that the Tanam of our Mishnah differ in the same way as the Tanam of the following Boraidas, one of which states, if one's father was a Samaritan, he is forewarned against striking him, but not against cursing, and the other states, he is forewarned neither against striking nor against cursing? The schoolmen who learned these Boraidas thought, both Boraidas agree that at the beginning the Samaritans were true proselytes, but at that time they were decadent. Hence the point of their difference is that, according to one Boraida, striking is equal to cursing, and according to the other it is not. Nay, all agree that they are not equal, consequently the point of their difference is, whether the ancient Samaritans were true proselytes, or only embraced Judaism from fear of the lions. Hence they were not considered Israelites at all, but heathens. Mishnah 3, if one steals a person, he is not guilty of a capital crime, unless he brings him upon his own premises. Our Jehuda, however, said, one is not guilty for only bringing him upon his premises, but after he used him for work. As it reads, and he treateth him as a slave. If one steals his own son and sells him, Ismael, the son of our Yohanan b. Barakah, makes him guilty, the sages, however, free. p. 248. Him. If one steals a person who is half free and half slave, i.e., a slave of two owners, one of whom has freed him, Jehuda makes him guilty, and the sages free him. Gemara, and the first Tana of our Mishnah does not require any work? Said our Ababi. Rabha, they differ if he worked with him to the value of less than a perutha. R. Jeremiah questioned, how is the law if one steals a person while asleep and sells him in this condition, or if he stole a pregnant woman for the purpose of selling her embryo, is it considered treating as a slave, or, because he has not done it in the usual manner, is it not so considered? Usual manner. Let him say that there was not any kind of slavery at all. He speaks of when he used the sleeping one as a support and the pregnant woman as a protection against the wind. And to this was the question, is it considered slavery, or, because it was in an unusual manner, is it not? This question is now decided. The rabbis taught, it reads, if a man be found stealing any one of his brethren of the children of Israel. From this we know only concerning a male, but whence do we know concerning the stealing of a female? It reads, and he that stealeth a man whatsoever. However, from both verses we know about a man who stole either a male or a female. But whence do we know that the same is the case when a woman steals a male or female? As to this, it reads in the verse above cited, then shall that thief die, meaning what person soever. There is another Boraida, the verse just cited means that there is no difference whether he stole a male or a female, a proselyte, or a bondsman who was freed, or a minor. However, if he stole him and did not sell him, or even if he sold him, but he is still on his own premises, he is not condemned to capital punishment. If he sold him to the father or brother of the stolen one, or to someone else of his relatives, capital punishment does apply. However, for stealing slaves it does not. This Boraitha was repeated by one of the disciples before Arshi's hate, and he rejoined, I teach. Simeon said, it reads, from his brethren, which means that he is not guilty unless he took him out from the control of his brother. And you teach, he is guilty of a capital crime if he sold him to his father or brother. p. 249. Go and teach that he is free. And what is the difficulty? Why not say that the Boraitha is in accordance with the rabbis? This cannot be supposed, as there is a rule that all the anonymous Mishnayot are in accordance with our Meir, anonymous. Toseftas in accordance with our Nehemiah, anonymous Sifra in accordance with our Jehuda, and anonymous Sifri in accordance with our Simeon. And all of them are after our Akiba's instructions. And the Boraitha above cited is to be found in Sifri. If one stole his own son, etc. What is the reason of the rabbis, who free him? Said Abai, it reads, if a man be found stealing, which means to exclude him who is often with him. Said our Papa to Abai, according to your theory, if a man be found lying with a woman, etc., is also to be explained to exclude him who is often with her, example in the house of so-and-so, which is crowded, and men and women are often together, should one not be liable for adultery? And he answered, I call your attention to, and he will be found in his hand. Said Rabha, according to this theory, teachers of school children and masters with their disciples are considered often together, and if it happened that one of the masters stole one of the children, he is free from capital punishment. Half a slave, etc. There is a Mishnah, our Jehuda says that there is no disgrace for slaves. And Ibid 195, the reason of our Jehuda is given from. However, what would be his reason here? Thus, from his brethren means to exclude slaves, children of Israel means to exclude a half-slave, of the children of Israel means again an exclusion, and means to exclude the same. And there is a rule that an exclusion after an exclusion comes to add. Hence a person who is half-slave and half-free is added to those for whom guilt is incurred. The rabbis do not hold his theory that of his brethren means to exclude slaves, as a slave is also considered a brother who is obliged to perform all the commandments which are obligatory on a woman. Hence, according to them, children of Israel means to exclude a slave, and of the children of Israel means to exclude half a slave and half a free man. But whence do we know about the forewarning of stealing a person of Israel? According to our Jashia, from, thou shalt not steal. And according to our p. 250. Yohanan, from, they shall not be sold as bondmen are sold. And they do not differ, as one master counts the negative commandment of stealing, and the other the negative commandment of selling. The rabbis taught, thou shalt not steal, in the third commandment, means human beings. But perhaps it means simply money. It may be said, go and learn it from the 13 methods by which the Torah is to be explained, one of which is that a word or is to be explained from its connection or from what follows, one, and as the connection of this passage speaks of human beings, you must explain also that stealing applies to human beings. There is another Boraitha, it reads, ye shalt not steal, meaning money. You say money, but perhaps it means human beings. Go and learn it from the 13 methods, etc., one of which is that a word or is to be explained from what follows. And as the continuation of this passage is concerning money, so also stealing is to be explained as meaning money. It was taught, if there were two parties of witnesses, and one party testified that one stole a human being and the other testified that he sold him, and thereafter one of the parties, or both, were found collusive, they are not to be put to death, according to Hiskia. According to our Yohanan, however, they are. Hiskia's reason is that he holds in accordance with our Akiba, who used to say, a case, but not half a case. And our Yohanan is in accordance with the rabbis, who said, even for half a case. Our Papa, however, said, concerning the witnesses of selling, all agree that they are to be put to death. But the point of their difference is concerning the witnesses of the stealing. According to Hiskia they are not to be put to death, because stealing and selling are two separate crimes. R. Yohanan, however, is of the opinion that the stealing is the beginning of the selling. The latter, however, agrees that the first witnesses concerning a stubborn and rebellious son are not to be put to death if found collusive, as they could say, our intention was only that he should be punished with stripes, as it is said above that the son in question is not put to death unless he first received stripes. Said Abai, there are three cases concerning a stubborn and p. 251. Rebellious son. In two of them all agree, and in one of them they differ. Namely, concerning the first witnesses in this case, all agree that they are not to be put to death if collusive, as they could say, our intention was only that he should receive stripes. And their claim must be taken into consideration. And also all agree concerning the second witnesses of same, that they are to be put to death, as the first witnesses are considered as concerning stripes only. Hence the second witnesses only would be the cause of death to the criminal son, if they were not collusive, and they have done the whole case even according to our Akaba, who requires the whole, and not half a case. And the third case in which they differ is, if there were two parties of witnesses, one of which testifies, in our presence he stole, and the other testified, in our presence he consumed. And as the law regarding the criminal son dictates that he is not to be put to death unless he stole from his father and consumed on the premises of strangers, both things depend on each other. Hence according to our Akaba each of the parties has done only half a case. And if one or both were found collusive, they cannot be put to death for half a case, and according to the rabbis they can, as they make one guilty for half a case. Mishnah 4, a judge rebelling against the great Sanhedrin is commanded in the scripture as in Deuteronomy 17. 8-13. There were in Jerusalem 3 courts, one was situated at the gate of the Temple Mount, and another was situated after the women's court, but preceding the court of the common Israelites, and the third one was situated in the temple treasury for congregational sacrifices. And in case a judge in the country had a dispute about the law with his colleagues, as to which the scripture commands to bring their case before the court in Jerusalem, they came to the first court, situated at the above-mentioned gate. And the judge in question related his case before the court, I have lectured thus and thus, and my colleagues have lectured otherwise thus and thus. I have taught in accordance with my lecture so and so, and my colleagues so and so. And if this court were able to decide it traditionally, they rendered their decision, and if not, they came before the other court, explaining the same again. If this court were able to decide it traditionally, they rendered their decision, and if not, all of them came to the great Sanhedrin. p. 252. Which was in the temple treasury, from which the law proceeds to all Israel, wherever found. As it reads, from that place which the Lord will choose, and thou shalt observe to do according to all that may instruct thee. Then if the judge returns to his own city and continues his lectures as before, he is not culpable. If, however, he gives his decision for practice, he is subject to capital punishment. As it reads, and the man that will act presumptuously, etc., which means that he is not culpable unless he decides for practice. A disciple who is not a judge, who decides for practice against the decision of the great Sanhedrin, is not culpable. Hence the rigorousness which lies upon him, not to give his decision in any law, becomes lenient concerning the punishment. Gemara, the rabbis taught, it reads, Kai Japola, literally, if it will wonder. Hence the passage speaks of the wonder judge of the courts. Memcho from thee, means a counselor. As it reads, there is gone forth out of thee he that devised evil against the Lord, the counselor of infamous things. Dabhor a matter, means a halakha, el mikfat means a decision of money matters. Between blood and blood means blood of menstruation and the blood of purification after birth or blood of infliction. Between plea and plea means criminal and civil cases and cases of stripes. Between lepers and lepers bodily leprosy, leprosy of houses, of dress, etc., matters excommunications, appraisement of things belonging to the sanctuary, controversy -a thing which came from a controversy between a husband and wife, breaking the neck of the heifer, the purification of men who were afflicted with leprosy, within thy gates -about gathering grain of the poor, for jetters of sheaves and p. Shalt thou arise -from thy court. Get thee up, infer from this that the temple was the highest building in all Jerusalem, and the land of Israel was situated higher than all other countries. Unto the place -infer from this that the place is the cause of the situation of the high court. The rabbis taught, a rebelling judge is not guilty unless he gave his decision in a matter to which, if done intentionally, Korath applies, and if unintentionally, a sin offering. So is the decree of our mayor Jehudah said, as to a matter of which the source is to be found in the scripture, and the interpretation is p. 253. By the scribes. R. Simeon, however, maintains, even as to one observation of the many observations of the scribes. Said R. Hunabi. Hina to Rabha, can you explain to me the Sporitha which has enumerated all the cases inferred from Deuteronomy 17:8, in accordance with our mayor's decree? And Rabha said to our Papa, go and explain it to him. And he explained thus, the Boritha which states a counselor, means him who is able to establish leap years and to appoint the days of the month. And a difference of opinions may cause the eating of leavened bread on Passover, namely, according to some a leap year may be established during the whole month of Adar, and according to others only until Purim. Hence if the law is in accordance with one of them, and it was done to the contrary, people would eat leaven on Passover. The halakha which is mentioned in the same Boritha means the difference of opinion between R. Yohanan and Resh Lakish concerning the 10th day of menstruation, whether it is still to be counted menstruation blood or of infliction. Criminal cases means the case concerning the daughter of a coercer mentioned above. Concerning blood of menstruation, Akabia b. Mahalilel and the rabbis differ. Concerning blood of purification, Rabbite and Levi differ. Concerning blood of infliction, R. Eliezer and R. Jehoshua differ. Concerning civil cases, Samuel and R. Abohu differ. Concerning criminal cases, Rabbi and the rabbis differ. Stripes, R. Ismail and the rabbis differ. Leprosies, R. Jehoshua and the rabbis differ. Leprosy of houses, R. Eliezer b. Simeon and the rabbis differ. Leprosy of dresses, Jonathan b. Atulmas and the rabbis. Appraisement of men, R. Mayor and the rabbis. Excommunications, Jehudah b. Bethura and the rabbis. Sanctification, Eliezer b. Jacob and the rabbis. Controversies concerning a woman who is suspected by her husband, R. Eliezer and R. Jehoshua. Breaking the neck of the heifer, R. Eliezer and R. Akaba. Purification of leprosy, R. Simeon and the rabbis. Gathering, the schools of Shammai and Hillel. Forgotten sheaves, P. R. Ismail and the rabbis. There were 3 courts, etc. Said R. Kahana, if he says, I have it from a tradition, and they also. P. 254. Say the same, he is not put to death. And the same is the case if he says, so is it according to my opinion, and they also say, according to our opinion. And so much the more if he says, I have it from a tradition, and they say, so is it according to our opinion. And only when they say, we have it from a tradition, and he says, according to my opinion it is the contrary, then he is put to death. And an evidence in support of this is that Akabia b. Mehalilel, who decided against the great Sanhedrin, was not killed. R. Eliezer, however, maintains that even if he says, I have it from a tradition, and they say, so it is according to our opinion, he is put to death, for the reason that quarrels should not increase in Israel. And your evidence from Akabia b. Mehalilel does not hold good, as he was not killed because his decision was not for practice. An objection was raised from our Mishnah, I have lectured, etc. Does not the latter expression mean that he taught so from a tradition? Nay. I taught so because of my opinion, and they taught so from a tradition. Come and hear another objection. R. Jashia said, The following three things I was told by Zerah, one of the citizens of Jerusalem: a husband who has sacrificed his claim against his wife, it is considered, and the same is the case if the parents of a stubborn and rebellious son have sacrificed their claim, and the same is it also if the high court were willing to sacrifice their honor in the case of a rebelling judge. And when I came to my brethren in the south, they yielded to me concerning the first two, but not concerning the third, for the reason that quarrels should not be increased in Israel. Hence the reason as to a rebelling judge is not to increase quarrel, and there is no difference whether he says, I have it from a tradition or from my own opinion. This objection remains. There is a Boraitha, our Jose said, formerly there was no quarrel in Israel, but a court of 71 was situated in the temple treasury, and 2 courts of 23 sat at the gate of the temple mount and at the gate of the common Israelites, and the same courts of 23 were established in every city of Israel, and if there was a matter of difference concerning which it was necessary to inquire, they used to bring it before the court of their own city. And if they were able to decide from a tradition, they did so, and if not, they brought it to the court of a near by city, and if also they could not decide it, they brought p. 255. It before the court which was at the gate of the temple mount, and thereafter to that of the common Israelite, and he related to them, so have I lectured, etc., and so have I taught, etc. And if they had any tradition concerning this, they explained it, and if not, all of them came before the court of the temple treasury, in which the judges sat from the morning daily offering until that of the evening on weekdays. And on Sabbaths and on holidays they used to take their place in the chamber of the surrounding wall, and the question was laid before them. If they could decide it, they did so, and if not, they stood up to vote, and their decision was according to the majority. However, since the disciples of Shammai and Hillel who had not accomplished their study increased in number, quarrels were increased in Israel, and it seemed as if the law came from 2 different lawgivers. From the court of the great Sanhedrin they used to write and send to all the cities of Israel, whosoever is wise, modest, and is liked in the eyes of his people may be a judge in his own city. And thereafter, if he deserved it, he was advanced to the court at the gate of the temple mount, and farther on, until he reached to be a member in the court of the temple treasury. A message was sent from Palestine, who is the man who has surely a share in the world to come. He who is modest, bends his head when he goes in, and the same when he goes out, is always studying the Torah, and does not become proud thereof. And the rabbis gave their attention to Arula b. Abba. Returned to his own city, etc. The rabbis taught, he is not guilty unless he himself practiced according to his decision, or, he decided so for others, and they practiced. It is correct when he so decided for others, etc., as if he did so before he was not subject to a capital punishment. But if he himself has done according to his decision, he is guilty even before he goes to the higher courts. Previously, if he gave a good reason for his decision, it would be accepted, but after he came from the court, no longer is any reason accepted. Mishnah v. The punishment of him who transgresses the decision of the scribes is more rigorous than for that which is plainly written in the scriptures. Example, if one says, I do not see any commandment in the Torah about tefillin, with the intention of transgressing that which is written concerning them, he is free. However, if he should p. 256 decide that the phylacteries must contain 5 todafoth, instead of the 4 enacted by the scribes, he is guilty. Gemara, said R. Elazar in the name of R. Oshia, one is not considered a rebelling judge unless he decides upon a thing the sources of which are in the scripture and the explanation is by the scribes, and there is something to add. However, if it is added, it harms the whole matter, and we cannot find such a thing in the whole scripture but phylacteries, according to E. Jehuda. Mishnah v. was not put to death by the court of his own city, and also not by the court of the great Sanhedrin which was established temporarily in the city of Jamnia, but was brought to the Supreme Council in Jerusalem, kept in prison until the feast days, and executed on one of the feast days. As it reads, and all the people shall hear and be afraid. So R. Akiba. R. Jehuda, however, maintains that he must not be tortured by postponing the execution, but must be put to death immediately after being sentenced, and messengers were sent out to all the inhabitants of Israel that the judge so and so was sentenced and executed by the court for such and such a crime. Gemara, the rabbis taught concerning what was said by R. Akiba mentioned in our Mishnah. R. Jehuda rejoined, does the scripture read, the people shall see and be afraid? It reads, they shall hear and be afraid. Why, then, should p. 257. This man be tortured? Therefore I say that he is executed immediately, and messengers are sent out to notify the people. The rabbis taught, the following 4 crimes must be heralded of a seducer, a stubborn and rebellious son, a rebelling judge, and collusive witnesses. Concerning the first 3 it reads, all the people of Israel. And concerning collusive witnesses it reads, and those who remain shall hear. Because not all of Israel are qualified to be witnesses. Mishnah 6, a false prophet who is to be sentenced by the court is only he who prophesies what he has not heard and what he was not told at all. However, he who does not proclaim what he was told to do, or did not listen to another prophet, or he who acted against what he himself was instructed by heaven, his death depends upon heaven. As it reads, I will require it from him. He who prophesied in the name of an idol, saying, so and so was said by such and such an idol, although it corresponds exactly with the Hebrew law, he is punished by choking. The same was the case with him who had intercourse with a married woman, as soon as she comes under the control of her husband, even before she has had intercourse with him. The same punishment applies to the collusive witnesses of the married daughter of a priest, and also to her abuser. There is a difference between this case and all other cases of collusive witnesses, who are to be punished with the same death which would apply to the accused if it were true, and also between the adulterer in this case and other adulterers to whom the death of those abused applies. Gemara, the rabbis taught, concerning prophecy, there are 3 who are to be sentenced by the court, viz., he who prophesies what he has not heard, he who prophesies what was not said to him, and he who prophesies in the name of an idol. And there are 3 whose death is by heaven, viz., he who does not proclaim his prophecy, he who acts against what he was told by another prophet, and he who acts against his own prophecy. Whence is this deduced? Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, it reads, but the prophet who may presume to speak a word in my name means him who has prophesied what he has not heard, which I have not commanded him. Although it was commanded to his colleague. Or who may speak in the name of other gods means in the name of any. p. 258. Idol. That prophet shall die means by choking, as choking applies to all the deaths which are mentioned in the scriptures without specifying which. And the other 3 above mentioned are inferred from the preceding verse, a man who will not hearken, etc., which is to be understood both of him who does not make the people hear it and him who himself does not listen to it, which ends, I will require it of him. He who prophesies what he has not heard, E.G. Zedekiah ben Kenaanah, of whom it is written, made himself horns of iron, etc. But why was he guilty? Did not the spirit of Naboth make him heir? As it reads, and the Lord said, who will persuade Achab, the king of Israel, that he may go up and fall at Ramoth-Gilead? And one spake saying after this manner, and another saying after that manner. Then came forth a spirit, and placed himself before the Lord, and said, I will persuade him. And the Lord said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth and I will become a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, Thou shalt persuade him, and also prevail, go forth and do so. And to the question, What spirit? R. Yohanan said, The spirit of Naboth Jezreeli. And what is meant by go forth? R. Jehuda said, Go outside of the fence of my glory? He ought to have given his attention to what was said by R. Itzhak. The sense of a divine oracle is given by heaven to many prophets equally, the language, however, by the prophets cannot be identical even in two of them, as each prophet expresses it in his own language. E.g. Thy hastiness hath deceived thee, the presumption of thy heart, and the presumption of thy heart hath beguiled thee. Here, however, it reads, and all the prophets so prophesied, saying, Go up against Ramoth Gilead, etc. Hence, as all prophesied in identical language, he ought to have known that it was not a true prophecy. But perhaps Zedekiah did not know what was said by Aritzhak. There was Jehoshaphat, who told him that, as it reads, Is there not a prophet of the Eternal besides? And to the question of Achab, Are not all these, who prophesy in the name of the Lord, sufficient? Jehoshaphat answered, I have a tradition from my grandfather's house that the sense of a divine oracle is given by heaven, etc. And here I hear the same version from all of them. He who prophesies. p. 259. What was not said to him? E.g. Chananiah ben Atzur, who said, Thus hath said the Lord, I have broken the yoke. And this was only by an a fortiori conclusion, drawn from what was said by Jeremiah, Thus hath said the Lord, Behold, I will break the bow of Elam. And his a fortiori conclusion was thus, Elam, who came only to assist the king of Babylon, should be broken, the king of Babylon, who himself came to destroy the kingdom of Judah, so much the more should be broken. He who prophesied in the name of an idol. E.g. the prophets of Baal. He who does not proclaim the prophecy. E.g. Jonah b. Amittai. He who does not listen to what he was told by another prophet. E.g. the colleague of Mitchah, as it reads, And a certain man of the sons of the prophets said unto his companion, By the word of the Lord, smite me, I pray thee. But the man refused to smite. Then said he unto him, Forasmuch as thou hast not obeyed the voice of the Lord. And a prophet who acted against that wherein he himself was instructed by heaven. E.g. Edda the prophet, of whom it is written, For so was it charged me by the word of the Lord, and he said unto him, I also am a prophet like thee. And farther on it is written, So he returned with him, ending, and when he was gone, a lion met him on the way and slew him. For the Lord Eternal will do nothing, unless he have revealed his secret unto his servants the prophets. But perhaps the decree was changed by heaven? If it were so, all the prophets would be notified. But was not such the case with Jonah, who was not notified that the decree was changed? There was the prophecy, Nineveh will be overthrown, which had two meanings, to be destroyed, and also to be turned over from evil to righteousness, and he did not understand the real meaning. Who does not listen to another prophet? But whence is one? p. 260. Aware that he is a true prophet, that he should be punished? In case he gives him a sign. But was not Mitchah, who was punished for not listening to the prophet, although he did not give any sign? With him who has long been recognized as a true prophet it is different. For if the case were not so, how could Isaac have trusted his father that his prophecy was a true one, since such a commandment was never before heard, and also no sign was given by Abraham? And also, how could they rely upon Elijah, who commanded them to sacrifice outside of Jerusalem, which was prohibited by the scripture? Hence, because they were recognized prophets, one must listen to them in any event. 1. The rabbis taught, concerning what was taught by rabbis as to a prophet who had misled, to whom stoning applies according to the rabbis, and choking according to our Simeon, said our Hisda, the point of their difference is in case one removed the whole portion of the scripture concerning idolatry, saying, I was so commanded by heaven. Or even if he said, to perform some of its worship and to abolish the rest. But if he removed a portion which speaks concerning other commandments, all agree that choking applies. And if he told to perform some of them and abolish the others, he is free according to all. Our Hamnuna, however, said, the point of their difference is if he removed a portion of any commandment, be it concerning idolatry or some other, and also in performing some worship of idolatry and abolishing the rest. as it reads. From the way which means even a part of it. But if he prophesied as to performing some of the commandments and abolishing the others, all agree that he is free. The rabbis taught, if one commands by prophecy to remove a commandment from the scripture, he is guilty, but if to abolish some of it, and perform the remainder, our Simeon frees him. However, concerning idolatry, even if he commands today worship, and on the morrow to abolish it, all agree that he is guilty. Hence it contradicts the explanations of both our Histah and our Hamnuna. Abai, who holds with our Histah, explained the Boraitha just cited, according to his theory, viz., if one commands by prophecy to remove a commandment from the scripture, all agree that B is to be choked. As to performing some, etc., our Simeon makes him free, and the same do the p. 261. Rabbis. But concerning idolatry, even if he said, today worship, and on the morrow to abolish, he is subject to a capital punishment according to the rabbis by stoning, and according to our Simeon by choking. Rabha, however, who holds with our Hamnuna, explains according to his theory thus, he who commands by prophecy to remove, etc., either concerning idolatry or some other commandment, is subject to a capital punishment each of the masters according to his opinion. As to performing some, etc., our Simeon makes him free, and so also do the rabbis. Concerning idolatry, however, even if he says, today, etc., he is guilty accordingly each of the masters according to his opinion. R. Abohu in the name of R. Yohanan said, in every case mentioned in the Torah, if a true prophet commands you to transgress, you may listen, except as to idolatry, when you must not listen, even if he were to stop the sun for you, as was done by Joshua. R. Jose the Galilean said, there is a Boraitha. The Torah foreshadowed the final mind of idolatry and therefore gave force to it, for the purpose that one should not listen to him who commands to commit it, even if he were to stop the sun for him in the middle of the sky. Said R. Akaba, God forbid that the sun should be stopped for them who are acting against his will. But it means even, example Hananiah b. 8 Sir, who was a true prophet when he began to prophesy, and became a false one only afterwards. Collusive witnesses of the married daughter of a priest, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said Abha Brika, from the following Boraitha, R. Jose said, why is it written, then shall ye do unto him? Unto his brother. Because all who are to be put to death biblically, their collusive witnesses and their abusers are punished with the same, except in the case of the married daughter of a priest, where she is to be burned, but not her abuser, who is to be choked. However, concerning her collusive witnesses, it would not be known whether they were to be equalized to him or to her. Therefore the expression, unto his brother, which means, not unto his sister. End of track Sanhedrin, Part I, and of Vol. 7. Volume 8-Track Sanhedrin. Part 2- p. 265. Chapter 11. The Haggadah part about resurrection, shares in the world to come, and about the Messiah, etc. Mishnah I, all Israel has a share in the world to come. As it reads, and thy people they will all be righteous, forever shall they possess the land, the sprout of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may glorify myself. The following have no share in the world to come, he who says that there is no allusion in the Torah concerning resurrection, and he who says that the Torah was not given by heaven, and a follower of Epicurus R. Akaba added, him who reads books of the Hizunim and him who mumbles over a wound, reciting the verse, I will put none of those diseases upon thee, which I have brought upon the Egyptians, for I the Lord am thy physician. Abishal said, also he who speaks out the holy name with its vocals. 3 kings and 4 commoners have no share in the world to come. The 3 kings are Jeroboam, Achab, and Manasseh. R. Jehudah, however, said, Manasseh has a share in the world to come. As it reads, and he prayed unto him and he permitted himself to be entreated by him, and heard his supplication and brought him back to Jerusalem unto his kingdom. And he was answered, he was returned to his kingdom, but not to the world to come. The four commoners are Bileam, Dog, Achitopel, and Gehazi. Gemara, is he who does not believe that the resurrection is hinted at in the Torah such a criminal that he loses his share in the world to come? It was taught, he denies resurrection, therefore he will not have a share in it, as punishment corresponds to the deed, for all retributions of the Holy One, blessed. P. 266. Be he, are in correspondence with man's doing. And our Samuel b. Nahmani in the name of our Jonathan said, whence do we know that so it is? From, then said Elisha, hear ye the word of the Lord, thus hath said the Lord, about this time tomorrow a seah of fine flour shall be sold for a shekel, and 2 seahs of barley for a shekel, in the gate of Samaria. Then answered the Lord of the king, on whose hand he used to lean, the man of God, and said, behold, will the Lord make windows in the heavens, that this thing shall be? And he said, behold, thou shalt see it with thy eyes, but thereof shalt thou not eat. And this chapter ends, and it happened unto him so, for the people trod him down in the gate and he died. But perhaps this was because Elisha cautioned him. As Arjehuda in the name of Rabbite said, if a sage cautions someone, even if the one cautioned had not deserved such, it falls upon him nevertheless. If it were so, it should read, and the people trod on him and he died. Why in the gate? Thus because of his protest which he made at the gate. Where is resurrection hinted at in the Torah, and ye shall give thereof the heave offering of the Lord to Aaron the priest? Should, then, Aaron remain alive forever? He did not even enter into the land of Israel. How, then, could Israel give him heave offering? Infer from this that he would experience resurrection and Israel would give him heave offering. Hence here is a hint of resurrection. The school of R. Ismael, however, taught, as the words to Aaron mean priests who are similar to him, viz., scholar as he was. And from this it is inferred that no gift whatsoever should be given to a priest who is ignorant. Samuel b. Nahmani in the name of our Jonathan said, whence do we know that one must not give heave offering to a priest who is an ignoramus? From, to give the portion of the priests and the Levites, in order that they might hold firmly to the law of the Lord. Hence the priest who knows to hold firmly the law has a portion, but not he who is ignorant of the law. Our Yohanan said that he who does so causes death to the ignorant priest. As it reads, that they may not bear sin through it, and die therefore, if they profane it. The disciples of our Eliezer b. Jacob taught that also applies to him who gives heave offering to an ignoramus. There is a Boritha, our Sinai said, the hint of resurrection in the Torah is to be found in, and as I did also. P. 267. Establish my covenant with them, to give unto them the land of Canaan. It does not read to you, but to them. Hence this is a hint that they would be restored. The Minim questioned Rabban Gamaliel, whence do you deduce that the Holy One, blessed be he, would restore the dead? And he answered, from the Pentateuch, prophets, and hagiographa. However, they did not accept it. From the Pentateuch, thou shalt sleep with thy parents v'com, and arise. 1. And they answered, perhaps this word v'com is connected with its succeeding words. From the prophets, thy dead shall live, my dead bodies shall arise. Awake and sing, ye that dwell in the dust, for a dew on herbs is thy dew, and the earth shall cast out the departed. And they answered, perhaps the verse cited means those dead who were restored by Ezekiel. In the hagiographa, and thy palate like the best wine, that glided down for my friend gently, exciting the lips of those that are asleep. And they answered, this cannot be taken as an evidence, for it is not certain that are asleep means the dead. Thereafter, when Gamaliel mentioned to the Minim 9, and the Lord hath sworn unto your fathers to give unto them, which does not read to ye, but to them. Hence it is a hint of resurrection from the Torah, it was accepted. According to others he mentioned before them, but ye that did cleave unto the Lord your God are alive every one of you this day, which means, as this day every one of you is alive, so will it be in the world to come. The officers of Rome questioned Jehoshua b. Hananiah, whence do you know that the Holy One, blessed be he, will restore the dead, and that there is also revealed before him all that will be in the future? And he answered, both things are inferred from Deuteronomy XXXI. 16, cited above. And to their answer, perhaps the word vicom belongs to its succeeding words, he rejoined, except at least the half that there is revealed before him all that will be in the future. The same was taught also by Yohanan in the name of Simeon b. Jahai, that from this verse both the resurrection and that there is revealed before him all that will be in the future is inferred. There is a Boritha, Eliezer b. Jose said, I have shown the falsification in the books of the Minim, who used to say that there is no hint about resurrection in the Pentateuch. And I said to them, you have falsified your Torah, but you have nothing in your hand to say that there is no hint of resurrection. Does it not read, that person shall be cut off, his iniquity is upon him? Upon him when? Does it not mean after he shall be cut off? Hence it means even in the world to come. Above, this passage is explained by Akiba and Ishmael. But neither of them has explained what means his iniquity shall be upon him. They may explain it as in the following Boritha, lest one say that he will be cut off even after his repentance, therefore the iniquity is upon him means only when it is still upon him, but if he repented it is no more upon him. Queen Cleopatra questioned our mayor thus, I am aware that the dead will be restored. As it reads, and shall blossom out of the city like herbs of the earth. My question, however, is, when they shall be restored, will they be naked or dressed? And he answered, this may be drawn by an a fortiori conclusion from wheat. A grain of wheat which is buried naked comes out dressed in so many garments, the upright, who are buried in their dress, so much the more shall they come out dressed in many garments. p. 269. Caesar questioned Rabban Gamaliel, you say that the dead will be restored. Does not the corpse become dust? How, then, can dust be restored? And the daughter of Caesar said to Gamaliel, leave the question to me and I myself shall answer it. And she said, if there were two potters in our city, of whom one should make a pot from water and the other from clay, to which of them would you give preference? And he said, certainly to him who creates from water, for if he is able to create from water, he is undoubtedly able to create from clay. The school of Ismail taught, one may learn it from glasswares, which are made by human beings, and if they break there is a remedy for them, as they can be renewed, human beings, who are created by the Spirit of the Lord, so much the more shall they be renewed. There was a man who said to Ami, you say that the dead will be restored. Does not the corpse become dust? How, then, can dust be restored? And he told him, I will give you a parable showing to what this thing is similar. A human king said to his servants, go and build me a palace in such a place, where there is no earth and no water. And they did so, and after it collapsed he commanded the same to build it for him in a place where there was earth and water. And they answered, we cannot do so. And he became angry, saying, when you could build it in such a place where there was no earth and no water, ought you not to be able to build it where they are? And if you don't believe it, go into a valley and see a mouse, which is half flesh and half earth, and tomorrow it multiplies and becomes all flesh. And should you say that it takes much time till it becomes so, go up into the mountain, and see that today you cannot find even one hells on, one, and on the morrow, after rain, you will find the mountains full of them. There was another man who said to Gibeah b. Sissa, woe to you, wicked, who say that the dead are restored. The living die should the dead come to life? And he answered, woe to you, wicked, who say that the dead will not come to life. That which has not existed at all comes to life shall those who had. p. 270. Life once not come to life again? Said the men to him, you call me wicked? If I arise, I will kick thee and level thy hump from off thee. And he rejoined, If you do so, you will be a specialist physician, and you will receive a great reward. The rabbis taught, on the 24th of Nisan the contractors of duty were taken off from Judah and Jerusalem. This was when the Africans summoned Israel before Alexander of Macedonia, claiming that the land of Canaan belonged to them. As it reads, the land of Canaan according to its boundaries and that they were the descendants of Canaan. Said Bayabi Sissa to the sages, Permit me, and I will appear before Alexander as advocate of the defendant Israel, and if they defeat me, say to them, You have defeated an ignoramus among us, and if I defeat them, say to them, The law of Moses has defeated you. He got this permission, and did so. Then he said to them, What is your evidence? And their answer was, From your Torah. Then said he, I in defense will also bring my evidence from the same. It reads, And he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. Now, to whom belongs the estate of a slave, if not to his master? And not this only, but I summon you before the king for the many years you have not done any service for us. And Alexander commanded them to give answer, for which they requested from him 3 days' time. And he gave it to them. And as they could not find any right answer at the appointed time they fled, leaving their fields, which were sown, and their vineyards, which were planted. And this year was a sabbatical one. It happened again that the Egyptians summoned Israel before Alexander of Macedonia, demanding from them the gold and silver which they had borrowed from them at the time of their exodus. As it reads, And the Lord hath given the people favor in the eyes of the Egyptians, so that they gave unto them what they required, and they emptied out Egypt. And Bayabi Sissa requested from the sages permission to be the advocate of the defendant Israel, with the same reason mentioned above. He got this permission, and did so. Then he said to them, What is your evidence? And their answer was, From your Torah. Then said he, I in defense will also bring my evidence from the same, which reads, Now the time of the residence of the children of Israel, which they dwelt. p. 271. In Egypt, was 430 years. Hence I demand of you the wages for the labor of 600,000 men whom your parents compelled to work for them all the time they were in Egypt. And Alexander decided that the Egyptians should give a proper answer for which they requested 3 days' time, which was allowed to them. But they could not find a satisfactory answer, and they fled, leaving their sown fields and their planted vineyards. And also this year was a sabbatical one. And it happened again that the descendants of Ishmael and the descendants of Keturah summoned Israel before Alexander, claiming to have a share in the land of Canaan, as they also were descendants of Abraham. And again Bayabi Sissa requested for permission to be Israel's advocate, which he received. And the same question of evidence was put to them, and their answer was, From your Torah, which shows that Ishmael as well as Isaac were Abraham's children. And he then also brought his evidence from the same, and Abraham gave all that he had unto Isaac. But unto the sons of the concubines that Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts, and he sent them away from Isaac his son. Now, on a father who made a legatum to his children, and separated them while he was still alive, can they have any claim thereafter? Antoninu said to Rabbi, The body and the soul of a human may free themselves on the day of judgment by heaven. How so? The body may say, The soul has sinned, for since she has departed I lie in the grave like a stone. And the soul may say, The body has sinned, for since I am separated from it, I fly in the air like a bird. And he answered, I will give you a parable to which this is similar. A human king, who had an excellent garden which contained very fine figs, appointed 2 watchmen for it, one of whom was blind, and the other had no feet. He who was without feet said to the one who was blind, I see in the garden fine figs. Take me on your shoulders, and I shall get them, and we shall consume them. He did so, and while on his shoulders he took them off, and both consumed them. And when the owner of the garden came and did not find the figs, and questioned them what became of them, the blind one answered, have I, then, eyes to see them, that you should suspect my taking them? And the lame one answered, have I, then, feet to go there? The owner then put the lame one on the shoulders of the one who was blind, and punished them together. So also. P. 272. The Holy One, blessed be he puts the soul in the body and punishes them together. As it reads, he will call to the heavens above, and to the earth beneath, to judge his people. To the heavens above means the soul, and, to the earth beneath means the body. Antoninus again questioned Rabbi, why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? And he answered, if it were contrariwise, you would also question the same. Rejoined Antoninus, I mean to say, why does he set in the west? And he answered, for the purpose of greeting with peace his Creator. Rejoined again Antoninus, let him then travel to half of the sky, greet the Creator, and set. This would harm the laborer, and those who are on the road. The same questioned again the same, at what time does the soul come into the body, at the moment of conception, or at the time the embryo is already formed? And the answer was, when it is already formed. Said Antoninus to him, is it possible that a piece of flesh shall keep 3 days or more without being salted, and it shall not become stinking? And therefore it must be said, at conception. Said Rabbi, this teaching I accepted from Antoninus, and a support to him is to be found in, and thy providence watched over my spirit. 1. Antoninus questioned Rabbi again, at what time does the evil spirit reach man? At the time the embryo is formed, when it comes out from the womb. And he was answered, at the time it is formed. Rejoined Antoninus, if so, the embryo would kick the entrails of the mother and go out, therefore it must be from the time it comes out. And Rabbi said, this teaching I received from Antoninus, and he is supported by General 4. 7. Sin lieth at the door. Resh Lakish proposes the following contradiction, it reads, then shall the lame leap as a hart, and the tongue of the dumb shall sing, and, among them the blind and the lame, the pregnant woman and she that. P. 273. Travaileth with child together. It must therefore be said, they will be restored with the blemishes they had in their life, and thereafter they will be cured. Ulla advanced another contradiction, it reads, he will destroy death to eternity, and the Lord Eternal will wipe away the tear from off all faces, and the shame of his people will he remove from off all the earth, for the Lord hath spoken it, and, there shall no more come thence an infant. For as a lad shall one die 100 years old. This presents no difficulty. The former speaks of Israel's self, and the latter of those concerning whom it reads, and strangers shall stand and feed your flocks, and the son of the alien shall be your ploughmen and your vintners. R. Hist also advanced a contradiction, it reads, and the moon shall be put to the blush and the sun be made ashamed, for the Lord of hosts will reign on Mount Zion, and the light of the moon shall be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be sevenfold, as the light of the 7 days. This presents no difficulty. The latter speaks of the time when the Messiah shall appear, and the former, of the world to come. And to Samuel, who maintains that there will be no difference between this time and the time of Messiah, except that Israel will no longer be under the dominion of foreigners, the explanation of these contradictory verses may be thus, that the latter speaks of the camp of the upright and the former of the camp of the glory of the Shekinah. Rabha propounded another contradiction, it reads, I make one die and I make one alive, and further on it reads, I wound and I heal? It means that the Holy One, blessed be he, says, all that I made to die shall I bring to life again, and thereafter shall I cure what was wounded. The rabbis taught, lest one say that the verse just cited means, I make one die and another one shall I bring to life, therefore it reads, I wound and I cure. As wounding and curing apply to one person only, the same is the case with death and life, they apply to one person. This is an answer to those who say that there is no hint in the Torah about resurrection. There is a Boraitha, our mayor said, it reads, then Moses and the children of Israel will sing this song. It does not read sang, but will sing. This is a hint of p. 274. Resurrection in the Torah. Similar to this is, then Joshua will build an altar. It does not read did build, but will build. This is also a hint of resurrection. However, this cannot be taken as a support, as the same expression is to be found in I Kings 11:7, and nevertheless it does not mean in the future, but in the past. R. Joshua b. Levi said, it reads, happy are they who dwell in thy house, they will be continually praising thee. It does not read praised thee in the past, but in the future. Hence it is a hint of resurrection. The same said again, he who sings to his Creator in this world will be rewarded by singing the same in the world to come, as the verse just cited reads. Hiabi. Abba in the name of our Yohanan said, it reads, the voice of thy watchmen they raise their voice, together shall they sing, for eye to eye shall they see, when the Lord returneth unto Zion. It does not read sung, in the past, but in the future. Hence it is a hint of resurrection. The same said again in the name of the same authority, in the future all the prophets together will sing a song of praise with one voice, as the verse just cited reads. R. Jehudah said in the name of Rabbi, he who hesitates in declaring a halakha to a disciple is considered as if he would rob him of the inheritance of his parents. For it reads, the law which Moses commanded us is the inheritance of the congregation of Israel. Hence the law is considered as an inheritance to all Israel since the creation of the world. R. Hanabi. Bizna in the name of our Simeon the pious said, he who hesitates in declaring a halakha to a disciple, even the embryos in the entrails of their mothers denounce him as it reads, him that withholdeth corn, the people one will denounce. And what is the reward for declaring such? Said Rabha in the name of our Shishate, he will be rewarded with the blessing with which Joseph was blessed, as the end of the verse cited reads, but blessing will be heaped upon the head of the one that selleth it, which means Joseph, as it reads, and Joseph, he was the governor over the land, he it was that sold corn to all the people. p. 275. R. Shishate said again, he who teaches the Torah in this world will be rewarded by teaching it in the world to come. As it reads, he that refresh it will do same in the future. One Rabha said, resurrection is hinted at in the Torah in, may Reuben live, and not die which means that he may live in this world, and not die in the world to come. Rabbana, however, maintains that it is hinted at in, and many of those that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to disgrace and everlasting abhorrence. And Rashi said, from, but thou, go toward the end, and thou shalt rest, and arise for thy lot at the end of the days. R. Eleazar said, a leader of a congregation, who leads them humbly, will be rewarded by leading the same in the world to come. As it reads, for he that hath mercy on them will lead them, and by springs of water will he guide them. The same said again, great is wisdom, as it was placed between two divine names. For a God of knowledge is the Lord. And he said again, great is the temple, as the word Mikdash is also placed between two divine names. R. Adabi. Karthina opposed, according to this theory revenge is also great, as it is also placed between two divine names. And he was answered, and it is in accordance with Ula. R. Eleazar said again, every man who possesses wisdom may consider himself as if the temple were built in his days, as both wisdom and temple are placed between two divine names. And he said again, a man who possesses true wisdom will finally become rich. As it reads, and thorough knowledge are chambers filled with all manner of precious and pleasant wealth. And he said again, he who does not possess any knowledge does not deserve that one should have mercy with him. As it reads, for it is not a people of understanding, therefore he that made it will not have mercy on it, and he that formed it will show it no favor. And he said again, he who feeds one who does not possess any. p. 276. knowledge, chastisement will be the reward for it. As it reads, they that eat thy bread have struck thee secretly a wound. There is no understanding in him. And he said again, such a man as has no knowledge will finally be exiled. As it reads, therefore are my people led into exile, for want of knowledge. One R. Jehuda said, exile atones for three things. As it reads, he that remaineth in the city shall die by the sword, or by the famine, or by the pestilence, but he that goeth out and runneth away to the Chaldeans that besiege you, shall remain alive, and his life shall be unto him as a booty. R. Yohanan, however, said, exiles atones for everything. As it reads, thus hath said the Lord, write ye down this man as childless, as a man that shall not prosper in his days, for no man of his seed shall succeed to sit upon the throne of David, and to rule any more in Judah. And in I Chronicles 3:17, it reads, and the sons of Jeconiah, Assur, Shealtiel his son. And there is a tradition that Assur, Shealtiel is one person, and was Nehemiah b. Chachaliah. And why was he called Assur? Because he was conceived in prison. R. Eleazar said, a house in which the words of the Torah are not heard in the nights will finally be burned. As it reads, entire darkness is laid by for his treasures, a fire not urged by blowing will consume him, it will destroy any one left in his tent. The Hebrew term for left is sharid. As it reads, among the remnant. And he said again, he who does not benefit scholars by his estate will never see a sign of blessing, as it reads, nothing was spared from his craving to eat, therefore shall his wealth not prosper. And from the same passage the same inferred that he who does not leave any bread after his meal will not see any blessing. But did not the same say elsewhere that he who left pieces of bread after his meal is considered as if he were to worship idols? This presents no difficulty. In the latter saying he means, after finishing the meal he puts a whole loaf on the table, which is prohibited. As it reads, that set out a table for the god of fortune and that fill for destiny the drink offering. On the p. 277. Former saying he speaks of leaving some crumbs of bread for the poor. The same said again, he who changes his word is considered as if he were to worship idols. As General XXVII. 12 reads, seem to him as a deceiver, and as in JX 15, they are vanity, the work of deception. And he said again, a man shall always be modest, but nevertheless shall be strong in his mind, so that he shall not be overruled by any one. Said Arzera, a hint of this is to be found in the following Mishnah, if there seems to be leprosy in a house which is dark, windows must not be opened for investigation. R. Tabi in the name of R. Joshua said, it reads, the nether world, and a barren womb, the earth which is not satisfied with water, and the fire which never saith, enough. What correspondence is there between the nether world and the womb? This is only to say that as the nature of the womb is, if something be brought in, to give it out, the same is the case with the nether world, it gives out what is brought in. And it is to be inferred by an a fortiori conclusion thus, a womb into which corpses are privately brought gives them out with much noise, the nether world, into which corpses are brought with much noise, so much the more shall they come out with great noise. And this may be an answer to those who say that resurrection is not hinted at in the Torah. The disciples of Elijah taught, the upright who will be restored in the future by the Holy One, blessed be he, will never return to dust. As it reads, and it shall come to pass that whoever is left in Zion, and he that remaineth in Jerusalem, shall be called holy, everyone that is written down into life in Jerusalem. And as the Holy One is forever, so also those who are mentioned in this verse will be forever. And lest one say, what will they do at the time the Holy One, blessed be he, shall renew his world, as it reads, and exalted shall be the Lord alone on that day. The upright in question will be supplied with wings similar to the wings of the eagles, and they will fly over the world. As it reads, therefore will we not fear when the earth is transformed, and when mountains are moved into the heart of seas. And lest one may say that they will be inflicted to this, it is written, Yet they that wait upon the Lord shall acquire new strength, they shall mount up with wings as eagles, they shall. P. 278. Run and not be weary, they shall walk and not become faint. But why not infer from the dead who were restored by Ezekiel, and who died again? He holds with him who says that in reality Ezekiel did not restore any dead at all, and the prophecy was only a parable for the Jewish nation that it would be restored again. And this is related in the following Boritha: the dead whom Ezekiel restored arose on their feet, sang a song, and died again. And what kind of a song was it? The Lord makes one die justly, and mercifully restores him. So R. Eliezer. R. Joshua said, the song was from Isam 2. 6, the Lord killeth, and maketh alive, he bringeth down to the grave, and bringeth up. R. Jehudah, however, said, really, it was only a parable. Said R. Nehemiah to him, if really, then it is not a parable, and if a parable, it is not really. Say, then, in reality it was a parable. R. Eliezer B. R. Jose the Galilean, however, said, the dead who were restored by Ezekiel went to the land of Israel, married, and brought forth sons and daughters. And R. Jehudah B. Bethera arose on his feet, saying, I myself am a descendant of them, and these are the phylacteries which I inherited from my grandfather, who told me that they were used by the restored. But who were the restored dead in question? Said Rabbi, they were the sons of Ephraim who erred concerning the promised time of redemption from Egypt. As it reads, and the sons of Ephraim, Shuthelach, and Bared his son, and Thocheth his son, and Eladah his son, and Thocheth his son, and Zabad his son, and Shuthelach his son, and Esair and Elad, whom the men of God that were born in that land slew. And Ephraim their father mourned many days, and his brethren came to comfort him. Samuel, however, said, they were the men who disbelieved in resurrection. As it reads, then said he unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, dried are our bones, and lost is our hope, we are quite cut off. R. Jeremiah B. Abba said, they were the bodies of men in whom there was no sap of any meritorious act. As it reads, O ye dry bones, hear ye the word of the Lord. And R. Itzhak of Nabhar said, they were the men who did what was mentioned in, so I went in and saw, and behold there was every form of creeping things, and cattle, abominations, and all the idols of the house of Israel, engraven upon the wall all round about. And it reads, and he caused me to pass by them all round about, etc. And R. Yohanan said, they were the dead of the P. 279. Valley of Dura, whom Nebuchadnezzar killed. This is what he said elsewhere, that from the river Achar to the city of Rabbath in the valley of Dura there were young men of Israel who were exiled by Nebuchadnezzar the wicked, who were so beautiful that there were none similar to them under the sun, and the women of Chaldea became sick when they looked upon them. The king then commanded to slay them all and to tread down their faces. The rabbis taught, at the time Nebuchadnezzar threw Chananiah, Mishael, and Azariah into the cauldron, the Holy One, blessed be he, told Ezekiel to go and restore the dead of the valley of Dura, and the vessels which were made from the bones of those who were slain by Nebuchadnezzar kicked him in the face. And to his question, what is the matter? He was told that the colleagues of those whom he had thrown into the cauldron were engaged in restoring the dead of the valley of Dura. He then said, his signs how great are they? And his wonders how mighty are they? His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and his rule is over every generation. Said R. Itzhak, may hot melted gold be put in the mouth of that wicked, for if an angel had not come and shut his mouth, he would have brought to shame all the songs and praises which were said by David in the Psalms. The rabbis taught, 6 miracles occurred on that day, the cauldron floated upwards, it broke, its foundation was crumbled by the heat, the golden image fell upon his face, men from 4 kingdoms were burned, and Ezekiel restored the dead in the valley of Dura. All of them are known tradition. Ally. However, concerning the men from the 4 kingdoms, there is to be found in the scripture, and King Nebuchadnezzar sent to assemble lieutenants, the superintendents, and the governors, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, those learned in the law, and all rulers of the provinces, and, there are certain Jewish men, etc., and further on it reads, and the lieutenants, superintendents, and governors, and the king's counselors, being assembled together, saw these men, etc. The disciples of our Eliezer b. Jacob taught, even at the time of danger one shall not change the dress belonging to his dignity. As it reads, then were these men bound in their mantles, etc. Said our Yohanan, upright men are greater than angels, as it reads. He answered and said, so, I see 4 men unbound, walking in the midst of the fire, and p. 280. There is no injury on them, and the appearance of the 4th is like a son of the gods. R. Tanhin b. Hananiah said, when Chananiah, Mishael, and Azariah came out of the cauldron, the nations came and kicked Israel in their faces, saying, Ye have such a God, and ye bowed yourself to the image. They immediately confessed, saying, Thine, O Lord, is the righteousness, but unto us belongeth the shame of face, as it is this day. R. Samuel b. Naaman, in the name of our Jonathan, said, it reads, I thought, I wish to climb up the palm tree, I wish to take hold of its boughs. I thought, I will take hold of the whole tree, but now I claim only one branch, that of Hananiah, etc. Our Yohanan said, it reads, I saw this night, and behold there was a man riding upon a red horse, etc. This night the Lord intended to plunge the whole world into night. Behold there was a man the Holy One, who is named, and he brought up Hadassah. And Deep Valley means Babylon. As is Sliv. 27 reads, that saith to the deep, be dry, and thy rivers will I dry up. Behind them were red immediately the red which were filled with anger became pale, and the red became white. Said our Papa, infer from this that if one sees a white horse in his dream, it is a good sign. But what became of Chananiah, Mishael, and Azariah after they came out of the cauldron? According to Rabbi, they died from an evil eye, and according to Samuel, they died in order not to bring further shame on Israel. Our Yohanan, however, said that they returned to Palestine, married, and begot children. As it reads, do but hear, O Joshua the high priest, thou and thy fellows that sit before thee, for men of wonder are they. And who were the men to whom wonder was done, if not Chananiah, etc.? But where was Daniel at the time that they were thrown into the cauldron? Said Rabbi, he went to dig a river in the city of Tiberias. And Samuel said, he was sent by Nebuchadnezzar to bring a certain kind of grass from Palestine, to build it in Babylon. And our Yohanan says, he was sent to bring swans from Alexander of Egypt. But was it? p. 281. Not said above by Tutus the physician that no swan left Alexandria without removal of the womb. He brought little ones, and the Egyptians were not aware that he took time for the purpose that they should multiply in Babylon. The rabbis taught, according to the advice of the following 3, Daniel went away before the affair of Chananiah, etc., happened, the Holy One, blessed be he, Daniel himself, and Nebuchadnezzar. The Holy One, for the reason that people should not say they were saved because of Daniel's good deeds. Daniel said, I shall go away that it shall not be done with me, as in Deuteronomy 3:25, the graven images of their gods shall ye burn with fire, and Nebuchadnezzar said, let Daniel go, in order that people shall not say I have burnt my God in fire. And whence do we know that Nebuchadnezzar worshipped him? From, then did King Nebuchadnezzar fall upon his face, and he bowed down to Daniel. It reads, thus hath said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, concerning Achab the son of Kolaiah, and of Zedekiah the son of Maaseiah, who prophesy unto you in my name falsehood. And a curse shall be derived from them for all the exiled of Judah who are in Babylon, saying, may the Lord make thee like Zedekiah and like Achab, whom the king of Babylon roasted in the fire. It does not read whom he burned, but whom he roasted. And our Yohanan in the name of our Simeon b. Yohai said, infer from this that they were roasted as people roast grain. It reads farther on, because they have done scandalous deeds in Israel, and have committed adultery with the wives of their neighbors. What had they done? They went to the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar. Achab said, The Lord has commanded me to tell thee that thou shalt listen to Zedekiah. And the latter said the same, that she should listen to Achab. And she went and told this to her father. To which he answered, It is known to me that their God abhors incest. When they shall come to you again, send them to me. She did so. And to the question of Nebuchadnezzar, Who told you to do so? They said, The Lord. But Chananiah and his colleagues told me that such a thing is prohibited. And they answered, We are also prophets as they are, and this command was given to us, of which they were not aware. Then said the king, I would try you as I did Chananiah and his colleagues. And to their claim, they were 3, and we are only 2, he gave. p. 282. Them the choice of any one they liked, who should be thrown with them into the cauldron. And they selected Jehoshua the high priest, thinking that his merit was so great that it would save them also. Jehoshua was then brought, and all 3 were thrown into the cauldron. They were burned, but Jehoshua was saved, only his garments were singed. And this is what it reads, And he showed me Jehoshua the high priest standing before the angel of the Lord. And the Lord said unto the accuser, The Lord rebuke thee, O accuser, etc. Satan said to him, I know that you are an upright man, but why did the fire affect your garments, which was not the case with Chananiah, Misal, and Azariah? And he answered, They were 3, and I 1. And to the question, Was not Abraham the patriarch also only 1 when he was thrown into the cauldron? He answered, With Abraham there were no wicked ones whom permission was given to the fire to affect, but with me were 2 wicked, and permission was given to the fire. And this is what people say, 2 dried pieces of charred wood burn the third which is wet. But why was he punished? Said our Papa, because his sons married such as were not fit to be the wives of priests, and he did not object, and this is meant by filthy garments, mentioned in the verse cited. R. Tanhun said, Bar Kippur lectured in Cyprius thus, it reads, These 6 barleys gave he unto me. How is to be understood 6 barleys? It cannot be meant literally, for would a man like Boaz give 6 grains of barley as a gift? And it also cannot be said measures of barley, as it is not customary for a woman to carry 6 measures. Therefore the 6 barleys were a hint that in the future 6 sons would come out from her, each of whom would be blessed with 6 blessings, viz., David, Messiah, Daniel, Chananiah, Misal, and Azariah. David, as it reads, then answered one of the servants, and said, Behold, I have seen a son of Jesse the Bethlehemite, who is skillful as a player and a mighty valiant man, and a man of war, and intelligent in speech and a person of good form, and the Lord is with him. Messiah, as it reads, and there shall rest upon him the Spirit of the Lord, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and of the fear of the Lord. Daniel, Chananiah, Misal, and Azariah, as it reads, lads in whom there should be no kind of blemish, but who should be. p. 283. Handsome in appearance, and intelligent in all wisdom and acquainted with knowledge, and understanding science, and such as should have the ability to serve in the king's palace, and that these should be taught the learning and the language of the Chaldeans. And whithersoever he turned himself, he caused terror, and about David it is written, in whatsoever he turned to be he was successful too, he was dejected, and began to be jealous. But whence do we know that it was Dog who said so? From, one of the servants the most distinguished of them and his name was Dog the Edomite, the chief of the herdsmen that belonged to Saul. Concerning the verse cited about Messiah, it reads also farther on Vahari who, From which our Alexandri infers that he is always overloaded with the divine commandments and chastisements resting upon him as Rehaim. And Rabha said, the term Vahari, who means smelling I.e., he judges by smelling. As farther on it reads, and not after the sight of the eyes shall ye judge, and not after the hearing of the ears. He judges with righteousness the poor and decides with equity for the suffering ones of the earth, and he shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips shall he slay the wicked. Hence, if not by the eye and not by the ear, it must be by smelling, and therefore the sages did not recognize Bar Kokhba, who claimed to be the Messiah and ruled. p. 284. 2.5 years, because he did not judge by smelling. And now concerning the verse cited about Chananiah, Misal, etc., that they had no blemish. Said Haman b. Hananiah, not even a scratch was to be found on their bodies. The ability to serve in the king's palace that they were able to restrain themselves from laughing, sleeping, and dreaming, and even from departing for one's necessity for fear of the king. It reads farther on, now there were among these, of the children of Judah, etc. According to our Eleazar, all of them were of the tribe of Judah, and according to Samuel b. Nahumani, Daniel only was of Judah, but Chananiah, Misal, and Azariah were of other tribes. It reads, I will indeed give unto them an everlasting name. Said Tanhun, Bar Kokhba lectured in Cyprius that this means the book of Daniel, which is named after him. 1. Let us see. All which is written in the book of Ezra was said by Nehemiah b. Chakhalyah. Why, then, was it not named after him? Said Nehemiah b. Abba, because he was proud of it. As it reads, remember for me, my God, for good, all that I have done for this people. But did not David also say similar to this, remember me, O Lord, when thou favorest thy people? This was said only as a prayer. Joseph said, the book was not named after him because he slandered the former governors. As it reads, former governors had made it heavy, had taken of them bread and wine, besides 40 shekels. And in this slander Daniel, who was greater than he, was also included, as he was of the former governors who made their exodus from Babylon a long time before Nehemiah. And whence do we know that Daniel was greater than he? From. And I, Daniel, saw alone this appearance, but the men that were with me did not see the appearance, nevertheless a great terror fell upon them, so that they fled to hide themselves. Who were these men? Said Jeremiah, and according to others, Ahiah b. Abba, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. In one respect he, p. 285, was better than they, for he saw the appearance, but they did not. And in another respect they were better than he, as they were prophets, while he was not. But why were they shocked when they saw nothing? Though they did not see it, their guardian angels did. Said Rabbinah, infer from this, that if a man is shocked, unaware of the cause, his guardian angel must be aware of it, and his remedy is stepping back 4 ells, or reading the portion of Shema. And if he stands in a dirty place, where it is not allowed to recite the portion of Shema Israel, he may say, the goats of the butcher are stronger than I. It reads, for promoting the increase of the government, and for peace without end, etc. Said Tanhun, Bar Kokhba lectured in Cyprius about this verse thus, why is the first word of this verse distinguished? In all other words, if a mem happens to be among its letters, if at the beginning or in the middle, it is an open one Hebrew m. Here, however, the mem, which is the second letter of this word, is closed Hebrew m, which is usually only at the end of a word. It is because the Holy One, blessed be he, was about to make Hiskiah the Messiah, and Sanherib who declared war against him as a substitute for Gog and Magog, the future nations who will declare war against the Messiah. Said the divine attribute of justice for him, Lord of the universe, David, the King of Israel, who recited before thee so many songs and praises, thou madest him not a Messiah, Hiskia, to whom thou hast done so many miracles, and he recited neither songs nor praises, shouldst thou make him a Messiah? And therefore the Mem was closed. The earth, however, opened her mouth and said, Lord of the universe, I will recite songs before thee instead of this upright, and thou, I pray thee, make him a Messiah. And she did so immediately, as it reads, From the edge of the earth have we heard songs, glory be to the righteous. And the governor of the world also said before him, O Lord of the universe, do, I pray thee, the desire of this upright. Then a heavenly voice was heard saying, It is my secret, it is my secret. To which the prophet exclaimed, Woe is me! Till what time will it be postponed? And the heavenly voice answered, Till the treacherous will have dealt treacherously. And Rabha, and according to others, Aritzhak, explained this, until disgrace after disgrace will have come upon Israel. It reads, the prophecy concerning Duma. Unto me one calleth out of Leir, watchman, what of the night? P. 286. Watchman, what of the night? Said Yohanan, the angel who rules the souls after their departure from this world, is named Duma. And the latter said that all spirits gathered themselves to him, questioning him, What said the watchman of the world about the exile which is equalized to night? And he answered, So said the watchman, the morning cometh, but previously will be a long, long night. If, however, ye desire to pray that he shall hasten it, try to do so by repenting of your sins, and coming again prepared for redemption. It was taught in the name of our Ppes, it is a shame for Hiskia and his associates not to have recited any song until the earth recited hers, as the verse from the edge of the earth, etc., cited above, reads. Similar to this it reads, Blessed be the Lord who hath delivered you. And it was taught also in the name of Ppes, it was a shame for Moses and the 600,000 Israelites with him who didn't say this benediction till Jethro came. It reads, Vai had Jethro, the Hebrew term had means to sharpen. And according to Rabbite, it means that he passed a sharp razor upon the flesh of his body. And according to Samuel it means that his whole body pained as if stuck with sharp needles. Said our Papa, this is what people say, one shall not dare to disgrace any heathen before a descendant of a proselyte, even if he is of the 10th generation. It reads, Therefore will the Lord, the Eternal of hosts, send forth among his Bemishmanov leanness. What is meant by the term Bemishmanov? The Lord said, Hiskia who has 8 names shall take revenge on Sanherib who also has 8 names. Hiskia's 8 names are enumerated in, For a child is born unto us, a son hath been given unto us, and the government is placed on his shoulders, and his name is Pele, Yiz, El-Jibor, Abi, Ad, Sar, Shalom. And concerning Sanherib it reads, Thiglash-Pileser, Pul, Pilmasur, Shulmanesur, Sargon and Asnapper, Rabha, v. Yakara. The name Hiskia is not counted, for he was named so because God strengthened him. And the name Sanherib is also not counted, for he was named so because he said vile words against heaven. Said Yohanan, why was he named Asnapper, the honored? P. 287. And the great? Because he did not speak evil of the land of Israel, as it reads. Until I come and take you away to a land like your own, etc. Rabbite and Samuel. According to one he was a clever king, because if he would have said that he would take them in a better land than theirs they would consider him a liar. And according to the other he was a fool, for what use could it be for them to go in a land which is not better than their own? To where did he exile the 10 tribes of Israel? According to Mar Sutra to Africa, and according to Arhanana to the mountains of Slug. However, the 10 tribes of Israel slander the land of Israel, for when they reached the city of Sus they said that it was like their own land. And when they came to the city of Elman they said that it is like our Elman. And when they reached the second Sus they said that it was much better than their own land. It reads, and under his glory shall be kindled. According to our Yohanan it means under his dress garments, as he used to call garments glory. Hence the body was burned, but not the garments. Our Elazar, however, maintains under his glory means under the flesh I.e., only the soul was burned as by the children of Aaron. There is a Boritha in the name of our Joshua b. Karha, Pharaoh who personally blasphemed heaven, was also punished by heaven. Sanherib, who blasphemed though a messenger, was also punished though a messenger. Concerning Pharaoh, it reads, And Pharaoh said, Who is the everlasting, whose voice I am to obey? And he was punished by heaven, as it reads, And the Lord overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea. And also, Thou didst pass along over the sea. Concerning Sanherib it reads, By thy messengers thou hast blasphemed the Lord. He was punished through a messenger, as it reads, And it came to pass that an angel of the Lord smote in the camp of the Assyrians, 185,000. R. Hananiah b. Papa propounded a contradiction from, I will enter into the height of its summit. I will enter into the lodgings of its summit. Thus thought Sanherib, I will first destroy the lower dwelling and thereafter the higher one. R. Jehoshua b. Levi said, it reads, Now am I come up without the Lord. P. 288. Against this place to destroy it? The Lord hath said to me, Go up against this land, and destroy it. What is it? He heard the prophet who said, Forasmuch as this people despiseth the waters of Shiloach that flow softly, and rejoice in Region and Remaliabu's son, etc. Said R. Joseph, Were it not for the translation of this verse into Chaldee, we would not understand its meaning. The translation is thus, because this people despised the kingdom of David, who ruled them gently like the waters of Shiloach which flow gently, and grew fond of Region and the son of Remaliabu. R. Yohanan said, it reads, The curse of the Lord is in the house of the wicked. Pekach b. Remaliabu, who used to consume 40 sauce of pigeon as a dessert. But the habitation of the righteous will he bless. Hiskiah, king of Judah, whose whole meal consisted of a liter of herbs. It reads, The king of Assyria. And he shall penetrate into Judah, over flood, and flood over, even to the neck shall he reach. Now as Sanherib acted in accordance with the prophecy, why then was he punished? The prophet prophesied concerning the 10 tribes, and he himself made up his mind to go to Jerusalem. Then came the prophet and said, And no fatigue him that oppresseth them. And R. Elazar b. Breakiah explained the passage thus, A people who are occupied with the study of the law will not be delivered over to their oppressor. In the first time, he made light of the land of Zebulun and of the land of Naphtali, and at the last he will deal hard, with the way by the sea, on the other side of the Jordan, the Galilee of the nations. Not like the first, who threw off the yoke of the Torah, but like the latter, who tolerated the heavy yoke of the Torah, and therefore deserved that a miracle should happen to them as happened to those who passed the Red Sea and to those who stepped over the Jordan. Hence if he will retract to turn away from Jerusalem, well and good, but if not, I will make him a shame among all other nations. It reads, After these things and veritable events came Sanherib the king of Assyria, and invaded Judah, and encamped against the fortified cities, and thought to break them open for himself. Is such a present given to the men of truth? And also what is meant by after? Said Rabbinah, it means after the Holy One, blessed be he, had sworn, saying, If I would tell Hiskiah that I will bring Sanherib, and p. 289. Deliver him in his hands, he would say I want neither to be scared nor to have him delivered to me. And therefore the Lord swore that he will bring him in, as it reads. Sworn hath the Lord of hosts, saying, Surely as I have purposed, so doth it come to pass, and as I have resolved, so shall it occur. To break Asshur in my own land, and upon my mountains will I tread him under foot, then shall his yoke be removed from off them, and his burden shall be removed from off their shoulders. Said R. Yohanan, the Holy One, blessed be he, said, Sanherib with his companions shall come and be made a crib for Hiskiah and his associates. It also reads, and it shall come to pass in that day, that his burden shall be removed from off thy shoulder, and his yoke from off thy neck, and the yoke shall be broken because of the fatness. Said Itzhak of Naphha, the yoke of Sanherib was broken because of the fats of Hiskiah which he used to kindle in the prayer house and in house of learning. He placed a sword on the gate of the house of learning as a sign that he who will not occupy himself with the Torah shall be slain by the sword. And thereafter a search was made from the city of Dan to the city of Beersheba, and there was not found one ignoramus among them. And also from the city of Gabeth to the city of Antiphras, and there was not found one who was not acquainted with the law of purification, even among the women and children. And to that generation it reads, and it shall come to pass on that day, that a man shall nourish one young cow and 2 sheep. And it shall come to pass on that day that every place, where there are 1,000 vines worth 1,000 silver shekels, shall be this shall be to briars and thorns, which means though the vine was so valuable it was left to briars and thorns because all of them occupied themselves with the study of the law. It reads, and your spoil shall be gathered as the cricket gathereth. The prophet said to Israel, gather your spoils. And to the question, shall each one gather for himself or shall it be divided into equal shares? The prophet answered, as the cricket gathereth, as the gathering of the cricket is each one for himself, so also shall be your gathering. And when they objected, saying, is there not among these the property of the 10 tribes which was robbed by the Assyrian? He answered, p. 290. So long as it was mingled among it, it is not considered the property of the 10 tribes. 1. R. Hunah said, 10 trips had the wicked made on that day, as it reads, he cometh to Ayath, he passeth on to Migron, at Michmash he layeth up his baggage, they go through the pass, they take up their lodgings at Geba, Ramah trembleth, Geba of Salfleet. Let thy voice resound, O daughter of Galim. Listen Laishah, O poor Anadhath. Madmanah is in motion, etc. Are there not enumerated more than 10 places? Verse 30. The prophet said to the assembly of Israel thus, those daughter of Galim means Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who performed divine commandments as numerous as the waves of the sea. Laishah means be not afraid of Laishah, which means Sanherib, but of Nebuchadnezzar, who is equalized to a lion, as it reads, the lion has come up from his thicket. O poor Anadhath! There will come a prophet from Anadhath, Jeremiah, who will prophesy the destruction of Jerusalem. As yet will be remain at Nob. What does this mean? Said Arhunah, there was one day more appointed for the punishment of the iniquity of Nob. And the astrologers told Sanherib that if he could reach Jerusalem on that day he would be victorious. He therefore hastened his march and made a journey of 10 days in one. And when he reached Jerusalem a ladder was made for him, upon which he ascended to view the whole city which was visible from that place. And it appeared to him very small, so that he exclaimed, is this the city of Jerusalem for which I have troubled all my forces? Is she not smaller and weaker than all the great cities and countries which I have besieged with my powerful arm? He nodded his head, and gestured with his hands over the mountain of the temple in Zion and over the court of the temple in Jerusalem. And as his army wanted to put their hands on Jerusalem immediately, he told them that they were at present too tired, but on the morrow every one of them should bring with him a piece of the wall which surrounds it. Concerning that night, however, it reads, and it came to pass, on that same night, that an angel of p. 291. The Lord smote of the Assyrians 185,000 men, and when the people arose early in the morning, behold they were all dead corpses. Said our Papa, this is what people say, if the judgment is postponed over one night, there is hope that it will be abolished entirely. It reads, and Yishbai at Nob, who was of the children of the Rapha, the weight of whose spear was 300 shekels of copper, he being girded with a new armor, thought to slay David. What is meant by Yishbai at Nob? Said Arjehuda in the name of Rabbite, it means that this happened because of that which was done to the city of Nob. The Lord said to David, How much longer will the iniquity of Nob rest upon thee? Thou caused the destruction of the priest's city of Nob. Thou caused the iniquity of Dog the Edomite, and through thee Saul and his 3 sons were killed. Now thou hast the choice of one of the following 2. Either thou shalt not leave any issue, or that thou couldst be delivered over to thy enemies. And he answered, Lord of the universe, it is better for me to be delivered over to the enemy than my descendants shall be destroyed. It happened then that David went to a village and the Satan appeared to him in the form of a ram. He shot an arrow at it, but it did not reach it. So he ran after it till he passed the border of the Philistines. And when Yishbai of Nob saw him he said, This is he who killed my brother Goliath. He bound him, gagged him, and put him under an olive press. However, a miracle occurred in that the earth under him became soft, and he was not killed. To this it is written, Thou enlargest my steps under me, so that my joints do not slip. That day was an eve of Sabbath. And Abishai b. Zeruiah used to wash his head with 4 pitchers of water, and spots of blood appeared on the water. According to others, a dove flew to him, flapped her wings as if in trouble. And he said the assembly of Israel is equalized to a dove. Hence it must be that David the king of Israel is in trouble. He went to David's house but did not find him there. And he said, I was taught, one must not ride on a king's horse, must not sit on his chair, etc. But how is it at the time of danger? He went to the college and questioned concerning it. To which he was answered that at the time of danger one may. Then he rode upon the king's mule and miraculously the earth jumped towards him. And while riding he saw p. 292. Arpa, the mother of Yishbai, sitting and spinning. When she saw him she broke the thread of her spindle and threw it at him with the intention of killing him. Then she said, Young man, hand me my spindle. And he took the spindle, threw it at her head, and she was killed. When Yishbai of Nob saw Abishai, he said, Now there are 2, and they will be able to kill me. He took David and threw him up high, and placed the point of his spear so that David should fall upon it, and be killed. And Abishai mentioned a certain holy name, through which David remained between the sky and the earth. Abishai then questioned David what he was doing there. And he narrated before him what the Lord told him and what his answer to it was. Said he to him, Reverse thy prayer. Thy grandson may go and sell wax, but thou thyself must not take any trouble upon thee. Rejoined David, If it must be so, then succor me to pray. For it reads, But Abishai the son of Zeruiah succored him. And Arjehuda, in the name of Rabbite, said that he succored him in prayer. Thereafter Abishai mentioned another holy name and took David up on the knees, and both ran away. And Yishbai ran after them. And when they reached the village of Cubi they thought, Let us stop here and fight him. However, they went to the village of Tri and said to themselves that 2 cubs of a lion are able to kill a big lion. When the fight began they said to him, Go back, and you will see that your mother is dead. And when he heard this he became weak, and then they killed him. And this is what is written. Then swore the men of David unto him, saying, Thou shalt go out no more with us to battle, that thou mayest not quench the lamp of Israel. The rabbis taught, to the following 3 the earth jumped, to Eliezer the servant of Abraham, to Jacob our father, and to Abishai b. Zeruiah, to the latter, as it was said above. To Eliezer the servant of Abraham, as it reads, And I came this day unto the well. This day means on the same day he went from home. To Jacob our father, as it reads, And Jacob went out from Beersheba and went towards Charan. And he vaifga upon a certain place and tarried there all night, because the sun p. 293 was set, etc. When he reached Charan he said, Is it right of me not to have prayer when I pass the place my parents passed? He resolved to return, and soon after his resolution the earth jumped and he met Bethel. And another explanation is that Vaifka means praying, as it reads, "But thou pray not thou in behalf of this people, nor lift up in their behalf entreaty or prayer, nor make an intercession to me, for I will not hear thee." And tarried there all night, etc. He wanted to return after he prayed, but the Holy One, blessed be he, however, said, "This upright came to my inn and he should go away without staying overnight." He made, therefore, the sun set immediately. And this is what it reads farther on, "And the sun rose unto him as he passed by Penuel." Does the sun only rise to him and not to the whole world? Therefore said R. Itzhak, it means the sun which has set for his sake has risen now for him. And whence do we know that David's children were destroyed? From 2 Kings 11. 1. And when Athaliah the mother of Achazion saw that her son was dead, she arose and destroyed all the seed royal. But did not Joash remain? There in the case of Nob also Abiathar remained, as it reads. And Jehudah said in the name of Rabbite, if from Achimelech's family there would not one have remained, there would not have remained from David's family a single soul. Jehudah in the name of Rabbite said, Sanherib the wicked, when he came to attack, brought with him 45,000 princes with their concubines in golden carriages, and 80,000 valiant men which were clothed in coats of mail, and 60,000 girded with swords, who ran before the army. And the remainder were riders. Similar to this army was the one that attacked Abraham. And such will come in the future with Gog and Magog. In Aborithah it was taught, the length of his camp was 400 parses, and the width of the necks of his horses were 40 parses. And the total of camp was 260,000, less one. Questioned Abai, what is meant by less one? Less 1,000, less 100, or less, one literally? The question was not decided. There is Aborithah, the first part of Sanherib's army passed the Jordan by swimming, as it reads, he shall penetrate into Judah, overflow, etc., the middle part standing on their feet, as it reads, even to the neck shall he reach. And by the last part that the dust whirled up by the tramping of their feet. And they found no water to drink, and they had to bring it from another place, as it reads, I have dug and drunk water. But is it not written that the angel smote only 185,000, and when they arose early in the morning they were all corpses? Said Arabohu, this enumerates only the officers of the army. Said Rabbinah, it seems to be so from, and the Lord sent an angel, who cut off every mighty man of valor and leader and captain in the camp of the king of Assyria, and when he returned with shame of face to his own land, he went into the house of his God, and that were come forth from his own bowels felled him there with the sword. With what did the angel smite them? Eliezer said, with his hand. As it reads. And Israel saw that great hand which the Lord had shown, i.e., that which will take revenge on Sanherib. And Jehoshua said, with the finger. As it reads, then said the magicians unto Pharaoh, this is a finger of God, this means the one which will take revenge on Sanherib. And Eliezer br Hosea the Galilean said, the Holy One, blessed be he, said to Gabriel, is thy sickle polished? And he answered, Lord of the universe, it is ready, polished, since the 6 days of the creation. As it reads, from the drawn sword, from the bent bow. Simeon b. Jacques said, that was the time when the fruit became ripe, and the Holy One said to Gabriel, when thou wilt go to make the fruit ripe, by the way, thou shalt attend to them. As it reads, for morning by morning shall it pass by day and by night, and the mere understanding of the report shall cause terror. Said our Papa, this is what people say, when thou passest by the door of thy enemy, look at it. According to others the angel blew into their nostrils till they died. As it reads, when he breathed upon them, they withered. Jeremiah b. Abba said, they died from the striking of his hands. As it reads, I will strike my hands together, and I will cause my fury to be assuaged. And Itzhak of Naphah said, he revealed their ears so that they hear the songs of the angel and become deaf from it. as it reads, when thou liftedst thyself up nations were scattered. And how many remained of them? According. p. 295. To Rabbite, 10, as it reads, and the rest of the trees of his forest shall be few in number, so that a boy may write them down. And what can a boy write a Hebrew Y which counts 10? And Samuel said, 9, as it reads, 2 or 3 berries on the top of the uppermost bough, 4 to 5 on the outmost branches of a fruitful tree. And Jehoshua b. Levi said, 14, as the just cited verse reads 2, 3, 4, 5. Yohanan, however, said, only 5, and they were Sanherib and his 2 sons, Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuzaradan. The latter is known by tradition, and concerning Nebuchadnezzar, it reads, and the appearance of the 4th is like a son of the gods, and if he would not have seen him first, how would he know how an angel looks? And concerning Sanherib, it reads, and it came to pass, as he was prostrating himself in the house of Nisroch his god, that Adramelech and Sharezer his son smite him. Abohu said, were it not for the following verse it would be impossible to believe. It reads, on the same day, will the Lord shave with the razor that is hired, from among those on the other side of the river, with the king of Assyria, the head and the hair of the feet, and also the beard shall it entirely remove. The Lord sent an angel, who appeared before Sanherib as an old man, and questioned him, when thou wilst return to the kings of the east and the west, whose sons thou broughtst with thee, and who were killed, what excuse canst thou give to them? And he answered, I myself am trembling about this. Canst thou advise me what to do? And he rejoined, go and change thyself that thou mayest not be recognized. And to the question how should this be done, he told him, bring me scissors and I will cut your hair off. And to the question where he shall take the scissors, he showed him a certain house, telling him to go there and that he will find what he needs. He went there, and found angels who had appeared before him as men, engaged in grinding the kernels of dates. And he asked them for a scissors. To which they answered, grind 1 kernel and thou wilt get it. He did so and got the requested scissors. But when he returned it grew dark, and he was told to bring light. And while carrying the light, the wind blew and caught his beard, and therefore he was compelled to cut off his hair and his beard. And this is what is written, and also the beard shall it entirely remove. When he went away he found a board from the ark of Noah. And he exclaimed, this is the great God, who saved Noah from the flood. I vow that if I will succeed in the future, I will sacrifice my 2 sons to him. This his sons heard, and therefore they killed him, and this is what is written in the above cited verse. It reads, and he divided himself against them, he and his servants by night, and smote them. Said Yohanan, the name of the angel who came to assist Abraham was Lajelha, as it reads, and the night when it was said, there hath been a male child conceived, etc. And Itzhak of Naphah said, the term Lajelha concerning Abraham means that the stars of the night assisted him in his war as they did in the war with Sisera, from heaven they fought, the stars in their courses fought against Sisera. Said Resh Lakish, the explanation of Naphah is better than that of the Bar Naphah. Yohanan said, when this upright reached the city of Dan he became weak, as he saw that in the future his children will worship idols in Dan, as it reads, and the other put he in Dan. And also this wicked did not feel strong until he reached Dan, as it reads, from Dan was heard the snorting of his horses. Zerah said, although Joshua b. Levi sent a message, in which among other things he said be careful with the children of the Gentiles, as it happens very often wisdom emanates from them, the following may be nevertheless proclaimed. It reads, righteous art thou, O Lord, that I could plead with thee, yet must I speak of justice with thee, wherefore is the way of the wicked happy? Do all those prosper that deal treacherously? Thou hast planted them, they have also taken root, they grow, they also bring forth fruit, thou art near in their mouth, and far from their mind. And he was answered, If thou hast run with the footmen, and they have wearied thee, how then canst thou contend with the horses? And if in the land of peace, thou trusted, how then wilt thou do in the swelling of the Jordan? As a parable to this is, one who proclaims that he is able to run 3 parses in front of p. 297 horses in the swamps. And a pedestrian happened to say to him that he is able to do the same. And he tried to run in front of him 3 miles and became tired. And then he said, if you become tired by running in front of me, how much the more in front of horses? If only from 3 miles, how much the more from 3 parses? If you become tired on dry land, how much the more would you become so in the swamps? Similar to this was it said to Jeremiah. Thou art wondering that I have rewarded that wicked for the 4 steps he was running for the sake of my glory, how much more will you wonder when I will come to pay the reward of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who used to run for me like horses? And this is what is written, too. The prophets broken is my heart within me, all my bones shake, I am like a drunken man, because of the Lord, and because of his holy words. But what 4 steps are meant? Those of, at that time sent Merodach-Baladan, the son of Baladan, the king of Babylon, letters and presents to Hezekiah, for he had heard that he had been sick, and was becoming strong again. And to this it reads also. And in the same manner in the business of the ambassadors, who sent unto him to inquire concerning the wonder that had happened in the land. What Yohanan said, that the day on which Achaz died consisted of only 2 hours. And when Hezekiah became sick and thereafter recovered, the Holy One, blessed be he, returned the 10 hours to that day, as it reads, Behold, I will cause the shadow of the degrees, which is gone down on the dial of Achaz by the sun, to return backward 10 degrees. So the sun returned 10 degrees, by the degrees which he was gone down. Merodach-Baladan then questioned why that day is so long. And he was told, because Hezekiah was sick and recovered. He said then, if there is such a man, must he not be greeted? Write him a letter of greeting. And they wrote, Peace to the king Hezekiah, peace to the city of Jerusalem, and peace to the great God. At that time Nebuchadnezzar was Merodach's scribe. But this letter was written in his absence. When he returned and heard of this, he asked them what they wrote. And they told him so and so. And he exclaimed, Ye named him the great God, and greet him at the end. It ought to have been written, Peace to the great God, peace to the city of Jerusalem, and peace to Hezekiah. And they told him that the dictator of the letter, p. 298, should be the messenger. He then ran after the messenger to make him return. But after he ran 4 steps Gabriel came and stopped him. And Yohanan said, if Gabriel would not have stopped there would be no remedy for the people of Israel. What does the term Ben Baladan mean? It was said that Merodach's father was a king whose appearance was changed to that of a dog. And his son Baladan sat on the throne. And when he used to sign his name he did so in conjunction with his father's for the sake of his honor. And to this it reads, a son honoreth his father, and a servant his master. A son honoreth his father, as just mentioned, and a servant his master, as in, and in the 5th month on the 10th day of the month, which was the 19th year of King Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, came Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, served the king of Babylon, unto Jerusalem. And he burnt the house of the Lord, etc. But was Nebuchadnezzar, indeed, at that time in Jerusalem? Is it not written, and Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, took these, and conducted them to the king of Babylon to Riblah? And Arabohu said that Riblah is identical with Atakia? Arhista and Aritzhakbi. Abudimi, one said that the image of Nebuchadnezzar was engraved on his carriage, and the other that the fear of Nebuchadnezzar rested upon Nebuzaradan, so that it always appeared to him that he was standing by him. Rabha said, 300 mules loaded with iron saws which cut iron were given to Nebuzaradan by Nebuchadnezzar while going to attack Jerusalem. And all of them were broken at one gate of Jerusalem, as it reads, and now they hew in pieces the carver work thereof altogether with hatchets and hammers. Seeing this he thought to return, but a heavenly voice was heard, Jumper, the son of a jumper, O Nebuzaradan, jump now, and thou willst succeed, as the time for the destruction of the sanctuary and for the burning of the temple has arrived. And one saw remained with him, and with it he struck the gate, and it opened, as it reads, is known as one that lifteth up high axes against the thickets of a forest. Then he slew every one coming under his hand till he reached the temple and kindled it. However, the temple wanted to fly away, but it was prevented by heaven and was trodden down, as it reads, a winepress hath the Lord trodden over the Virgin, the daughter of p. 299. Judah. Nebuzaradan became proud of all this, and a heavenly voice was heard saying, You slew a killed nation, a burnt temple have you burned, grind flour have you grind, as it reads, Take the mill and grind meal, uncover thy locks, lift up the train, uncover the thigh, pass over the rivers. It does not read and grind wheat, but grind meal. He then saw the blood of Zechariah the prophet, which was boiling. He asked, What is it? And he was told that it is blood of sacrifice which was spilled. And he said, I will bring such blood and see if it will be similar. He did so, but it didn't correspond. Said he to them, Reveal to me the secret, for if not I will scratch your flesh with iron combs. They told him then that it was that of a priest and prophet, who had prophesied the destruction of the temple and was slain. Said be to them, I will reconcile him. He slew the rabbis over his blood, but it didn't become quiet. He brought then the little school children, slew them, and it didn't affect. He slew then the young priest over it, and it didn't cease to boil. He slew then altogether 940,000, and still the blood did not rest. He approached the blood, saying, Zechariah, the best of thy people I slew, dost thou want that I shall slay all of them? And the blood immediately rested. He then repented, thinking they had suffered so much only for one person. I who have shed so much blood, how much will I have to suffer? He then ran away, sent his will to his house, and became a proselyte. The rabbis taught, Naamanese proselytism was only to perform the 7 commandments given to the descendants of Noah. Nebuzaradan, however, was a true proselyte. From the descendants of Sisera were such who studied the law in Jerusalem, and from the descendants of Sanherib were such who taught the Torah among a majority of Israelites, and they are Shmaiah and Abtaliah. From the descendants of Haman were such who learned the Torah in the city Bnei Brak. And even the descendants of Nebuchadnezzar, the Holy One, blessed be he, thought to enter them under the wings of the Shekinah. But the angels prayed before him, Lord of the universe, he who has destroyed your house, burned your temple, shouldst thou enter him under the wings of the Shekinah? And this is what reads, We would have healed Babylon, but she was not healed. And Ulla said this means Nebuchadnezzar. Samuel b. Nahman, however, said, it means the waters along the palms of Babylonia. p. 300. Ulla said, Ammon and Moab were the 2 bad neighbors of Jerusalem, and when they heard the prophets prophesying the destruction of same, they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, Come up, and to his answer that he is afraid that they will do to him as they have done with their former enemies, they said to him, For the man is not in his house, and by the man is meant the Lord. He, however, sent to them, he is near to them, and will return. They sent again to him, he is gone on a journey a great way off. Nebuchadnezzar, however, sent to them, I am aware that among them are upright, who will pray for them to him and he will return, and they answered, The bag of money hath he taken with him, and by a bag of money, the upright are meant, as it reads, So I bought me such a one for 15 pieces of silver, etc. He sent again, The wicked of them will repent, pray, and will be listened to. And they answered, He has already appointed a time for repenting, as it reads, By the day of Kesa only will he return, and the term Kesa means an appointed time, as it reads, Blow on the new moon, the cornet at the time appointed on the day of our feast. He, however, sent to them, It is winter, and I cannot come up because of snow and rain. And they sent to him, The mountains will protect thee, as it reads, Send ye the lambs of the ruler of the land from Selah, through the wilderness unto the mount of the daughter of Zion. He sent to them, When I will arrive there I will have no place to reside. And they answered, Their graves are better than your palaces, as it reads, At that time, saith the Lord, shall they bring out the bones of the kings of Judah, and the bones of the princes, and the bones of the priests, and the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, out of their graves. And they shall spread them out before the sun, and the moon and all the hosts of heaven, which they have loved, and which they have served, and after which they have walked. Naaman said to Itzhak, Have you heard when the fallen sun will come? And to the question, Who is it? He answered, The Messiah. And the Messiah you call the fallen sun? And he said, Yea, for it reads, On that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David, which is fallen. And he answered, Thus said Yohanan, In the generation in which the son of David will come scholarly men will decrease, and p. 301. By the remainder their eyes will protrude from sighing and sorrow, many chastisements and many evil decrees will be renewed, one will not cease as yet, while another will have come. The rabbis taught, in this Sabbatic period in which the Son of David will appear in the first year there will be fulfilled what is written, And I caused it to rain upon one city, and upon another city I caused it not to rain. In the second year, arrows of famine will be sent. In the third, a great famine, from which men, women, and children, pious men and men of good deeds will die, and the Torah will be forgotten by their scholars. In the fourth there will be abundance, and not abundance. In the fifth there will be great abundance, and the people will eat, drink, and enjoy themselves, and the Torah will return to her scholars. In the sixth, voices will be heard saying that the Messiah is near. In the seventh, war will be, and at the end of the seventh, Ben David will come. Said Joseph, Were there not many sabbatical periods which were like this, but still he did not come? Said Abai, Were then the above-mentioned voices heard in the sixth? And was there in the seventh war? And secondly, has it then happened in the same order as said above? There is a Boraitha. Jehudah said, The generation in which the son of David will come, the houses of assembly will be converted into houses of prostitution. Galilee will be destroyed. The place called Gablon will be astonished. Men of the borders of Palestine will travel from one city to another, but will find no favor. The wisdom of the scribes will be corrupted. Men fearing sin will be hated. The leaders of that generation will have the nature of dogs. And truth will be missing, as it reads, and thus is the truth missing. What does this mean? It was said in the college that it passes away like flocks. 1. And he that departeth from evil is regarded as foolish. Said the school of Shelah, he who turns away from evil is regarded as foolish in the eyes of the people. Said Rabha, previously I thought there is no truth in the whole world. However, I met thereafter a certain rabbi named Tubuth, according to others Artibamai, and if the whole world filled with gold would be given to him, he would not change his word or tell a lie. It happened once that he came to a city named Kushta. And the inhabitants of p. 302. That city would not change their word, and it never happened that one should die an untimely death. And he married one of its inhabitants, and she bore him 2 children. It happened once that his wife washed her head and a female neighbor came to ask for her, and he thought that it was not nice to say that she is washing her head, and therefore said that she is out. And the 2 children died. And when the inhabitants came to ask him what was the reason that such an unusual thing happened to him, he told them the truth. And they requested him to move away from their city in order not to cause untimely death. Nehuriah taught, the generation in which the son of David will come, young men will make pale the faces of the old, old men will rise before youth, a daughter will rebel against her mother, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, the leaders of the generation will have the nature of dogs, and a son will not be ashamed when his father reproaches him. There is a Boritha, our Nehemiah said, the generation in which Ben-David will come, insolence will increase, an evil man will be honored, respect will be missed, the vine will give forth its fruit abundantly, wine, however, will be dear, and all the governments will be turned over to Manath, and no preaching will avail. And this is a support to our Itzhak, who said that Ben-David will not come unless all governments will be turned over to Manath. Where is to be found a hint to this in the scripture? It is all turned white, he is clean. The rabbis taught, it reads, for the Lord will espouse the cause of his people, and bethink himself concerning his servants, when he seeth that their power is gone, and the guarded and fortified are no more. Ben-David will not come until the denouncers will increase. According to others, unless the disciples will decrease, and still according to others, until the pockets will be empty of a peruther. And some others also say unless they will renounce their hope to be redeemed. And this is as Arzero found the rabbis occupying themselves with the question of the Messiah. And he told them, I beg you do not make the thing further than it is, as there is a Boritha that the following three come suddenly after renouncing all hope for them, viz., the Messiah, found and abide of a serpent. Arkdina said, for 6,000 years the world will continue, and in the seventh it will be destroyed. As it reads, and exalted shall be the Lord alone, on that day. P 303. Abai, however, said 2,000 will be destroyed, as it reads. He will revive us after 2 days. There is a Boritha in accordance with Arkdina, as in the Sabbatic period, the seventh year is a release, so will it be with the whole world that 1,000 years after 6 will be a release, as above cited verse and, a psalm or song for the Sabbath day, which means the day which will be all Sabbath. And as, for 1,000 years are in thy eyes but as the yesterday when it is past. The disciples of Elijah taught, the world will continue for 6,000 years, the first 2,000 of which were a chaos, the second 2,000 were of wisdom, and the third 2,000 are the days of the Messiah, and because of our sins many, many years of these have elapsed, and still he has not come. Elijah said to Jehudah, the brother of Salah the pious, the world will continue for no less than 85 Jubilite periods, and in the last Jubilite period Ben-David will come. And to the question, at its beginning or at its end? He answered, I don't know. Has this passed already, or will it come? He also answered, I don't know. Rashi, however, said, Elijah told him thus, until the above-mentioned time will pass you shall not have any hope for him. But after that time, you may hope. R. Hanan b. Taliphah sent a message to Joseph, I met a man who possessed scrolls written in Assyrian characters and in the holy language. And to my question from where he got it, he answered, I hired myself to the Persian army, and among the treasures of Persia I found it. And it was written therein that after 2,291 years of the creation, the world will remain an orphan, many years will be the war of Wales, and many more years will be the war of Gog and Magog, and the remainder will be the days of the Messiah. But the Holy One, blessed be he, will not renew the world before 7,000 have elapsed. And Ahabi Rabha said, after 5,000 years from today. There is a Boritha, Nation said, the following passages bore a hole to the depth, viz., for there is yet a vision for the appointed time, and it speaketh of the end, and it will not deceive, though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not be delayed. It is not as our masters lectured about this from p. 304. And they will be given up into his hand until a time and times and half a time. And not in accordance with our Simle, who used lecture about this form. Thou feedest them with the bread of tears, and givest them tears to drink in great measure. And also not in accordance with our Akaba, who used to lecture about this from, for thus said the Lord. Yet one thing more, it is but little, when I will cause to quake the heavens and the earth, and the sea, and the dry land. But the first kingdom was of 70 years, the second of 52, and the kingdom of Bar Kokhba 2.5 years. 1. What does the verse speak of the end to mean? Said our Samuel b. Nahman, in the name of our Jonathan, blown out shall be the souls of those who are sitting and appointing times for the arrival of the Messiah. Because they usually err, and when the appointed time comes and the Messiah does not appear, they say that he will not come any more. But everyone has to wait for him, as it reads, wait for him, because he will surely come. And lest one say, we are awaiting but he does not wait, therefore it reads, and therefore will the Lord wait, to be gracious unto you, and therefore will he exalt himself, to have mercy upon you. But if he and we are awaiting, who prevents him to come? The divine attribute prevents. But if so, what is the use of our waiting? To receive reward for waiting, as the cited verse ends, happy are those that wait for him. Abai said, there are no less than 36 upright in every generation who receive the appearance of the Shekinah. Is this so? Did not Rabha say that the row in front of the Holy One, blessed be he, contains 18,000 parses, as it reads, all around it shall be 18,000 rods. This presents no difficulty. Abai speaks of those who are looking in a specular ray, which gives the right light. And Rabha speaks of those who are looking in such, which does not give the right light. But are there, indeed, so many? Did not our Simeon b. Jacques say, I see the very greatest men in the world are very few, etc. This presents no difficulty. Our Simeon b. Jacques speaks of those who may enter without permission, and Rabha speaks of those who must have. p. 305. Permission. Said Rabbi, all the appointed times for the appearance of the Messiah have already ceased. And it depends only on repentance and good deeds. Samuel, however, said, it is sufficient for the mourner to remain with his own sorrow, and on this point the following Tannim differ. Our Eliezer said, if the people of Israel will repent they will be redeemed, but not otherwise. Said Jehoshua to him, according to you, if they will not repent they will not be redeemed at all. The Holy One, blessed be he, will appoint, for this purpose, a king whose decrees concerning Israel will be as severe as Haman's were. And this will bring them back to the better side, and they will repent. There is another Boritha, our Eliezer said, if the people of Israel will repent they will be redeemed, as it reads, return, O backsliding children, I will heal your backslidings. Said our Jehoshua to him, is it not written, for thus hath said the Lord, for naught were you sold, and without silver shall ye be redeemed, i.e., for naught were you sold to the idolaters, and not because of repentance and good deeds will you be redeemed. Rejoined our Eliezer, but does it not read, return unto me, and I will return unto you, said the Lord? Rejoined he, does it not read, for I am become your husband, and I will take you one of a city and two of a family, and bring you to Zion? Said our Eliezer again, it reads, in repose and rest shall ye be helped. And our Jehoshua answered, I call your attention to, thus hath said the Lord, the Redeemer of Israel, his Holy One, to him who is despised by men, to him who is abhorred by nations, to the servants of rulers, kings shall see it and rise up, princes, and they shall prostrate themselves, for the sake of the Lord who is faithful. And our Eliezer rejoined, to this it is written, if thou wilt return, O Israel, saith the Lord, unto me, must thou return. Said our Jehoshua to him, I call your attention to, then heard I the man clothed in linen, who was above the waters of the stream, and he lifted up his right hand and his left hand unto the heavens, and swore by the ever-living one that after a time, times and a half, and when there shall be an end to the crushing of the power of the holy people, all these things shall be ended. And our Eliezer, p. 306, kept silent. Said Rabha, the appointed time for the Messiah cannot be more revealed than in this passage, as it reads, but ye, O mountains of Israel, ye shall send forth your boughs, and your fruits shall ye bear for my people Israel. Our Eleazar said also for before those days, there was no reward for man, nor any reward for beast, and for him that went out or came in there was no peace, because of the oppressor. What do the last words in this passage mean? Said Rabbi, also the scholars, of whom it reads, abundant peace have they who love thy law, will also have no peace from the oppressor. Samuel, however, said, the cited verse means the Messiah will not come until high prices will be for all articles of life. Our Hananiah said, the son of David will not come unless even a piece of fish will be sought for a sick one and it will not be found, as it reads, then will I make clear their waters, and cause their rivers to flow like oil. And it reads also, on that day will I cause to grow a horn for the house of Israel, and unto thee will I open the mouth in the midst of them. 1 Our Hananiah. Hananiah said, Ben David will not appear unless every office of the government, even the least one will be removed from the children of Israel, as it reads, he will both cut off the tendrils with pruning knives, and the sprigs will he remove and cut down. And thereafter it reads, at that time shall be brought as a present unto the Lord of hosts a people pulled and torn. And Zerah, in the name of our Hananiah, said, Ben David will not come until the haughty men of Israel will cease to be, as it reads. For then will I remove out of the midst of thee, those that rejoice in thy pride, and thou shalt never more be haughty again on my holy mount. And thereafter it reads, I will leave remaining in the midst of thee an humble and poor people, and they shall trust in the name of the Lord. Our Simlai said, in the name of our Eleazar b. Simeon, Ben David will not come unless there will cease to be judges and officers of Israel, as it reads, and I will turn my hand against thee, and I purge away as with lye thy dross, and remove all thy tin. And I will restore thy judges as at first, and thy counselors as at the beginning, etc. Sedula, Jerusalem will not be redeemed but by charity, as p. 307. It reads, Zion shall be redeemed through justice, and her converts through Zedah. Said our Papa, when insolence shall cease to be in Israel, the Magus of the Persians who causes much trouble will also cease to be, as it reads, and purge away as with lye thy dross, and remove all thy tin. When judges of Israel will cease to be, the brutal executions of the Persian court servants will be abolished, as it reads, the Lord hath removed Mishoftaka, he hath cleared away thy enemy. Our Yohanan said, when you see that wisdom decreases continually from a generation, you may hope for the Messiah, as it reads, and the afflicted people thou wilt save. And he said again, if you see chastisements and evils are increasing in a generation like the waters of the rivers, await the Messiah, as, for there shall come distress like a stream. And the next verse reads, but unto Zion shall come the Redeemer. He said again, Ben David will appear either in a generation in which all will be upright or in one in which all shall be wicked. All upright, and thy people they all will be righteous, for ever shall they possess the land. And all wicked, and he saw that there was no man, and wondered that there was no intercessor. And, for my own sake, will I do it. R. Alexandri said, Jehoshua b. Levi propounded a contradiction, it reads, I the Lord will hasten it in its time. Hasten and in its time contradict each other. And the answer was that if they will be worthy I will hasten it, and if not, they must wait till the right time will come. The same said again that the same authority propounded another contradiction behold with the clouds of heaven came one like a son of man, lowly and riding upon an ass. And the answer was, if they will be worthy he will come with the clouds of heaven, and if not, he will come upon an ass. The king Saber said to Samuel, you say that your Messiah will come upon an ass, let me send him the best horse of my stable. And he answered him, do you then possess a horse of 100 colors as the ass of the Messiah? R. Jehoshua b. Levi met Elijah standing at the gate of the cave of R. Simeon b. Jacques and asked him if he will have a share in p. 308. The world to come. And he answered, if it will be the will of this Lord. Said Jehoshua, 2 persons have I seen and the voice of the third have I heard. One I questioned him further when the Messiah will appear. And he answered, Go and ask him himself. But where is he to be found? At the gate of Rome, among poor people inflicted with wounds. And how can I recognize him? All the inflicted poor open the bandages of all their wounds, fix all of them and then dress them. And he opens one bandage, fixes the wound and dresses it, and then goes on to the next one, for the reason that perhaps he will be cold and there will be a delay till all the wounds are dressed. Jehoshua went to him, and when he met him he said, Peace be to thee, my master and teacher. And he answered, Peace be with thee, son of Levi. And to Jehoshua's question, When will the master appear? He answered, This day. When Jehoshua met Elijah again, the latter questioned him as to what the Messiah said to him. And he said, Peace be with thee, son of Levi. Said Elijah, He assured you of a share for thyself and for thy father in the world to come. Rejoined Jehoshua, He made a fool of me by saying that he will come this day. And Elijah answered, The expression this day means as in ye this day, if you will hearken to his voice. The disciples of Hosea Kisma questioned him when the son of David will appear. And he answered, I am afraid you will request from me a sign. And they assured him that they would not. He then said to them, When this gate will fall, be rebuilt and fall again, be rebuilt again and fall again. And before it will be rebuilt for the third time the Messiah will appear. The disciples then said, Our master, give us a sign. Have you not promised that you will not ask of me for any sign? They answered, Nevertheless we would like to have it. And he said, If it is as I say, the spring of the cave of Panias shall be converted into blood. And so it happened. While dying he said to his disciples, Put my coffin very deep into the earth, for there will not be one tree in Babylon to which a horse of the Persians will not be tied. And there will not remain one coffin in the land of Israel from which the horses of the Moabites will not eat straw. Rabbi said, Ben David will not arrive until Rome shall have dominated over Israel 9 months. Said Ulla, Messiah may appear in the near future, I, however, wish not to see him. And the same said Rabbah. Joseph, however, said, I pray for his coming in my days, and that I shall have the preference to sit in the shadow of his ass. Said Abai to Rabbah, Why does the master not wish to see the Messiah? Is it because of the lot which will be at that time? Is there not a Boritha that the disciples of Eleazar questioned him, What may one do to be saved from the lot of the Messiah? And he answered, He shall occupy himself with the Torah and with bestowing favors to the people, and you, master, are doing both. Why then are you afraid? And he answered, Perhaps sin will cause me to suffer by the lot. And this is in accordance with our Jacob b. Ed, who propounded the following contradiction. It reads, And, behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee, whithersoever thou goest. And, then Jacob was greatly afraid, and he felt distressed. Hence after he was promised by the Lord, he was still afraid? And the answer was that he was afraid perhaps his sins caused what happened, as we have learned in the following Boritha. It reads, Till thy people pass over -i.e, their first coming to Palestine, till this people pass over -i.e, their second coming to Palestine from Babylon, from which we may infer that the second coming ought to be equal in miracles with the first. And why did not miracles occur at the second coming? Because of their sins. Yohanan also said, The Messiah may come, but I shall not see him. Said Resh Lakish to him, What is your reason? Is it because of, as if a man were to flee from a lion, and a bear should meet him, and he enter into the house, and lean his hand against the wall, and a serpent should bite him? Come, and I will show you a similarity to this in the world at this time. E.g., one is going to his field and a bailiff meets him, is this not equal as if a lion should meet him? And when he enters the city a collector from the government meets him, is this not equal as if a bear should meet him? And when he enters his house and finds his sons and daughters starving, is this not equal as if a serpent would bite him? It must then be because of, ask ye now, and see whether a male doth give birth to a child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins as a woman in giving birth? And why are all faces turned pale? p. 310. What is meant by I see every Gebher? Said Rabbi. It's hack in the name of Rabbite, him from whom all the strength comes. And what is meant by all faces turned pale? Said Yohanan, the heavenly household and the household of the earth, as at the time the Holy One, blessed be he, said, both Israel and the nations are my work, why then should I destroy the one for the other? Said our Papa, this is what people say, if the ox which is liked by the owner falls while going on his way, and he is compelled to substitute for it a horse which he does not like very much, when the ox, however, becomes better it is difficult for him to remove the horse because of the ox. 1. R. Giddel said in the name of Rabbite, the years of abundance in the time of the Messiah, will benefit Israel. Said R. Joseph, is this not self-evident? Who else then should have benefit from them, Hilek and Bilek? This was said by him in order to deny R. Hillel's theory, who said farther on, that Israel has no more to wait for a Messiah, as they have consumed him already at the time of Hezekiah. Said Rabbite, the world is created only for such men as David. And Samuel said, for such men as Moses. And R. Yohanan said, for such men as the Messiah. But what is his name? The disciples of R. Shelah said, Shelah is his name, as it reads, until Shelah will come. The disciples of R. Janna said Jinon is his name, as it reads, in the presence of the Son, Jinon is his name. And the disciples of R. Hananiah said, Hananiah is his name, as, so that I will not grant you Hananiah. According to others, Menachem b. Hiskia is his name as in, for from me in Menachem that should refresh my soul. And the rabbis said, the sufferer of the house of Rabbi is his name, as, but only our diseases did he bear himself, and our pains he carried, while we indeed esteemed him stricken, smitten of God and afflicted. Said R.N. Ahman, if Messiah is among the living he is a man like myself, of whom it reads, and their leader shall be of themselves, and their ruler shall proceed from the midst of them. Said Rabbite, if he is among the living it is our holy Rabbi, and if he was from the death it was Daniel. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, in the future the Holy One, blessed be he, will create for them. p. 311. Another David, as it reads, and David their king, whom I will raise up unto them. It does not read I raised, but I will raise. Said our Papa to Abai, does it not read, David my servant shall be prince unto them forever? As it is now a Caesar and a half Caesar. R. Simle lectured, it reads, woe unto you that long for the day of the Lord. For what do you wish the day of the Lord? It is darkness and not of light. It is similar to a cock and a bat who were waiting for light. The cock said to the bat, I look out for the light, because the light is mine, but for what purpose do you wait for it? And this is what Amin said to Arabushu, when will your Messiah appear? When your people will be surrounded with darkness. Rejoined the men, do you caution me? And he answered, no, but reads, for behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and a gross darkness the people, but over thee will shine forth the Lord, and his glory will be seen over thee. There is a Boritha, our Eliezer said, 40 years will be the days of the Messiah. As it reads, 40 years long did I feel loathing on this generation. R. Eliezer b. Azariah said, 70 years, as, 70 years like the days of one king. By one king the Messiah is meant. Rabbi, however, said, it will continue 3 generations, as they shall fear thee, as long as the sun shineth, and in the presence of the moon throughout all generations. R. Hillel, however, said, there is no more any Messiah for Israel, as they have consumed him already in the days of Hiskia. Said R. Joseph, may the Lord forgive our Hillel. Hiskiah was at the time of the first temple, and Zechariah prophesied at the time of the second temple, and said, Be greatly glad, O daughter of Zion, shout, O daughter of Jerusalem. Behold, thy king will come unto thee, righteous and victorious is he lowly, and riding upon an ass, and upon a colt the foal of a she-ass. There is another Boritha, the days of the Messiah are 40 years, as it reads. And he afflicted thee, and suffered thee to hunger, and cause us to rejoice as many days as those wherein thou hast afflicted us, hence, as their journey in the desert was 40 years, so long will be the days of the Messiah, so our Eliezer. Ardusa, however, said, 400 years, as in, and they will afflict them 400 years. And as the above cited verse reads, to rejoice as many days as thou afflicted us, hence it is 4. P 312. 100 years. Rabbi said, 365 years, according to the days of the year when counted after the sun, as, for the days of vengeance was in my heart, and the year of my Redeemer was come. What is meant, the day of vengeance is in my heart? Said Ar Yohanan, I revealed it to my heart, but not to any other member of my body. And Ar Simeon b. Lachish said, I revealed it to my heart, but not to the angels. Abimi b. Abohu taught, 7,000 years will be the days of Messiah, as it reads, and as a bridegroom is glad over the bride, so will be glad over thee thy God, which is 7 days, and each day of the Lord is 1,000 years. R. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, the days of the Messiah will be as from the day of creation till now, as it reads, as the days of heaven over the earth. R. N. Ahman. B. Itzhak said, as from the day of Noah till now, as, for as the waters of Noah is this unto me, as I have sworn, etc. R. Hiabi. Abba in the name of Ar Yohanan said, all the prophets have prophesied only for the days of the Messiah, but concerning the world to come it reads, no eye had seen a God beside thee. And he differs with Samuel, who says that there is no difference between this world and the days of the Messiah only concerning the dominion of foreigners over Israel. Arhiah said again in the name of Ar Yohanan, the prophets prophesied only to those who have repented, but concerning the entirely upright, it reads, no eye has seen, etc. And they differ with Arabohu, as he said that at the place where those who have repented will be placed, entirely upright cannot be placed, as it reads, peace, peace to him that is afar off, and to him that is near. Hence afar off is first, and then is that is near. And what is meant, by far off? Who previously was far off and now is near? And what is meant by near? He who was first near, and is also now near. Ar Yohanan, however, explained far off means one who was always far off from sin, and near means one who was near to sin, but now is far off. The same said again in the name of the same authority, the prophets prophesied only to him who marries his daughter to a scholar, to him who is in business for a scholar, and to him who benefited the scholars by his estate, but to the scholars themselves an eye has not seen, etc. What is this? Said Ar Jehoshua b. Levi, this is the wine which is preserved in P 313. The grapes since the days of the creation. And Resh Lakish said, that is the Eden which no eye has seen. And lest one say that Adam the first was there? Adam dwelt only in the garden. And lest one say that both are one and the same. To this it reads, and a river went out of Eden to water the garden. And he who says that the Torah is not given by heaven, etc. The rabbis taught, it reads, because the word of the Lord hath he despised and his commandment hath he broken. It means him who says that the Torah is not given by heaven. According to others it means an Epicurean. Still another explanation is that the word of the Lord hath he despised, means him who explains the Torah against the true law. His commandment hath he broken means circumcision, Hakorath shall be cut off from this world. Tekarath from the world to come. Said Ar Eliezer the Modoi, It is inferred from this that he who profanes the sanctuary, who despises the festivals, he who breaks the covenant of Abraham our father, he who explains the Torah in a wrong way, he who makes pale in public the face of his neighbor, although they possess wisdom and good deeds, have no share in the world to come. There is another Boritha, he hath despised the word of God, means him who says that the Torah was not given by heaven, and even if he says that the Torah is given by heaven, except such and such, which is not by the Holy One, but by Moses himself. And even if he says that the whole Torah is by heaven except such and such an explanation, such an a fortiori conclusion, such an analogy of expression, they are considered as despising the word of the Lord. There is another Boritha. Our mayor said, the just cited verse means him who learned the Torah but does not teach it. Our Nathan said, it means him who does not care for the Mishnah. Our Neharim said, it means him who is possible to study the law, but does not. Our Ismail, however, said, it means an idolater. How does he infer this from this passage? As in the following. Boritha, the disciples of our Ismail taught, he hath despised the word of the Lord, means him who has despised the words which were said to Moses at Sinai, I am the Lord thy God, there shall not be any other God before thee. R. Jehoshua b. Karcha said, he who learns the Torah and does not repeat it, is similar to him who sows but does not harvest. P. 314. R. Jehoshua said, he who learned the Torah and forgot it, is similar to a woman who bears children and buries them. Said R. Akaba, one shall systematize his study as a song which is to be sung daily. Said R. Itzhak b. Abudimi, where is an allusion to be found to this in the scriptures, the desire of the laborer laboreth for his mouth imposeth it on him, which means he is laboring here and the Torah labors for him in another place. R. Elazar said, every man is created to labor, as it reads, but man is born unto labor. From this, however, we do not know if it means mental or manual labor. As the end of the above cited verse ends for his mouth imposeth it on him, hence mental labor is meant. But still I am not aware if it means wisdom or gossip. But as reads, this book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, hence it means for the labor of the Torah. And this is what Rabha said, every body is a drunfato Greek drunfato. Well is to him who is a druphanto for the Torah. Resh Lakish said, he who occasionally studies the Torah lacks sense, as it reads, for it is a pleasant thing if thou keep them within thy bosom, if they be altogether firmly seated upon thy lips. The rabbis taught, it reads, but the person that doth aught with a high hand, means Manasseh b. Hiskiah who was offending the legends of the Torah by saying, has not Moses written something better than in, and Ladan's sister was Thimnah, or that she was a concubine of Eliphaz b. Esau, or that of. And Reuben went in the days of the wheat harvest and found mandrakes in the field. A heavenly voice was then heard, thou sittest and speakest against thy brother, against thy own mother's son thou utterest slander. And to him also applies, woe unto those that draw iniquity with the cords of falsehood, and as with a wagon rope, sinfulness. What does a wagon rope mean? But what means in reality the verse Ladan's sister was Thimnah? Thimnah was a princess, as it reads, Duke Thimnah, and a dukedom is a kingdom without a crown, and she desired to become a proselyte, but Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did not accept her. And she went and became the concubine of Eliphaz b. Esau, saying it is better to be a servant in this nation than to be a princess of another. P. 315. And the offspring from her was Amalek, who troubled Israel as a punishment to their parents, who ought not to have driven her out. Reuben went in the days of harvest, etc. Said Rabhabi. Itzhak in the name of Rabbite, infer from this that the upright do not stretch their hands out to robbery. What are the Dudaim which Reuben found? According to Rabbite they were Jabruchin, and according to Samuel mandrake flower. R. Alexandri said, those who occupy themselves with the Torah for her own sake cause peace to reign in the heavenly household and in the household here below, as it reads, if he but take hold of my strength, make peace with me, make peace with me. And Rabbi said, he is considered as if he had built both palaces of heaven and earth, as it reads, and I have placed my words in thy mouth, and with the shadow of my hand have I covered thee, to plant the heavens and to lay the foundations of the earth. Ar Yohanan said, he is also considered as a protector of the world, as it reads, with the shadow of my hand have I covered thee. Levi said, he makes redemption sooner, as this verse ends to say to Zion, thou art my people. Resh Lakish said, he who teaches the Torah to his neighbor's son, the verse considers him as if he had created him, as it reads, and the persons they had obtained in Charan. Ar Elazar said, he is considered as if he has created the law, as it reads, keep ye therefore the words of the covenant, and do them. And Rabha said, he is considered as if he created himself from the same verse, do not read Atham, but Athem. Ar Abohu said, he who hastens his neighbor to do a meritorious act, the verse considers him as if he himself has done it, as it reads, and thy staff wherewith thou smotest the river take in thy hand and go. Did he, then, smite the river? Did not Aaron do this? Hence it was written to teach that the verse considers him as if he himself has done it. Epicurean, etc. Both Rabbite and Ar Hananah said, he who disgraces a scholar is meant. And both Ar Yohanan and Ar Jehoshua b. Levi said, he who disgraces his neighbor in the presence of a scholar. It is correct according to them who said that an Epicurean is he who has done as in the latter case, as then he who disgraces a scholar himself is considered as explaining the Torah a wrong way. But according to them who p. 316 say that he who disgraces a scholar himself is considered only an Epicurean, who then is considered as explaining the Torah wrongly. E.g., Manasseh b. Hiskia. There were those who taught the same concerning the latter part of the Mishnah, who explains the Torah not according to the true law. And to this Rabbite and Ar Hananah said, he who disgraces a scholar. And Yohanan and Jehoshua b. Levi said, he who disgraces his neighbor in the presence of a scholar. And the question was, if he who disgraces his colleague in the presence of a scholar is considered as explaining the Torah wrongly, who then is considered an Epicurean? Said Ar Joseph, e.g., those who say, what good do the rabbis do to us? They read and study the Torah for their own sake. Said Abai to him, such are also considered as explaining the Torah wrongly, as it reads, thus said the Lord, if my covenant be not day and night, I would not have appointed the ordinances of heaven and earth. 1. This is inferred also from, then will I spare all the places for their sake. So Rnahaman b. Itzhak. And an Epicurean is considered e.g., if one sits before his master and recollects a halakha stated somewhere else and says, so and so we have learned there, but does not say, and the master said so. Rabha, however, said, an Epicurean is considered e.g., the disciples of Benjamin the physician, who used to say, what good have the rabbis done for us? They have never permitted us to eat a crow, and they have not prohibited us to eat a dove. It happened that a question of legal or illegal meat was brought before Rabha from the house of Benjamin the physician, and he saw a reason to permit the use of it, and he said then, see, I have permitted you a crow. The same happened again and he saw a reason to prohibit it, and also said, see, I have prohibited a dove to you. Our Papa said, even he who speaks of the rabbis in the same language as when he speaks of common people. However, he himself forgot his statement in talking about the rabbis, and thereafter when he recollected it, he fasted. Levi b. Samuel and Arhunah b. Hiah used to prepare mantles for the holy scrolls in the college of Ar Jehudah. When they came to the book of Esther, they said, for this certainly no mantle is needed. Said Ar Jehudah to them, even such a language is as used by the followers of p. 317. Epicurus. Rnahaman said, he who named his master by his name without adding my master. As Ar Yohanan said, why was Gehazi punished? Because he named his master by his name, this is our son whom Elisha restored. Our Jeremiah was sitting in the presence of our Zerah and said, "The Holy One, blessed be he, will create a river in the future, which will issue from the Holy of Holy chamber, and on its edges the best fruit will be grown, as it reads, and by the stream upon its banks, on this side and on that side, shall grow up all kinds of trees for food, the leaves of which shall not fade, and the fruit of which shall not come to an end, every month shall they bring forth new ripe fruit, because its water is that which issueth out of the sanctuary, and their fruit shall serve for food, and their leaves for remedies." And there was a certain old man who said, "Thanks," so also said our Yohanan. Said our Jeremiah to our Zerah, "Is such a language also not used by the Epicureans?" And he answered, "Nay, he is only supporting you, and if you have heard that such a language must not be used, it is what is said in Last Gate. What means leaves for remedies? Are its hakbi, abudimi and arhista. One said, to make the dumb speak. And the other, to open the womb when there is a difficulty in bearing the child. And so also was it taught by Hiskia, to open the mouth of the dumb, and by Bar Kapara, to open the womb. Our Yohanan, however, said, it is to be explained literally, remedies for everything. Our Samuel B. Nahmani said, it means a remedy for the appearance of those who have studied with their mouth, as our Jehuda B. Simon lectured, he who makes his face black by studying the Torah in this world, the Holy One, blessed be he, will make radiant his face in the world to come, as it reads. His countenance is as Lebanon, excellent like the cedars. Our Tanhun B. Hanallah said, he who starves because of the words of law in this world, the Holy One, blessed be he, will satiate him in the world to come, as it reads, these will be abundantly satisfied with the fatness of thy house, and of the stream of thy delight wilt thou give them to drink. When Abdimi came from Palestine, he said, the Holy One, blessed be he, will give in the future to every upright his handful of reward, as it reads, blessed be the Lord, day by day he loadeth us, our God is our salvation. Said Abai to him. P. 318. How is it possible to say so? Is it not written, who hath measured in the hollow of his hand the waters, and meted out the heavens with the span? And he answered, why are you not used to study Haggadah? It was said in the West in the name of Rabhabi Mari, the Holy One, blessed be he, will give in the future to every upright man, 310 worlds, as it reads, that I may cause those that love me Hebrew YSH etc., and these two letters count 310. There is a Boraitha, our mayor said, the measure with which one measures will be measured out to him I.e., as man deals, he will be dealt with, as it reads, in measure, by driving him forth, thou strivest with him. Said our Jehoshua to him, how is it possible to say so? E.g., if one gives to a poor man a handful of charity, will then the Holy One, blessed be he, give the donator his handful? Does it not read he meted out the heavens with a span? Said he to him, and you do not say so? What measure is greater of good or of evil? You must say that the former is greater than the latter, as concerning good it reads, then he ordained the skies from above, and the doors of heaven he opened, and he let rain down upon them manna to eat, and the corn of heaven gave he unto them. And concerning evil it reads, the windows of heaven were opened. Now, come and read what is written about chastisement, and they shall go forth and look upon carcasses of the men that have transgressed against me, for their worm shall not die, nor shall their fire be quenched, and they shall be an abhorrence unto all flesh. And how is this to be understood? We know that in this world, if a man puts his finger in the fire, immediately he is burned. You must then say, that as the Holy One, blessed be he, gives strength to the wicked to receive their punishment. The same is the case with the upright, he gives them strength to be able to accept their reward. The books of the Hizumni. In a Boraitha it was taught, in the books of the atheists. R. Joseph said, one must not read even in the book of Ben Sirah. Said Abai to him, is it because it reads, Thou shalt not take off the skin of a fish, even that of the ear, as the skin will be damaged, but roast it in fire, and eat with it 2 loaves of bread. Is not similar to p. 319. This also written in the scripture, Thou shalt not destroy the trees thereof, etc. And if because it reads, a daughter to a father is a false treasure, as because he is afraid of her, he does not sleep in the night. When she is a minor, perhaps she will be seduced. When she becomes of age, perhaps she will sin. When she becomes vigorous, perhaps she will not marry. If she is married, perhaps she will have no children. And when she becomes old, perhaps she will become a witch. Similar to this, the rabbis also said, the world cannot be without males and females, however happy are those who have male children, etc. And if because there is written thou shalt not bring worry in thy heart, as such has killed strong men. This was also said by Solomon, if there be care in the heart of a man, let him suppress it. And if because it reads, prevent many people to enter thy house, as not all of them are fit to come into it, this was said also by Rabbi in a Boritha elsewhere. Therefore we must say, because it reads there, he who has a long and thin beard is shrewd. And he who has a thick one is a fool. He who blows off the foam, it is sign that he is not thirsty. And he who says with what he shall eat his bread, take the bread away from him. And he whose beard is parted in two, the whole world will not overrule him. Said R. Joseph, however, the good teachings which are in this book may be proclaimed. It reads there, a good woman is a good gift, she may be given to one who fears God. A bad woman is leprosy to her husband, and there is no remedy for him till he divorces her, and be cured. A beautiful woman, happy is her husband, the numbers of his days are doubled. Turn away thy eyes from a beautiful woman, as thou canst be easily caught in her net. Abstain thyself from drinking beer and wine with her husband, as by the appearance of a beautiful woman many were destroyed. And numerous are those who were killed by such. A great number of peddlers were wounded by the husbands who found them trading with their wives. As a spark kindles a coal, or like a coop full of birds, so are their houses full of deceit. Many may be who wish you peace, however thy secrets you may reveal only to 1 from 1,000. Be careful with words even with her that lies on thy bosom. Don't worry of the morrow, as thou knowest not what the morrow may bring. For perhaps thou wilt not exist any more tomorrow. p. 320. And thou hast worried for a world which belongs not to thee. All the days of a poor are bad. Ben Sira said, also the nights, as his roof is lower than others, the rain from these falls on his. And his vineyard is usually on the top of the mountain, and the manure which he brings up for it is blown off to the other vineyards which are lower. The rabbis taught, if one reads a verse of the Songs of Solomon in a different manner than it is written, and makes a song of it, or any other verse in the drinking places not in its proper time, causes evil to the world, because the Torah, dressed in a sack, stands before the Holy One, blessed be he, and says, Lord of the universe, thy children have made of me a fiddle on which frivolous persons play. And he said to her, my daughter, with what else, then, shall they occupy themselves while they are eating and drinking? And she said before him, Lord of the universe, if they are masters in the scriptures, they may occupy themselves with the Pentateuch, prophets, and hagiographa. If they understand Mishnayot, they may study Mishnah, Halakha, and Haggadah, and if they are Talmudists they may study Holocaust in time of Passover on Pesach, of Pentecost at that time, and the Holocaust of Feast of Tabernacle at that time. R. Simeon b. Eleazar in the name of R. Simeon b. Hananiah testified, if one reads a verse in its proper time, he benefits the world, as it reads, and a word spoken at the proper time, how good is it? He who mumbles over a wound, etc. Said R. Yohanan, provided he also spits, as the name of heaven must not be mentioned by spitting. It was taught, Rabbi said, even a verse which does not contain the name of heaven e.g., a plague, if it will be on a man. And Hananiah said, even the words, and he has called to Moses. The rabbis taught, one may ask the fortune tellers who tell fortunes by certain oils or eggs. But it is not advisable to do so, because they often lie. They usually mumble over the oil in a utensil, but not over that which is in the hand, and therefore one may use the oil from the hand, but not that in a utensil. Itzhak b. Samuel b. Marta happened to be in a certain inn. They brought him oil in a utensil, and he anointed himself with it, and blisters came out on his face. When he went to the market, a certain woman saw him, and said, I see. P. 321. On your face a sickness caused by witchcraft. And she did something for him and he was cured. Abba said to Rabbi B. Mari, it reads, I will put none of those diseases upon thee. As I the Lord will heal thee. Now if he did not put any, why the cure? Said Yohanan, this verse explains itself. If thou wilt diligently hearken, etc., I will not put disease upon thee, but if thou wilt not hearken, I will. However, at any rate, I will heal thee. Rabbi B. Hannah said, when Eliezer became sick his disciples came to make him a sick call, and he said to them, I have high fever, and they began to weep. Akiba, however, smiled. And to the question, why are you smiling? He returned the question, why are you weeping? And they answered, is it possible not to weep when we see the holy scrolls are in such a distress? Rejoined he, and therefore I smile, for so long as I have seen our master's wine does not become sour, his flocks undamaged, his oil unspoiled, and his honey unfermented, I was afraid that perhaps he received all his reward in this world. Now as I see him in trouble, I rejoice. Said he to him, Akiba, have I failed to perform or transgressed anything of that what is written in the whole Torah? And he answered, you, Master, yourself taught us, for no man is so righteous upon earth, that he should do always good and never sin. The rabbis taught, when Eliezer became sick 4 elders entered to make him a sick call Tarfun, Jehoshua, Eliezer b. Assyria, and Akiba. Exclaimed Tarfun, you are better to Israel than drops of rain, as the latter are only in this world, while you are in both, in this, and in the world to come. Exclaimed Jehoshua, you are better to Israel than the planet of the sun, which is only in this world, while you are in both. And Eliezer b. Assyria exclaimed, you are better to Israel than a father and mother, who are only in this world, etc. Akiba, however, exclaimed, pleased are chastisements. And Eliezer answered, support me, and I will hear the statement of Akiba, my disciple, who says, pleased are chastisements. And he said, Akiba, whence is this known to you? And he answered, from the following, it reads, 12 years old was Manasseh when he became king, and 55 years did he reign in Jerusalem. And he did what is evil in the eyes of the Lord. It reads also these. P. 322. Are the Proverbs of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah, the king of Judah, have collected. Could it be possible that Hezekiah taught the law to the whole world, but not to his son Manasseh? It must then be said that of all the troubles which Hezekiah has troubled himself to bring him, and from all his toil to correct him nothing was done, and only until chastisement had turned him over to the better side, as it reads, and the Lord spoke to Manasseh, and to his people, but they listened not. Wherefore the Lord brought over them captains of the army belonging to the king of Assyria, and they took Manasseh prisoner with chains, and bound him with fetters, and led him off to Babylon. And when he was in distress he besought the Lord his God, and humbled himself greatly before the God of his fathers. And he prayed unto him, and he permitted himself to be entreated by him, and heard his supplication and brought him back to Jerusalem unto his kingdom. Then did Manasseh feel conscious that the Lord is indeed the God. Learn from this that chastisements are pleased. The rabbis taught, 3 men came with indirectness, and they were Cain, Esau, and Manasseh. Cain, who says, "My sin is greater than I can bear." He said before him, "Lord of the universe, is then my sin greater than that of the 600,000 Israelites who will sin before thee in the future, and thou wilt forgive them?" Esau said, "Hast thou then but one blessing, my father?" And Manasseh, who at the beginning called to many gods, and only finally called to the God of his parents, Abishal, etc. There is a Boritha, provided he does so out of the sanctuary in a profane language. 3 Kings, etc. The rabbis taught, Jeroboam means who made Israel quarrel among themselves. According to others, who has made a controversy between them and their heavenly Father. Ben-Nebat means the son of him who had a vision, but did not see. As the following Boritha Nebat is identical with Micha and with Sheba ben Bichri Nebat because of the reason said above. And Micha, because he became poor while occupying himself with building. And his real name was Sheba ben Bichri. The rabbis taught, there were 3 who had a vision, but have not seen it properly. Nebat Achitopel and the astrologers. p. 323. Of Pharaoh. Nebat saw that some light will come out from him. He thought he himself will become a king, and he erred, as this was his son Jeroboam. Achitopel saw also the same. He thought that he himself will become a king, but he erred, as it was his daughter, Bathsheba, from whom Solomon came out. And the astrologers of Pharaoh, who saw that the Redeemer of Israel will be beaten through water, and therefore advised Pharaoh to command, "Every son that is born ye shall cast into the river." And they erred, as this was. These are the waters of Meribah where the children of Israel quarreled. But whence do we know that Jeroboam has no share in the world to come? From, blotted out, and destroyed from the face of the earth. Blotted out from this world and destroyed from the world to come. Said Ar Yohanan, "What has Jeroboam done that he was rewarded to be king?" Because he rebuked Solomon. And why was he punished? Because he rebuked him in public, as it reads, and this was the occasion that he lifteth up his hand against the king. Solomon built up the Millo and closed up the breach of the city of David his father. He said to him, "David, thy father hath broken in holes in the surrounding wall of Jerusalem, for the purpose that it shall be easier for Israel to enter the city. And thou hast fenced it for the purpose to make an Angaria to Pharaoh's daughter." What means "and he lifteth up his hands"? Said R. Naaman, he took off his phylacterius in his presence. 1 R. Naaman said again, the insolence of Jeroboam destroyed him from the world, as it reads, and Jeroboam said in his heart, "Now may the kingdom return to the house of David." If this people go up to prepare sacrifices in the house of the Lord at Jerusalem, then may the heart of this people turn again unto their Lord, even unto Rehoboam, the king of Judah, and they might kill me, and return to Rehoboam, the king of Judah. He said, "We have a tradition that in the temple there are no seats except for the kings of the house of David. Now if they see that Rehoboam, the king, is sitting, and I am standing, then they will say that he is the king and I am his servant. And if I will sit, Rehoboam's people will say that I am a rebel, and they will kill me, and therefore." Whereupon the king took counsel, and he made 2 calves. p. 324. Of gold, and saith unto the people, "You have been long enough going up to Jerusalem, behold here are thy gods, O Israel, which have brought thee up out of the land of Egypt." What is meant by "the king took counsel"? Said R. Jehudah, he has conjoined an upright to a wicked, and said to them, "Will you sign your name to all what I will command you?" And they said, "Yea." Even to worship an idol? The upright answered, "God forbid." But the wicked saith to him, "Do you think a man like Jeroboam will worship idols? He wants only to try us." And in this thing even Achiah, the Shilonite, erred and signed his name. As Jehu, who was one of the greatest of upright about whom it reads, "Forasmuch as thou hast acted well in doing what is right in my eyes, and hast done in accordance with all that was in my heart unto the house of Achab, children of the 4th generation after thee shall sit upon the throne of Israel." And thereafter it reads, and Jehu took no heed to walk in the law of the Lord the God of Israel. With all his heart, he departed not from the sins of Jeroboam, who induced Israel to sin. But what caused him to sin? Said Abai, there is a covenant to one's lips. He said, Achab hath served Baal a little, Jehu will serve him much. And Rabha said, he saw the signature of Achiah the Shilonite and he erred, as reads, and for murdering they who had rebelled concealed themselves in deep places, but I will inflict correction on them all. Said Yohanan, the Holy One, blessed be he, said, they laid deeper plans than that of mine. I said, he who does not ascend to Jerusalem for the festivals transgresses a positive commandment only, and they say that he who will ascend to Jerusalem shall be slain by the sword. It reads, and it came to pass at that time when Jeroboam went out of Jerusalem, that the prophet Achiah the Shilonite found him on the way, and he had clad himself with a new garment, and these two were alone by themselves in the field. It was taught in the name of Arhose, at that time means the time which was designated for chastisement, in the time of their punishment shall they vanish, was also taught in the name of the same authority, means at the time designated for chastisement, in the time of favor have I answered thee, according to the same authority, the time which is designated for doing good, but on the day when I visit I will visit there. P. 325. Sins upon them, according to the same, at the time which is designated for chastisement. And the same is with General 38th. And it came to pass at that time. It reads. And Rehoboam went to Shechem to make him king. It was taught in the name of Arhose. That place was designated for trouble. In Shechem, Dinah was assaulted in the same place, Joseph was sold by his brothers, and in the same place the kingdom of David was divided. And Jeroboam went out of Jerusalem. Said Arhananabi. Papa, it means he went out of the destiny of Jerusalem. And the prophet Achiah. With a new garment, what does it mean? Said Rnahman, as a new garment has no spot so also the wisdom of Jeroboam was clean, without any error. According to others, they renewed things which no ear has ever heard of. And what is meant by the two were alone in the field? Said Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, all other scholars were like the plants of the field in comparison with them. According to others, all the reasons for the commandment of the Torah were revealed to them as a field. It reads, therefore shalt thou have to give presents to Moresheth Gath, the houses of Achzib shall become a deception to the kings of Israel. Said Arhananabi. Papa, a heavenly voice was heard saying, to him who has killed Goliath the Philistine and inherited to you the city of Gath, should ye send away his descendants. Therefore the house of Achzib shall be a deception to the kings of Israel. It reads, and Jeroboam misled Israel from following the Lord, and caused them to commit a great sin. Said Arhanana, as one throws a stick by means of another stick he makes Israel to sin against their will. Said Ashia, until Jeroboam came, Israel had to bear the iniquity of one golden calf, and from that time farther on for 2 and 3. Said Itzhak, every evil dispensation which came upon Israel contained in it a 24th part as punishment for the golden calf, as the above cited verse states. Said Arhanana, after 24 generations this verse was fulfilled, as it reads, the pekudas of the city came already at an end. 1. P. 326. It reads, after this event Jeroboam returned not from his evil way. After what? Said Abba, after the Holy One, blessed be he, held Jeroboam by his garment, saying, repent, and I and David ben Yeshai and thou will walk in the Garden of Eden. And to Jeroboam's questions, who will have the preference? He said, Ben Yeshai. And he rejoined, if so I don't want it. Abba who used to lecture about the three kings and became sick, and he made up his mind not to lecture about them, and he was cured. However, he lectured about them as before, and to the question of his disciples, have you not made up your mind not to lecture any more about them? He answered, did they then repent that I shall do so? Ashi appointed a time for lecturing about the three kings, and said, "On the morrow we will begin our lecture about our colleague Manasseh." He then appeared to him in a dream, and said to him, "You call me a colleague and a colleague of your father? Answer me the question, where must one begin to cut the bread by the benediction of Tamatzi?" And he said, "I don't know." Rejoined Manasseh, "If you are not aware to answer even that what I questioned you, how can you call me a colleague?" Rejoined Ashi, "Teach this to me, and tomorrow I will proclaim it in your name in the college." And he said, "From that part where it begins to bake when in the oven." Said Ashi again, "If you are so wise, why did you worship idols?" And Manasseh answered, "If you would have been at that time you would have lifted up the edges of your dress, that they shall not impede you to run after me to worship the idols." On the morrow said Ashi to the rabbis, "Let us lecture about the great men." Achab means a thorn to heaven, and a father to idolatry, as it reads, "And it came to pass as if it had been too light a thing for him to walk in the sins of Jeroboam." Said Yohanan, "The lenient things which were done by Achab were more rigorous than the rigorous things done by Jeroboam." And why then does the scripture make Achab dependent on Jeroboam? Because Jeroboam was the beginner and all his followers were dependent upon him. It reads, "Their altars also are as stone." p. 327. Heaps. Said Yohanan, "There was not one heap in the land of Israel upon which Achab had not placed an idol and bowed himself to it. And whence do we know that he has no share in the world to come? From, Behold, I will bring evil upon thee, and I will sweep out after thee and will cut off from Achab every male and the guarded and fortified in Israel." Guarded means in this world, and fortified in the world to come. Yohanan said, "For which good deeds was Omri rewarded that he obtained the kingdom? Because he added one great city to the land of Israel, as it reads, and he bought the Mount Samaria of Shemer for 2 talents of silver, and built on the mount, and called the name of the city which he had built, after the name of Shemer, the Lord of the Mount, Samaria." Yohanan said again, "Why was Achab rewarded by the prolongation of his kingdom for 22 years? Because he respected the Torah which is written with the 22 letters of the alphabet, as it reads, and he sent messengers to Achab, the king of Israel, into the city. And he said unto him, Thus hath said Ben-Hadad, Thy silver and thy gold are mine. Thy wives also and thy children, even the best are mine. And the king of Israel answered and said, According to thy word, my lord, O king, thine am I, and all that I have. And the messenger returned and said, Thus hath said Ben-Hadad, to say I have indeed sent unto thee, saying, Thou shalt give unto me thy silver, and thy gold, and thy wives, and thy children. Nevertheless, about this time tomorrow will I send my servants unto thee, and they will search through thy house, and the houses of thy servants, and it shall be, that whatsoever is pleasant in thy eyes, they shall place it in their hand, and take it away. Then did the king of Israel call for all the elders of the land, and said, Mark, I pray you, and see that this man seeketh mischief, for he hath sent unto me for my wives, and for my children, and for my silver, and for my gold, and I have not refused them to him. Wherefore he said unto the messengers of Ben-Hadad, Say to my lord the king, All that thou didst send for to thy servants at the first will do, but this thing I am not able to do. And the messengers went away, and brought him word again. What is meant by pleasant in thy eyes if not the holy scrolls? But perhaps it means an idol. This cannot be supposed, as it reads farther on. p. 328. And all the elders, and all the people said unto him, Thou must not hearken nor consent. But perhaps it means the elders of the same kind as was Achab, as we find such in, that they are also named the elders of Israel. There it does not read all the people, but here it does, and it is impossible that among them were no righteous, as it reads, And I will leave in Israel 7,000, all the knees which have not bent unto Baal and every mouth which has not kissed him. Said Nahman, Achab's sins and good deeds were just equal, as it reads, who will persuade Achab, hence it is difficult to punish him, as his sins did not overweigh his good deeds. R. Joseph opposed, he of whom it reads, but indeed there was none like unto Achab, etc., etc. And you say that his sins and good deeds were equal. The reason, however, that it was necessary to persuade him, is because he was liberal with his money and assisted many scholars from his estate, and therefore half his sins were atoned. And there came out a spirit, etc. It reads, and Achab made a grove, and Achab did yet more, so as to provoke the Lord the God of Israel to anger, than all the kings of Israel that had been before him. Said R. Yohanan, he wrote on the gates of Shemer, Achab denies the God of Israel, and therefore he has no share in him. Manasseh means he has forgotten the Lord. According to others it means that he made Israel to forget their heavenly Father. And whence do we know that he has no share in the world to come? From, and he built up again the high places which Hezekiah hath destroyed, and he reared up altars for Baal and made a grove, as Achab the king of Israel hath done. As Achab has no share in the world to come, the same is the case with Manasseh. R. Jehudah said Manasseh has a share, etc. Said R. Yohanan, both infer their theory from one and the same passage, and I will cause them to become a horror unto all the kingdoms of the earth on account of Manasseh the son of Hezekiah. According to one, because Manasseh has repented and the other kings have not. And according to others, because he himself had not repented. Said R. Yohanan, he who said that Manasseh has no share in the world to come weakens the hands of those who are repenting. As a disciple taught before. R. Yohanan, Manasseh repented 33. p. 329 years, as it reads, and 55 years did he reign in Jerusalem. And he made a grove as Achab did. How long did Achab rule? 22 years, take off the 22 from the 55 years which Manasseh reigned, there remains 33 years. R. Yohanan said in the name of R. Simeon b. Johai, it reads, and he prayed unto him, and he permitted himself Victar one instead of Voyathar. Infer from this that the Lord made for him an opening like a Mocteres in the heaven to receive him, because of the opposition of the divine attribute. The same said again in the name of the same authority, in the beginning of the reign of Jehoiakim. The beginning of the reign of Zedekiah. Were there not rulers before them? But this signifies that the Lord was about to return the world to Tahu v'Bahu because of Jehoiakim. But when he looked upon his generation who were upright, he reconsidered it. And the reverse was the case with Zedekiah. He wanted to destroy the world because of his generation, but when he looked upon him he reconsidered it. But does it not also read about Zedekiah, and he did what was evil in the eyes of the Lord? This was because he had to warn them, but did not do so. The same said again in the name of the same authority, it reads, if a wise man contend with a foolish man, whether he be angry or whether he laugh, he will have no rest. The Holy One, blessed be he, said, I became angry with Achaz and delivered him to the king of Damascus. What had he done? He sacrificed and smoked incense to their gods, and he sacrificed unto the gods of the people of Damascus, who had smitten him, and he said, because the gods of the kings of Syria do help them will I sacrifice unto them, that they may help me. But they only became to him a stumbling block for him and for all Israel. I smiled on Amaziah and had delivered the kings of Edom to his hand. And what has he done? He brought their gods and bowed himself to them, as it reads. After Amaziah was come home from p. 330. Smiting the Edomites, he brought the gods of the children of Leir, and set them up unto himself as gods, and before them he used to prostrate himself, and unto them he used to burn incense. Said our Papa, this is what people say, you can do nothing with the ignoramus, weep before him, laugh with him, he does not care. Woe is to him who does not understand between good and evil. It reads, in the middle gate. Said R. Yohanan in the name of R. Simeon b. Johai, this was the place the Sanhedrin decided upon Holocaust. Said our Papa, this is what people say, should the hook which was used by the herd, etc. Our Hisda said in the name of our Jeremiah be. Abba, it reads. By the field of a slothful man I once passed along, and by the vineyard of a man void of sense, and, lo, it was all grown over with thorns, nettles had covered its surface, and its stone wall was broken down. By the field of a slothful man, etc., means Achaz, void of sense means Manasseh, with thorns means Ammon, nettles had covered, etc., means Jehoiakim, broken down Zedekiah, in whose days the temple was destroyed. The same said again in the name of the same authority, for sex will not receive the glory of the Shekinah, viz., the scorners, as it reads, he groweth his land with scorners, liars, as it reads, he that speaketh falsehood shall not succeed in my eyes, hypocrites, as, for a hypocrite cannot come before him, and slanderers, as, for thou art not a God that hath pleasure in wickedness. Evil cannot abide with thee, and thereafter it reads thou wilt destroy those that speak lies. For there is not in their mouth any sincerity. The rabbis taught, Manasseh used to learn 55 arguments concerning the book of Leviticus, as many as the years of his reign. Achab, 85, and Jeroboam, 103. There is a Boritha, our mayor used to say, Absalom has no share in the world to come, as it reads, smote Absalom in this world, and slew him in the world to come. R. Simeon b. Eleazar said in the name of our mayor, Achaz, Achaziah, and all the kings of Israel about whom it is written. P. 331. And he did evil in the eyes of the Lord, will not be restored at the time of resurrection, but are also not sentenced to Gehinnom. It reads, and also innocent blood, did Manasseh shed in very great abundance, till he had filled Jerusalem from one end to another, beside his sin wherewith he induced Judah to sin, to do what is evil in the eyes of the Lord. Here in this college it was explained because he had slain Isaiah. In the West it was explained that he made an image the weight of 1,000 persons. And those who were engaged in carrying it from one place to another would die because of the great exertions. According to whom is what Rabbi B. Hannah said. One soul of an upright is equalized to the whole world i.e., if one kills an upright, he is considered as if he would slay the whole world. It is in accordance with him who says that Manasseh has killed Isaiah. Achaz placed the images in the attics of the temple, as it reads, altars that were on the upper chamber of Achaz. And Manasseh placed them in the temple, as it reads, and he placed a hewn image of the Asherah that he had made, in the house of which the Lord had said to David, and to Solomon, his son, in this house, and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all tribes of Israel will I put my name forever. And Ammon placed them in the holy of holy chamber, as it reads, for the bed shall be, etc. Achaz abolished the worship and sealed the Torah, as it reads, bind up the testimony, seal up the law among my disciples. Manasseh cut the divine names out and destroyed the altar. Ammon burned the Torah and caused spider webs to be on the place where the altar stood, as it reads, for he, Ammon, made his guiltiness great. Questioned Rabbi B. Mari, why did not the Mishnah also count Jehoiakim, of whom it reads, and the rest of the acts of Jehoiakim, and his abominable deeds which he did, and which was found upon him, which, according to one of the sages, means that he engraved the name. P. 332. Of the idol upon his body? And he answered, concerning kings I have not heard, but I have heard concerning common men thus, why did not the Mishnah count Mitchah? Because his house was open to travelers. It reads, and he will pass through the sea distress, and he will smite in the sea the waves. Said Ar Yohanan, this is the image which Mitchah had made in Egypt and which passed with him the Red Sea. There is a Boritha, Ar Nathan said, from the city of Grab to the city of Shelah is a distance of 3 miles, and the smoke from the altar in Shelah used to mix itself with the smoke from the altars which were made for the image of Mitchah. And the angels wanted to put Mitchah aside, but the Holy One, blessed be he, said to them, leave him alone because his house is open to travelers. And for this were punished the men who took revenge in the case of the concubine of Jiba. And the Holy One said to them, Ye took revenge for the honor of a man, but did not act so for my honor. They did not care to destroy the image of Micha, etc. R. Yohanan said in the name of R. Jose B. Kisma, Great Arlun Ov Greek Lunmos Entertainments, for a little refreshment plays an essential part, for its refusal estranged two tribes from Israel, as it reads, for the reason that they met you not with bread and with water, on the way. And R. Yohanan himself said, It estranges relatives and brings near strangers, shuts the eye not to look upon the wicked, makes the Shekinah rest on the prophets of Baal, and even an error in this affair is considered as if it would be done intentionally. It estranges relatives G, Ammon, and Moab. It brings near strangers G, Jethro, as he said elsewhere that the reward for, call him that he may eat bread was that his descendants were rewarded to sit among the Sanhedrin in the chambers of the temple, as it reads, and the families of the scribes who dwelt at Jabez, the Thirathites, the Shemathites, and the Suchathites. These are the Kenites that came from Chammoth, the father of the house of Rechab, and the children of the Kenite, the father-in-law of Moses, went up out of the city of palm trees with the children of Judah into the wilderness of p. 333. Judah, which is south of Arad, and they went and dwelt with the people. Shuts the eye not to look upon the evil deeds of the wicked, example Micha, as said above. Makes the Shekinah to rest upon the prophets of Baal, and it came to pass as they were sitting at the table, that the word of the Lord came unto the prophets, who had brought him back. And even an error is considered as if done intentionally, as R. Jehudah in the name of Rabbi said, if Jonathan would have supplied David with some loaves of bread the priests of the city of Nob would not have been slain, Dog, the Edomite would not have been lost, and Saul and his 3 sons would not have been killed. Why does not the Mishnah count Achaz among those who have no share in the world to come? Said R. Jeremiah b. Abba, because he was placed between 2 uprights. And R. Joseph said, because he was ashamed before the prophet Isaiah, and the Lord said unto Isaiah, Go forth now to meet Achaz, thou with Shear Yashub, thy son, to the end of the aqueduct of the upper pool, on the highway of the washer's field. Why is mentioned the washer's field? Because Achaz was ashamed to look at Isaiah, and to put upon his face the abloo Greek abloo of the washers when he passed Isaiah in order not to be recognized. And why was Ammon not counted? Because of the honor of his son, Yeshayahu. If so, let them not count Manasseh, because of the honor of Hezekiah. There is a tradition that a son can save his father, but not a father his son, as it reads, and no one can deliver out of my hands, which means Abraham cannot save Ishmael, and Isaac, Esau. Now, when we come to this theory it may be said that Achaz was not counted because of the honor of Hezekiah. However, the above question, why Jehoiakim was not counted is as yet unanswered. It is because of what was said by Abijah that on the head of Jehoiakim was written this and something else -i. One revenge more will be taken from it. The grandfather of Arpreda found a skull in the gates of Jerusalem upon which was engraved, this and something else. He buried it once and twice, but it came out again. He then said that it must be the skull of Jehoiakim, of whom it reads, with the burial of an ass shall he be buried, dragged about and cast forth beyond the gates of Jerusalem. p. 334. He then said, it is the skull of a king, and it must be nicely treated. He wrapped it in a silk garment and put it in a bag. When his wife saw this she thought it was the skull of his first wife, whom he does not want to forget. And she heated the oven and burned it. This was what was engraved upon it, this and nothing else. There is a Boritha, R. Simeon b. Eleazar said, Hiskia praised himself, and have done what is good in thy eyes caused what is said, what sign, etc., and this caused that idolaters were invited to his table. And these altogether caused the exile of his descendants. This is a support to Hiskia, who said that he who invites an idolater to his house and serves on him, causes exile to his children, as it reads, and of thy sons. They shall be court servants in the palace, etc. Lamentation I begins with Ika. Said Rabha in the name of Ar Yohanan, why was Israel beaten with Ika? Because they transgressed 36 things to which Korath applies, and the word Iko counts 36. And he said again, why is Lamentations written according to the alphabet? Because they have transgressed what is written in the Torah, which is written with the letters of the alphabet. Doth she sit solitary? Said Rabha in the name of Ar Yohanan, the Holy One, blessed be he, said, I said, and then dwelt Israel in safety, alone, the fountain of Jacob, in a land of corn and wine, also, its heavens shall drop down dew. And now solitary is their sitting. The city that was full of people. Said Rabha again in the name of the same authority. They used to marry a minor to an adult and vice versa, for the purpose that they shall have many children. Is become like a widow. Said Ar-Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, like a widow, but not a widow. Like a woman whose husband has departed to the cities of the countries of the sea, who intends to return. She that was so great among the nations, the princess among the provinces. Said Rabbah in the name of Ar Yohanan, everywhere they came they became masters of their masters, as the rabbis taught. It happened with 2 men who were captured in the mountain of Carmel, and their capturer was walking behind them. Said one of the captured to his colleague, the camel which walks in front of us is blind in one eye and carries 2 bags, one of wine and the other of p. 335. Oil. And the men who lead it, one of them is an Israelite, and the other is a heathen. Said the capturer to them, hard-necked people, whence do you know this? And they answered, from the grass which is in front of the camel that is consumed only from one side, hence from the side on which he sees he consumes, and on the other side on which he is blind he leaves it. It carries 2 bags of wine and oil, because drops of wine sink, and drops of oil float. And the leaders, one of them is an Israelite and the other a heathen, because an Israelite when he needs to do his necessity, usually turns aside, and the heathen does it on the way. The capturer then ran after them and found that it was as they said. He then kissed them on their heads, brought them to his house, prepared for them a great meal, danced before them, saying, blessed be he who chose the descendants of Abraham and gave them of his wisdom, and everywhere they go they become masters of their masters. He freed them, and they went in peace to their home. Weeping, are they weeping? 1 Why 2 weepings? Said Rabbah in the name of Ar Yohanan, one for the first temple, and the other for the second temple. In the night, means because of what happened in a former night, and the people wept that night. And Rabbah in the name of Ar Yohanan said, this day was the 9th of Ab, and the Holy One, blessed be he, said, ye have cried on this night in vain, and I shall ordain it that your generations shall lament on this day forever. According to others, in the night, because he who weeps in the night, it looks like the stars and planets are weeping with him. And so also with human beings. He who hears one weeping in the night, weeps with him, as it happened with Rabban Gamaliel, whose female neighbor wept because her son died, and he wept with her until the eyelids dropped. On the morrow his disciples recognized it, and they made her move away from his neighborhood. And her tears are on her checks. Said Rabbah in the name of Ar Yohanan, as a woman weeps for the husband of her youth, as it reads, lament like a woman girded with sackcloth for the betrothed of her youth. Her adversaries are become chiefs. Said Rabbah in the name of Ar Yohanan, every one who oppresses. p. 336. Israel becomes a chief, as it reads, for no fatigue befalleth him that oppresseth them. And the same said again in the name of the same authority, that from the same verse is inferred that an oppressor of Israel never becomes tired. Not for you, ye travelers, behold and see, etc. Said Rabbah in the name of Ar Yohanan, from this may be inferred that the scripture is particular that if one tells his troubles to his neighbor, he should add, may it not happen to you. all that pass this way. Said Amram in the name of Rabbite, they have made of me the perpetrator of a crime to whom burning applies, as about Sodom it reads, and the Lord rained upon Sodom. And here it reads, from on high hath he sent a fire into my bones. It reads, for greater is the iniquity of the daughter of my people than the sin of Sodom. Said Rabbah in the name of Yohanan, Jerusalem was punished with such that even Sodom was not. As concerning Sodom, it reads, behold, this was the iniquity of thy sister Sodom, pride, abundance of food. But the hand of the poor and needy did she not strengthen. And concerning Jerusalem, it reads, the hands of merciful women choked their own children. The Lord hath trodden under foot all my mighty men in the midst of me. As one says to his neighbor, this coin is already out of current. All thy enemies open wide their mouth against thee. Here, however, the pay is before the ayin, and why? Said Rabbah in the name of Yohanan, because of the spies, who said with their mouths what they had not seen with their eyes. It reads, who eat up my people, as they eat bread, they do not call on the Lord. Said Rabbah in the name of Yohanan, it is so the custom of Israel's enemies that he who robs Israel and consumes his bread feels a good taste, while he does not feel any taste if he has not done so. They do not call on the Lord, means the judges. So Rabbite. And Samuel said that it means the teachers of children who are doing their work falsely. Of having and not having a share in the world to come. Who were they who have decided so? Said Ashi, the men of the great assembly. Said Jehudah in the name of Rabbite. p. 337. They wanted to count one king more, and the appearance of his father's face came and spread itself before them, but they did not care. And then a fire from heaven came and charred the benches on which they were sitting, but they did not care. Then a heavenly voice said to them, seest thou a man that is diligent in his work? Before kings may he place himself, let him not place himself before obscure men. He has built his house during 13 years, and my house during 7 years. But not this only, but he built first my house and then his house. Should he have such luck? And still they did not care. Then came another heavenly voice, should he then according to thy view send a recompense, because thou hast rejected him? Because thou must choose and not I. However, the interpreters of notes said that all of them have a share in the world to come, as it reads, mine is Gilead, which means Achab, who fell at Ramoth Gilead. Manasseh literally, Ephraim the stronghold of my head, means Jeroboam, who was an outcome of the tribe Ephraim. Judah are my chiefs, means Achitopel, who was of the tribe of Judah. Moab my washpot, means Gekazi, who was beaten because of the business of washing. Upon Edom will I cast my shoe, means Dog the Edomite. Philistia, triumph thou but over me. The angel said before the Holy One, blessed be he, Lord of the universe, if David, who has killed the Philistines, would come before thee and would complain to that what Dog and Achitopel shared in the world to come, what willst thou say to him? And he answered, it is for me to make them friends. It reads, a perpetual backsliding. Said Rabbite, a victorious answer has the assembly of Israel given to the prophets. The prophet said to Israel, repent ye of your sins, as you may look upon your parents who have sinned, where are they? And they answered, and your prophets who have not sinned, where are they? As it reads, your fathers, where are they? And the prophets, could they live forever? He then said to them, but your parents have repented and confessed, as it reads, but my words and my decrees, which I commanded my servants, the prophets, behold, they did overtake your fathers, and they returned and said, just as the Lord of hosts had purposed to do unto us, in accordance with our ways, and in accordance. p. 338. With our doings, so hath he dealt with us. Samuel said, the victorious answer was thus, 10 men came to the prophet and sat down. And the prophet said to them, repent of your sins. And they answered, a slave whom his master has sold, and a woman whom her husband has divorced, has then one something to do with the other? Said the Holy One to the prophet, Go and say to them, Where is your mother's bill of divorcement, wherewith I have sent her away? Or who of my creditors, is it to whom I have sold you? Behold, for your iniquities were ye sold, and for your transgressions was your mother sent away. And this is what Resh Lakish said, this is what is written, Nebuchadnezzar my slave. It was known before him, who said a word and the world was created, that Israel will claim so in the future, and therefore he said in advance, Nebuchadnezzar my slave. And to whom, then, belongs the property of a slave, if not to his master? It reads, And that which cometh up into your mind shall not at all come to pass, that ye say, We will be like the nations, like the families of the other countries to serve wood and stone. As I live, saith the Lord Eternal, surely, with a mighty hand, and with an outstretched arm and with fury poured out, will I rule over you. Said Rnahman, with such an anger may the Merciful One be angry with us and redeem us. For his God had instructed him rightly, taught him. Said Rabbi Hannah, the prophet said to Israel, Repent. And they answered, We cannot, as we are under the dominion of the evil spirit. And he said to them, Overrule him. To which they answered, This can be done only by his God. It reads concerning Bilm, the son of Beer. And, Bilm, his son Beer. Said Yohanan, his father was a son to him. What concerns prophecy? The Mishnah says that Bilm has no share in the world to come, but other nations will have. Our Mishnah is in accordance with our Jehoshua of the following Boraitha. It reads, The wicked shall return into hell, all the nations that are forgetful of God. The wicked means the transgressors in Israel. All the nations, means idolaters. So our Eliezer. Said our Jehoshua to him, Does it read, and all the nations? It reads all the nations. This passage is p. 339. To be explained thus, the wicked shall return to hell, means all the nations that are forgetful of God. And even Bilm gave a sign concerning himself with his saying, May my soul die the death of the righteous, and may my last end be like his. If I will die a death of the righteous, then will be my end like his, and if not, I am going with my people. It reads, And the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed. There is a Boraitha, Midian and Moab were always enemies with each other. This is a parable to two watchdogs who were jealous of each other. But it happened that a wolf came to fight one of them. Said the other, If I will not help him, the wolf will kill him today, and tomorrow he will kill me. And they therefore conjoined together and killed the wolf. Said our Papa, This is what people say, the Krakowi Greek exrixos and the cat made a wedding meal of the fat of Beit Gada. It reads, And the princess of Moab abode with Bilm. And what became of the princess of Midian? As soon as they heard that Bilm told them to stay there overnight, they thought, Does then exist a father who dislikes his son? Said Rnahman, Impudence affects even heaven, as reads, Thou shalt not go with him, and finally, go with them. Said Shishhate, Impudence is a kingdom without a crown, as, And I am this day yet weak, and just anointed king, and these men, the sons of Zeruiah, are too strong for me. Yohanan said, Bilm was lame on one foot and blind on one eye, as, whose one eye is open. Knoweth the knowledge of the Most High. Is it possible for him, who does not know the knowledge of his ass, to be aware of the knowledge of the Most High? It means he was aware of that moment when the Holy One, blessed be he, became angry. And this is what the prophet said to Israel, O my people, do but remember what Balak the king of Moab resolved, and what Bilm the son of Beer answered him, from Shittim unto Gilgal, in order that ye may know the gracious benefits of the Lord. What do the last words mean? The Holy One, blessed be he, said to Israel, Beware of the gracious benefits. p. 340. I have done to ye, that I have not become angry on that day in the time of Bilm, for if I would have done so, there would not remain one living soul from yet. And this is what Bilm said to Balak, what is the use of my anger when God was not angry these days in spite of what he used to do every day, as it reads, God is indignant every day. How long is the duration of the anger? 1 second, as it reads. For his anger is momentary. And if you wish, it is from, go, my people, enter thou into thy chamber, and shut thy door behind thee, hide thyself for a little moment, until the indignation be passed away. And at what time in the day does he become angry? In the first 3 hours when the comb of a cock becomes white. But is the comb not white at any other time of the day? At any other time there are red points in the white, and at that time it is white without any points. There was a man in the neighborhood of our Jehoshua b. Levi who caused him great trouble. And on a certain day Jehoshua tied a cock on the posts of his beds, thinking that when the comb will become white I will caution him. However, when that time arrived he slumbered. He said then, I understand from this that such a thing must not be done, even to minim. There is a Boritha in the name of our mayor, when the sun rises and the kings put their crowns on their head, and bow themselves down to the sun, the Lord immediately becomes angry. It reads, and Bilm rose up in the morning and saddled his ass. There is a Boritha in the name of our Simeon b. Eleazar, love abandons the custom of great men, and the same animosity does. Love abandons their custom, as we have seen by Abraham, who himself saddled his ass, and the same we saw by Bilm, who himself saddled his ass, because of his animosity to Israel. R. Jehudah said in the name of Rabbite, one shall always occupy himself with the Torah and divine commandments, even not for the sake of heaven, as finally he will come to do so for its sake. This can be inferred from Balak, who offered 42 sacrifices, and was rewarded by that what Ruth was the outcome from him. As our Hosea b. Hunah said, Ruth was the daughter of Eglon, the grandson of Balak, king of Moab. p. 341. Rabha said to Rabba b. Mari, it reads, may God make the name of Solomon more famous than thy name, and make his throne greater than thy throne. Is it the usual way of saying to a king thus? And he answered, it is not to be taken literally, they meant to say similar to thy name, as if you would not say so, how is to be understood, dwelling in the tent may she be blessed? Who is meant by dwelling in the tent, if not Sarah, Rebekah, Rachel, and Leah? Does, then, this passage mean that Jal shall be more blessed than they? Hence it is not to be taken literally, and it means similar to them, and the same is the case here. However, Rabba b. Mari differs with our Hosea b. Huni, who said that usually one becomes jealous of everyone but of his son and disciple. Of his son, as we see from the above cited verse concerning Solomon. And of his disciple, and Elisha said, let there be, I pray thee, a double portion of thy spirit upon me, and if you wish, from, and he laid his hands upon him, though he was commanded, thou shalt lay thy hand upon him. It reads, and put a word in his mouth. Said our Yohanan, from all the blessings of that wicked you may learn what he intended to say, if he would not have been prevented. He wanted to say, Israel shall not possess any houses of assembly and of learning. And what was he compelled to say, how beautiful are thy tents, O Jacob? He intended to say that the Shekinah shall not rest upon them, and said, thy dwellings, O Israel. He intended to say that their kingdom shall not be prolonged, and said, as streams are they spread forth. He intended to say that they shall not possess olives and vineyards, and said, as gardens by the river's side. They shall have a bad odor, and said, as aloe trees which the Lord had planted. They shall not have kings of nice appearance, and said, and cedar trees beside the waters. Their kings shall not be descendants of kings, and said, water runneth out of his buckets. Their kingdom shall not rule over other nations, and said, that his seed may be moistened by abundance of waters. their kingdom shall not be strong enough, and said, and exalted above Agag shall be his king. And their kingdom shall not be feared, and said, and raised on high shall be his kingdom. Said Rabbah. Kahana, all. p. 342. Bilm's blessings were overturned to cautions, except concerning houses of assembly and of learning, as, and the Lord thy God changed unto thee the curse into a blessing, because the Lord thy God loved thee. It reads curse, singular, but not curses, plural. Samuel b. Nahman in the name of our Jonathan said, it reads, faithful are the wounds of a friend, but deceptive are the kisses of an enemy. The caution that Achiah the Shilonite cautioned Israel is better for them than the blessings that Bilm has blessed them. The former cautioned Israel with a reed, as it reads, as the reed is shaken in the water. As this reed stands in water places, the branches of it change, but its roots are many, and even all the winds of the world when blowing upon it are not able to uproot it, but it bends in every direction of the wind. However, when the wind ceases it remains straight in its place. But Bilm, the wicked, blessed them with a cedar, which does not stand in water places, does not change its branches, and its roots are few, and although no winds can affect it, however, as soon as a south wind comes it uproots it and turns it over on its face. Moreover, a pen for writing the holy scrolls, prophets, and hagiographa was made from a reed. Farther on it reads, and he looked on the Kenites. Strong is thy dwelling place, etc. Bilm said to Jethro, Kenite, wast thou not with us at the time we consulted to destroy Israel? How, then, does it come that thou art placed now among the strongest of the world? And this is what Arhiah Abba in the name of Arsimle said, the following three Bilm, Job, and Jethro were the advisers of Pharaoh, concerning his command of throwing in the river the children of Israel. Bilm, who gave this advice, was killed, Job, who kept silent, was punished with chastisement, and Jethro, who ran away, was rewarded by having his descendants placed among the Sanhedrin, in the chamber of the temple, as the above cited verse reads. And he took up his parable, and said, Alas, who shall live when God doth appoint this one? Said Yohanan, woe will be to that nation which will try to prevent the redemption of Israel, when the Holy One, blessed be he, will do it to his children. Who can prevent a lion to come together with his lioness at the time they are both free? p. 343. It reads, and now, behold, I am going unto my people, come, I will advise thee against what this people will do to thy people in the end of days. This people to thy people. It ought to be the reverse, I will advise thee against what thy people will do to this people. Said Rabbah. Kahana, it is similar to one who intends to caution himself, and does it by cautioning his neighbor. Bilm said to Balak, the god of this nation hates incest, and they, I am aware, are fond of linen dresses. Put up shops for them, and place therein prostitutes, an old woman outside, and a young one inside, and they shall sell them linen dresses. He put up shops from Harshalek to the place of Beth Hashimon, and placed therein prostitutes accordingly. And when Israel were eating, drinking, and rejoicing themselves and taking a walk, the old woman said to him, Do you want to buy a linen dress for a reasonable price? But the young woman from inside offers it to him thrice cheaper, and finally she says to him, You are at home, choose what you like. And there stood a pitcher full of Ammonite wine, which was not as yet prohibited. And she treats him with a goblet of wine. And after he drinks it, it kindles him as a fire, and he makes his proposition to her. She, however, takes out her idol from her bosom, saying, Worship it. And to his answer, I am a Jew, she said, What is it? It is required only of you to uncover yourself before it. While he was not aware that so was the custom of its worship, as it reads, but they, too, went to Baal Peor, and devoted themselves unto that shameful idol, and became abominations as those they loved. It reads, and Israel dwelt in Shittim. Said R. Yohanan, everywhere such an expression is to be found it brings infliction. Here the people began to commit incest, and Jacob dwelt in the land of his father's sojourning, and Joseph brought evil reports of them to his father. And Israel dwelt in the land of Egypt, in the country of Goshen, and the days of Israel drew near that he was to die. And every man dwelt in safety, and the Lord stirred up an adversary unto Solomon, Hadad the Edomite. It reads, and the kings of Midian they. p. 344. Slew, besides the rest of their men that were slain. And Bilm, the son of Beer, they slew with the sword. What hath Bilm to do there? Said R. Yohanan, he went to take the reward for the 24,000 Israelites who were killed through his advice. Said Mar Zutrabi. Tubia in the name of Rabbite, this is what people say, a camel wanted to get horns, and therefore the ears he possessed were cut off. And Bilm, the son of Beer, the soothsayer. The soothsayer. Was he not a prophet? Said R. Yohanan, at the beginning he was a prophet, but thereafter became a soothsayer. A Sadducer said to R. Hananiah, are you aware of Bilm's age when he was slain? And he answered, there is nothing written about it, but from, let not the men of blood and deceit live out half their days, I understand that he must have been 32 or 33 when he was killed. And the Sadducer answered, thou sayest well, as I saw the record of Bilm, and it was written therein 33 years was Bilm when he was killed by Pinehas, the murderer. Said Marbi Rabbinah to his son, about all the commoners who are mentioned in the Mishnah, you have not to be anxious to lecture of them to their disadvantage, except Bilm, about whom you may lecture as much as you like. About Dog is found in the scripture this word differently, in some places with an aleph and in others with double yods instead of an aleph. Said R. Yohanan, at the beginning heaven was worrying that perhaps this man will go out in a wrong way, and after it happened so, it was exclaimed that this man is lost by his bad habits. R. Itzhak said, it reads, what vauntest thou thyself of wickedness, O mighty man? The kindness of God endureth all the time. The Holy One, blessed be he, said to Dog, art thou, then, not mighty in the Torah? Why art thou fond of slandering? And the same said again, it reads, but unto the wicked God saith, what hast thou to do to relate my statutes? The Holy One, blessed be he, said to Dog the wicked, what hast thou to relate my statutes when thou reachest the portion of murderers and the portion of slanderer? How wouldst thou explain them? Why bearest thou my covenant upon thy mouth? p. 345. Said Arami, infer from this that the study of Dog was only with his mouth, but not with his heart. R. Itzhak said, it reads, the wealth which he hath swallowed, will he have to vomit up again, God will drive it out of his belly. David said before the Holy One, blessed be he, let Dog die. And he was answered, thou must wait until he will have forgotten the Torah, which he has swallowed. And he prayed again, let God drive it out of his belly. R. Itzhak said again, it was said before David, let Dog have a share in the world to come. And he answered, therefore God will also destroy thee forever. Let there at least a halakha be mentioned in his name in the college. And he answered, pluck thee out of his tent. Let his descendants be rabbis. And root thee out of the land of life. The same said again, it reads, where is he who wrote down? Where is he that weighed? Where is he that counted the towers? Where is he who counted the letters of the Torah? Where is he who weighs the lenient and rigorous things mentioned therein? Where is he who counted 300 decided halakhas concerning a turret flying in the air? Said Arami, 400 questions had Dog and Achitophel asked concerning turrets flying in the air, and not one of them could be decided. Said Rabha, is it also a great thing to ask questions? In the years of Jehudah all their studies were confined to the section of damages, etc. However, here the answer is, the Holy One, blessed be he, wants the heart of one, but not his mouth, as it reads, but the Lord looked on the heart. Said Arami, Dog was not dead before he had forgotten all his studies, as it reads, he will indeed die for want of correction, and through the abundance of his folly will he sink into error. Said Ar Yohanan, 3 angels of destruction attended to Dog, one who had made him forget his study, and one who burned his soul, and the third who scattered his ashes in prayer and learning houses. The same said again, Dog and Achitophel did not see each other, as Dog was in the days of Saul and Achitophel in the days of David. And he said again, both Dog and Achitophel have not lived. p. 346. Half of their days. So also we have learned in the following Boritha, all the years of Dog were only 34, and those of Achitophel 33. Ar Jehuda said in the name of Rabbite, one shall not bring himself into temptation, as David I king of Israel, placed himself in the power of a trial and stumbled. He said before him, Lord of the universe, why is it said the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and not the God of David? And he was answered, because they were tried by me, and thou wast not. And he said before him, Lord of the universe, try me, as it reads, try me, O Lord, and prove me. And he was answered, you will be tried, and, furthermore, I will do with thee a thing which I have not done with the patriarchs, as them I have not informed that I will try, and thee I inform that thou wilt be tried with a case of adultery. And this is what it reads, and it happened at eventide that David arose, etc. Said Ar Jehuda, he did in the daytime what is usually done at night. And he overlooked a halakha, there is a small member in the body of a man which is always hungry if one is trying to satisfy it, and is always satisfied if one starves it. And he walked upon the roof of the king's house, and he saw from the roof a woman bathing herself, and the woman was of a very beautiful appearance. Bathsheba used to wash her head under a beehive. The Satan then appeared before David as a bird, and he shot an arrow at it, and the arrow fell on the beehive and broke it, so that Bathsheba was visible to David. And immediately David sent and inquired after the woman, and someone said, behold, this is the Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite. And David sent messengers and took her, and she came in unto him, and he lay with her, and she had just purified herself from her uncleanness, and she returned unto her house. And this is what it reads, thou hast proved my heart, thou hast thought of me in the night, thou hast refined me, thou couldst find nothing, my Zamathi doth not pass beyond my mouth, which means it would be better for me that a Zimama should have been put in my mouth than to have prayed, try me. Rabha lectured, to thee only, have I sinned, and what is evil in thy eyes have I done, in order that thou mightest be righteous when thou speakest, be justified. p. 347. When thou judgest. David said before the Holy One, blessed be he, it is known before thee, that if I would want to overrule my impulse I would be able to do so. But I didn't, so people shall not say that the slave has conquered his master. He lectured again, it reads, in the Lord have I put my trust, how can ye say to my soul, flee to your mountain as a bird? David said before the Holy One, blessed be he, Lord of the universe, forgive me the sin for the purpose that people shall not say that your mountain was lost through a bird. He lectured again, it is written, for I am prepared for downfall, and my pain is continually before me. From the 6 days of creation Bathsheba was destined for David, however, she came to him only by infliction. And so also taught the disciples of our Ishmael, Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, was destined to David, but he enjoyed her as an unripe fruit. R. Jehuda said in the name of Rabbite, David was about to worship idols, as it reads, when David was come to the head where he used to bow himself to God. By head is meant an idol, as it is to be found in Daniel that the head of the image was of gold. Behold, Chushai, the Archite, came to meet him with his coat rent, and earth upon his head. And he said to him, Is it proper that a king like thyself shall be an idolater? And he answered, Is it proper that a king like myself should be slain by his son? It is better for me to worship an idol privately than that the holy name should be profaned publicly. Said Cushi to him, Why, then, hast thou married a handsome woman? And to his answer, The Merciful One has allowed to marry such. Rejoined Cushi, Why have you not given your attention to the interpretation founded on the facts of local junction of texts, as after a woman of handsome form is near, the 18th verse, which speaks of a stubborn son. R. Dusthai, of the city of Beri, lectured, David's following prayer is similar to a peddler who wanted to sell out his stock little by little. He said before the Holy One, Blessed be He, Lord of the universe, who can guard against errors. And he was answered, They will be forgiven to you. P. 348. From secrets do thou cleanse me, and the same answer was given. Also from presumptuous sins withhold thy servants, and he was also answered that it will be forgiven. Let them not have dominion over me. The rabbis shall not talk about me, and he was also promised that so it will be. Then shall I be blameless. My sins shall not be written. And he was answered, This is impossible, as the jot which I took away from the name of Sarai complained before me several years, until Joshua came and I added it to his name, as it reads, And Moses called Hoshea, the son of Nun, Joshua. How then can I omit a whole portion of the Torah? Clear from any great transgression. He said before him, Lord of the universe, forgive me the whole sin. And he was answered, It is revealed before me what Solomon, thy son, will say by his wisdom in the future. Can a man gather up fire in his lap, and shall his clothes not be burnt? Can a man walk along hot coals, and shall his feet not be burnt? So it is with him that goeth into his neighbor's wife, no one that toucheth her shall remain unpunished. He then exclaimed, If so, I am lost. And he was answered, Accept chastisements upon thyself. And he did so. Said Jehudah in the name of Rabbite, 6 months was David afflicted with leprosy, the Shekinah left him, and the Sanhedrin separated themselves from him. Inflicted with leprosy, cleanse me from sin with hyssop, etc. The Shekinah left him, restore unto me the gladness of thy salvation. The Sanhedrin separated themselves, let those that fear thee return unto me, and those that know thy testimonies. And whence do we know that all this lasted full 6 months? From. And the days that David reigned over Israel were 40 years, in Hebron he reigned 7 years, and in Jerusalem he reigned 33 years. And in Hebron he reigned over Judah 7 years and 6 months, and in Jerusalem he reigned 33 years over all Israel and Judah. Hence we see that the 6 months more which are counted in 2 Samuel are not counted in I Kings, and this was because the 6 months in which he was inflicted with leprosy were not counted. Now about Gehazi. It reads, And Elisha came to Damascus. What did he do there? P. 349. Said Yohanan, he went to make Gehazi repent of his sins. He tried to do so, but he did not want, saying, I have a tradition from thee, that he who sins and causes others to sin, heaven gives no opportunity to him to repent. But what has he done to cause others to sin? According to some he put a magnet over the casts made by Jeroboam, and they were suspended in the air. And according to others, he engraved the holy name on its mouth, and it heralded, I am the God, etc. And according to still others, he drove away disciples from Elisha's college, as it reads, Behold, now the place where we dwell before thee is too narrow for us. The rabbis taught, exclusion shall always be with the left hand, and inclusion with the right hand, i.e., if one is compelled to repudiate someone, he shall do it easy as with his left hand, and at the same time try to admit him again with his right hand. And not as Elisha has done with Gehazi, whom he rejected with both hands, as it reads, And Naaman said, Give thy assent, take 2 talents. And he urged him, Whence comest thou, Gehazi? And he said, Thy servant went not hither or thither. And he said unto him, My mind was not gone when the man turned around from his chariot to meet thee. Is it time to take money, and to take garments, and olive yards, and vineyards, and sheep, and oxen, and men servants, and maidservants? Hath then Gehazi taken all this? He took only silver and garments. Said Yitzhak, at that time Elisha was occupied with the study of the chapter of 8 reptiles. Naaman, the captain of the king of Syria, was inflicted with leprosy, and his servant girl, who was captured from Israel, told him that if he will go to Elisha he will be cured. And when he came and was told to dip himself in the Jordan, he said, They ridicule me. But the men with him induced him to do so. He followed their advice and he was cured. And he brought all what he had with him to Elisha, but he did not want to accept it from him. Gehazi, however, departed from Elisha, took what he took, and hid it, and when he came before Elisha again he saw that the leprosy was flying over his head. Then he said, p. 350. To him, Has then the time come that you should be rewarded for my studying of the chapter of 8 reptiles, as you took from him the value of the 8 things mentioned in this passage? And therefore he went out of his presence a leper as snow. It reads, And there were 4 leprous men at the entrance of the gate. Said Yohanan, These were Gehazi and his 3 sons. There is a Boritha, the animal impulses of man, a child, and a woman, should always be repulsed with the left hand, and at the same time embraced with the right hand. The rabbis taught, thrice Elisha became sick, etc. Mishnah 2, The generation of the flood have no share in the world to come, and are also not judged, as it reads, La Yodin Richi Beatum, literally my spirit shall not judge in man - no judgment and no spirit. The generation of dispersion have also no share in the world to come, as it reads, And the Lord scattered them abroad, and it reads also, From there the Lord scattered them - scattered them in this world, and from there the Lord scattered them - in the world to come. The men of Sodom have also no share in the world to come, as it reads, For the men of Sodom were wicked, and sinners before the Lord exceedingly - wicked in this world, and sinners in the world to come. However, they are standing for judgment. Our Nehemiah said, both of the following are not standing for judgment, as it reads, Therefore shall the wicked not be able to stand in the judgment - the generation of the flood. And sinners in the congregation of the upright - men of Sodom. But he was told by the sages, the latter do not stand up among the congregation of the upright, but they stand among the congregation of the wicked. The spies have no share in the world to come, as it reads, died by the plague before the Lord. Died - in this world, plague - in the world to come. The generation of the desert has no share in the world to come, as it reads, In this wilderness shall they be spent - in this world, and therein shall they die - in the world to come. So our Akiba. Our Eliezer, however, maintains, 2. p. 351. Them is written, Gather together unto me my pious servants, who make a covenant with me by sacrifice. The congregation of Korah will not be restored at the time of resurrection, as it reads, And the earth closed over them - in this world, and they disappeared from the midst of the congregation - in the world to come. So our Akiba. Our Eliezer, however, maintains, to them it reads, The Lord killeth and maketh alive, he bringeth down to the grave, and bringeth up. Gemara, the rabbis taught, the generation of the flood has no share in the world to come, as it reads, And it swept off every living substance - in this world, and they were swept from the earth - in the world to come. So our Akiba. Our Jehuda b. Bethera said, They will neither be restored nor judged, as it reads in the cited verse of the Mishnah, No judgment and no spirit. Our Menahem b. Jose said, Even at the time the Holy One, blessed be he, will return the souls to the corpses, the souls of the generation in question will still be judged hard in the Gehenna, as it reads, Ye shall be pregnant with hay, ye shall bring forth stubble, your breath is a fire, which shall devour you. The rabbis taught, the generation of the flood were exalted only because of the overflowing goodness, the Holy One, blessed be He, overflooded them. As concerning them it reads, their houses are at peace without any dread, and no rod of God over them. The bull of each one gendereth and disappointeth not, the cow of each one calveth, and casteth not her young. They send forth their little ones like a flock, and their children skip about. They sing to the timbrel and harp, and rejoice at the sound of the pipe. They wear out their days in happiness. The verse continues, and in a moment they go down to the nether world. This was caused by what they said, depart from us, and the knowledge of thy ways we desire not, etc. They said, we need the Almighty only for the drops of rain with which He supplies us. However, we possess springs and rivers, of which we can make use. Said the Lord, with the same good I have overflooded them they anger me, I will therefore punish them with the same, I will bring a flood of water, etc. R. Jose said, the generation of the flood were exalted because the sclerotic coat of the eye which resembles water, as p. 352. It reads, and they took themselves wives of all whom they chose, and therefore they were punished with water, which resembles the eye, as, on the same day, were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. R. Yohanan said, the generation in question sinned with the word Rabha. God saw that Rabha the wickedness of men, and they were punished with the same word, all the fountains of the deep Rabha. And he said again, 3 of the hot springs of that time remained forever, and they are, of Geda, of Tiberias, and the great springs of Biram. It reads, for all flesh has corrupted his way upon the earth. Said R. Yohanan, infer from this that cattle, beast, and men had intercourse with each other. Said R. Ababi, Kahana, all of them returned to their usual manner of propagation, except the bird Thushalmi. 1. It reads, the end of all the flesh is come before me. Said R. Yohanan, come and see how severe is the force of robbery, as the generation of the flood had committed all kinds of crimes, and their evil decree was not sealed until they stretched out their hand to robbery, as it reads, for all the earth is filled with violence through them, and I will destroy them with the earth, and also, the violence is grown up into the staff of wickedness, nothing is left of them, and nothing of their multitude, and nothing of theirs, and there shall be no lamenting for them. Said R. Eleazar, infer from this passage that the violence itself has grown up as a Cain and placed itself before the Lord, saying, Lord of the universe, nothing shall be left of them, etc. The disciples of R. Ismail taught, in that evil decree Noah was included, but found favor in the eyes of the Lord, as it reads, for it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. It reads, and it repenteth the Lord that he had made man on the earth. When Ardim came from Palestine, he said, I have not done well that I prepared for them graves in the earth. And this is inferred from the analogy of the expression and it repented. p. 353. Which is to be found here and in, and the Lord bethought himself. It reads, Noah was a just, perfect man in his generation, according to R. Yohanan in his generation, but not in others who were more righteous. And according to Resh Lakish, in his generation, which was wicked, so much the more in other generations. Said R. Hanana, as a parable to that of R. Yohanan, may be, example if one places a barrel of wine among barrels of vinegar. In that place, the good smell of wine is marked, which would not be the case if placed among other barrels of wine, and a parable to that of Resh Lakish, said R. Oshia, may be, example a glass of perfume which was placed in a filthy place, and the smelling was marked, so much the more would it be marked if placed among spices. It reads further on, and it swept off, etc. If man sinned, what were the sins of the animals? It was taught in the name of R. Jehoshua b. Karha, it is similar to one who made a canopy for his son, and prepared all kinds of delicacies for the wedding meal, but his son dies before the wedding and he destroys all what he prepared, saying, all this was done only because of my son. Now, as he is dead, to what purpose do I need the canopy and all what I prepared? So the Holy One, blessed be he, said, to what purpose have I created cattle and beast, only for the sake of man? Now, when man has sinned and is to be destroyed, to what purpose do I need all other creatures? All that were on dry land died, but not the fishes in the sea. R. Jose of Tisarius lectured, it reads, swift are such men on the face of the water, accursed is their field on the land. Infer from this that Noah, the upright, warned them, saying, repent and pray to God, for if not he will bring the flood upon you and will make your corpses swim upon the water like bags filled with air, and not only this, but yet will be accursed to future generations. And they answered, let him do so, who prevents him? And he answered, there is one pigeon among ye which must be taken away from this evil. And they answered, if it is so, then we will continue on our way and will not hide ourselves in the vineyards. Rabha lectured, it reads, to the unfortunate. p. 354. There is given contempt according to the thoughts of him that is at ease prepared for those whose foot slippeth. Infer from this that Noah, the upright, warned them in hard words. But they scorned him, saying, thou old man, why buildest thou the ark? And to his answer, the Lord will bring the flood. They said, a flood of what? If a flood of fire, then we have an animal by the name of Alita which extinguishes fire. And if of water, we have iron plates with which we can pave the ground. And if of the sky, we have a thing named Akeb or Ikosh, which can prevent it. And Noah answered, he will bring you from under your heels, as the just cited verse reads, prepared for those whose foot slippeth. Said Arhisda, with their hot blood have they sinned, and they were punished with hot water, and it is inferred from a analogy of the expression, and the water was appeased, and the fury of the king was appeased. It reads, and it came to pass after the 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. 7 days of what? Said Rabbi, the 7 days mourning for Methuselah. From this you may learn that the lamentation of uprights delays the chastisement to come. Another explanation, the Lord appointed for them at first a long time for repenting, and thereafter a short time. And still another explanation, the 7 days in which was given them a taste of the world to come, for the purpose that they shall know what good they are losing. Of every clean heart thou shalt take to thee 7 pair of each, the male and his female. Have these animals wives? Said Samuel b. N. Ahaman in the name of our Jonathan, it means from those with whom a crime was not committed. And whence did he know this? Said Arhisda, he passed them by the ark, and those who were accepted by the ark he was certain that no crime was committed, and those who were not, he was certain that a crime was committed. Arabubu said, it means from those animals which came by themselves. An ark of gopher wood. What is meant by gopher? Ar-Atta, in the name of the school of Sheila, said, it means an oak tree, and according to others, a cedar tree. A window shalt thou make. Said R. p. 355. Yohanan, the Holy One, blessed be he, said to Noah, put their diamonds and pearls, that they shall give you light as the middle of the day. With lower second and third stories shalt thou make it? The lower for manure, the second for animals and the third for man. He sent forth a raven. Said Resh Lakish, a victorious answer has the raven given Noah, thy master hates me and thou doest the same. Thy master hates, as from the clean he took 7 and from the unclean only 2, and thou hatest me as thou sends a creature of which you have only 2, while from others you have 7. If I would be killed by heat or by cold would not the world be lacking my creation? He then sent forth a dove from him. Said R. Jeremiah, infer from this that clean fowls may be kept in the residence of uprights. And the dove came in to him at the time of evening. Said R. Eleazar, the dove said before the Holy One, blessed be he, Lord of the universe, may my food be bitter like an olive, but I shall receive it from thy hand rather than that it should be sweet like honey, and I shall receive from beings of blood and flesh. Plucked off Teraphim. And whence do we know that terav means food? From, let me eat the bread, in which the same term terav is used. It reads farther on, after their families. Infer from this that each family was placed separate. Hanabi. Bisna said, Eliezer, the servant of Abraham, questioned Shem the Great, as all the animals were placed separately, where was your family placed? And he answered, we had great trouble in the ark to feed all the animals. The creature whose habit it is to eat in the daytime we had to feed in the day, and those whose habit it is to eat in the night, we have to feed in the night. A chameleon, my father did not know what its food is. It happened one day that he cut a pomegranate and a worm fell out of it, and the above consumed it, and from that time prepared its food from the worms found in rotten apples. The lion was fed by his fever, as Rabbi said, no less than 6 and no more than 12 months one can live in fever without taking any food. The Or's Hina my father found that it slept in a corner of the ark, and to his question, dost thou? p. 356. Need any food? It answered, I saw thou art very busy, and I thought I would not trouble thee. And he blessed her that it shall never die, and this is what it reads, as the child shall I have many days. R. Hanabi. Levi said, Shem the Great questioned Eliezer, the servant of Abraham, when the kings of the west and east came to fight you, what have you done? And he answered, the Holy One, blessed be he, took Abraham, sat him down to his right, and we, however, took earth, threw it, and they became swords. Straw and they became arrows, as it reads, sit thou at my right hand, until I place thy enemies a stool for thy feet. And also, who waked up from the east the man whom righteousness met in his steps? He giveth up nations before him, and maketh him rule over kings. That his sword may render them as the dust, as driven stubble his bow. The generation of dispersion has no share, etc. What had they done? The school of Arshila said, they wanted to build a tower to ascend to the sky and split it with hatchets, so that the contained water shall pour down. This legend was ridiculed in the West. If they intended to ascend to the sky they ought to have built the tower on a mountain, and not in a valley. Therefore, said R. Jeremiah b. Eliezer, they were divided into 3 parties. The first party said, let us go there to dwell, the second, let us go there and worship their idols, and the third, let us go there to fight. The party that said, let us go there to dwell, were scattered all over the world, and the party that said, let us go there and fight, became demons, devils, etc. And the party that said, let us go there and worship their idols, were scattered to Babylon, to which it reads, therefore is the name Babel, because the Lord did there confound the language. Said R. Yohanan, from the tower, a third of it was burned, the second was swallowed and a third is still in existence. Men of Sodom, etc. The rabbis taught, men of Sodom have no share in the world to come, as the verse cited in the Mishnah. And in addition to it, said R. Jehuda, they were wicked with their bodies and sinners with their money. With their bodies, as it reads, how then can I do this great evil and sin against God? And sinners with their money, as it reads, it will be sin in thee. Before. p. 357. The Lord means blasphemy. Exceedingly all their sins were intentionally. In Aboritha it was taught the reverse, wicked with their money, as it reads, and thy eye be thus evil against thy needy brother, and sinners with their bodies, and sin against God. Before the Lord means blasphemy, and exceedingly means bloodshed, as it reads, and also innocent blood did Manasseh shed exceedingly. The rabbis taught, the men of Sodom were exalted because of the overflowing goodness of the Lord. Concerning them it reads, the earth out of which cometh forth bread, is under its surface turned up as it were with fire. Her stones are the place whence the sapphire cometh, and golden dust is also there. On the path which no bird of prey knoweth, and which the vulture's eye hath not surveyed, etc. And they said, as our land supplies us with sufficient bread, Why shall we leave in travelers who come only to lessen our money? Let our land forget that there is a foot of stranger, as it reads. 1. He said again, it reads, How long will ye devise mischief against a man? Will ye all assault him murderously, as though he were a falling wall, a tottering fence? Infer from this that they used to place a wealthy man under a tottering wall and pushed the wall over him, and robbed him of his money. He said again, it reads, They break into houses in the dark, in the daytime they lock themselves in, they know not the light. Infer from this that when they saw a wealthy man they used to deposit with him balsam, which usually the depositories placed in their treasure box, and in the night they sent the balsam and rob him. 2. R. Jose lectured the same in Cyprius. And the night after that 300 burglaries were committed through the smell of balsam, the townmen troubled him, saying, You have shown a way to the thief. And he answered them, How could I know that all of you are thieves? The following was enacted in Sodom. He who possessed one ox had to pasture all the cattle of the city one day, but he who possessed none at all had to pasture them 2 days. There. P. 358. Was an orphan, the son of a widow, to whom they gave their oxen to pasture, and he killed them, saying, Who has one ox shall take one skin, and he who has none at all shall take 2 skins. And to the question, What is this? He said to them, The final trial must be at the beginning of it. You enacted that he who has one ox shall pasture them 1 day, and he who has none at all shall pasture them 2 days. The same is the case with the skins. He who passed the river on a boat had to pay 1 zuz. And he who passed the river on foot had to pay 2. If one had a row of bricks, every one of them came and took 1, saying, I am not causing you any damage by taking 1. The same they used to do when one scattered garlic or onions to dry. There were 4 judges in Sodom. Every one of them had a name which meant false, lie, etc. If it happened that one struck a woman and she miscarried, they used to decide that the woman should be given to the striker, and he shall return her when she will be pregnant again. If it happened that one cut off the ear of his neighbor's ass, they used to decide that the ass should be delivered to the striker, till it shall be cured. If one wounds his neighbor, they decided that the striker shall be paid for bleeding him. He who passed the river on a bridge had to pay 4 zuz. And he who passed it with 1 foot had to pay 8 zuz. It happened once that a washer came there and they required of him 4 zuz. And to his claim that he had passed the water on foot, they required 8. And because he didn't pay they wounded him, and when he came to the judge, he decided that he shall pay for bleeding and 8 zuz for passing the water. Eliezer, the servant of Abraham, happened to be there, and was wounded, and when he came to the judge to complain he said, You must pay for bleeding. And he took a stone and wounded the judge, saying, The payment for bleeding which you owe to me pay them, and my money shall remain with me. They made a condition that he who invites one to a wedding shall be stripped of his garments. There was a wedding at the same time Eliezer happened to be in the city, and none of them wanted to sell him any bread for a meal. He then went to the wedding and took a place at the very end of the table. And when he was asked who had invited him, he said to him who was sitting nearby, Thou hast invited me. And for fear that they will believe that he has invited him and that he will be. P. 359. Stripped of his garment, he hurried to take his mantle and run away. And so he did to the remainder, and they all ran away, and he ate the whole meal. They had a bed for strangers. If he was too long for this bed they made him shorter, and if too short they stretched him. When Eliezer was there they told him to sleep in the bed, to which he answered, Since my mother is dead I vowed not to sleep in a bed. When a poor man happened to be there every one used to give him a dinar, on which his name was engraved, but they did not sell him any bread until he died. And then each one took his dinar back. There was a girl who used to supply a poor man with bread, which she used to hide in a pitcher while going for water. And when this was found out they smeared her body with honey, put her on the roof of the surrounding wall, and bees came and killed her, and this is what it reads, because the sin against Sodom and Gomorrah is great, etc. Spies. And the congregation of Korah, etc. The rabbis taught, the congregation of Korah has no share in the world to come, as it reads, and the earth covered them in this world, and they disappeared from the midst of the congregation in the world to come. So R. Akaba. R. Jehuda b. Bathura said, they are as a lost thing for which the loser inquires, as it reads, I have gone erringly astray, like a lost sheep, seek thy servant, for thy commandments have I not forgotten. It reads, and Korah took. Said Resh Lakish, he purchased for himself a very bad undertaking. Korah means, he has made Israel bald-headed. Ben Yazar, he who made the world hot as in the middle of the day. Ben Kahat, he who made blunt the teeth of his parents. Ben Levi, he who became a companion to the Gehenna. But why is not also written Ben Jacob? Said R. Samuel b. Itzhak, Jacob prayed, unto their secret shall my soul not come, means the spies. Unto their assembly my glory shall not be united, means the congregation of Korah. Rabbi said, the wife of On ben Pelath saved him from being among the congregation of Korah. She said to him, what is the difference to you? If Moses will be master, you are only a disciple, and the same will be for you if Korah will be the master. And to his answer, what shall I do? I was with them in consultation, and swore to take part with them. She said, I know that the whole congregation is holy, as it reads. P. 360. For the whole of the congregation are all of them holy, remain in your house and I will save you. She made him drink wine to intoxication, and she made him sleepy in the house, and she herself sat outside at the entrance of the house, uncovered her head and disheveled her hair. And every one coming to his house, to call upon On, when he saw the uncovered head of the woman, he returned. She, however, continued to sit there, till the congregation was swallowed. On the other hand, the wife of Korah said to him, see what Moses did. He proclaimed himself as a king, his brother he made high priest, the sons of his brother for adjuncts of the high priests. Heave offering he commanded to give to the priests, and even from tithes, which are for the Levites, he commands to give again 1/10 to the priest. And not only this, he made of you fools by commanding all the Levites to shave off all their hair. And to his answer, he himself also did so, she said, as all the glory belongs to him, he does not care, etc. And this is what it reads, the wise among women buildeth her house the wife of On ben Pelath. But the foolish pulleth it down with her own hands the wife of Korah. It reads farther on, so that they rose up before Moses, with certain men of the children of Israel, in number 250 the distinguished of the congregation. Called to the assembly who were able through their wisdom to intercalate months and establish leap years. Men of renown whose name was renowned through all the world. And Moses heard it, and fell upon his face. What had he heard? Said Samuel b. Nahman in the name of our Jonathan, that they suspect him of adultery, as it reads, moreover, they envied Moses. And Moses went to Dathan and Abiram. Said Resh Lakish, infer from this that one must do all that he can not to strengthen a quarrel. As Rabbi said, he who strengthens a quarrel transgresses a negative commandment, that he become not as Korah and as his company. Ashi said, such is worthy to be punished with leprosy, as here it reads by the hand of Moses, and he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous, white as snow. Jose said, he who fights against the kingdom of David deserves to be bitten by a snake, as, by the P. 361. Stone Zoheleth, and, with the poison of Zikalaphar. Histah said, he who quarrels with his master is considered as if he would quarrel with the Shekinah, as it reads, at the time they quarreled against the Lord. Hamabi. Hananiah said, he who has a controversy with his master is considered as if he would do so against the Shekinah, as it reads, "These are the waters of Meribah, where the children of Israel quarreled with the Lord." And Hananiah b. Papa said, "He who murmurs against his master is considered as if he would do so against the Shekinah, as it reads, not against us are your murmurings, but against the Lord." And Abohu said, "Even one whose thoughts are against his master is considered as if his thoughts would be against the Shekinah, as it reads, and the people spoke against God and against Moses." It reads, "Riches reserved for their owner to his own hurt?" Said Resh Lakish, "This means the riches of Korah." It reads, "And all on their feet." One said Eleazar, "It means the money which makes one stand on his feet." And Levi said, "The keys of Korah's treasure were of such a weight that 300 white mules had to carry them." Hama b. Hananiah said, 3 treasures were hidden by Joseph in Egypt, one was found by Korah, and the second by Antoninus ben Arsaras, and the third is still hidden for the upright in the future. Yohanan said, "Korah was not from those who were swallowed and not from those who were burned. Not those from who were swallowed, as, and all the men that appertained unto Korah, but not Korah himself. And not from the burned, the fire devoured the 250 men, but not Korah." In Aborithah, however, it is stated that Korah was both burned and swallowed. Swallowed, as in the just cited verse, and swallowed them up together with Korah, and burned, as, and there came out a fire, and consumed 250, and Korah was among them. Rabha said, it reads, "At the light of thy arrows they walked along." Infer from this that the sun and the moon ascended to Zebul, and said, "Lord of the universe, if thou willst take revenge for Ben Amram, we will go out to our work, and if not, we will not." And they were standing until he shot arrows at them, saying, "When my own glory is affected ye did not protest, and for the honor of a being of blood and flesh ye do." Rabha lectured, "But if the Lord do create a new thing, and the earth open her mouth." Moses said before the Holy One, "Blessed be he, if such is already created, well and good, but if not, the Lord shall create." Shall create. Does it not read, "And there is nothing new under the sun?" To bring the opening of the Gehenna near to them. It reads, "But the sons of Korah did not die. In the name of Rabbi it was taught, a place was prepared for them in Gehenna, in which they sat and sung a song. The generation of the desert has no share," etc. The rabbis taught, "So that I swore in my wrath, that they should not enter into my rest." So Akiba. Eleazar, however, said they have a share, as it reads, "Gather unto me my pious servants." And the verse "I swore in my wrath" is therefore to be explained, I retract from it because it was sworn while I was in anger. Jehoshua b. Karha said, the verse cited by Eleazar was said only for the future generations. "Gather together unto me my pious servants," means the righteous which are to be found in every generation. "Who make a covenant," means Hananiah, Mishael, and Asariah, who delivered themselves to the cauldron. "By sacrifice," means Akiba and his colleagues, who had delivered themselves to be slain because of the words of the Torah. Simeon b. Manasseh said, "They will have a share in the world to come," as it reads, "and come to Zion with song." Said Rabbi b. Hannah, in the name of Yohanan, Akiba's saying is against his piety, as it reads, "I remember unto thee the kindness of thy youth, the love of thy espousals, thy going after me in the wilderness, through a land that is not sown." Hence we see that from their reward even their descendants will be benefited, so much more they themselves. Mishnah 3, the 10 tribes who were exiled will not be returned, as it reads. "And he cast them into" p. 363. "Another land, as this day. As that day will not return, so will they not return." So Akiba. Eleazar said, "As this day" means as usually a day becomes clouded and thereafter lights up again, so the 10 tribes, who are now in darkness, the future will lighten upon them. Gemara, the rabbis taught, the 10 tribes have no share in the world to come, as it reads. And the Lord plucked them out of their land of anger, and in wrath and in great indignation, means in this world, and he cast them into another land, means in the world to come. So our Aqaba. Our Simeon b. Jehudah, the head of the village of Aku, said in the name of our Simeon, if their acts will be as on that day, they will not return, but if they will repent, they will. Rabbi, however, said, they will have a share in the world to come, and they will return, as it reads, and then shall come those who are lost in the land of Ashur, etc. Said Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of our Yohanan, our Aqaba saying is against his piety, as reads. Go and proclaim these words towards the north, and say, return, thou backsliding Israel, saith the Lord, I will not cause my anger to fall upon you, for I am full of kindness, saith the Lord, I will not bear grudge forever. What is the kindness? As in the following Boritha, the minors of the wicked of Israel will not have a share in the world to come, as it reads. For behold, the day is coming which shall burn as an oven, and all the presumptuous, yea, and all who practice wickedness shall be stubble, and the day that is coming shall set them on fire, saith the Lord of hosts, who will not leave them root or bough. Root, in this world, and bough, in the world to come. So Rabban Gamaliel, our Aqaba, however, said, they will have a share in the world to come, as it reads. The Lord preserveth Pethaim. And in the countries of the sea, a child is called Pathia. And also, hew down the tree and lop off its branches, strip off its leaves and scatter its fruit, let the beasts flee away from under it, and the fowls from among its branches. Nevertheless leave the body of its root in the earth. But what is meant in the former verse, and he shall not leave them a root or bough? It means that he shall not leave one commandment or a part of it which they will observe unrewarded, however they will be rewarded for it in this world, but will have no share in the world to come. Another. p. 364. Explanation, root means the soil, and bough the body. However, the minors, children of idolaters, all agree that they will not have a share in the world to come. It was taught, from what age has a minor a share in the world to come? Arhia and our Simeon b. Rabbi differ. According to one, immediately after birth, and according to the other, from the time he commences to speak. The former infers it from, will tell his righteousness to a people just born, and the latter infers it from the previous, Sirah shall serve him, there shall be related of the Lord unto future generations. It was taught, Rabbinah said, from the time he is formed, and Rnahaman b. Itzhak said, from the time he was circumcised, as it reads, I am inflicted and perishing from my youth up. There is a Boritha in the name of our Mayor, from the time he can answer Amen, as it reads, open ye the gates, that there may enter in the righteous nation which guardeth the truth. Do not read Amunim, but Amen. What is meant by Amen? It is an abbreviation of El Melech Neman. It reads, therefore hath the deep enlarged her desire, and opened her mouth without measure. Said Resh Lakish, it means him who failed to perform even one law of the Torah. Said Ar Yohanan to him, your saying is not satisfactory to their Creator. Say the reverse, even he who has studied but one law does not belong to the Gehenna. And it shall come to pass that in all the land, saith the Lord, 2 parts therein shall perish, but the third part shall be left therein. Said Resh Lakish, it means a third of Shem's descendants. And Ar Yohanan said to him, your saying is not satisfactory for their Lord. And even if you should say, a third of Noah's children will remain and 2/3 will be destroyed, it would also not satisfy him, but it means 1/3 of the wicked will remain. 1. I will take you 1 of a city and 2 of a family, and bring you to Zion. Said Resh Lakish, it means. p. 365. Literally. And Ar Yohanan said again to him, their Lord is not pleased with such an interpretation, but it means 1 righteous in a city saves the whole city, and 2 from a family save the whole family. And the very same said Rabbi to our Kahana when he was sitting before him interpreting the just cited verses literally. Rabbi saw our Kahana washing his head and improving his complexion, and thereafter came to study in Rabbi's college. And he read to him, and she is not to be found in the land of the living. And to the questions of our Kahana, do you caution me? He replied, I only tell you the interpretation of this passage. The Torah cannot be found with him who adorns himself before studying. There is a Boraitha, our Simai said, it reads, I will take you to me as a people, and, I will bring you in unto the land. The scripture compares their exodus from Egypt to the coming in their land. As in entering the land only 2 from 600,000 who made their exodus from Egypt, viz., Joshua and Caleb, had entered, but all others from the age of 20 to 60 died in the desert, so also from those who made their exodus from Egypt were only 2 from every 600,000, notwithstanding that they numbered 600,000. Said Rabha, and so it will be in the time of the Messiah, as it reads, she shall be inflicted there, as in the days of her youth and as on the day of her coming up out of the land of Egypt. There is a Boraitha, our Elazar b. Jose said, it happened once that I was in Alexandria of Egypt, and I found a certain old Gentile who said to me, come, and I will show you what my great-grandfathers have done to yours. A part of them they threw in the sea, a part they slew with the sword and a part they have crushed in the buildings. Says the Gemara, and for this evil Moses, our master, was punished, as it reads, he hath done more evil to this people. To which the Holy One, blessed be he, answered, woe for those who are lost, as such are not to be found now. Several times I have revealed myself to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob by the name Almighty God, and they have never thought against my retribution, and did not question me for my proper name. I said to Abraham, arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for unto thee will I give. P. 366. And thereafter when he was searching for a grave for his wife Sarah, he could not get it until he bought one for 400 silver shekels, and, nevertheless, his thoughts were not against my retribution. I said to Isaac, sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee and bless thee, and thereafter when his bondmen wanted to drink water they could not get it without quarrel, and the herdsmen of Gerar did strive with Isaac's herdsmen, saying, the water is ours, and he also had no thought against my retribution. I said to Jacob, the land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it, and thereafter when he wanted to spread a tent for himself, he could not get it until he paid 100 keseda, and his thoughts were not against my retribution and he did not ask for my proper name. Thou, however, first hast asked for my proper name, and now thou sayest to me, thou hast in no wise saved thy people. And therefore, now shalt thou see what I will do to Pharaoh. But thou willst not live to see the war with the 31 kings in the time of Joshua. It reads, and Moses made haste, and bowed his head. What had he seen that he bowed himself? Our Hananiah b. Gamla said, he saw the words long-suffering. And the rabbis say, he saw the word truth. There is a Boraitha in accordance with him, who said he had seen long-suffering, viz., when Moses ascended to heaven, he found the Holy One, blessed be he, writing the words long-suffering. And he said before him, Lord of the universe, does this mean long-suffering for the righteous ones? And he was answered, even for the wicked. And to Moses' exclamation, may the wicked be lost. He answered, in the future thou wilt see that my previous words will be necessary for thee. Thereafter when Israel sinned, the Lord said to Moses, didst thou not say long-suffering for the righteous? And Moses said before him, Lord of the universe, but hast thou not said to me also to the wicked? And to this it is written, and now, I beseech thee, let the greatness of the power of the Lord be made manifest as thou hast spoken. R. Haggah, ascending the steps of the school of Rabbi B. Sheila, heard a child saying, thy testimonies are exceedingly steadfast. In thy house abideth holiness, O Lord, to the utmost length of days. And immediately he began, a prayer of Moses. And he then, p. 367, said, I infer from this that Moses has seen the words long-suffering. R. Eleazar, in the name of Hananiah, said, etc. 1. It reads, Call ye not a conspiracy all that this people may call a conspiracy. What conspiracy does it mean? The conspiracy of Shebna, as his college had 13 great men, and Hiskiah's college had only 11. When Sanherib came to attack Jerusalem, Shebna wrote a note that he and his society are willing to make peace, however Hiskiah and his society are not. And this note he put in an arrow and shot it into the camp of Sanherib, as it reads. For lo, the wicked bend their bow, they arrange their arrow upon the string. And Hiskiah was afraid, that perhaps the inclination of heaven will be towards the majority, whose desire was to deliver themselves to the enemy. The prophet then came to him, saying, Call ye not a conspiracy, etc., i.e., this conspiracy is wicked, and a conspiracy of the wicked is not counted. The same Shebna wanted also to hew out a cave for a grave for himself among the kings of David's house, and this is what the prophet said to him, What hast thou here? And whom hast thou here, that thou hast hewn out for thyself here a sepulchre? Behold, the Lord will thrust thee about with a mighty throw. Oh, man! Said Rabbi, from this is to be inferred that traveling is harder for a man than for a woman, as, from the expression of the last word of this verse, Ar-Hosebi. Hananiah infers that Shebna was punished with leprosy, as the same expression is to be found concerning leprosy. He will roll thee up as a bundle, and like a ball into a country of ample space. There is a Boritha, his desire was to disgrace the house of his master, and therefore his own honor was turned over to disgrace, for when he came out to Sanherib with his society, Gabriel shut the door in the face of his society. And when Sanherib questioned him, Where is thy society? He answered, They have retracted. Exclaimed Sanherib, I see thou hast ridiculed us. And they bored holes in his heels, tied them to the tails of their horses, and dragged his body over thorns. p. 368. In the interpretation of, For the foundations be torn down, what would the upright do? R. Jehuda and R. Ina differ. According to one it means, if his kin and his association would be destroyed, how would the promise of the Lord be? And according to the other, should the temple be destroyed by Sanherib, in accordance with the advice of Shebna, what would become of the wonderful miracles of the Lord? And according to Ulla, this passage is to be explained negatively. If the thoughts of that wicked would not have been destroyed, what would have become of the upright, Hiskiah? It is correct, the explanation of Ulla, and of him who explains the word foundation to mean the temple, as according to the former, it means the previous verse which was the basis of his thoughts. And also concerning the temple we found in Mishnah, which states that a stone was placed in the temple from the time of the first prophets, with the name Shethihah. But he who explains the passage to mean Hiskiah and his society, where is to be found that by the word foundation the upright are meant, for the Lord's are the pillars of the earth, on which he hath set the world. Pillars are the upright, on which he hath set the foundation. 1. The rabbis taught, man was created on the eve of Sabbath. And why? The Minim shall not say that he was a partner to the Lord, in the creation of the world. Another explanation is, if a man becomes haughty it may be said to him, at the time of creation even a fly was created before thou wert. Still another explanation is that his first act should be meritorious, in keeping the Sabbath, and also he shall partake of the Sabbath meal immediately. This is similar to a human king who built a palace, accomplished it, prepared a banquet and thereafter invited guests, as it reads, Wisdom hath built her house, she hath hewn out her 7 pillars. She hath killed her cattle, she hath mingled her wine, she hath also set in order her table. She hath sent forth her maidens, she invited upon the top of the highest places of the town. Wisdom hath built her house. It is one of the divine affairs of the Holy One, blessed be he, who has created the whole world with wisdom. 7 pillars the 7 days of the creation. Killed her cattle, etc. p. 369. Means the seas, the rivers, and all what was necessary for the world. She sent forth her maidens Adam and Eve upon the top of the highest places. Rabbi B.B. Hannah propounded a contradiction from Ibid 3, which reads, on the top of the height, to Ibid, on the chair in the high places. And he himself answered, first they were placed on the top, and thereafter on a chair. Void of sense, the Holy One, blessed be he, said, who made a fool of Adam the first. The woman who told him, etc., as it reads. Whoso committed adultery with a woman lacketh sense. There is a Boritha, our mayor used to say, from the whole world was gathered the earth, from which Adam the first was created, as it reads, my undeveloped substance did thy eyes see. R. Oshia said in the name of Rabbite, the body of Adam the first was taken from Babylon, his head from Palestine, and all other members, hands, feet, etc., from all other countries, and the earth for his rump, said R. Aha, was taken from Accra of Agma. R. Yohanan B. Hananiah said, a day consisted of 12 hours, the first hour the earth for his creation was gathered, the second hour it became an unformed body, and in the third his limbs were shaped, in the fourth the soul entered the body, in the fifth he arose on his feet, in the sixth he named all his beasts and animals, in the seventh Eve was brought to him, in the eighth they went to bed, 2 persons, and 4 persons came out of it, in the ninth he was commanded not to eat of the tree, in the 10th he sinned, in the 11th he was tried. And in the 12th he was driven out of the Garden of Eden, as it reads, and Adam though in his splendor endureth not. R. Jehudah said in the name of Rabbite, at the time the Holy One, blessed be he, was about to create a man, he created a coitus of angels, and said to them, would ye advise me to create a man? And they asked him, what will be his deeds? And he related before them such and such. They explained before him, Lord of the universe, what is the mortal, that thou rememberest him, and the Son of Men, that thou thinkest of him? He then put his little finger among them and they were all burnt. And the same was with the second coitus. The third one, however, said before him, O Creator of the world. The first angels who protested, did they affect? The whole world is thine, and all what it is pleased before thee thou mayest do. Thereafter at the time of the generation. p. 370. Of the flood and the generation of dispersion whose deeds were criminal, the same angels said before him, Creator of the universe, were not the first angels right with their protest? And he answered, and even unto old age I am the same, and even unto the time of hoary hairs will I hear. R. Jehudah said again in the name of the same authority, Adam the first was from one end of the world to the other, as it reads, since the day that God created Adam upon the earth, and from the one end of the heavens unto the other end. After he had sinned, the Holy One, blessed be he, laid his hand upon him and reduced him. Behind and before hast thou hedged me in, and thou placest upon me thy hand. R. Eleazar said, Adam the first was tall from the earth to the sky, as the above cited verse, the day Adam was created upon the earth and to one end of the heaven. And when he sinned he laid his hand upon him, and diminished him, as the cited verse reads. R. Jehudah said again in the name of Rabbite, Adam the first spoke with the Aramaic language, as, and how precious are unto me thy thoughts, and the terms in the original psalm are Aramaic. And this is what Resh Lakish said, it reads, this is the book of the generation of Adam. Infer from this that the Holy One, blessed be he, showed to Adam every generation with its scholars, every generation with its lecturers. And when Adam saw the generation of Ar-Akabah, he was pleased with his wisdom, but was dejected seeing his death, and said, how precious are unto me thy thoughts? The same said again in the name of the same authority, the minim one of this generation say that Adam the first was also of their sect. And they infer it from, and the Lord God called unto Adam and said unto him, where art thou? I.e., to what is thy heart inclined? Said Yohanan, every place where the minim gave their wrong interpretation, the answer of annulling it is to be found in the same place e.g., they claim from, let us make man. Hence it is in plural. However, in, let us go down, however. P 371. And the Lord came down. And there God appeared, however, unto the Lord who answered me. For what great nation is there that hath God so nigh unto it? However, it reads farther on, as is the Lord our God every time we call upon him. Which God went. However, I was looking down until chairs were set down, and the Ancient of Days seated himself. But why are all the above mentioned written in plural? This is in accordance with Yohanan, who said elsewhere that the Holy One, blessed be he, does not do anything until he consults the heavenly household, as it reads, through the resolve of the angels is this decree, and by the order of the holy ones is this decision. However, this answer is for all the plurals mentioned, except the last one, the chairs. Why are they in plural? One for him and one for David. So are Akaba in a Boritha. Said Elazar b. Azariah to him, Akaba, how do you dare to make the Shekinah common? It means one chair for judgment and one for mercy. Did Akaba accept this, or not? Come and hear the following Boritha, one for judgment and one for mercy. So are Akaba. Said Elazar b. Azariah to him, Akaba, what hast thou to do with Haggadah? Give thy attention to Negan and Ahalath. It means one for a chair to sit upon and one for a footstool. Said Ahman. He who knows to give a right answer to the minim like Adath may discuss with them, but he who is not able to do so, it is better for him that he discuss not with them at all. There was a man who said to Adath, it reads, come up unto the Lord. It ought to be, come up to me. And he answered, that is the angel Metatron about whom Ibid XXIII. 20 speaks, as he bears the name of his master. Because my name is in him. If so, rejoin the men, let us worship him. It reads, Ibid, 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 al-Tamer b, and this term means also exchange. Hence it means thou shalt not exchange him for me. Said the men again, but does it not read he will not pardon your transgression? And Adath answered, believe me, that even as a guide we refuse to accept him, as it reads. P 372. If thy presence go not, carry us not up from here. Amin asked Ismael br Jose, it reads, and the Lord rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire. From the Lord, etc. From the Lord. It ought to be from him. And a certain washer said to Rabban Gamaliel, let me answer him. It reads, and Lamech said unto his wives, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, ye wives of Lamech, etc. Wives of Lamech. My wives, it ought to be? You must then say that so is it customary in the language of the verse, the same is the case here. And to question of our Ismael to the washer, whence do we know this? He answered, from the lectures of our mayor. As our Yohanan used to say, our mayor's lectures consisted always of a third halakha, a third Haggadah, and the last third parables. And he said also, from our mayor's 300 fox fables we have only 3, the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the teeth of the children have become blunt, just balances, just weights, and, the righteous is delivered out of distress, and the wicked cometh in his stead. 1. There was an atheist who said to Rabban Gamaliel, your God is a thief, as it reads. Lord God caused a deep sleep. And he slept, and he took one of his ribs. Said Gamaliel's daughter to him, let me answer him. And she said to him, would you assist me to take revenge on a thief? P 373. Who robbed me this night, by stealing a silver pitcher, however he left a golden one instead. And he said to her, I would like that such thief would come to me every day. Then she said, Was it not better for Adam that one bone was taken from him, and in its stead was given a woman to him, who shall serve him? Rejoined the atheist, I mean, why stealing? Could he not take it from Adam when he was awake? She then took a piece of meat, put it in glowing ashes, and when roasted took it out and gave it to him to eat. To which he said, It is repulsive to me. Rejoined she, Eve would also have been repulsive to Adam if he could have seen how she was formed. The same atheist said to Rabban Gamaliel, I am aware of what your God is doing now. Our Gamaliel sighed deeply. And to the question, Why are you sighing? He said, I lost every information of my son who is now in the sea countries. Can you perhaps assist me by informing me where he is? And he rejoined, Where shall I know this from? Rejoined Rabban Gamaliel, You don't know what is in this world, and you claim to know what is in heaven? At another time the same said to Rabban Gamaliel, It reads, Who counted the number of the stars, etc. What prerogative is this? I also can do this. Our Gamaliel took some grain, put it in a sieve, and while straining told him to count the grain. And he rejoined, Let the sieve stand and I will count it. Rejoined our Gamaliel, The stars are also always moving. According to others our Gamaliel answered him, Can you tell me how many teeth are in your mouth? And he put his hand in his mouth and began to count them. Rejoined our Gamaliel, You are not aware of the number of teeth in your mouth, and you claim to know how many stars there are in heaven? Amin said to our Gamaliel, He who created the mountains has not created the wind, as it reads, He that formed the mountains and created the wind. And he answered, If so, then concerning a man, of whom it reads, And God created, and the Lord God formed, should also mean that he who has formed has not created, and vice versa. There is in the body of man one span square, in which two holes are to be found, one in the nose and one in the ear. It must be also that he who created one of them did not create the other, as it reads, He that hath planted the ear, shall he not hear? Or he that p. 374 hath formed the eye, shall he not see? And the men said, Yea, I am of this opinion. Rejoined Gamaliel, How is it, then, when death comes? Are both creators reconciled, to kill their creation together? A magician said to Rabban Gamaliel, The lower half of your body is created by a Hermes, but the upper half by Hermes. And he answered, If it is so, why does then a Hermes leave the dirty water coming from the upper half to pass the lower half? The Caesar said to Artanhum, Let us unite and be a people of one and the same creed. And he answered, Very well, but we who are circumcised cannot be like your people. However, ye are able to be like us if ye will circumcise yourself. And the Caesar answered, Your answer is right. However, it is a rule that he who conquers the king must be thrown in the vivarius to be devoured by the beasts. He was thrown in the vivarius and was not touched. And there was a man who said to the king, They did not devour him, because they were not hungry. And they then threw him in the vivarius and he was devoured. Another atheist said to our Gamaliel, You say that upon every 10 Israelites the Shekinah rests. How many Shekinah have you then? Gamaliel then called the servant of the atheist, struck him with a whip, saying, Why didst thou leave the son enter the house of your master? His master, however, answered, Every one is pleased with the son. Rejoined Gamaliel, The son, which is only one of the 100,000,000 servants of the Lord, is pleasant to every one, so much the more the Shekinah of the Holy One, blessed be he, himself. Amin said to Arabohu, Your God is a jester. He commands Ezekiel to lie on his left side and then on his right side. At the same time a disciple came and questioned him, What is the reason of the Sabbatic year? And Abohu answered, I will now say something which will be an answer to both of you. The Holy One, blessed be he, said to Israel, Work up the earth for 6 years and release the 7th for the purpose that you shall be aware that the earth is mine. However, they did not do so, but sinned, and were exiled. It is custom of a human king if a country has rebelled against him to kill all of them if he is a tyrant, and to kill half of them if he is merciful. But if he is full of mercy he chastises. p. 375. The leaders only, so was it with Ezekiel, the Holy One, blessed be he, chastised him for the sin of Israel. There was a man who said to Arabohu, your God is a priest, as it reads, bring me a therumah. Now when he buried Moses, where did he dip himself? You cannot say that he did so in the water, as it reads, who hath measured in the hollow of his hand the waters. And he answered, he dipped himself in fire, as it reads, for behold, the Lord will come in fire. And to the question of the men, is it legal to dip in fire? He answered, on the contrary, the principal dipping is in fire, as it reads, and whatsoever doth not come into the fire shall ye cause to go through water. There was a man who said to Abana, it reads, and who is like thy people, like Israel, the only nation on the earth. What is your proudness about? Are you not mingled among other nations, of whom it reads, all the nations are as naught before him? And he answered, a prophet of nations themselves has testified concerning us. And among the nations it shall not be reckoned. R. Eleazar propounded a contradiction from, the Lord is good unto those that hope in him to, the Lord is good to all. This question may be answered with the following parable to one who possesses a fruit garden. When he waters it, he waters all of them. And when he hoes to cover tip the roots, he does so only to the best of them, i.e., when he feeds the whole world with discriminating, but to save from trouble he helps only those who hope in him. It reads, and there went a Rina throughout the camp. Said Ahabi Hananiah, this is what is written, and when the wicked perish there is Rina, means when Achab, the son of Omri, perished, there was Rina. Is this so? Is it then pleasant for the Holy One, blessed be he, the ruin of the wicked? Is it not written, as they went out before the armed array and said, give thanks unto the Lord, for unto everlasting endureth his kindness? And Yohanan said, why is it not written here, he is good, as, because the Holy One, blessed be he, is not rejoicing over the ruin of the wicked, as. p. 376. R. Samuel b. Naaman said in the name of our Jonathan, it reads, and the one came not near unto the other all the night. At that time the angels wanted to sing their song before the Holy One, blessed be he, but he said to them, my creatures are sinking in the sea, and ye want to sing. 1. It reads, and Rehab called Obadiah, who was the superintendent of the house, now Obadiah feared the Lord greatly. To what purpose does the passage relate that Obadiah feared the Lord? Said Itzhak, Achab said to him, concerning Jacob, it reads, the Lord hath blessed me for thy sake. And concerning Joseph it reads, the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for the sake of Joseph. I, however, keep thee and my house is not blessed. Perhaps thou art not fearing God. To this a heavenly voice was heard, saying, Obadiah fears the Lord greatly, but the house of Achab is not fit for blessings. Said Arabah, it is more conspicuous what is said of Obadiah than of Abraham, as about Abraham it reads, he feared God, and about Obadiah it adds greatly. Said Itzhak, for what deeds was Obadiah rewarded with prophecy? Because he hid 100 prophets in a cave, as it reads, and it happened when Isabel cut off the prophets of the Lord that Obadiah took 100 prophets, and hid them 50 in one cave, and provided them with bread and water. Why 50? Said Eleazar, he learned this from Jacob, who divided his camp into 2 parts, for the reason that if it should happen that one would be lost the other would be saved. And Arabohu said, because the cave could not hold more than 50. It reads, the vision of the Lord. Concerning Edom. And why? The Holy One, blessed be he, said, Obadiah, who lived among 2 wicked and did not learn from them, shall prophesy to Esau who lived among 2 upright and did not learn from them. And Ephraim of Kashaha, a disciple of our mayor, said in the name of his master, Obadiah was an Edomite proselyte. And this is what people say, that the handle of the hatchet to cut the forest is taken from the wood of the same forest. And this also applies to David, who was a descendant of Moab, who smote them. It reads, Then took he his eldest son. p. 377. That should have reigned in his stead, and offered him for a burnt offering upon the wall. And there was great indignation against Israel. Rabbi and Samuel. According to one, he sacrificed him to heaven, and according to the other, to an idol. But if to an idol, why was there great indignation against Israel? It is in accordance with our Jehoshua b. Levi, who propounded a contradiction from, according to the ordinances of the nations have ye not acted, to, but according to the ordinances of the nations ye have acted. And he himself answered, Ye have not acted according to their good deeds, but ye have acted according to their crimes. It reads, The maiden was admired exceedingly. Said Arhanana b. Papa, she did reach even half the beauty of Sarah, of whom it reads, Behold the woman that she was very fair. 1. It reads, And it came to pass after these things, that God did tempt Abraham, after what? Said Ar Yohanan in the name of Ar Jose b. Sinira, after the words of the Satan to those of, and the child grew, and was weaned, etc. The Satan said before the Holy One, Blessed be he, thus, Lord of the universe, thou hast favored this old man with an offspring at his 100th birthday, and from all the great meals which he prepared for the people he did not sacrifice for thee even one dove or pigeon. And he was answered, Does he not prepare all this only for the sake of his son? If I would tell him to sacrifice his son to me, he will do it immediately. Hence God tempted Abraham. And he said, Take na thy son, etc. Said R. Simeon b. Abba, the expression na means request. This is similar to the fable of a human king who had to fight many wars, and who had one hero who was victorious in all of them. Finally a war was declared to the same king by a king with a very strong army, and he said to his hero, I pray thee be victorious also in this war, people shall not say that the former wars were not worthy of consideration. So the Holy One, blessed be he, said to Abraham, I proved thee with many temptations, and thou withstood all of them. I request thee withstand also this temptation, in order people shall not say that the former were not worthy of consideration. Thy son. But Abraham said, I have 2 sons. Thy only one. But Abraham said, Both. p. 378. Of them are the only ones to their mothers, whom thou lovest, but I love both of them, even Isaac. And why so many words? For the purpose that he shall not become insane from such a sudden command. The Satan preceded him on the way, saying, If we essay to address a few words to thee, wilt thou be wearied? Behold, thou hast corrected many, and weak hands thou was wont to strengthen. Him that stumbled thy words used to uphold, and to sinking knees thou gavest vigor. Yet now, when it cometh to thee, thou art wearied, it toucheth even thee, and thou art terrified. And Abraham answered him, But as for me, I will walk in my integrity. And the Satan said again, Is not then thy fear of God a stupidity? 1. And Abraham answered, Remember. Whoever perished being innocent. When the Satan saw that Abraham did not listen to him, he said to him, But to me a word came by stealth. I have heard from behind the paraganda that the ram will be for a burnt offering, but not Isaac. Rejoined Abraham, This is the punishment of liars, that even when they tell the truth, nobody believes them. R. Levi, however, said, the above cited verse after these things means after the exchange of words between Ismael and Isaac. Ismael said to Isaac, I am greater than thee in performing the commandments of the Lord, as I was circumcised when I was 13 years of age, and thou when thou wert only 8 days. To which Isaac answered, Thou art proud against me because of only one member of thy body, if the Holy One, blessed be he, should command me to sacrifice my whole body to him, I would do it immediately. Hence, and God has tempted Abraham. Mishnah 4, the men of a misled town have no share in the world to come, as it reads, there have gone forth men, Belial, from the midst of thee, and have misled the inhabitants of their city. However, they are not killed, unless the misleaders are from the same city and from the same tribe, and also not unless the majority are misled. And the misleaders also must be men. If, however, they were misled by women or minors, or a majority of the city were misled, or the misleaders were outsiders, they are to be considered as p. 379 individuals, and each of them must have 2 witnesses and be forewarned. There is more rigorousness with individuals than with the majority in that respect, that individuals are to be stoned, therefore their property is saved for their heirs. And the majority are to be decapitated, therefore their property is also lost, as it reads, then shalt thou smite the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword. A caravan with asses or camels, who are traveling from one place to another, who took their rest in a city which was guilty of idolatry, and the caravan while being there was persuaded and worshipped idols, and counting them to those people of the city who were misled, it will be a majority they save the money of the innocent inhabitants of the city, for the guilty ones are still considered individuals, as the caravan is not counted to complete a majority, as it reads, devoting it utterly. And all that is therein, and the cattle thereof, to the edge of the sword. From this it was also said that the properties which are found in the city belonging to the innocent individuals are also lost in case the majority were misled, but their properties which are placed outside of the city are saved, while by the property of guilty there is no difference, wheresoever it is found it must be destroyed, as it reads, and all its spoils shalt thou gather into the midst of its main street, etc. If it happened that the city had no main street, such must be established. If there was one outside of the city, it must be taken in, as it reads, thou shalt burn with fire the city, and all its spoil entirely. Its spoil, but not the spoil belonging to heaven. From this it was said that if there were some goods belonging to the sanctuary, they are to be redeemed. If there was heave offering, it must remain till it becomes rotten. Second tithe and books of the Holy Writ must be hidden entirely unto the Lord thy God. Said our Simeon, the Holy One, blessed be he, said, if ye will take judgment on a misled town, I will consider it as if ye would bring to me a burnt offering. A ruinous heap forever means that from that place gardens and vineyards should not be made. So our Jose the Galilean. Our Akiba, however, maintains, it reads, it shall not be built again, means it shall not be built as it was, but gardens and vineyards may be made from it. There shall not cleave to thy hand aught of the devoted things, for p. 380. As long as the wicked exist the heavenly anger lasts. And when the wicked perish the heavenly anger ceases. Gemara, the rabbis taught, there have gone forth men, but not their messengers. Men no less than 2. And according to others men and not women, men and not minors, sons of Belial, sons who took off the yoke of heaven from their necks. From the midst of thee, but not if they were from the boundary. The inhabitants of their city, but not of another one. Saying infer from this that witnesses and warning are needed for every one of them. It was taught, when the land was divided among Israel, it was allowed to divide one city for 2 tribes, according to our Yohanan. Resh Lakish, however, said, it was not. And our Yohanan objected to Resh Lakish from our Mishnah, however, they are not guilty unless the misleaders are from the same city and from the same tribe. It is not to be assumed that even if the misleaders were from the same city they are guilty when they were men of their own tribe, hence we see that one city can be divided for 2 tribes. Nay, it may be said that his share in the city fell to him from an inheritance, or someone had made him a present of it. He objected to him again from 9 cities from those 2 tribes. Does it not mean 4.5 for one tribe and 4.5 for the other? Hence, one city was divided for 2 tribes. Nay, it means 4 from one and 5 from the other. But if so, let the scripture say from which tribe 5 and from which tribe 4. This difficulty remains. The schoolmen propounded a question: how is it if they were misled by themselves without any seducer? Shall we say it reads and they misled, but not if they were misled by themselves, or there is no difference? Come and hear. Our Mishnah states, if they were misled by women and minors, etc., they are to be judged as individuals. And why? If misled by themselves is the same as by leaders, let the misleading by women and minors be considered as if they were misled by themselves. Nay, these cannot be equalized, for when they were misled by themselves they acted according to their own deliberations, but if they were misled by women and minors, they acted according to the seducer's mind, which was not worthy of consideration. Unless the majority was misled. How is it to be done? p. 381. According to our Jehuda, when they saw 2, 3, or more guilty of idolatry, they were tried, sentenced, and kept in prison. And so the others, until they formed a majority of the city, and then they are decapitated and their property destroyed. Said Ulla to him, by such an act the prisoners are tortured. And therefore said he, in such a case those who are sentenced are also stoned, but their property is not to be destroyed until they number a greater part of the city. And only then, if more cases happen, they are slain, and the property of all who were executed till now is destroyed. It was taught, our Yohanan was of the same opinion as Ulla. Resh Lakish, however, said that if such a case happened, courts who investigate all cases must be increased, and all of them turn it over to the Supreme Council, who sentences them, and they are then slain. Then shalt thou smite the inhabitants of the city, etc. The rabbis taught, a caravan with asses or camels, etc. Devoting it utterly, etc. The rabbis taught, devoting it, and that is therein excludes the property of the innocent which is found out of town, and includes the property of them which is inside of the city. All the spoils, etc. Includes the property of the guilty, which is outside of the town. Said our Simeon, why does the Torah say that the property of the innocent, which is inside of the city, is to be destroyed? Because the reason of their residence in the city was their property, and therefore it must be destroyed. The Master said, to include the property of the guilty which is outside. Said our Hisda, provided they are nearby, so that they can be gathered in on the same day. And he said again, the deposits of a misled town are to be saved. Let us see how was the case. If it was deposited by another city in the city, it is self-evident that they are to be saved, as such deposits do not belong to the city at all. And if the men of the city had deposited in another city, why are they to be saved if they are placed nearby, so that they can be gathered together on the same day? And if he speaks of those which are far away and cannot be gathered, why then the repetition? He said it already once. It means deposits of another city which are found in the city, but the depositors took the responsibility for them. And lest one say that in such a case. p. 382. It is considered as if it would be their own property. He comes to teach us that it is not so. R. Hisda said again, if there was an animal, a half of which belongs to one city and the other half to one of another city, it is invalid. However, if there was dough, half of which belongs to one of another city, it is valid, because it can be divided. It is considered as already divided, which is not the case with a living animal. He, however, was doubtful if the slaughtering of a cattle from a misled town affects to put it out of the category of a carcass. Shall we assume that with the edge of a sword there is no difference? If it was killed or legally slaughtered, it is considered as any carcass, or the legal slaughtering affects that it is not so considered, and if one touches it he does not become unclean, while he does by touching other carcasses. This question was not decided. In its main street, etc. The rabbis taught, if there was no main street, it does not become a misled town. So our Ismail. Our Akaba, however, said that if there was none, one must be established. And what is the point of difference? One holds that the scriptures mean a main street which existed already when it became misled, and the other holds that there is no difference if one existed before or was established after. Belonging to the sanctuary, etc. The rabbis taught, if there were cattle sanctified to the altar, they must be put to death. Sanctified things for improving the temple must be redeemed. Heave offering must be left till it becomes rotten. Second tithe and books of the Holy Writ must be hidden. Our Simeon said, the cattle thereof, but not cattle of a firstborn, and the tenth of cattle. And all that is therein excludes sanctified money, and money with which tithe is to be redeemed. But why should cattle sanctified to the altar be put to death? Said our Yohanan, because it reads, the sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination. And Resh Lakish said, it speaks of when the owners where they were found responsible for it, and it is then considered as if they would be the property of the owners according to our Simeon. The text reads, our Simeon said, the cattle thereof, etc. Let us see how was the case. If they were without any blemish it is self-evident, as it belongs to the sanctuary, and if they had a blemish, why then should they be different? Said Rabbina. p. 383. It speaks of when they were blemished, but cattle thereof means those which are consumed in the usual manner of cattle, but not those which were the property of heaven, and only because of their blemish become the property of men and may be consumed, hence they cannot be considered as property belonging to the city. And he differs with Samuel, who said, an animal which is to be sacrificed when it is without blemish, and redeemed when with a blemish, is excluded from the cattle thereof. And if it is to be sacrificed while without a blemish, and is not to be redeemed when with a blemish e.g., a firstborn and the tenth of a cattle, it is included in the cattle thereof. Heave offering. Till it become rotten, etc. Said Arhisda, provided the heave offering was in the hand of the priest already, but if it was still in the hand of an Israelite, it may be given to a priest of another city. The books of Holy Writ, etc. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with our Elazar of the Boraitha mentioned above, that even if there was one mezuzah it cannot be called a misled town. Garden and vineyards, etc. Shall we assume that the point of their difference is what was said by our Abin in the name of our Ilah? Everywhere you find a general expression in a positive commandment, and the explicit specification to it in a negative commandment, it must not be judged, as in other cases, that there is nothing in the general expression but what is specified in the explicit specification. The one who does not allow to make gardens of it does not hold this theory. And he who allows it holds this theory? Nay, all hold the theory of our Abin. And the difference of their opinion is the expression again. According to one again means again as it was built, and according to the other again means it shall not build for whatsoever. The rabbis taught, if there were uprooted trees, they are invalid, and if they are still attached they are valid. From another city, however, they are invalid even if they were attached. What does another city mean? Said Arhisda, it means Jericho, as it reads, and Joshua adjured at that time, saying, cursed be the man before the Lord that will rise up and build the city of Jericho, with his firstborn shall he lay its foundation, and with his youngest shall he set up its gates. There is a Boraitha, any other city must not be built. p. 384. Under the name of Jericho, and also Jericho shall not be rebuilt under another name, as it reads, in his days did Keel the Bethelite build Jericho, with Abiram, his firstborn. Laid he the foundation thereof, and with Segub, his youngest son, set he up the gates thereof. There is a Boraitha, from Abiram, his firstborn, this wicked has to learn. What does it mean? Thus, to what purpose is it written that Abiram was his firstborn and Segub his youngest son? To learn that he buried all his children, beginning from Abiram, the oldest, to Segub, his youngest son. And this wicked should have learned not to continue the building after burying Abiram. Achab was his friend, and both he and Elijah came to condole Keel. Said the latter to Elijah, Perhaps Joshua's caution was to those who will rebuild Jericho even under another name, or any other city under the name of Jericho. And Elijah answered, Yet. Said Achab, how can it be supposed that Gilead's troubles were because of Joshua's caution, when even the caution of Moses his master does not affect, as it reads, Take heed to yourselves, etc. And serve other gods, that there be no rain, etc. And I am worshipping idols on every flower bed, and nevertheless rain did not cease to fall. Is it possible that the caution of Moses should not stand good while that of Joshua should? To this it is written, Then said Elijah the Tishbite, who was one of the inhabitants of Gilead, unto Achab, As the Lord God of Israel liveth, before whom I have stood, there shall not be in these years dew or rain, except according to my words. He prayed and the key of rain was transferred to him. It reads farther on and, Go away from here. And the ravens brought him bread and flesh in the morning. Where did they take it? Said Jehudah in the name of Rabbite, from the kitchen of Achab. And it came to pass that the brook dried up, etc. When he saw that the whole world is in trouble, he went to Zarephath according to the heavenly command, and it happened that the son fell sick, etc. And Elijah prayed again that the key of resurrection shall be given to him. And he was answered, Thou knowest that there are 3 keys in heaven which are not entrusted to a messenger, the key of birth, of rain, and of resurrection. Now when the key of resurrection shall also be given to thee, thou wilt have 2 keys and heaven only one. Bring, therefore, the key of rain, and then thou wilt receive. P. 385. The key of resurrection. And this is what it reads, Go, show thyself to Achab, and I will give rain. A certain Galilean lectured in the presence of Arhisdah, the parable of Elijah. To what is it similar? To one who shut his door and lost the key from it. R. Jose lectured in Cypria's, Father Elijah is sensitive, dealing with Achab too severely. Elijah, however, who used to visit our Jose every day, disappeared for 3 days. And thereafter when he appeared and was questioned by our Jose, Why have I not seen the master 3 days? He answered, Because you called me sensitive. Rejoined our Jose, Is this not true? Hast not thou, master, become angry because of my expression? As long as the wicked exist, etc. Whom does it mean? Said our Joseph, the thieves. The rabbis taught, with the appearance of a wicked anger comes to the world, as it reads, When the wicked cometh, then cometh also contempt, and with dishonorable acts disgrace. And when the wicked perish good comes to the world, as it reads, And when the wicked perish there is joyful shouting. When an upright departs from this world evil comes to the world, as it reads, The righteous perisheth, and no man layeth it to heart, and pious men are taken away without one considering that before the evil the righteous is taken away. And when an upright comes to the world goodness comes with him, as it reads, This one shall comfort us concerning our work and the toil of our hands. End of Tract Sanhedrin, Part 2. And of Volume 16. The Babylonian Talmud. Translated by Michael L. Rodkinson. Section Mode. Tracks Betsch, Sukkah, Modkatan, Tanith, Megillah, and Ebel Rabbati or Simahath. Book 4, Volume 7. And 8. 1918. Tract Betza or Yom Tov. Title page. Explanatory remarks. Dedication. To the reader. Contents. Synopsis of subjects. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter V. Track Sukkah. Contents. Dedication. Synopsis of subjects. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter V. Trace Mode Kitten. Contents. Synopsis of subjects. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Tract Tanith. Title page. Explanatory remarks. A word to the public. A letter from Professor Dr. M. Lazarus. Contents. Synopsis of subjects. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Tract Megillah. Contents. Synopsis of subjects. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Tract Ebel Rabbati, or Simahath. Contents. Chapter I. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter V. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter X. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Index next. New edition. Of the Babylonian Talmud. Original text, edited, corrected, formulated, and translated into English. By Michael L. Rodkinson. Section Moed. Tract Spetza, Sukkah, and Moed Kitten. Volume 7. Boston. The Talmud Society. Scanned at sacred-texts.com, December 2002, J.B. Hare Redactor. This book is in the public domain. This file may be redistributed for non-commercial purposes provided this attribution is left intact. Next, explanatory remarks. Index previous next. P3. Explanatory remarks. In our translation we adopted these principles. One tenon of the original we have learned in a Mishnah, Tanya we have learned in a Boraitha, Itmarit was taught. Two questions are indicated by the interrogation point, and are immediately followed by the answers, without being so marked. 3. When in the original there occur two statements separated by the phrase Lashna Ikrina or Webeathima or Ikadi Amri, we translate only the second. 4. As the pages of the original are indicated in our New Hebrew edition, it is not deemed necessary to mark them in the English edition, this being only a translation from the latter. 5 words or passages enclosed in round parentheses denote the explanation rendered by Rashi to the foregoing sentence or word. Square parentheses contain commentaries by authorities of the last period of construction of the Gemara. Copyright, 1903. By Michael L. Rodkinson. Copyright 1916, by New Talmud Publishing Society. New York, April, 1899. Footnotes. V1 Each tract, however, is paged separately, for the reason stated in Introduction to Volume 6, p. 16. Next, Contents. Index previous next. P8. Tract Betza or Yom Tov. P9. Contents. Page. To the reader, v. Synopsis of subjects of Vol. 7 Tract Betza, 11. Chapter I. Regulations concerning eatables and beverages, preparations from the first day of festivals to the second, from the festivals to the Sabbath, and vice versa, 1. Chapter 2. Regulations concerning the combining of cookery on a festival preceding a Sabbath, 28. Chapter 3. Regulations concerning fishing and hunting on festivals, 46. Chapter 4. Regulations concerning the carrying and handling of things on the festival, 60. Chapter V. Regulations concerning labors permitted and not permitted on biblical festivals, 70. Next, synopsis of subjects. Index previous next. P11. Synopsis of subjects. Of Volume 7 Tract Betza. 1. Chapter I. Mishnah I. Why a newborn thing on a festival must not be used on the same day. The different opinions for the reason of it. How is the case with the same on the two festival days which are kept in exile only but not in Palestine? How is the case when a Sabbath falls on one of the 2 days of the exile festivals? And how is the law of the same on the 2 days of New Year, which are kept in Palestine also are they considered as one sacredness or two? About a burial on festivals and New Year. An animal or fowl whose blood must be covered when slaughtered, in which case they may be slaughtered on a festival. And how is it with a cross which is doubtful, if it is considered a wild or a domestic animal? The ordinance of Rabban Yohanan b. Zakkai, 1-15. Mishnahs 2-8. Concerning the preparing of doves of the cots for the festival, and their removal from one cot to another. The shutters of shops, may they be removed? If birds have removed from their prepared place? If one has prepared black pigeons and finds white ones, or more or less than he has prepared previously. Which utensils are allowed to be used for the purpose they were made, and for other purposes? If the tallow of the slaughtered on the festival may be salted. The three things the finishing of which is allowed. What it is allowed to carry on public ground. If it is lawful to give to the priest the first dough on the festival. The necessary change in laboring from the weekdays, how shall it be done? 15-24. Mishnahs 9-12. If spices may be pounded on a festival. How about tizana? How to pick pulse on a festival. The custom of the house of Rabban Gamaliel in such cases. How about sending as presents on a festival, shoes, sandals, phylacteries, etc., 24-27. p12. Chapter 2. Mishnahs 1-3. Of what kind of eatables the cooking Arab may be prepared. How it is if one has forgotten to make it, and how it is with him who has not made it intentionally. About the purification of vessels on the festival. About bringing peace, vow, and voluntary offerings on the festival. About the 400 zuz which a sick person ordered to give to a certain man, that he should marry his daughter, and the latter refused. The discussion of the schools of Shammai and Hillel about laying the hands on the offerings on the festival, 28-40. Mishnahs 4-7. The three things which are Gamaliel decided as the school of Shammai. Is it lawful to paint the eyes on a festival? About baking thick loaves. How about putting spice on live coals? The three things which are Eleazar b. Azariah permitted, and the other sages prohibited. The laws about a pepper hand mill and a child's carriage, 40-45. Chapter 3. Mishnahs 1-4. The contradiction between the Tosefta and the Mishnah concerning beasts and fowls. Why a certain bird is called durur. Why Gamaliel did not accept the fish which a Gentile brought him as a present. If the beasts which are in a garden must be prepared previously, in what case a man may be carried in a chair. Why Haman allowed his Yalta to be carried. If it is lawful to examine the blemish of a firstborn animal, and how is the case if the animal is born with a blemish. About the Amorah who was erratic in his teachings. Does the law of Mutzah exist for the half of a Sabbath? 46-54. Mishnahs v2x. How to buy an animal for the festival. How to buy meat from the butcher and things from the grocery without naming a price. Is it allowed to measure beverages on the festival by the seller? And what shall be done to satisfy both the buyer and the seller? About the 300 pitchers of wine, and the same number of oil, which were gathered from the froth, and from the vessels after emptying, which were brought to the treasurer of charity, and his answer. How to feed the animals when measuring is needed. How the wives of Joseph and Ashi sifted their flour on the festival, and of the approval and disapproval of their husbands, 54. 59. Chapter 4. Mishnahs 1-6. How to carry jars of wine from one place to another, and from what stacks fuel may be taken. If some may be taken from a ruined booth. Also from what kind of beams wood may be cut for the festival. If it is permitted to make a hole in a tent filled with fruit. How it is about making a hole in clay for the purpose of using it for a lamp. The 6 things which Bar Kaparet taught about a wick. There are 3 men whose life is not called life, 60-64. p13 Mishnah 7-9. How to roast salted fish. Is it allowed to smear an oven with clay? The difference of opinion between the Amoraim about Hizra. If broken vessels may be used for fuel. Branches of spice trees to enjoy the odor, whether they may be handled. And how to grind spices. How Jehudah used to break twigs off from spice trees, to supply to his guests. If it is allowed to make heaps of fuel in the yard. Ovens or hearths standing in the yard, are they considered as vessels? If the hair of an animal's feet may he removed by fire. If one wishes to partake of the fruit of a sabbatical year, what must he previously do? In which case may the same be used if it is doubtful whether the heave offering was separated. 64-69. Chapter V. Mishnahs I-6. The difference between Sabbath and a festival, in throwing and covering fruit. About removing fruit from one roof to another. The things which are prohibited on account of Shbuth. The things which are prohibited as optional. The legal limit within which cattle and utensils may be brought for the use of the festival. About a barrel of wine and an animal which were bought in partnership by two men from different places, what shall be done, and the different law about these two. What our Abba prayed when he intended to go to Palestine, and what he said after he reached there. The 5 things which have been taught about burning coals. The Babylonian travelers. Fruit which is deposited in another's house, who is to be considered the owner of same concerning the carrying of it. The advice to water an animal before slaughtering it, 70-78. Footnotes. 11:1 See Introduction to Synopsis in Tract Sabbath, Volume I, PXXIX, also note at end of synopsis in Volume V. Next, Chapter I. Index Previous Next. P1. Tract Betza. Chapter I. Regulations concerning eatables and beverages, preparations from the first day of festivals to the second, from the festivals to the Sabbath, and vice versa. Mishnah, an egg laid on a festival may be eaten on the same day. So say the school of Shammai, the school of Hillel, however, say it must not. The school of Shammai say that leaven the size of an olive and leavened bread the size of a date, but the school of Hillel say that both must be removed when of the size of an olive only. If wild game or fowl is to be slaughtered on a festival, the school of Shammai say one should dig up with a spade and cover the blood, but the school of Hillel forbid the killing unless loose earth had been prepared for that purpose the day before. Both schools, however, agree that if the killing had been done, one may loosen some earth and cover the blood with it, for ashes are always ready in the hearth. Gemara, to what kind of hen does the Mishnah refer? If to a hen designed for eating, why then does the school of Hillel prohibit the eating of the egg? Is it not a part of the eatables which were prepared? If to a hen kept for laying eggs only, what is the reason of the school of Shammai, who permit to eat it? Is this not mutzah? Should we suppose that the school of Shammai do not hold the theory of mutzah, even then the eating of it could not be permitted, as it is a newborn thing, and even one who denies the theory of mutzah should hold to the theory of nolad. Nay, R.N. Haman has declared that one who denies the theory of mutzah denies also the theory of nolad. P2. If so, then the school of Shammai will be in accordance with R. Simeon, and the school of Hillel will be in accordance with R. Jehudah, but this would not be the case, because did not R.N. Haman state that the school of Hillel are always in accordance with R. Simeon and the school of Shammai with R. Jehudah? R.N. Haman may say, because we found an anonymous Mishnah which is in accordance with R. Simeon, therefore he declares that concerning the Sabbath the school of Hillel hold with R. Simeon, and concerning the festivals we found an anonymous Mishnah in accordance with R. Jehudah, therefore he declares that the school of Hillel are in accordance with R. Jehudah, who is more rigorous. Let us see, who makes the Mishnah anonymous. Rabbi. Why does he make it anonymous in regard to Sabbath in accordance with R. Simeon, and in regard to festivals according to R. Jehudah? This is no question. Relating to Sabbath, which is so rigorous that it has a capital punishment and there is no fear that anyone will dare to disregard its rules, therefore Rabbi made an anonymous Mishnah in accordance with the more lenient R. Simeon, but relating to festivals, which have no capital punishment at all, and the rules are lenient, For fear that otherwise they may be disregarded, Rabbi made an anonymous Mishnah in accordance with our Yehuda. Now, then, if the Mishnah means a hen which is kept for laying eggs, and the reason that the school of Hillel prohibit it, is because the egg is mutzah, why do they not differ about the hen itself? Therefore said Rabbah, the Mishnah refers to a hen kept for eating, and to a festival which falls after Sabbath, and the teaching of the school of Hillel is not for the reason of mutzah, but of preparation, i.e., an egg which is laid today. Rabbah is certain that it was ripe the preceding day, and it is in accordance with his theory. Thus, it is written, and it shall come to pass on the 6th day, when they prepare what they shall have brought in, i.e., only on a weekday shall anything be prepared for the Sabbath or for festivals, but nothing should be prepared on a festival for the Sabbath, and vice versa. Said Abai to Rabbah, let it then be permitted on a festival which does not come after Sabbath, and he answered, it is as a precautionary measure for the festival which falls after Sabbath. P3. Said Abai again, let it then be permitted on a Sabbath, and he rejoined again, it is a precautionary measure for the Sabbath which falls after a festival. Said Abai again, do we take such precautionary measures? Have we not learned in a Boraitha, if one kills a hen on a festival and finds in it ripe eggs, he is permitted to eat them? Now, if such precautionary measures are taken, why should not the same precautionary measure be taken for the above eggs, for fear lest one eat new laid eggs? Rabbah again rejoined, ripe eggs in the entrails of a hen are not a usual occurrence, and for an unusual occurrence no precautionary measures are taken. R. Joseph, however, said that is as a precautionary measure lest one may eat fruit which has fallen from a tree on Sabbath. R. Itzhak said that the precautionary measure is taken lest one drink the beverages which flow from a tree on Sabbath. From the following teaching we learn that R. Yohanan agrees with R. Joseph's opinion, viz., R. Yohanan found R. Yehuda contradicting himself, namely, we have learned in a Mishnah in Sabbath, one may not press fruit to derive beverage from it, and even if the beverage flowed of itself, it is prohibited. R. Yehuda, however, said, if the fruit was for the purpose of eating, the beverage which flows from it is permitted, and if the fruit was for beverage, the latter is not permitted. From this we see that although the beverage which flows from the fruit was not prepared on the preceding day, its use is nevertheless permitted, and in another place we find that the same R. Yehuda said, that an egg which was laid on one festival day may be eaten on the second festival day on the second, but not on the first. This contradicts his first dictum, that the beverage may be used on the same day. And R. Yohanan answered about this contradiction thus, say, that it is on the contrary, that not R. Yehuda permits to drink the beverage, but the first Tana in the above Mishnah. Now, when R. Yohanan contradicted the teaching concerning the beverage and the egg, we must say that the prohibition of both is for one and the same reason. Rabbina the son of Arula said, it is not so. R. Yehuda, who says that the egg must be eaten on the second day, and not on the first, refers to a case where the hen was kept for laying eggs only. And this is according to his theory of mutzah. An objection was raised from the following Boraitha, an egg which was laid on Sabbath or on a festival day must not be p4. Handled to cover a vessel with it, or to support the foot of a bed, with it. It is permitted, however, to cover it with a vessel to prevent it from breaking. If it is doubtful whether the egg was laid on that day or not, it is also disallowed to use it. Should it become mixed in even with 1,000 eggs, all the eggs are prohibited to be used on that day. It is right according to Rabbah's teaching, who says that when the egg is prohibited for the reason of preparation, which is biblical, therefore a doubtful egg must not be used because it is doubtful according to a biblical law, and all doubts about biblical ordinances must be decided more rigorously, but according to R. Joseph and R. Itzhak, who say that it is prohibited only as a precautionary measure, why then is it not allowed to use the doubtful egg that is so only according to a rabbinical ordinance, and all doubts concerning rabbinical ordinances must be decided more leniently. The latter part of the Boraitha means that it was doubtful whether it was laid by a hen biblically forbidden to be eaten. If it is so, How will the latter part of this Boraitha, if it were mixed in even with 1,000 eggs, all are prohibited, be explained? It would be right if there were a doubt whether it was laid on a weekday or on a festival, where the prohibition is temporary, and there is a rule when anything is temporarily prohibited. If it is mixed in with 1,000, the prohibition remains, but if the egg was doubtful to be from a biblically forbidden hen, then if it is mixed in with other eggs, why should they all be invalid? Let it be ignored as against the majority. The assumption that an egg is a thing of value, and therefore must not be ignored, would apply only to those who say that all things usually counted must not be ignored, but what can be said to those who say that only things which are always sure to be counted may be ignored? R. Ashi said, the meaning of doubtfulness in the Boraitha is, whether it is a week or festival day, it is nevertheless prohibited to use it, although according to R. Joseph and R. Itzhak it is only a rabbinical doubt, because the prohibition is only temporary, and in case of a temporary prohibition even a rabbinical one must wait till the prohibition is over. We have learned in a Boraitha, anonymous teachers in the name of R. Eliezer said that the egg in question may be eaten. P5. Together with the hen that laid it. To what case does the Boraitha refer? If the hen is kept for eating, then it is self-evident. If it is a hen kept for laying eggs, then both are not allowed to be used. Said R. Zera, the Boraitha means to say that the egg can only then be eaten when the hen which laid it was also eaten. Flow shall it be explained? Said Abai, in case the hen was bought not for any definite purpose, if it was slaughtered and prepared, then it is clear that it was bought for the festivals, and the egg may also be used, but if the hen is kept alive, then it is clear that it was bought with the intention to keep it for laying eggs, and then it must not be used. R. Mari, however, said that the Boraitha meant to say nothing, but merely exaggerated, as we have learned in the following Tosefta, a new laid egg may be eaten with the hen that laid it, and a newborn pullet with its shell. As the shell cannot be used and is only an exaggeration, so is it also meant with the egg and the hen which laid it. It was taught, if Sabbath fell after a festival, or vice versa, anything born on one of these days must not be used on the other. So said Rabbi. R. Yohanan, however, allowed it to be used on the morrow. Shall we assume that Rabbi holds that both are of one and the same sanctitude? Did not Rabbi say that the halakha prevails according to the four old sages, one who are in accordance with R. Eliezer, who said that Sabbath and the festivals are of different sanctitudes? Nay, here they do not differ concerning the sanctitudes, but as to the law of preparation mentioned above in the name of Rabbah. Rabbi is in accordance with this theory and R. Yohanan is not. The Tannim of the following Tosefta differ on the same point. If an egg was laid on the Sabbath, it may be eaten on the festival, and vice versa. R. Jehuda in the name of R. Eliezer, however, said, that there is still a difference of opinion among the schools of Shammai and Hillel. According to the former it may, and according to the latter it may not be eaten. The householder of R. Adabi Ahaba had eggs which were laid on a festival preceding the Sabbath. He came to him and inquired whether it is permitted to roast them that day, to be eaten on the morrow. He answered, What is thy question? P6. Because thou thinkest that when Rabbi and R. Yohanan differ the halakha prevails according to the latter, yet even R. Yohanan permits only to sip the egg when raw on the morrow, but he never permitted to handle it on the same day. The householder where our Papa lived, according to others another man, had eggs which were laid on a Sabbath preceding a festival, and he asked our Papa if they could be eaten on the morrow, and our Papa answered him, Leave it until tomorrow and come again, because Rabbi did not use an interpreter on a festival day after meals to decide questions belonging to the next day, for fear, perhaps, that he had drunk more than a quarter of a lug of wine. When he came on the next day our Papa said to him, If I had decided the question yesterday, when I was a little light-headed, I would have erred, and would have decided according to R. Yohanan, as the rule is where Rabbi and R. Yohanan differ, the halakha prevails always according to R. Yohanan, and this would not be right, because Rabha said that the case in question is one of the three, one where the halakha prevails according to Rabbi, both when he is lenient as well as rigorous. R. Yohanan said, wood which falls from a tree on Sabbath must not be used on the following festival day, and if it would be asked what is the difference between the wood and the egg, it can be said that the egg can be used while raw just after it has been laid, and if left until the next day, because it must not be used on the same day, but if the wood will be used just after Sabbath is over, one might say that the use of the wood was allowed on the same day, and that it was not used because it was prohibited to make a fire on Sabbath. R. Mathna said, if wood had fallen down from a tree directly into an oven on a festival day, one may add wood which had been prepared on the preceding day and burn it, but is not this handling a prohibited thing? To this the answer is, because the bulk of the wood may be handled, the rest is ignored. But did he not ignore the prohibited wood intentionally? And a Mishnah teaches that a prohibited thing must not be ignored on purpose. This, however, is only true of a biblical prohibition, but not of a rabbinical. But according to Rashi, who said that a thing which is prohibited only temporarily, cannot be ignored by any means, what can be said? This is when the prohibited thing is preserved, but here, when the wood is to be destroyed by fire, it is different. P7. It was taught about the 2 festival days in exile. Rabbi said if anything was born on the first day, it may be eaten on the morrow, but Rashi says it must not. Said Arzera, it seems to me that Rashi is correct in his opinion, because in our time the time of the calendar is known to us, and nevertheless we hold in exile 2 days of festival. Abai, however, said, it seems to me that Rabbi is correct in his opinion, and our keeping of 2 days of festival in exile is merely because a message was sent to us from the West, take heed of the customs of your ancestors, as it can happen that the government might forbid the keeping of festivals, and the exact date might be forgotten. It was taught, Rabbi and Samuel both said of the 2 festival days of New Year, something born on the first day must not be used on the other. Rabha said, from the day of the ordinance of Rabban Yohanan ben Zakkai, an egg which is laid on the first day of the New Year festival may be eaten on the next day. Said Abai to him, did not Rabbi and Samuel both say that it is not allowed? Rejoined Rabha, I say to you that of Yohanan b. Zakkai, and you mention Rabbi and Samuel to me. R. Joseph, however, said even after the ordinance of Yohanan b. Zakkai the prohibition of the egg remains in force, because the prohibition has been ordained by the vote of a majority of sages, and everything that has been ordained by a majority some time ago, must again be voted by a majority. Said Abai to him, did the sages in Yohanan b. Zakkai's time discuss about an egg? They discussed only about the witnesses of the new moon. When it was ordained that the witnesses should not be received on the 30th day, the egg was prohibited, but after that, when it was again allowed to receive the witnesses the entire 30th day, in consequence holiday was kept only 1 day, and the egg could not be any longer prohibited. R. Ada and R. Shalman said, the reason why the egg is prohibited even after the ordinance. P8. Of R. Yohanan b. Zakkai, is because the temple will soon be rebuilt, and then one may say the last year, have we not eaten the 2nd day of the festival the egg that was laid on the 1st day? We will do the same now, and they will not know that the last year had 2 separate sanctitudes, and now, when the temple is built, the 2 days are as one long day of one and the same sacredness. If it is so, let the witnesses who come to testify about the new moon, also not be received. Because soon will the temple be rebuilt, and they will say, did we not receive the last year the whole 30th day? The same will we do now? What comparison is there? Only the court can receive the testimony of the witnesses, but eating an egg appertains to the common people. Rabha, however, said, that even after the ordinances of R. Yohanan b. Zakkai the egg is prohibited for this reason, would not R. Yohanan b. Zakkai himself agree that if the witnesses were coming after the Minha prayer, both the 30th day and the morrow would be kept sacred? Rabha said again, the halakha prevails according to Rabbi in these 3 ordinances, both when he is lenient and rigorous. Rab Ha said, the preparing for the burial of a dead body on the first day of the exile festival must be done by Gentiles, but on the second day Israelites may do it, even if it is New Year. With a newborn thing, however, in the 2 days of New Year it is different. The sages of Neharde, however, said the case is the same with a newborn thing also. Said Marzutra, the law concerning burial on holidays refers to a case when the corpse had been lying some time and there is fear of corruption, but if it had just died it may lie until after the holidays and then be interred. Ar-Ashi, however, said, even if it has just died it can be buried on the same day, as the sages considered the second day of a festival a weekday in relation to a dead body, and it is. P9. Allowed even to cut myrtle for it and prepare the shrouds. Rabbina was sitting in the presence of Ar-Ashi on the first day of New Year, and noticed that he was downcast. He asked him, why is the master downcast? Ar-Ashi answered, because I have not made a combining of cookery. Said Rabbina to him, let master make it today. Did not Rab Ha say that whoever forgot to make a combining on the eve of a festival, is permitted to make it on the first day? And Ar-Ashi rejoined, Rab Ha allowed it only on the exile festival day, but not on the 2 days of New Year. Said Rabbina again, did not the sages of Neharde decide that the same is the case with New Year's Day? Mordecai answered to Rabbina, I have heard master plainly declare that he did not agree with the sages of Neharde. Therefore do not molest him with this question. The rabbis taught, a pullet which was born on a festival must not be eaten on the same day. R. Eliezer ben Jacob said even on a weekday it is not allowed to eat it on the same day, because its eyes are not yet open. We also learn in the following Boritha, it is written, all flying insects that walk upon 4 legs shall be an abomination to you. By all it is meant to add the pullet whose eyes are not as yet open. R. Huna said in the name of Rabbite, an egg becomes ripe as soon as it is laid. What does Rabbite mean to teach us by this statement? Shall we assume that he meant to say that it becomes ripe enough to be eaten with milk, which would not be the case if the egg were found in the entrails of a hen? Did not a Boritha say, he who kills a hen and finds in it ripe eggs may eat them with milk? Shall we assume that Rabbite means to teach us that when it is laid on a festival it may be eaten on that same day, but how if it were found in the entrails of a hen, would it not be allowed to eat it on a festival? Did not a Boritha say that if ripe eggs are found in the hen on a festival day, they may be eaten? If it be said that Rabbite means to teach us what the Boritha has added to the Mishnah we have learned in the Mishnah, an egg laid on a festival the school of Shammai permit to be eaten, etc. We see therefore that the above schools differed only about an egg laid already, but not about an egg found in the entrails of a hen and P10. It cannot be said of the school of Hillel that they prohibited this, for then the above Boritha which allows this would not be in accordance with any of the schools. Rabbite comes to teach us that only an egg which is laid is ripe to be put under a hen for hatching, but an egg which is found in the entrails of a hen, even if it were ripe, cannot be used for hatching, as it cannot breed pullets. And the difference is in matters of buying and selling. As it happened once, one came to the market and asked for new laid eggs and he was given eggs which were found in a killed hen. When the case was brought before Aramai he decided that the sale was null and void and the seller must return the money. Is that not self-evident? One may say that when the buyer asked for new laid eggs he meant eggs for eating, and he who sold him the eggs which were found in the killed hen has only to return to the buyer the difference between the value of a new laid egg and one found in a killed hen. Therefore he comes to teach us that it is not so, but that the whole sale is null and void and the seller must return the money. It happened, also, that one came to the market and asked for eggs of a hen which had paired with a cock, and he was given eggs of a hen which laid them by warming herself by scratching the earth, and when this case was also brought before Aramai, he made the sale null and void for the same reason. And if you wish, we will explain, that an egg is ripe as soon as it is laid, means, that as soon as the greater part of it is out of the body of the hen, it is considered ripe, and this will be in accordance with Ar Yohanan, who said that an egg, of which the greater part was out on the eve of a festival, and it slipped back, and came out on the festival, it might be eaten the same day. And still others say, that Rabbite means to teach that when the egg is wholly out then it is ripe, but not otherwise, the reverse of the opinion of R. Yohanan. The text says, when one has killed a hen and found ripe eggs in it, they may be eaten with milk. R. Jacob, however, said, when the egg is as yet covered with veins, it must not be eaten with milk. The rabbis taught, all the females which have communication with their males in the daytime only, give also birth in the p11 daytime only, and those which have communication in the nighttime only, give also birth in the nighttime only. Those, however, which have communication at all times, give birth also at all times. Those that have communication in the daytime only, example a hen, and in the night only, example a bat, and at all times, example man and all animals similar to him. To what purpose did the Master say all this? This is necessary to the following halakha. Mari the son of Kahana says, one who has searched a chicken coop on the eve of a festival at twilight, and does not find any eggs, and on the morrow before sunrise does find one, it may be eaten the same day. But did he not search the day before? Say, then, he did not search thoroughly, and even if he did search thoroughly, it is possible that at that time the greater part of the egg came out and slipped back again, and this is in accordance with what is stated above in the name of R. Yohanan. This is not so. For did not R. Jose b. Saul say in the name of Rabbite, if one has searched a chicken coop on the eve of a festival at twilight, and does not find any eggs in it, and on the morrow he finds one, it must not be used? He has reference to a hen which bears by scratching the earth. If it is so, say in the case of R. Mari also that the egg which was found in the morning was laid by such a hen. There is the case where a male was in the coop. Even then, can it not happen that a hen may scratch the earth? Said Rabbina, it is certain that when there is a male, no hen scratches the earth for the purpose of bearing. And at what distance in the neighborhood must the cock be? Said Argamda in the name of Rabbite, as far as she can hear his voice in the daytime. R. Mari, according to his decision, has decided a case a distance of 60 houses. When there is a stream between, the hen does not cross it, but she crosses a bridge, neither does she cross over a plank. It happened once that a hen crossed over a plank. The school of Shammai say that leaven the size of an olive, etc. What is the reason of their teaching? They maintain if the same size would be for leaven and leavened bread, why did the Torah need mention leaven at all? Let it have been written. p12. Leavened bread, and it would be known from an a fortiori conclusion that leaven the size of an olive is prohibited. Now, when the law mentioned leaven and leavened bread separately, it is only to teach us that their sizes are different. The school of Hillel, however, maintain that both are needed, because if leaven only were mentioned, one might say that because leaven is very sour, it must not be used, but leavened bread, which is not so sour, one may eat. If leavened bread only were mentioned, one could say that leavened bread which is fit to be eaten is prohibited, but leaven itself which is not fit for eating one is not culpable if he eats, therefore leaven is also mentioned. We have learned also in a Boraitha, it is written, and there shall not be seen with thee any unleavened bread, neither shall there be seen with thee any leaven in all thy boundaries. This is the point of difference between the school of Shammai and the school of Hillel. The first says, leaven the size of an olive and leavened bread the size of a date, and according to the latter, both are of the size of an olive. When a person has killed, etc. If one has killed already, but may he not commence it? Said Rabha, the Mishnah meant to say that if a person wishes to slaughter an animal at a festival and comes to ask how he shall do it, the school of Shammai say he must be told that he may slaughter first, dig to get loose earth, and then cover, but the school of Hillel say he must be forbidden to slaughter unless he has loose earth prepared from the preceding day. R. Joseph, however, said, that according to the school of Shammai he must be told to dig first, slaughter, and then cover. Said Abai to R. Joseph, shall we assume that the master and Rabha differ about what R. Zerah said in the name of Rabbite, as follows: whoever slaughters a wild animal or fowl, must have loose earth beneath, to soak the blood, and some on the top, to cover with, as it is written, then shall he pour out the blood thereof, and cover it up with earth? 1. It is not said to place earth on it, but to it cover it in earth. From this we infer that there must be earth underneath and earth on the top. Now, the master agrees with R. Zerah, but Rabha p. 13 does not agree with R. Zerah. Rejoined R. Joseph, we both agree with the dictum of R. Zerah, and we differ on another point, namely, Rabha holds if there is already earth underneath, he may slaughter, but he must not dig first, for it may happen that he should afterwards reconsider the matter and not slaughter at all, but I hold it is better to permit him to dig first, else it may be that he would not slaughter at all, and not enjoy the festival as becomes it. Both colleges agree, etc. R. Zerika said in the name of R. Jehuda, the case is when one had a spade sticking in the ground from the preceding day. But he pounds the earth. Said R. Hyabar Ashi in the name of Rabbite, it is meant that the spade was already in powdered earth. As the ashes from the hearth, etc. Where are the ashes mentioned? Said Rabha, the Mishnah means to say, that the ashes from the hearth may be considered as always prepared. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, the case is when the hearth had been heated on the preceding day, but when the fire was made on the festival, it is not so. When the ashes, however, are hot enough for roasting an egg, they are considered as prepared. We have learned the same in a Boraitha, with the addition, that if one has brought loose earth for his garden or for a ruin, he may cover the blood with it. R. Jehuda said again, one may bring a basketful of earth, and do with it all that he needs. Lectured Marzutra in the name of Marzutra the Great, the case is when he has separated a corner for it. An objection was raised, we have learned elsewhere, a quay one must not be slaughtered on a festival, and when it is, its blood must not be covered. Now, if it be so, let him cover it as R. Jehuda said above. What question is it he could also cover it with the ashes of the hearth, or with a spade in powdered earth? We must say, then, that they were not available, and it is the same with the basketful of earth mentioned above, that he has not any. If such is the case, why a quay, of which it is doubtful whether his blood must be covered or not? Even an animal of which it is certain that his blood must be covered, the same is the case. The Mishnah means to say, that not only in p. 14, animal of which it is certain that his blood must be covered must not be slaughtered, unless he has prepared a covering, but even an animal which is doubtful, lest one say that because of the enjoyment of the festival it shall be slaughtered without covering, it comes to teach us that he must not. But did not the latter part of the Mishnah state, that if it was slaughtered the blood must not be covered, from which we must infer that the first part of the Mishnah means, even when he has a prepared covering for it. Therefore said Rabha, the ashes of the hearth are only considered to be prepared when the animal is of a species whose blood must be certainly covered, but when the animal is of a kind about the covering of whose blood there is a doubt, it is not so. And this is in accordance with his theory elsewhere, that if one has brought earth to cover with it dung, he may cover with it the blood of a fowl, but not vice versa. The sages of Niharbale, however, said that even if he has brought the earth for the purpose of covering with it the blood of a fowl, he may cover with it dung also. In the West R. Joseph bar Hama, and according to others Rabha the son of R. Joseph bar Hama, and R. Zerah differed on this point. According to one a quay is regarded as dung, and according to the other it is not so. Now, from the above teaching of Rabha, who said that earth prepared for a fowl must not be used for dung, we infer that Rabha is the one in whose opinion a quay is regarded as dung. Rami the son of Arjabha, however, said that the reason that we do not cover a quay on a festival is as a precautionary measure, lest one think the use of its tallow permissible. If so, let it not be covered even on a weekday. Nay, on a weekday one may think it is done for the purpose of cleaning the yard. But what shall be the reply to him who comes to ask? Therefore we must say, that the reason is this: on a weekday, when it is doubtful, the sages decree that nevertheless he should trouble himself to cover it, but on a festival day the sages do not wish to put him to perhaps unnecessary work. R. Zarid taught, not the blood of a quay only is it prohibited to cover on a festival day, but even when a slaughtered domestic animals and fowls' blood were mixed together, it must not be p. 15. Covered either. Said R. Jose Bar Jasaniah, the case is when one cannot cover the whole blood with one stroke of the spade, but if he can, he must cover it. Is this not self-evident? One might say that we should prohibit this as a precautionary measure to prevent him from making two strokes. Therefore he comes to teach us that such precautionary measures are not necessary. Rabha said, if one has slaughtered a fowl on the eve of a festival, the blood must not be covered on the festival, but if he kneaded dough on the eve of a festival, he must separate the first dough on the festival. The father of Samuel, however, said that even this is prohibited. Mishnah, Beth Shammai say, it is prohibited to remove a ladder from one dovecote to another, it may, however, be inclined from one opening to another. But Beth Hillel allow both. Gemara, Arhanan bar Emi said, both schools differ only when it is done in public ground. According to Beth Shammai, one who will see him carrying a ladder may think he is going to repair his roof, but Beth Hillel do not care for that, for they say the dovecote will show the man's purpose of carrying the ladder. But if this is done in private ground, all agree that this is permissible. But is it so? Did not our Jehuda say in the name of Rabbite, that all which is prohibited on account of its liability to be seen remains so even in the greatest privacy? In this the Tannim differ. Our Mishnah does not accord with the Tana of the following Boraitha, our Simeon b. Elazar said both schools agree that the ladder may be carried from one dovecote to another, the point on which they differ is whether the ladder may be carried back. The school of Shammai prohibit it, and the school of Hillel allow even this. Said our Jehuda, the Mishnah refers only to a ladder used for a dovecote, but a ladder to an attic all agree is prohibited. Ardosa said he may incline it from one window to another. Anonymous teachers say in the name of Ardosa, that he may also trail the ladder. The children of Arhiah were going out into the villages. When they came back their father asked them, was no question asked of you, which you have decided? And they answered that they were asked whether a ladder of an attic may be inclined on a festival, and they allowed it. And he said to them, go, prohibit. p. 16. What you have permitted, the children of Arhiah thought that Ardosa had allowed what Jehuda prohibited, and it was not so, he only allowed what the first Tana did not prohibit, i.e., a ladder to a dovecote, allowed by the first Tana even to be carried, Ardosa permits only to incline. It may, however, be inclined from one opening, etc. We learn also in another Mishnah farther on, the shutters must not be removed on a festival, so is the decree of Beth Shammai. But according to Beth Hillel they may be even returned to their places. From this we see that concerning the enjoyment of the festival, the school of Shammai are rigorous, and the school of Hillel are lenient. Is not this in contradiction to the first Mishnah of this chapter, where we see the opposite? It would be if we explain the first Mishnah's meaning that it speaks of a spade stuck in the ground before. But what can be said of the self-contradiction of Beth Hillel? Said Ar Yohanan, change the names of the authorities. Says the Gemara, perhaps it is not so, because we can explain the lenience of Beth Hillel in the case of the shutters by the fact that the law of building cannot be applied to vessels, but in the first Mishnah, where such a reason cannot be found, they did not permit. Mishnah, Beth Shammai say, it is unlawful to remove the birds from their places, unless they have been handled before the festival, but Beth Hillel say, it is unnecessary to do more than stand on the eve of the festival before the dovecote and say, this and this bird will I take for the festival. Gemara, said Arhanan bar Emi, they differ only about the first brood of pigeons. Beth Shammai hold that if one will not handle it before the festival, he may change his mind. Beth Hillel, however, do not entertain this fear. But as for the second brood, all agree that it is enough if he says before the festival, I will take this and this. According to Beth Hillel, why is it needed one should mention the individual bird? Would it not suffice to refer to the whole dovecote? Should we assume that the school of Hillel do not hold the theory of premeditated choice? But this would not be right, as from the Mishnah, we know that the school of Hillel hold this theory. Said Rab Ha, it is needed for the reason that if he will not point out the individual, he may handle the next day all birds of the dovecote except the one he chooses unnecessarily. But did not Beth Hillel say it is enough if he says, I will take this and this bird, and yet he may reject it when he comes to take it for slaughtering? Nay, this is on the eve of a festival, if he has chosen some of them, be they lean or fat, he will not exchange them for others, but if he did not so on the eve, and he comes to choose them on the festival itself, it may be that he will be compelled to handle many until he finds one that is fit, or it may happen he finds none fit, and he will handle them for no purpose, and he will be deprived of the enjoyment of the festival. Mishnah, if a person who had prepared for a festival black pigeons finds white ones, or having prepared white pigeons, should find black ones, or 2 birds, and he find 3, they must not be used. If 3 birds had been prepared and 2 only are found, they may be used, but if they had been prepared within the nest, and are found before the nest, they must not be used unless there were no other birds but these in the dovecote. Gemara, is not this self-evident? Said Rabbah, the Mishnah refers to a case when one had prepared both white and black, and on the morrow, when he comes to take them, he finds they have changed places. One might say that the pigeons are all the same, but they have changed places, hence the Mishnah comes to teach us that it is not customary for the birds to change places, and therefore we must say that all the old ones are gone, and those which are found are other pigeons. Shall we suppose that this Mishnah is in support of the decree of Ar Hanina, who said that when one has to decide according to the majority of cases similar to one at hand, or according to the intrinsic probability, one should decide according to the former? Nay, the case of the Mishnah can be explained as Abai says farther on, that it means not in the nest itself, but on the board before the P18 nest, where strange pigeons also come and roost. Or 2 birds, and he finds 3, etc. Why is it so? For all reasons, either all are strange pigeons, or at least one. If 3 birds, etc. Why so? Because 2 are the same, though one is gone. Shall we assume our Mishnah is only according to Rabbi, and not the sages of the following Boraitha? If one had left at a certain place 100 zuz of second tithe, and he found afterwards 200 zuz, the ordinary and the second tithe money are mixed together. Such is the decree of Rabbi. But the sages said that the whole is considered as ordinary money. But if he left 200 zuz, and found only 100, it is considered that 100 has been stolen, and the other 100 remains. So is the decree of Rabbi. But the sages said that the remainder becomes ordinary. Hence we see that the case of the doves in our Mishnah is according to Rabbi. Nay, the Mishnah can be explained even in accordance with the sages, for it was taught in addition to this Boraitha, that Ar Yohanan and Ar Elazar both said that in the case of pigeons the law is different because pigeons have the habit of leaving their nest for short whiles. But if they had been prepared in the nest, etc. Shall we say this part of the Mishnah is in support of the above decree of Ar Hanina? Here it can also be explained as the former according to Abai. Rab Ha, however, said, the Mishnah refers to a case where there were 2 nests, one on the top of the other, and not only is one prohibited to use pigeons found before the lower nest, when he had prepared same in the lower, and found both nests empty, because it is considered that from only the lower nest they are gone, and those from the upper nest have come down, but if he had prepared them in the upper one, and found them in front of it, while both nests are empty, the case is the same, though usually pigeons do not go up, it is considered that the upper pigeons are gone, and those of the lower nest came up in front of the upper nest. Unless there were no other birds, etc. How was the case? Shall we say flying pigeons are meant? Then it may be assumed that those that had been in the nest had flown away, and these are strangers. And if pigeons too young for flying are meant, then if there is a nest within 50 ells, we may say that those p19 that were here bounded away, and these are strangers. But if no strange nest is near, is it not self-evident that they are the same and may be used, as Mar Uqba bar Hama said, a pigeon that cannot fly yet is not able to bound away more than 50 ells? Nay, it can be explained thus: there is a nest within 50 ells, but it is situated in a corner so that the pigeons could not see it. They are in their own nest, and the Mishnah comes to teach us, that the fear of their bounding away is only when there is another nest within 50 ells, which is visible to them when they are in their own nest, but if not visible, they do not bound away at all. Mishnah, Beth Shammai say, the pestle may not be moved for the purpose of using it as a block to cut meat upon, but Beth Hillel allow it. Beth Shammai teach, it is unlawful to lay down a skin to be trodden on or to raise it from the ground unless the quantity of meat of the size of an olive be thereon. Beth Hillel, however, allow it. Gemara, we have learned in a Boraitha that all agree that if one has already cut meat on this pestle, it may not be handled more. Said Abai, even if the pestle mentioned in the Mishnah was a new one, made only for breaking bones, the case is the same, lest one say, that because it is a new one, it shall be feared that he will change his mind and will not use it for this purpose, and so it will be handled unnecessarily, and therefore the Mishnah comes to teach us that this fear is not entertained. From this we see that Beth Shammai have not such fear. But did we not learn in a Boraitha, Beth Shammai said the slaughterer and the knife must not be brought to the animal, nor, vice versa, it to them. And the same is the case with spices and the pestle, which must not be carried to the mortar, nor vice versa. But Beth Hillel allow both. What comparison is it? He can reject on second consideration an animal because he wants a fatter one, or spices because he resolves to have a dish without spices, but in this case the animal is already slaughtered and the meat is for cooking, hence he must cut it and prepare it for eating. p20. Beth Shammai teach it is unlawful to lay down a skin, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, both schools agree that meat for roasting may be salted on the skin. Said Abai, only for roasting is it permitted to salt meat on it, but not for boiling. Is not this self-evident? It is plainly stated, for roasting. Abai comes to teach us that even for roasting, if more salt is needed than ordinarily, it is not permitted. The rabbis taught, tallow must not be salted and must not be turned over. In the name of our Joshua, however, it was said that one may spread it out upon nails for being aired. Said our Mathna, the halakha does not prevail according to our Joshua, but wherein differs this case from the case of the skin in our Mishnah. When one sees him spreading out the skin, he may think because it is fit for sitting on, it is spread out for such purposes, but when one will be allowed to salt the tallow, he may say, for what purpose have the sages allowed it? Only that it shall not become spoiled. Then what is the difference between spreading and salting, and he will also salt it? R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, one may salt several pieces of meat at one time, though only one of them is needed. R. Adabar Ahba had recourse to ingenuity, and used to salt meat for a festival meal. Mishnah, the shutters of stalls must not be removed on a festival according to Beth Shammai, but Beth Hillel allow even to replace them. Gemara, what kind of shutters is meant? Said Ula, the shutters of movable stalls. He said again, there are three things of which the finishing was allowed, for the reason of the beginning. They are, the skin for the tanner, the shutters of the shops, one and the replacing of a plaster in the temple. And Rabbah said in the p21. Name of Rabbi Jehuda the Babylonian Amora, one the same is the case when one opens a barrel or begins to knead dough on the festival, and this is according to Rabbi Jehuda the Tana, who said, he shall finish it. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with the Tana of the following Boraitha, our Simeon b. Elazar said, The schools both of Shammai and Hillel agree that the shutters may be removed on the festival, they differ only about the replacing of them. Beth Shammai do not permit this, and Beth Hillel allow even this. But this is in case there are hinges, but if there is none all agree it is permitted. But have we not learned in another Boraitha the contrary of this? Said Abai, it can be explained so, if the hinges are at the sides of the shutters, all agree it is prohibited, too if there are no hinges at all agree it is permissible. They differ only on this point when the hinges are in the middle. Beth Shammai prohibit it as a precautionary measure, lest one think it permissible also even when they are at the sides, and Beth Hillel think such a precautionary measure is not to be taken. Mishnah, a child, a lulab, holy scrolls, must not be carried in public ground according to Beth Shammai, but Beth Hillel allow it. Gemara, in the presence of Itzhak bar of Dimi one Tana taught as follows, if one slaughters a voluntary offering on a festival, he is liable to the penalty of stripes. Said Itzhak to him, according to whom is your teaching? That is only according to Beth Shammai, who do not hold the theory that because it is permitted to carry things for the purposes of the festival, it is permissible to carry other things, even when they are not necessary for the purposes of the festival. But according to Beth Hillel, who hold this theory, we can say, because slaughtering for the festival is permitted, slaughtering for other p22 purposes is also permitted, consequently he is not liable to stripes. Our Yohanan's opinion is also that Beth Shammai and Beth Hillel differ about the acceptation of the above theory. Because a disciple has taught in the presence of our Yohanan thus, if one cooks the sinew which shrank in milk on a festival, and eats it, he is liable to 5 times stripes, once for cooking the sinew, once for eating it, once for cooking meat in milk, once for eating meat with milk, and once for kindling a fire on the festival. And our Yohanan said to him, go with thy teaching out of the college, because for kindling a fire and cooking on the festival he is not liable for stripes, according to the teaching of the Mishnah. And even if you would find a Mishnah which is in accordance with your teaching, it could be only according to the school of Shammai, who deny the theory that, because it is permitted to kindle a fire and to cook for the purposes of the festival, it is permissible also for other purposes. Then, according to the school of Hillel, who agree with this theory, no Mishnah could teach so. Now then, when kindling and cooking are permitted on the festival, you must remove the stripes for cooking and kindling out of the whole case. Mishnah, it is unlawful, according to Beth Shammai, to carry to the priest on a festival the first dough or other gifts, whether they had been set apart for that purpose on that day or on the preceding day. Beth Hillel, however, allow this. Said Beth Shammai, let us say to them, is there not an analogy of expression in both? First dough and other priestly dues are called gifts to the priest, and heave offering is also called gifts to the priest. Now, as the last is prohibited, the same must be the case with the first. Rejoined Beth Hillel, nay, how can the gifts be compared to heave offering? The last one is not allowed to be set apart on the festival, whereas other gifts may. Gemara, at the first glance, the teaching of the Mishnah, whether it had been set apart on the same day, would seem to mean that it was slaughtered and set apart on the same day, and the expression, the preceding day, would seem to mean that it was slaughtered also on that day. If it is so, however, according to whose opinion would the Mishnah be? Not according to our Jose, not according to our Jehuda, but according to the anonymous teachers. As we have learned in the following Boraitha, our Jehuda said, Beth Shammai and Beth Hillel do not differ about the gifts that were set apart on the eve of a festival. p23. Whether they might be brought together with the gifts set apart and slaughtered on the festival. What they differ in is only whether those set apart on the eve of the festival might be brought to the priest separately. Beth Shammai do not allow this, and Beth Hillel permit it. Our Jose, however, said that the above schools do not differ about gifts at all, but only about the heave offering, but an anonymous teacher said that they never differ about the heave offering, which is prohibited according to all, but only about other gifts. Hence our Mishnah is in accordance with the anonymous teachers. Said Rabha, did the Mishnah teach that they were set apart and slaughtered on the same day? They were set apart on that day, but may have been slaughtered on the previous day. Then the Mishnah will be according to our Yehuda only, but not according to the anonymous teachers. Nay, we may say it is in accordance with the anonymous teachers also, but the point on which they differ would be the gift that had been slaughtered on a preceding day. If it is so, the anonymous teachers would say the same as our Yehuda? Nay, there is a difference about the adding of the gifts set apart on the preceding day to those set apart on the festival itself. Said our Yehuda, in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails according to our Hosea. R. Tobai the son of our Nehemiah possessed one pitcher of wine of heave offering on a festival, and he came to our Joseph and asked him, can I give it away to the priest today? And the answer was, that our Yehuda in the name of Samuel declared the halakha prevails according to our Hosea. The host of an inn where Rabha bar Arhanan was staying, possessed bundles of mustard stalks, and he asked his guest, may I thrash it and eat it on a festival? And he did not know the law. And he came before Rabha, who told him, we have learned in a Tosefta, one may pluck ears or crush pea pods to get out the grains or peas on a festival. Abai objects, we have learned in a Boraitha, whoso has plucked ears on the eve of Sabbath, he may blow away chaff on the Sabbath from one hand into another, and eat, but not sieve. If he has done it on the eve of a festival, he may sieve it on the next day in a small but not a large sieve. Hence it seems from this that to do it on the festival itself is not allowed. Rabha answered, the same would be the case on the festival itself. But as in the first part it is said, on p. 24, the eve of Sabbath, so in the last part he speaks of the eve of the festival. If it is so, then we find a case in which it is allowed to set apart heave offering on a festival, and here, when he thrashes the ears for the purpose of eating the grain, you allow him to separate the heave offering of it, for otherwise he is not allowed to eat, and in our Mishnah it is plainly stated that the heave offering is not allowed to be set apart on the festival. Rabha answered, it presents no difficulty. Elsewhere it is said, according to Rabbi's opinion heave offering may be separated on the festival, and only our Hosea bar Yehuda opposed him, and our Mishnah is in accordance with the latter. How shall one pluck? Abai in the name of our Hosea said, he shall pluck it with the thumb and the index finger. But our Ivya upon the same authority said, the thumb and the two fingers next to it. Rabha, however, said, as soon as he does it in a peculiar manner, the number of fingers he employs is a matter of no great consequence. How shall one blow? Our Adabar Ahba said in the name of Rabbi, he shall blow only off his fingers. But in Palestine they ridiculed this, saying that, provided he does it in a peculiar manner, he may employ his palms also. Therefore our Elazar said, he may blow it off one hand with his whole might. Mishnah, spices may be pounded on a festival with a wooden pestle only, and salt with an earthenware jug, or with a large wooden spoon, according to Beth Shammai. But Beth Hillel say, spices may be, as usual, pounded with a stone pestle, and salt with a wooden spoon. Gemara, from this we see that all agree that salt must be pounded in a different manner. Why? Arhuna and Arhisda, one said, because all the dishes must have salt, but not all the dishes must have spices, and the other said, all the spices lose their fragrance, but not salt. What is the difference between the two? If one knows on the eve of a festival what dish he will prepare on the morrow? According to the former it needs a peculiarity, and according to the latter it needs not, because had he prepared it on the eve the spices would lose their fragrance. R. Yehuda in the name of Samuel, however, said, all that is pounded may be pounded on a festival as on weekdays, even salt. p. 25. Did we not say above, that salt must be pounded differently? He holds with the Tana of the following Boraitha, our Meir said, both schools of Shammai and Hillel never differ about the point that all things may be pounded on a festival as on weekdays, and salt when it is among them. What they differ about is, whether it may be done so when it is separate. According to Beth Shammai, it must be pounded with an earthenware jug or a large wooden spoon, and only in a quantity needed for roasting, but not for stewing into a pot, but Beth Hillel allow any quantity. R. A. Habardla said to his son, if it shall happen that you will have to pound something on a festival, you should incline your mortar, and then pound. Arshes had heard on a festival the sound of pounding in a mortar, and he said, it is surely not in my house. Why was he sure? Perhaps the mortar was inclined? Because he could infer from the sound that this was not so. Perhaps they were pounding spices? Then the sound would have been different. The rabbis taught, tisana one must not be made on a festival, for nothing may be pounded. But a small quantity may be pounded in a small mortar. It once happened that our Papa was the guest of Mar Samuel, and tisana was offered him, but he did not partake of it. Why? Perhaps it had been done in a small mortar? He did not choose to trust his host's servants, because they were disobedient. Mishnah, when one picks pulse on a festival, he may, according to Beth Shammai, only pick out the eatable part and eat it, but according to Beth Hillel he may pick it as usual in his lap, in a basket with holes, or in a large dish, but not on a large table, or through a small or large sieve. Rabban Gamaliel says, it is also lawful to pour water thereon, and remove the part not fit to eat, by hand. Gemara, we learn in a Boraitha, said our Gamaliel, the Mishnah refers to a case when there was more of the eatable part than of the part unfit for eating, but if the opposite was the case, then all agree that he may take out only the eatable part and leave the rest. Is there anyone who is allowed to do as usually even when the unfit part was larger than the rest? Our Gamaliel meant to say, that even when the quantity of the unfit part was p. 26. Small, but to pick it out would be more trouble than to pick out the eatable part, all agree that he shall do what gives less trouble. Rabban Gamaliel said, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Elazar bar Zadok said, such was the custom in the house of Rabban Gamaliel, they usually brought a pail full of lentils and poured water on it, and the eatable part settled down, while the unfit part remained floating, but another Boraitha states the contrary. It presents no difficulty, the straw floats above, but if there is any dust or other such matter, it sinks. Mishnah, it is unlawful for one to send to another as a present on the festival anything but eatables, according to Beth Shammai. Beth Hillel, however, permit to send even cattle, game, and poultry, either slaughtered or alive, also presents of wine, oil, fine flour, and pulse, but not grain. Our Simeon allows also to send grain. Gemara, our Jehil taught, this is permissible only when he sends it by a few persons, but not by a whole line of men. A Boraitha taught that a line is not constituted by less than 3 men. R. Simeon, etc. A Boraitha taught, our Simeon permits to send grain, example wheat, to make of it a dish which the inhabitants of Lydia used to make, barley, to give it to cattle, and lentils, to make of them a dish. Mishnah, it is also permitted to send clothes, sewed or not, even of kilaim, in case they can be used on the festival, but not sandals with iron nails or unfinished shoes. Our Jehuda says, white shoes may not be sent either, because an artificer is required to make them fit for use. This is the general rule, whatever can be used on the festival, may be sent as a present thereon. Gemara, it is right that sewed clothes should be permitted on a festival, because they can be used, and clothes not sewed may also be used for covering, but how can kilaim be used? The Mishnah meant to say rough clothes which can be used for sitting upon, and this is according to Arhuna the son of Ar Joshua, who said that felt of the city of Naresh might be worn even if in it is kilaim, but not sandals, etc. What is the reason? Because once, p. 27, an accident occurred. One said Abai, sandals with iron nails must not be worn, because an accident happened on account of them, but they may be handled, and this we infer from our Mishnah, which says that they shall not be sent, and if it were disallowed to handle them, it would be self-evident that they could not be sent. or unfinished shoes. Is it not self-evident? The Mishnah means to say that even if there were nails in them already, yet being unfinished, they might not be sent. R. Jehuda says, etc. We have learned, in a Boraitha, our Jehuda permits to send black shoes, but not white, because lime is needed to make them white, and our Jose prohibits black shoes, because they must be polished. They do not disagree, however. Both speak of the customs in their respective places. In the place of one master the skin of the shoes had the inner side turned out, and therefore it had to be made white, while in the other the opposite was the case, and polishing was needed. This is the general rule, etc. Arshi's hate permitted to his disciples to send phylacteries on a festival. Said Abai to him, did not we learn in our Mishnah, only a thing which can be used on the festival may be sent? And he answered, the Mishnah meant to say things fit to be used on a weekday may be sent on a festival. Said Abai, when the phylacteries are spoken of we would like to say something, if one was on the road on the eve of Sabbath or of a festival, and the tefillin were on his head and the sun set, he may lay his hand on the tefillin and thus come to his home. The same is the case when he was sitting in the house of learning and the tefillin were on his head, he may lay his hand on them until he comes home. Chapter 2. Regulations concerning the combining of cookery on a festival preceding a Sabbath. Mishnah, when the festival falls on Friday, it is unlawful to prepare thereon, on purpose, any food for the Sabbath, but for the festival alone, and whatever remains may be used for the Sabbath, and one may prepare on the eve of the festival one dish for the Sabbath especially, and then he may continue cooking on the festival for the Sabbath. Beth Shammai, however, say, 2 dishes are necessary, Beth Hillel say, 1 is sufficient. Both, however, agree that fish and egg upon it may be considered as 2 dishes. If the dish thus prepared has been eaten or lost, nothing more may be cooked in addition to it, but if any small portion whatever is left, it suffices. Gemara, whence is this deduced? Said Samuel, it is written, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, from which we infer that we should remember it when we are liable to forget it. Artana, however, infers this from the following passage, what ye shall bake, bake today, and what ye shall seethe, seethe today. From this Elazar inferred that it shall not be baked unless same is baked already, and it shall not be cooked unless same is cooked already. And this is used by the sages as a biblical support to the law of the combining of cookery. The rabbis taught, it once happened that Elazar was sitting and lectured a whole day about the laws relating to festivals. The first part of his audience arose and went out, and Elazar said, these people must have great barrels of wine, and they are in a hurry to drink them. The second portion of the audience went away, and he said, these people must have smaller barrels. Of the third part he remarked, they must have cans. Of the fourth he said, they must have lugs. When the fifth part left him, he said, they must have only goblets. When the sixth part began to p29 depart, he said, they are worthy to be scolded. At the same time he looked upon his disciples and saw the color of their faces was changed, and he said to them, my children, I did not mean you. I spoke only about those people who leave eternal life for temporary affairs. When his disciples were going away, he said to them, go your way, eat fat things, drink sweet drinks, and send portions unto him for whom nothing is prepared, for this day is holy unto our Lord, and do not grieve yourselves, but let the joy of the Lord be your stronghold. The Master says, because they leave eternal life for temporary affairs. Is not the enjoying of the festival a religious duty? Elazar said this in accordance with his theory that the enjoying of a festival is not obligatory, as we learned in the following Boraitha. Elazar said, a man has nothing to do on a festival but either to eat and drink the whole day, or to sit and study, but Joshua said, he must divide the day 1/2 of it for eating and drinking, and 1/2 of it for religious purposes. Said Yohanan, the above both sages deduce from the following verse, On the 7th day shall be a solemn assembly unto the Lord thy God. Another verse, an assembly shall be to you. How can the contradiction between these two verses be explained? R. Eliezer explains it thus. The whole day shall be either for you or for the Lord, but R. Joshua explains it thus, divide the day 1/2 for the Lord and 1/2 for you. Said R. Eliezer, all agree that on Pentecost the day must be partly devoted to oneself also. Why so? Because on this day the law was given to Israel, and we must enjoy it. Said Rab Ha, all agree also that on a Sabbath the day must be devoted to oneself also. Why? Because it is written, thou shalt call the Sabbath a delight. And R. Joseph said, all agree that on the festival of Purim the day must also be devoted to oneself, as it is written, to make them days of entertainment and joy. Mar the son of Rubina was fasting the whole year except on Pentecost, Purim, and the eve of the Day of Atonement, Pentecost, because the law was given, Purim, because they are days of joy and entertainment, and the eve of the Day of Atonement, for a reason that is explained in Tract Yoma, p. 129. p. 30. R. Joseph on the days of Pentecost used to say to his domestics, prepare for me a calf which is the third born, saying, if not this day be the reason, how many Josephs are there abroad? R. Sheeshate used to repeat his studies every 30 days, and, supporting himself against the wall of the college, said, rejoice, my soul. Rejoice, my soul. For thy sake I have read, for thy sake I have studied. What is meant, in the above verse of Nehemiah, by send portions to those for whom nothing is prepared? Said Arhisda, it refers to those men who have not made an Arab tabshalin. What is meant by let the joy of the Lord be your stronghold? Said R. Yohanan in the name of R. Eliezer bar Simeon, the Holy One, blessed be he, said to Israel, my children, borrow money for my sake, and rejoice on the holy day, and trust to me, I shall pay it. R. Taklif, a brother of Rabbana Huzat, taught, all the necessaries of a man are appointed for him in the heavenly court in the 10 days between New Year and the Day of Atonement, except the expenses for Sabbath, the festivals, and the studies of his children. The amount for these purposes appointed for him in heaven is the same as that which he spends. We have learned in a Boraitha, it was said that Shammai the elder used to eat all days for the honor of Sabbath. When he found a good animal, he used to say, this shall be for Sabbath. But when he found a better one, he ate the former, and left the better one for Sabbath. But Hillel the elder had another habit, because all his deeds were for the sake of heaven, as it is written, blessed be the Lord. Day by day he loadeth us with benefits. 1. One may prepare on the eve of the festival one dish, etc. Said Abai, only a dish is good for the purpose, but bread alone is not. Why so? Shall we assume it is required to have an article of food which is not often eaten, and bread is always eaten, then a dish of dissa, which is rarely eaten, is nevertheless disallowed by our Nehuma bar Zachariah in the name of Abai? The reason is this, one must have a thing which can be eaten. p. 31. With bread, and dissa cannot be eaten with bread. As it happened that Arzaras saw people eating dissa with bread, he said, the Babylonians are fools, they eat bread with bread. R. Haya taught, lentils which are on the bottom of a pot may be used as an Arab tabshalin, if the quantity is of the size of an olive. R. Itzhak the son of R. Jehuda said that the fat of a fowl, if it is of the size of an olive, may be similarly used. And R. Abba said in the name of Rabbite, the prescribed quantity for an Arab is the size of an olive, and it is sufficient for 1 or for 100 persons. Said R. Huna in the name of Rabbite, the combining of cookery must be done intentionally. It is certain that the person who makes the Arab must have the intention, but how is it with the person for whom the Arab is made? Is his intention also needed, or is it not? Come and hear, the father of Samuel made an Arab for all the inhabitants of Neharde, and Rmi and Rc made an Arab for the whole population of Tiberia. R. Jacob bar Edi proclaimed, everybody who has not made an Arab tabshalin shall rely on my Arab tabshalin. And at what distance? Said Nehuma bar Zachariah. In the name of Abai, as far as the legal limit of Sabbath. There was a blind man who had classified Mishnah before Mar Samuel, and Mar Samuel saw he was downcast. And he asked him, Why are you downcast? And he answered, Because I have not made an Arab tabshalin. Said Mar Samuel to him, Rely upon mine. The next year he saw him again sad, and got the Esme answer, and Mar Samuel rejoined, If it is so, you are a transgressor. All can rely upon my Arab tabshalin, but not you. The rabbis taught, on a festival which happens to be on Friday, the Arab of legal limit and the Arabin of courts are not to be made. Rabbi, however, said, the Arab of legal limit is not to be made, but the Arabin of courts may, because you can prohibit one to do a thing for tomorrow which he may not do today, but you cannot forbid a man to do a thing for tomorrow which he may do today. It was taught, Rabbi said the halakha prevails according to the first Tana, but Samuel said the halakha prevails according to Rabbi. The rabbis taught, on a festival following on Sabbath 1. P. 32. Shall say 8 benedictions, that is to say, the Sabbath benediction separately. Beth Hillel, however, said, one shall pronounce 7 benedictions, and he shall begin and close, with Sabbath, and shall include the holiness of the day. Rabbi said, he shall close with the benediction, Blessed be he who sanctifies the Sabbath, Israel, and the festivals. A disciple taught in the presence of Rabbina, who sanctified Israel, the Sabbath, and the festivals, and Rabbina rejoined, Does Israel then sanctify the Sabbath? The Sabbath is itself holy, say then. Who sanctified the Sabbath, Israel, and the festivals? Said Jose, the halakha prevails according to Rabbi as interpreted by Rabbina. The rabbis taught, on a Sabbath following on the first day of the month, or any day of the intermitting days, one shall pronounce in the 3 prayers of evening, morning, and minha 7 benedictions, and concerning the festival he shall include the prayer about the return of the temple service, and if he has omitted it he must begin all again. But in the additional prayer he shall begin and close with the benediction of Sabbath, and tc holiness of the day shall be included. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel and Ishmael the son of Yohanan b. Broca say that whenever there are 7 benedictions, he shall begin and close with Sabbath, and the benediction of the day shall be included. Said Huna, the halakha does not prevail in accordance with last pair. Hayabar Ashi in the name of Rabbi said, one may lay an Arab of legal limit on the first day of a festival with a condition, if the right day of the festival is today, then the Arab is null and void, because one can go tomorrow without any Arab at all, and if the right day of the festival is the next day, this Arab shall be for that day. Said Rabha, the same is the case with the Arab for cookery. The rabbis taught, it shall not be baked from one festival day for another. It was truly said that a woman may fill a whole pot with meat though she do not need more than 1 piece. The same is the case with a baker, who may fill a whole barrel with water, though he need only 1 can, but it is not allowed to bake except as much as is needed for the day. Simeon b. Eleazar, however, said, that a woman may fill a whole oven with bread, because it is better baked when the whole oven is full. Said Rabha, the halakha prevails according to the latter. P. 33. The schoolmen propound a question, if one has not made an Arab tabshalin, is he only prohibited to do anything for Sabbath, but not his flour? Or is his flour also forbidden? What is the difference? To transfer his flour to others, if you say the flour is not prohibited, then another one can take his flour and prepare for him, but if you say his flour is prohibited, then he must transfer it. Come and hear, one who has not made an Arab tabshalin must not bake nor cook nor save either for himself or for others, nor may others do it for him, but what shall he do? He shall transfer his flour to others, and then they may bake and cook for him. From this we infer that both he and his flour are prohibited. The schoolmen propounded a question, How is it if one has transgressed and baked without an Arab? Come and hear, if one has not made an Arab tabshalin, etc. Now, if it would be allowed to eat, why does not the Boraitha state that if one has transgressed and has baked, it is allowed to eat? Said Ar-Adabi. Mathna, from this nothing can be inferred. The Tana advises only how to dispose for a man, he shall be able to prepare something in accordance with the law, but when one has acted against the law, this Tana does not speak of it at all. Come and hear another Boraitha, if one has made an Arab tabshalin, he may bake, cook, and save, and if he wants the Arab, it is allowed, but if he has eaten the Arab before he has baked or saved, then he is not allowed to bake, cook, or save either for himself or for others, neither are others allowed to do so for him. He may, however, cook for the festival and use what is left on the Sabbath, provided he does not do it cunningly, and when he does it cunningly he must not use it for the Sabbath. Said Ar-Ashi, the case of cunning is different, because the rabbis were very rigorous with such. Rna Haman b. Itzhak said, the Boraitha which said that cunning is prohibited is not at all in accordance with the decision of the rabbis, but of an individual, Hananiah, who taught it in accordance with the decision of Beth Shammai, as it is to be understood from the following. Hananiah said, Beth Shammai declare, one shall not bake unless he has made an Arab with bread, one shall not cook unless he has made it with something cooked, and one shall not save, unless he has already saved warm water for the Sabbath. Beth Hillel, however, p. 34, said, one may make an Arab with something cooked, and through it he may prepare everything. Beth Shammai say 2 dishes, etc. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with the Tana of the following Boraitha. Our Simeon b. Elazar said, both schools agree that 2 dishes are needed. In what they differ is about a fish and egg which is upon it. According to Beth Shammai it is considered as 2 dishes, but according to the school of Hillel it is considered only as 1 dish. Both agree, however, that if one put in a cooked egg in the fish or cephalidov in the cooked fish, it is considered as 2 dishes. Said Rab Ha, the halakha prevails as our Tana and according to Beth Hillel. If it has been eaten or lost, etc. Said Abai, we have a tradition that he who has begun to knead dough and herd mean, while that the Arab was lost, may finish his work nevertheless. Mishnah, when the festival falls after a Sabbath, Beth Shammai say, everything requiring purification must be immersed before the Sabbath. But Beth Hillel say, vessels must be immersed before the Sabbath, and human beings on the Sabbath. Both schools agree that water which has become polluted may be purified by pouring it into an earthenware vessel, but not on earth itself. It is lawful, however, to dip vessels whose original appropriation has been altered, and men may bathe when they have changed from one company to another. 1. Gemara, we see from this Mishnah that, according to all, a vessel must not be dipped on Sabbath. Why so? Said Ar-Bibai, it is a precautionary measure, lest one leave the vessels unclean on the weekdays for purification on Sabbath. We have learned in a Boraitha in support to Ar-Bibai, a vessel which has become unclean on the eve of the festival must not be dipped on the festival, and this is a precautionary measure, as the one above mentioned. Rab Ha, however, said, the reason why one must not immerse on Sabbath is that it would seem as if one repaired the vessel. If it is so, why may a man bathe on Sabbath? A man is different, as it can be said that he is doing so to cool himself. That would be right, if he bathed in pure water, but if he immerses himself in turbid water? Said Rna Haman bar Itzhak, it happens that a man becomes heated, and then p. 35. He bathes even in water in which flax has been steeped, to cool himself. This would be right in summer time, but what can be said if he does it in winter time? Said Rna Haman bar Itzhak, it may happen a man becomes dirty and soiled, and then considers not the quality of the water. All this is right on a Sabbath, but what would be the law on a Day of Atonement? Said Rab Ha, do you find something allowed to be done on Sabbath that is not allowed on the Day of Atonement? but not on earth itself. What is meant by this? Said Samuel, he may bring it in contact with water of a legal bath, but not in an unclean vessel. According to whom is our Mishnah? As it is not according to Rabbi, nor according to the sages of the following Boraitha, one must not immerse the vessel with the water therein to purify it, nor bring it in contact with water in a stone vessel to purify the water therein, so is the decree of Rabbi. The sages, however, permitted both. We may say that it is according to the sages' opinion, and the Mishnah refers not to purification on a weekday but on Sabbath, whose original appropriation has been altered, etc. The rabbis taught, if one wishes to immerse his vessels for the purpose of filling them with the oil of newly crushed olives, and afterwards changes his mind and resolves to crush the olives in them, or vice versa, he may do so. If one was engaged to eat the paschal lamb with one company, and thereafter he changed his mind to eat with another company, he might do so. Mishnah, one may bring peace offerings on the festival, but not lay his hands on them. One and burnt offerings may not be brought at all according to Beth Shammai. Beth Hillel, however, allow all this. Gemara, said Ula, the point on which both schools differ is the laying of the hands on the peace offerings of the feast and whether burnt offerings of the pilgrimage may be sacrificed at all. Beth Shammai hold, it is written, ye shall celebrate it as a feast unto the Lord, it, i.e., the peace offering, but not the burnt offering. But Beth Hillel say, unto the Lord that signifies, all that is unto the p. 36. Lord is allowed. But vows and voluntary offerings, all agree, are not. Such also is the opinion of our Adabar Ahba. An objection was raised, we have learned elsewhere, our Simeon b. Eleazar said, both schools do not differ concerning a burnt offering which does not belong to the festival, that it must not be offered, and also that peace offerings which belong to the festival may be offered. In what they differ is, when the burnt offering belongs to this festival and concerning the peace offerings which do not belong to this festival. According to Beth Shammai they must not be offered, and according to Beth Hillel they may. Answer this objection that the saying of our Simeon b. Eleazar must read thus, he said, both schools do not differ when the burnt and peace offerings do not belong to this festival, that they must not be offered, and the peace offering which belongs to this festival, that it may. They differ only about a burnt offering which belongs to this festival, that according to Beth Shammai it must not, and according to Beth Hillel it may. Said R. Joseph, is it necessary to make out the Boraitha as erroneous because of the saying of Ula? Are there not other Tannim who differ on this point, and Ula's saying can be according to them? As we have found in the following Boraitha, peace offerings which belong to this festival, when they are to be offered on it, Beth Shammai said, he may lay his hands upon it on the eve of the festival, and it shall be slaughtered on the festival. Beth Hillel, however, said, both may be done on the festival, but vow and voluntary offerings must not be offered on the festival. And the Tannim of the following Boraitha differ on the same point, one must not bring thanksgiving offerings on all days of Passover, because they contain unleavened bread, nor on Pentecost, because it is a festival, but he may bring them on the Feast of Tabernacles. Our Simeon, however, said, it is written, on Passover, on Pentecost, and on the Feast of Booths. From this we may infer that all that may be brought on Passover and Pentecost, may be brought also during the Feast of Tabernacles, but what must not be brought on the first two, one may not on the third. R. Eliezer b. R. Simeon, however, said, one may bring thanksgiving offerings during the Feast of Tabernacles, and by this will be fulfilled the duty of enjoying the holiday, but not the duty of bringing a feast offering. Is not p. 37. This self-evident? Are not the feast offerings a duty, and it is certain that a duty must be brought of a profane quality? He means to teach us, that even if one has explicitly said that B intends the thanksgiving offering also for a feast offering, nevertheless the duty of the feast offering is not fulfilled. As R. Simeon b. Lachish asked of R. Yohanan, if one say, I will bring a thanksgiving offering, and with this I will fulfill the duty of a feast offering, or, I will be a Nazirite, but when I shall bring the offering after shaving, one I will take it from the second tithe money. What is the law? And Yohanan answered him, he must bring a thanksgiving offering, but the duty of the feast offering is not fulfilled. He is a Nazirite, but cannot bring the shaving offering from the second tithe money. It once happened a man said, give 400 zuz to a certain man, and he shall marry my daughter. Said our Papa, the 400 zuz must be given to him, and the daughter, if he likes her, he can marry, but not otherwise. The reason is, because he has said first, give him the money. If he had said, he shall marry and take the money, then he must marry her first. Mirmar was sitting and declaring the halakha in his own name. Said Rabbina to him, you teach this as if it were a boraitha. We, however, learn it as the question of Resh Lakish from Yohanan, mentioned above, and the decision is Yohanan's. The rabbis taught, it happened to Hillel the elder that he brought his burnt offering to the temple court for laying hands on it on the festival. The disciples of Shammai the elder, however, surrounded him, and asked him, what is the matter with this animal? And he answered, it is a female, and I have brought it for a peace offering. And he shook the animal's tail, and they went away. And on that day the school of Shammai took the upper hand over Beth Hillel, and the people wanted to decide the halakha according to them, but one old man was there among the disciples of Shammai the elder, Baba ben Buddha by name, who was certain that the halakha prevailed according to Beth Hillel. And he sent and brought of the best sheep of Jerusalem, and placed them in the temple court, and said, everybody who wants to lay his hands upon them shall come and do so. And on that day Beth Hillel took the upper hand. p. 38. And the halakha was decided according to them, and no objection was made by anybody. Again, it happened once that a disciple of Beth Hillel brought his burnt offering into the temple court for the purpose of laying his hands upon it, and a disciple of the school of Shammai met him and said, why the handling? And he replied, why are you not silent? So he silenced him with a rebuke, so that he went away. Said Abai, from this we may infer that if a young scholar says to another a few words, the answer shall not be more lengthy than the remark which was addressed, as we have seen in the case of the two disciples, when he asked him, why the laying of the hands? He answered him, why not be silent? We have learned in a boraitha, the disciples of Hillel said to the disciples of Shammai, if on Sabbath, when all things to be done for a human being are prohibited, nevertheless in honor of the Lord all is permitted, on a festival, when all things necessary for a human being may be done, so much the more everything may be done for the Lord. And they answered, you can infer this from voluntary and vow offerings, that are permissible for a human being, and nevertheless even you own that they must not be sacrificed on a festival. Said Beth Hillel again, there is no comparison here because voluntary and vow offerings have no appointed times. The burnt offerings, however, have stated times. Rejoined Beth Shammai, nay, even these have no appointed time, as we have learned in a Mishnah, one who has not brought his feast offering on the first day of a festival may do it during the whole festival and even on its last day. Rejoined Beth Hillel again, is this not a fixed time? As we have learned in another Mishnah, if one has not brought a feast offering during the whole festival, he is no longer responsible to do it. Said Beth Shammai again, has it not been said in the verse, an assembly shall be unto you, which may signify for your sake and not for the Lord's sake? And they answered, does not another verse say, an assembly shall be unto the Lord? Whence we may infer that all which is in honor of the Lord shall be done. And from the expression unto you we may infer for your sake but not for the sake of strangers. p. 39. R. Ivia the elder asked Arhuna, an animal which is half a Gentiles and half an Israelites, how is the law of slaughtering it on a festival? And he answered, one may do it. And he asked him again, what is the difference between this and voluntary vow offerings? And he replied, a raven flew away. When Ivia was gone, said Rabbah, Arhuna's son, to his father, was this not Arivia the elder, whom you praised to me as a great man? And he answered, What could I have done with him? I am today weak, I have lectured, and need what is written in Song of Songs, 2. 5, to strengthen me with flagons of wine, refresh me with apples, and he asked me a thing of which the reason must be explained. Dough, however, which is half an Israelites and half a Gentiles, is not to be baked on the festival, because it can be divided when it is yet dough. Arhana Barhanala objects, we have learned of dough made for dogs, if the shepherd can eat of it, one is liable to take of it first dough, and may make an Arab with it, and may use it for the combining of the entrance, and the benediction of eating may be said over it, and if 3 or more men had eaten of it, they may pronounce the benediction of the meal, and it may be baked on the festival, and the man who eats it on the first evening of Passover has done his duty of eating matzah. Now, if it is possible to divide it when it is dough, why should it be baked on a festival? The dough for the dogs is different, because one can give a carcass to the dogs, instead of the dough. But does Arhisda hold the supposition of because? Was it not taught that Arhisda is against this supposition? Say, the case is when the shepherd has a carcass and intends to do so. Huna was asked, may the inhabitants of Baga, who had the duty to give bread to the military, bake it on the festival? P40. And he answered, let us see. If the soldiers are not particular when one takes a piece of the bread and gives it to a child, then of every loaf we can say, this is fit for a child, and it may be baked. But if they are particular, it may not be so done. But have we not learned in a Boritha as follows, it once happened to Simeon of Taman that he did not visit the house of learning on a festival day. On the morrow Jehuda b. Baba asked him, why wast thou not yesterday in the house of learning? And he answered, military were coming yesterday into the city, and wanted to rob the whole city, and we slaughtered for them calves, and made them eat, and they went away in peace. Rejoined Jehuda b. Baba, I wonder whether your loss was not greater than your benefit, for the Torah teaches unto you, but not unto Gentiles. Now, why? Were not the calves fit for Israelites also? Said Joseph, the calves were tarifa. 1. But was it not fit for dogs when the owners are obliged to feed them? The Tannim of the following Boritha differ about this law. It is written, save what is eaten by every soul, that only may be prepared for you. From the expression every soul, we may infer, even a soul of an animal, as we find, he that taketh the soul of an animal shall pay for it. Therefore the verse says plainly, for you, and not for dogs. So said Jose the Galilean. Akiba, however, said, for all souls, even souls of animals, are included. But for what purpose is it written for you? To indicate only animals for whose support you are responsible, but not for strangers, for whose support you are not responsible. Rabha accompanied Mar Samuel to the pulpit and the latter lectured, one may invite a Gentile on Sabbath, but not on a festival day, because on a festival day he may increase the Israelites' work in his behalf. When a Gentile guest came to Marimar or to Marzutra on a festival day, they said to him, if you are satisfied with what we have already done for ourselves, then you are welcome, and if not, you must excuse us, because we must not do any work for you. Mishnah, it is prohibited to boil water on the festival for the purpose of washing the feet, unless the water is also fit to drink, according to Beth Shammai. But Beth Hillel allow it. P41. That a fire is to be made for the sole purpose of warming himself by it. In 3 things Rabban Gamaliel decides like the school of Shammai more rigorously, namely, they prohibit to commence to preserve the heat of pots for Sabbath on its eve, when it happens to be a festival, to put together the pieces of a candelabrum, and to bake large loaves, but only thin cakes. Rabban Gamaliel said, they never used to bake in my father's house large loaves on the festival, but only thin cakes. The sages, however, said to him, what does this usage of your father's family prove, who though strict in this respect nevertheless allowed all Israel to bake on the festival large loaves and thick cakes. Gemara, how is the case? If an Arab tabshalin was made, why do Beth Shammai prohibit it? And if none was made, why do Beth Hillel permit it? Said Arhuna, it may be explained, when the case is that an Arab tabshalin was not made, but nevertheless what is necessary for one's life, the sages permit. And this is according to his theory elsewhere, where he said, if one has not made an Arab tabshalin, one loaf and one pot may be baked, and cooked for him, and also light may be kindled for him. In the name of Ar Itzhak it was said, they may roast for him also a small fish. The same we have learned in a Boraitha, with the addition that one pitcher of water may be heated for him. Rabha, however, said, the Mishnah can be explained also thus, that an Arab tabshalin was made, and nevertheless Beth Shammai prohibited, because the preserving of the heat everybody can see is done only for Sabbath. To put together pieces of a candelabrum. What labor is in it? Said Arhin Na Barbisna, this refers to a candelabrum whose parts have to be screwed together, and is regarded like an act of building. It happened once that Ulla came to Arjehuda, his servant inclined the lamp so that the wick should sooner be extinguished. Arjehuda objected, did we not learn that whoso puts oil into the lamp is culpable of kindling fire? And whoso removes the oil therefrom is culpable of extinguishing. Answered Ulla, the servant did it without my knowledge. Rabbi said, to snuff a lamp on a festival is permitted. Abai asked Rabbah, how is the law to extinguish a conflagration on a festival? When there is danger of loss of life. P. 42. I do not ask, for it is allowed even on a Sabbath, what I ask is, when there is a pecuniary loss only. He answered, it is not permitted. Abai objected to him, did we not learn, a chip of wood must not be extinguished in order to save it. However, for preventing the house or the pot from being filled with smoke, it is permitted? He rejoined, this is in accordance with Arjehuda, but my decision is in accordance with the majority of the rabbis. R. Ashi asked Amimar, how is the law to paint the eyes on a festival? When there is danger, example when they prick, or are bloodshot, or drip, or drop tears continually, or are in fever at the first stages, it is not doubtful to me, as this is allowed even on a Sabbath. Where I am uncertain is, when they are almost cured, and the painting is done only for improving the sight. He decided that it is not allowed. Ashi objected to him with the same Boraitha which Abai objected to Rabbah as stated above, and Amimar's answer was the same. Amimar himself, however, used to dye his eyes through a Gentile on the Sabbath. Said Ashi to him, what is your opinion in doing it? Because Ulla the son of Ila said, all that is necessary for a sick man may be done through a Gentile on Sabbath. And also Hamnuna said, all things which are not dangerous, it may be said to a Gentile that he should do them. But when is this the case? When the Gentile does it himself without assistance from the Israelite. But you, Master, assist him in his dying by your opening and closing the eyes. And he answered, there is Arzebid, who has also asked the same question, and I answered him that assistance is not considered a labor at all. The same Amimar allowed that one should dye his eyes on the second day of New Year. Said Ashi to him, did not Rabha say that in the 2 days of New Year the case is different with an egg? And he answered, my opinion is as that of the sages of Neharde, who say there is no difference. To bake large loaves, etc. The rabbis taught, the school of Shammai said, thick loaves must not be baked on the Passover. Beth Hillel permit it? What are called thick loaves? Said Arhuna, if it is a span in thickness, for the showbread was thus. Joseph opposed, what comparison is this? There it is related of the specialists, who knew their work and were careful, there a great deal of labor was necessary, there it was baked with dry wood, there was a hot oven which was constantly fired, and it was of iron. Should it be compared to common people, to common bread, to wet wood, and a brick oven which may not be heated as required? Said our Jeremiah bar Abba in the name of Rabbi, I have asked especially our master, our holy Rabbi, what is meant by thick loaves? And he said, a great quantity, i.e., not the loaves are thick, but the quantity of the dough is great. But why does he call them thick loaves? Because it is thick when kneaded. If so, why is it prohibited only on Passover, why not on other festivals also? It means also other festivals, but the Tana was teaching them the laws of Passover, and therefore mentioned that festival. Another Boraitha says plainly, much bread shall not be baked on a festival, according to Beth Shammai, but Beth Hillel allow it. Mishnah, he decided the law leniently in respect to the following three things: he allowed to sweep on the festival between the couches, to put spices on live coals, and to prepare a complete roasted kid on the nights of Passover. But the sages prohibit all these. Gemara, said Rasi, they differ only about the enjoyment of the odor of the spices, when they are already there, but to put the spices on the live coals, all prohibit. The schoolman propounded a question, how is the law to put fruit in the smoke of spices to flavor them on the festival? Our Jeremiah bar Abba in the name of Rabbi said, it is prohibited, but Samuel permitted it. Our Huna said, it is prohibited, because one extinguishes the live coals. Said to him our Nahman, let the master say, because one kindles the spices? And he answered, in the beginning, when he pours out the spices on the coals, he extinguishes the coals, and afterwards they kindle. Our Jehuda, however, said, that is prohibited only on live coals, but in a heated oven it is permitted. Rabbah, however, said, this is also prohibited, because he produces a new odor in the oven. Rabha, however, said, even on live coals it is also permitted, because is it not allowed to put meat on live coals for eating on a festival? Argbiha of Benithil at the door of the exilarch lectured, fuming is allowed. Said Amimar to him, what is meant by fuming? Does it mean to perfume the sleeves of a woman's dress? This must be done by a specialist, and this is certainly prohibited. And if it means to fume to produce good odors, the producing of a new odor is not permitted also? Said Arashi, I have declared this law to him and in the name of a great man, that it may be even to produce a new odor, and it is nevertheless permissible, because it is equal to meat on live coals, which is permitted. Mishnah, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah permitted three things which the other sages prohibit. His cow was going out on a Sabbath with a strap attached to her horns. He permitted also to curry cattle on the festival, and to grind pepper in a pepper mill. Our Jehuda says, it is not permitted with an iron curry comb, because a wound may be inflicted, but with a wooden comb it is. The sages, however, prohibit both. Gemara, did our Elazar ben Azariah possess but one cow? Did not Rabbi, or according to others our Jehuda in the name of Rabbi, say that 13,000 calves used our Elazar ben Azariah to give as tithes from his cattle yearly? We have learned in a Boraitha that the cow mentioned in our Mishnah was not his, but his neighbor's, and because he did not protest, it was considered as if it was his own. He also permitted to curry cattle, etc. The rabbis taught what is called an iron comb with small teeth, which produces a wound. What is called wooden comb with large teeth, which produces no wound. And three Tannim differ about this law. Our Jehuda holds that if a thing was done even unintentionally, it is prohibited, but we do not take a precautionary measure to a wooden comb, lest one do it with one iron one. The sages are of the same opinion as our Jehuda, but they say that such a precautionary measure may be taken. Our Elazar b. Azariah, however, holds with our Simeon, who said that a thing done unintentionally is not prohibited at all, and therefore he permits both. Said our Nahman, the halakha prevails according to our Simeon, because our Elazar ben Azariah p. 45 agrees with him. Said Rabha to our Nahman, why does not the master say that the halakha prevails according to our Jehuda because the sages agree with him? And he answered, I hold with R. Simeon, and confirm my opinion because R. Elazar ben Azariah agrees with him. Mishnah, a pepper handmill is subject to defilement in all the three separate vessels whereof it is composed, the upper, because it is of metal, the middle one, because it is a kind of a sieve, and the lower one, because it is a vessel of capacity. A child's cart is subject to defilement through pressure, and may be moved on Sabbath from one place to another, provided it is dragged over cloths or carpets. R. Jehuda said, it is not allowed to drag any piece of furniture except such a cart, because it makes but a slight impression on the ground. Gemara, the cart is subject to defilement through pressure, because the child is in the habit of sitting on it. It may be handled on Sabbath, because it is a vessel, and may be dragged only on pieces of cloth, but not over the ground itself, because it would make a furrow, and the whole Mishnah is in accordance with R. Jehuda, who holds that a thing which is made unintentionally, is also prohibited, but according to R. Simeon, who holds that it is not, it may be dragged on the ground also, no matter if it makes a furrow. 42 Appendix to page 42. R. Zutra bar Tubia said in the name of Rabbite, if an eye has rebelled, it may be painted even on Sabbath. The hearers thought, that is if the paint was already prepared, but to prepare and bring it through public ground on the Sabbath, it may not. Said one of the scholars, whose name was Jacob, to them, it was explained to me by R. Jehuda that even all this may be done. R. Jehuda permitted to paint an eye on Sabbath. Said R. Samuel bar Jehuda, who will follow Jehuda, who permits to violate the Sabbath. Finally himself had sore eyes, and be sent to R. Jehuda to inquire whether it was permitted or not, and the answer was, it is permitted to all, but not to you. And in reality, was it then my decision? It was Mar Samuel's. When his servant had fever in her eyes on a Sabbath, she cried, but none attended her. Finally the eye burst. On the morrow Mar Samuel lectured in public that if an eye has bulged out it may be painted on Sabbath, because the veins of the eye are connected with the cells of the heart. R. Joshua b. Levi said, Uncli may be cured on Sabbath. What is uncli? Said R. Abba, Asma from Abodazara, pages 28-29b. Chapter 3. Regulations concerning fishing and hunting on festivals. Mishnah, it is not allowed to catch fish from aquaria on festivals, nor to give them food, but one may hunt beasts or birds in parks, and feed them. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, not all aquaria and parks are regarded in the same light. This is the general rule. In case the animals have to be hunted it is prohibited, but when no hunting is required, it is not. Gemara, there is a contradiction. We have learned in a Tosefta that in parks beasts and fowls must not be caught on the festival, and must not be fed. The contradiction between the Tosefta and Mishnah concerning the beasts could be explained that the Tosefta is in accordance with R. Jehuda, who prohibits this, but the contradiction about fowls, how can it be explained? And if it be said, that here also there is no difficulty, because the Tosefta meant an unroofed park, while the Mishnah spoke of a roofed park, did not the Mishnah in Tract Sabbath state that according to all a fowl must not be caught in a house, and a house is certainly meant a roofed one? Said Rab Habar Arhuna, the Tosefta meant a bird called durur in Arabic, which it is very difficult to catch, and which never becomes domesticated. As the disciples of R. Ishmael taught, why is this fowl named durur? Because to it the house and the field are the same. Now, when we know this, the contradiction about beasts can also be explained, that the Mishnah speaks of a small park, and the Tosefta of a great one, where it is difficult to catch. What is called a small park, or a great park? Said R. Ashi, if the shadows of the two walls on the ground touch, then it is small, but otherwise it is great. R. Simeon b. Gamaliel says, etc. Said R. Joseph in the name of R. Jehuda quoting Samuel, the halakha prevails according to R. Simeon b. Gamaliel. Said Abai to him, is there any one that differs from him, that it is necessary for you to declare that the halakha prevails according to our Simeon b. p. 47. Gamaliel. Said the former, and what difference is it to you? Rejoined Abai, shall the Gemara be like a song, to learn it without knowing any reason for each decision? This is the general rule, etc. What is meant by have to be hunted? The same authority says in the name of the same authority, if one must say, bring a net to catch it. Said Abai to our Joseph, of geese and chickens it is usually said, bring a net, we will catch them. Nevertheless we have learned in a Boraitha that whoso catches geese and chickens is not culpable. Said Rabbi Bar Arhuna in the name of Samuel, the latter come to their places in the evening, and the owner is responsible for their feeding, but animals of a park do not do so, and the owner is not obliged to feed them. Mishnah, if nets have been spread for fish or wild game on the eve of a festival, it is not allowed to take from them, on the festival, unless it is known that they have been caught before its commencement. It once happened that a Gentile brought on the festival a present of fish to Rabban Gamaliel, when he said, it is allowed to use them, but I do not wish to accept presents from that man. Gemara, is the deed of our Gamaliel not in contradiction with the teaching of the Mishnah? The Mishnah is not completed. It must be read thus, if it is doubtful whether a thing was prepared from the day before, it is prohibited, but our Gamaliel permits it, and it once happened also that a Gentile brought fish on a festival, in the morning, as a present to our Gamaliel, and he said, they are permitted, etc. Our Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, the halakha does not prevail according to our Gamaliel. According to others, our Jehuda declared his decision about the following Boraitha, beasts from parks may be slaughtered, but not from nets. Our Simeon b. Eleazar said, if one found the nets disturbed on the eve of a festival, it is certain that they had been caught before the festival, and they are permitted, but if he came on the festival, and saw them disturbed, it is certain they were caught during the festival, and they are not allowed. Is this saying not contradictory in itself? It says, if he found it disturbed on the eve of a festival, it is certain that they were caught before the festival, and they are allowed, from which it is to be understood, that if it was doubtful, it is not allowed, and in the latter part it says. p. 48. If he found it disturbed on the festival, etc., it is certain that they were caught during the festival, and they are not allowed, from which it is to be inferred that when there is a doubt it is permissible. It means to say thus, if he found it disturbed on the eve, it is certain that they were already caught, and are permissible, but if it was doubtful, it is to be considered that they were caught on the festival, and are not permissible. Said our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails according to our Simeon b. Eleazar. When he said, it is allowed, etc. Allowed what? Rabbi said, they are permitted to be received, but Levi said, they are permitted to be eaten. Said Rabbi, a man should never absent himself from the house of learning, even for 1 hour, because I and Levi both were in the college when Rabbi declared this halakha. In the evening he said, they are permitted to be eaten, but in the morning he said, they are permitted to be received. I, who was in the college in the morning and heard his second decision, gave up the first, but Levi, who was not, did not. R. Papa said, the halakha is as follows, if a Gentile brought a present to an Israelite on a festival, if the same kind of productions are found yet on the trees or ground, it is prohibited, and even in the evening, one must wait till the time when such a thing may be gathered and brought. But if that kind of production is no longer found on trees or on the field, then, if the present has been carried from within the legal limit, it may be accepted, but if from beyond the legal limit it may not. And if it has been brought for one Israelite, another may use it. Rabbi Bar Arhuna said in the name of Rabbi, when one has choked a pond, on the eve of a festival, and on the morrow he found their fish, they are permitted. Said Arhisda, from the teaching of our master we can infer that a beast which was overnight in the garden need not have been prepared on the preceding day. Said Rn Ahman, My colleague has attempted to decide the quarrel of great men. In the case of the fish, the man does nothing, but in this case, he must catch it. But how could our Histah decide that it has not to be prepared? Did we not learn in a Boraitha, that a beast that was overnight in a garden must have been prepared, and a bird must have had its wings bound that it should not be exchanged for another? And this law is one of those which it has been testified, that they were said by Shemaiah and Abtalion? This objection remains. p. 49. Mishnah, it is not allowed to kill on a festival an animal suffering from a mortal disease, unless there is time to eat thereof, on that day, at least the size of an olive, roasted. Rabbi Akiba allows it, if there be only time to eat thereof the size of an olive, raw, even in the very place where it is slaughtered. If it has been killed in the field, the entire carcass may not be carried home on poles or sticks, but only piecemeal, by hand. Gemara, said Rami bar Abba, the taking off the skin, and the cutting of a burnt offering is only to teach the latter generations, that one shall not eat meat of a slaughtered animal before the skin is taken off, and was not cut in the usual pieces. Is this also a necessary teaching? Yeah, as we have learned in a Boraitha, a man shall not commence eating garlic or onions from the roots, but from the leaves, otherwise his taste is coarse. Likewise, a man should not empty his goblet at a draught, otherwise he resembles a drunkard. 1. A Boraitha states in the name of Ar-Meir, why was the law given to Israel? Because they are bold. The disciples of Ar-Ishmael taught, it is written, from his right hand he gave a fiery law unto them. The Holy One, blessed be he, said, the Israelites are so bold that a fiery law must be given to them. According to others, the law of this people is like fire, because if such a law had not been given to them, no nation and tongue could stand before them. And this is as our Simeon b. Lachish said, the boldest nation of all nations is Israel. 2. The entire carcass may not be brought on poles. The rabbis taught, a blind man should not walk with his stick on a festival, nor a shepherd with his bag, also, a man must not be carried in a chair. It matters not whether it is a man or a woman. This is not so. Did not our Jacob bar Idi send a message that an old man was in his neighborhood and he was carried in a litter, and they went to our Joshua b. Levi and asked him whether it was lawful, and his answer was, that if he was needed by many people, he could do so. And our master's use as a support to this opinion words of Ahishakiah, who said, I have carried Arhunah in a chair on the festival from Hinai to Shilai, and back. And Rnahaman bar Itzhak told, I have carried Mar Samuel. p. 50. From the shadow into sunshine, and back. The reason is stated, because if many people needed him it was allowed. Says Rnahaman to Hama bar Atta, the messenger of Zion, when you go to Palestine, turn down from your road and ascend the ladder of Tsur and visit our Jacob bar Idi and ask him, how is their custom with a litter? When he arrived there, our Jacob bar Idi was dead, and he found our Zerika, and asked him, how is your custom in regard to litters? And he answered, so said Rmi, one may be carried in them, provided he shall not put his hands on the shoulders of the bearers. What is meant by this? Said our Joseph the son of Rabha, he shall not be carried in a palanquin. Is that so? Did not Rnahaman allow his wife Yalta to be carried in a palanquin? The case with Yalta was different, she was timid. Amimar and Marzutra were carried on the Sabbath before the festivals on a palanquin, because there was a great crowd and it was feared they would be injured. According to others, because it was so crowded by the people who came to hear, that they could not pass through. Mishnah, if a firstborn animal fall into a pit on the festival, our Jehuda says, an expert may descend and see whether it had already an incurable and permanent blemish, in which case it may be drawn up and killed, but not otherwise. Our Simeon, however, said, if a blemish in a firstborn animal was not recognized on the eve of the festival, this is not considered prepared, and must not be killed on the holiday. Gemara, On what point do they differ? Shall we assume that the point is, if it is allowed to examine blemishes on the festival, that according to our Jehuda it is allowed, and according to our Simeon it is not, then let him say so plainly. Why do they differ here when it fell in a pit? This case was necessary, lest one say that, because here is pity for the living thing which falls in the pit, it shall be allowed to be taken out for the purpose of slaughtering it, if it has a blemish, as our Joshua said further on. Therefore it comes to teach us that even in this case there is yet a difference of opinion. If it is so, then the Mishnah should say, he shall bring it up and slaughter it. And the difference on this point is only whether it should be slaughtered or not. The case is, when he has already brought it up, lest one say that when it is brought up. P. 51. It may be slaughtered. Slaughtered. Is it not a firstborn without a blemish? That means, if it got a blemish. But if it has the blemish now, is it not yet mutzah? The case is when it has a blemish which has to be examined on the eve of the festival, and now through its fall it has got a permanent blemish, and it can be slaughtered without any examination, lest one say that because a blemish was from yesterday, the owner had it in his mind, and might be slaughtered today. The Mishnah comes to teach us that it is not so. The rabbis taught, of a firstborn animal which was without blemish, our Jehuda the Nasi said, an expert shall descend and see whether it had a blemish, and then it may be drawn up and slaughtered, and if not, it shall not be slaughtered. Said our Simeon b. Manasseh to him, did not the sages say that blemishes must not be examined on a festival? How so? If it got a blemish on the preceding day it must not be examined on the festival, but if it got the blemish on the festival, our Simeon said that it could not be killed, because it was not prepared from the day before. They all agree, however, that if it was born on a festival with a blemish, it is considered as prepared. Rabbi Bar Arhuna lectured, if the animal was born with a blemish, the examination may be commenced on the festival. Said Rna Haman to him, Abba, one we have learned if he has transgressed and had already examined, the examination can be useful, and thou sayest that they may commence the examination? Said Abai, it seems to me that Rabbi Barhuna is right, because the Boraitha teaches three cases. If it got a blemish on the eve it must not be examined on the festival. From this we may infer that it must not be examined, but that if it has already been examined, it may be used. If the blemish was got on the festival, our Simeon said that it is not prepared. From this we see that, even if it has been examined and a real blemish found, it must also not be used. All agree that if it was born with a blemish on a festival, it is considered prepared. Consequently, the examination may be commenced. We know that when our Ashijah came from Palestine he brought a Boraitha. Either when he got a blemish on the eve of the festival, or on the festival, according to the P. 52. Sages it is not to be considered prepared. It can be said so, but the following Boraitha is yet a contradiction to him because the former Boraitha came from the sources of Ada bar Ukmai, one who was known to be erratic in the Boraithas which he taught. Said Rna Haman bar Itzhak, it seems from our Mishnah also that it is in accordance with the Boraitha of our Ashiyah, because it states, our Simeon said, if the blemish was not recognized on the eve, etc., it is not considered prepared. Now let us see what is meant by recognized. Shall we assume that it was not visible at all? This would be self-evident. We must then say that it was not examined whether it was a permanent blemish or a temporary one. Nevertheless it states that it is not considered prepared, even when one slaughtered it. Hillel asked of Rabha, does the law of Mutzah exist for a half of Sabbath? How can such a case be? If it was fit in twilight, then it was fit for the whole Sabbath, and if it was not fit at twilight, then it was not fit for the whole Sabbath. P. 53. He meant to say it was fit at twilight, but afterwards it got wet from rain, and dried again, as it was in the beginning, and not fit during one part of Sabbath, and then fit again. How is it? The answer was, there is no law of Mutzah for a half of Sabbath. Shall we assume that the above Boraitha, which declares that if it was born with a blemish it shall be considered as prepared, is a support to Rabha's decree? Because the firstborn, when it was yet in the womb of its mother, was fit along with its mother, and as soon as it is born, it is not fit, and after its being examined by an expert and found blemished it becomes again fit. Nay, said Abai in the name of our Safra, it may be that the case was, the expert was by when it was born, and saw it was fit from its birth. R. Jehuda II possessed a firstling, and sent it to Rmi on a festival for examination. At first he thought he would not examine it. Said R. Zerika, or according to others R. Jeremiah, to him, if R. Simeon and R. Jehuda differ, the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda. At another time he sent it to R. Itzhak of Naphha, and the same happened again. Said R. Abba to R. Zerika, why did not you let people do a thing in accordance with R. Simeon? And he answered him, have you heard any decision that the halakha is according to R. Simeon? And he said, yeah, so I have heard from R. Zerah. Said some one of the disciples present, if I will be worthy to go to Palestine, I would like to learn the halakha from the mouth of R. Zerah. Later when he came to Palestine, he asked R. Zerah, did the master say that the halakha prevails according to R. Simeon? And he answered, I did not say it is so, but I said, it seems so to me, because the Mishnah relates, R. Simeon said, if the blemish was not recognized while it was yet day, it is not prepared, and the Boraitha teaches the same in the name of the sages. And I thought the Boraitha did so because the halakha prevails accordingly. How is it in reality? Said R. Joseph, come and hear. I will base my decision on the words of great men, that R. Simeon ben Pazi in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, quoting R. Jose b. Saul in the name of Rabbi, upon the authority of the Holy Assembly of Jerusalem, said that R. Simeon and his colleagues. p. 54. Decide the above halakha according to R. Meir. How can they have decided it according to R. Meir? They lived in an earlier age than he. Say, they decided it in accordance with the system of R. Meir. Ami of Vardina was the examiner of the firstlings of the Nasai, and he did not examine on festivals. When this was told to Rmi, he said, he does right. Is it so? Did not Rmi himself examine the blemishes of the firstlings? Nay, he used to see them the preceding day, but he kept his decision until the morrow, when he asked the owner how the animal had come by the blemish. As it happened when a man brought a firstling before Rabha on the eve of a festival, afternoon, and at that time Rabha was washing his head. He raised his eyes, and looked on the blemish, and told the man, go away today, and come tomorrow. The next day he asked him what was the cause of the blemish, and he answered, I have given it barley on one side of thorns, and it was on the other side. When it wanted to eat, it put forth its head between the thorns and thus tore its lip. And Rabha asked him, perhaps you did it intentionally? And he said, no. Mishnah, an animal which dies on the festival may not be removed thereon. It happened once, when Rabbi Tarfon was questioned on the subject, and also concerning a separate piece of dough, which had become polluted, he went to the college and inquired. They told him, they may not be removed from the spot. Gemara, shall we say that this anonymous Mishnah is not in accordance with R. Simeon? Nay, the Mishnah can be explained in accordance with him, but he owns that animals that died on Sabbath are prohibited. This would be right according to Mar bar Amimar, who said in the name of Rabbi that R. Simeon owns it, but according to Mar br Joseph, who declares in the name of Rabha that R. Simeon differs, even when the animals died on Sabbath, and said that they may be used. Zerah explained this Mishnah, that it refers to an animal that was consecrated for sacrifice. And it seems Zerah is right in his explanation, because the Mishnah speaks further on about Hala that became unclean, and as the Hala was a consecrated thing, so must be also the animal in question. Mishnah, an association for the purpose of jointly purchasing. p. 55. An animal may not be formed on the festival, but if this was arranged before the festival, the animal so purchased may be slaughtered and shared on the festival. Gemara, what is meant by may not be formed? Said Jehudah in the name of Samuel, the price of the animal must not be fixed on the festival, but how shall it be done? Said Rabbi, 2 animals shall be brought, and placed side by side, and it shall be said, the value of this animal shall be as the value of that. We have learned also in a Boraitha, one shall not say to his neighbor, I will be a partner with you in this animal for 1 selah or more, but he may say, I would be a partner with you for 1/2, third, or quarter of it. Mishnah, Jehudah said, may weigh it against a vessel or hatchet, but according to the sages he may not even look on the scales at all. Gemara, what is meant by at all? Said Jehudah in the name of Samuel, even to preserve the meat from mice, he must not put it on the scales. Said Iti bar Abin, that is, when the scales hang on the lever. Jehudah in the name of Samuel says again, a butcher who is a specialist must not weigh the meat on his hand. He says again, the same must not weigh the meat in water. Arhaya bar Ashi said, it is not permitted to make a hole in the meat, to use it as a handle. Said Rabbina, but if he made it with his hand, not with a tool, it is allowed. Arhuna said, one may make a sign upon the meat, as Rabba bar Arhuna would cut the meat in the shape of a triangle for a sign. Arhaya and Simeon the Great used to weigh one piece against the other, and they did it according to Joshua, as we learn in the following Boraitha, Joshua said, one may weigh one piece against the other. And Joseph said, the halakha prevails according to Joshua, because there is a Mishnah in Tract Bikorot in accordance with his decision. Mishnah, knives may not be ground or set on the festival, but it is permitted to sharpen one knife with the other. Gemara, said Arhuna, it is only on a whetstone, but on wood one may. Said Jehudah in the name of Samuel, even on a whetstone it is only prohibited to sharpen, but to remove the fat from it one may. We may infer from this, that on wood it is allowed even to sharpen. Who is the Tana who holds that on a whetstone it is not permitted? Said Hisda, it is at any rate not according to p. 56. Jehudah, as we have learned in a Boraitha, Jehudah allows to make on a festival even the arrangements for the preparation of food. Said Rabha to Hisda, shall we lecture in thy name that the halakha prevails according to Jehudah? And Hisda answered, it may be the will of the Lord that all good things like this shall ye lecture in my name. Nehemiah br Joseph said, once I was standing before Rabha, and saw that he took the knife and made passes with it over a basket. And I said to him, does master intend to sharpen it, or to remove the fat? And he said, to remove the fat. But I saw that he intended to sharpen it. From this it is understood that the halakha prevails thus, but is not to be proclaimed to the people. Abai told that the same thing happened to him and his master, Rabbah. The schoolmen propound a question, may one give the slaughtering knife to the wise for examination on the festival? Mari the son of Bizna allowed this, but the rabbis prohibited. Joseph, however, said, a scholar may examine the knife for his own use, and then lend it to others. Joseph said again, a knife that becomes blunt may be sharpened by pressure, provided that the knife becomes only blunt, but not injured. Jehudah in the name of Samuel said, a spit that became crooked must not be repaired on a festival. Is not this self-evident? He meant to say, that even with the hand, without the aid of tools, it is not allowed. The same says again, after the meat has been roasted on the spit, it may not be handled more. Said Adabar Abba in the name of Machia, he may, nevertheless, take it to put into a corner, the same as it is permitted to do with a thorn that is seen in public ground. Mishnah, one must not say to a butcher, give me meat for a dinar, but the butcher may slaughter the animal, and divide it among the customers. One may say to another, fill me this vessel, but it must not be a vessel appropriated to measure with. Jehudah says, if a measure is used it must not be quite filled. Abba Salbi. Batnat used to fill his measures on the day before the festival, and delivered them to the customers on the festival. The same Saul said, one may do so even on the intermediate p. 57 days, on account of the froth in the measure. The sages, however, say, one may do so also on weekdays in order to let out the entire contents of his measure into the vessels of his customers. Gemara, what is meant by vessel appropriated to measure with? Said Rabha, that is, he shall not mention the kind of measure, but if the vessel is a measure he may do so. And Arjehuda comes to teach that even this must not be done. From this we see that, about the enjoyment of the festival, Arjehuda is more rigorous, and the sages are more lenient, but did we not learn in the Mishnah about the scales, that Arjehuda is more lenient and the sages are more rigorous? And this would be a contradiction to that teaching? It presents no difficulty. The above Mishnah referred to a thing which was not a weight, but this speaks of a vessel that is a measure. This reconciles the contradiction between one teaching of Arjehuda and the other. And as regards what sages teach about the scales, they merely say that a man shall not do as is usually done on weekdays, but here he does not do as on weekdays, because it is not usual that a man should give wine to his guest to drink from a measure. Abba Salbi, Batnat, etc. Aboraida taught, one may do it in the intermediate days to prevent interruption in the house of learning. The rabbis taught, Abba Saul collected 300 pitchers of wine barely from the froth of the measures, one and his colleagues collected the same amount from what remained in the measures after emptying them for the customers. Both brought this wine to the treasurers of charity at Jerusalem. The treasurers said to them, it is not necessary for you to do so. But they replied, we do not wish to use. And the treasurers rejoined, if you are so rigorous towards yourselves, go and dispose of it for the benefit of the people. p. 58. R. Hisda accompanied Rabbana Akba, and the latter lectured, one must not measure barley to give it to cattle, but one may nevertheless take a cab full, or 2 cabs, and give it to the cattle without fear. But the baker may measure the quantity of spices for putting into the pots, lest he spoil the flavors. R. Jeremiah bar Abba in the name of Rabbite said, a woman may measure the flour on a festival for her dough, for the purpose of separating a due share of the first dough. Samuel, however, prohibited to do so. But did not the disciples of Samuel teach in his name that it is allowed? Said Abai, now, when the disciples declared in his name that it is permitted, and from himself it was beard that it is not, we may assume that he retracted his decision in order to teach us how to act. The rabbis taught, one must not receive flour on the festival, but are Papias and Arjehuda b. Thorough both permit it. All agree, however, that if some dust or a chip fell into the flour, that may be done. One disciple taught in the presence of Rabbana that if a chip has fallen into it, he shall remove it with the hand. And Rabbana rejoined that this is by an a fortiori argument, not allowed, because it looks as though he sifts it. Rabha bar Arhuna the minor lectured at the gate of Neharde, one may receive flour on the festival. Said Rna Haman to the people of Neharde, go and tell Abba, take thy favor and put it on the thorns. Go and see how many sieves are used in Neharde on the festival. The wife of Ar Joseph has sifted flour on the back of a sieve, and he said to her, see, I want to have good bread. The wife of Ar Ashi sifted the flour on the back of the table. Said Ar Ashi, my wife is the daughter of Rami bar Hama, who was very particular in his deeds, and if she had not seen it done in the house of her father, she would not do it. Mishnah, one may go to a shopkeeper with whom one is used to deal, and say to him, give me so many eggs or nuts, because the master of a house is used to count similar articles by numbers. Gemara, the rabbis taught, one may go to his shepherd who is an acquaintance, and ask him for 1 goat or 1 sheep, to his butcher, to ask him for a shoulder or leg, to the bird seller, and ask him for 1 old or young pigeon, to his baker, and p. 59. Ask him for a loaf or roll, and to his grocer, and ask him for 20 eggs or 50 nuts or 10 peaches or 5 pomegranates or 1 lemon, provided one does not mention any numbers of measures. R. Simeon b. Eleazar said, provided one does not mention the prices. Chapter 4. Regulations concerning the carrying and handling of things on the festival. Mishnah: if one has to transport jars of wine from one place to another, he must not carry them in a basket or a case, but on the shoulder, or in his hand in front of his person. The same is the case when he has to carry straw, he must not put the bundle on the shoulder behind, but must carry it in his hand. One may commence to take a heap of straw, but not of stacks of wood in an unused yard behind the house. Gemara, a Boraitha taught, if it is impossible to change the manner usual on weekdays, it may be done as ordinarily. Rabha has ordered in Mehuzah as follows: a heavy burden which a man carries on a weekday with great trouble, if he has to bear it on a festival, he may carry it with the help of a rigla, and though it is also heavy and a trouble, it is a change of the manner, on weekdays. And what one man carries on weekdays with the help of a rigla, 2 men shall carry. The burden which 2 men carry on a pole on their shoulders, they shall carry on a festival with the hand, and what is carried with the hand, shall on the festival be carried with a cloth. All this shall be done, if possible, but if it is impossible, it shall be carried as usually, because the Master said, if it is impossible to change the manner, it is allowed. Rabha bar Arhanin said to Abai, a Mishnah teaches, it is prohibited to clap with the hands, strike on the hips, and to dance on a festival. And in our time we see people do so, and we do not say to them anything. And he answered, and according to your theory, come and see the women who take their cans and go and stand at the gates of the entry, which is also prohibited, and we say nothing to them. This is not so. Let. P. 61. Israel do things unintentionally rather than intentionally. And there is no difference in such a case between a biblical and a rabbinical prohibition. Because the adding from the eve of the Day of Atonement to the Day of Atonement is biblical, nevertheless we see women eating and drinking till dark, and we say nothing. But not of stacks of wood, etc. Our Kahana said, from this it may be inferred that we must not commence to take of a whole store, because it is designated. Then it would be according to our Jehuda, who holds the theory of Mutzah. How then would be explained the beginning of the Mishnah, that one may begin to take of a heap of straw? That would be according to our Simeon, who does not hold the theory of Mutzah. The Mishnah refers to spoiled straw. But it may yet be used for bricks. It refers to a case when there were thistles in the straw. Mishnah, wood may not be taken from a booth, but the pieces lying by may be used. Gemara, our Bar Joseph taught before our Yohanan the following Boraitha: wood must not be taken from a booth, but only the pieces lying near it. Our Simeon, however, permits it. But all agree that from a booth made for the festival of tabernacles it must not be taken then. If the booth was made conditionally, all must be done according to the condition. It has been said, our Simeon permits it. But did he not demolish a tent? Said Rna Haman bar Itzhak, the case is when the tent is already demolished, or so weak as to fall down soon, so that even on the preceding day he had the intention to take wood of it. The Boraitha states, if the booth was made conditionally, etc. Can then a condition affect it? Did we not learn in Sukkah, that our Shizhate said in the name of our Akaba, that the wood of the Sukkah is prohibited in all the 7 days at all events? This part of the Boraitha means an ordinary booth, not a tabernacle. Mishnah, one may bring wood from the field when it is a stack, and from a wood shed, even of the dispersed pieces of wood. What is called a wood shed? If it is near the city. So is the decree of our Jehuda. Our Jose, however, said, if there is a door which can be locked, even if it is within the legal limit. P. 62. Gemara, our Jehuda said in the name of Samuel, wood may be brought only from the stacks that are in the wood shed, but not dispersed pieces. Did not our Mishnah teach that from a woodshed may be taken even dispersed pieces? The Mishnah is only according to an individual Tana, but the other sages differ from it. Rab Ha said, leaves of a vineyard or of branches, although they are gathered and lie together, because by a wind they may be dispersed, are to be considered as dispersed already, and may not be used. But if one had put a heavy thing on them the preceding day, they may be used. What is called a woodshed, etc. The schoolmen propound a question: did the Mishnah mean both? Did it mean that it is near the city and has a door, and our Jose comes to teach if it has a door it is enough, if it is not near the city, but within the legal limit, or when it has no door, even near to a city, also not? Come and hear, because our Jose teaches that if it can be entered through a door, and the door can be locked, it is allowed even within the legal limit. We may infer that our Jose decides in both cases leniently. Said our Salah in the name of our Jeremiah, the halakha prevails according to our Jose, leniently. Mishnah, it is not permitted to cut wood from new beams, even from an old beam that was broken on the festival, neither may wood be cleft with an axe, or saw, or bite hook, but with a chopping knife only. Gemara, has not the first part of the Mishnah said that we must not cut wood at all? Said our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the Mishnah is not completed, and must be read thus: it is not allowed to cut from a pile of logs, neither from a beam that was broken on the festival, but from a beam that was broken the preceding day. And when they cut it, they shall not do it with an axe, etc. The same we have learned in the following Boraitha: one may not cut wood from a pile of beams, nor from a beam broken on the festival, because they are not considered prepared while it is yet day, but with a chopping knife only. Said Arhina bar Salmia in the name of Rabbi, it is only with the side of the blade used for chopping wood, but with the broad side wherewith one can cleave beams, it is not allowed. 1. P. 63. Mishnah, a house filled with fruits, if a hole was made, it is allowed to take fruit through this hole. Our Meir, however, said one may make a hole in the house, to commence with, for the purpose of taking the fruit. Gemara, why so? Is he not demolishing a tent? Said our Nehuma bar Atta in the name of Samuel, the Mishnah refers to a house of bricks without mortar. Our Zerah said, our Meir allowed this only on a festival, but not on Sabbath. The same we have learned plainly in a Boraitha. Samuel said, if the doors of the cellars are tied with ropes, one may untie, but he may not untwist the ropes themselves, nor cut them off. When, however, with such ropes vessels were tied, he may untwist them and cut them off, and there is no difference between Sabbath and a festival in this case. An objection was raised from the following Boraitha: if the doors of the cellars are tied with ropes, on Sabbath, one may untie, but he may not untwist the ropes themselves, nor cut them off. On a festival, however, all this is allowed. The Boraitha is according to our Meir, who allows this on a festival to commence with, but I say according to the rabbis. But did the rabbis differ with our Meir that if the doors of the cellars, etc.? Have we not learned in another Boraitha, that the sages agree with our Meir concerning this case? Samuel holds with another Boraitha which stated differently. Mishnah, it is not permitted to make a cavity in a lump of potter's clay for the purpose of using it as a lamp, because a utensil is thereby formed. Neither may charcoal be made on a festival, nor the wick of a lamp be cut in two. Our Jehuda says, with fire it may be done. Gemara, who is the Tana who holds that when a hole is made in such a lump it is called a utensil? Said our Joseph, that is our Meir. The rabbis taught, one must not make a hole in a lump of clay to use it as a lamp, nor plates used by rustics. 1 Our Simeon b. Gamaliel, however, allows it. Neither may charcoal be made, etc. Is this not self-evident? What use can one make on that day of charcoal? Taught R. P. 64. Haya, the Mishnah refers to those who need the charcoal for an olearius on this day. Is it allowed then to take a bath on this day? As Rabha had explained in another place that it was allowed to go to sweat before it was prohibited, So also can this Mishnah be explained to mean sweating, before the prohibition was made. Nor the wick of a lamp, etc. Why is it not allowed to do it with a knife? Because he makes of it a utensil. Is not the same with fire? Taught Arhaya, Jehuda meant to say that the ends shall be placed in two lamps, and shall be separated by burning the middle part. R. Nathan bar Abba said in the name of Rabbi, one may snuff a wick on the festival. Bar Kappara taught, 6 things were said about a wick, 3 rigorously and 3 leniently. Rigorously, one must not commence to braid the wick, nor singe, nor cut it in two, and leniently, one may twist it with the hand, soak in oil, and make 2 wicks by burning the middle part. Natan bar Abba in the name of Rabbi said again, the rich men of the Babylonians are among those who descend to Gehenna, as it once happened Sabbatai bar Marinus came to Babylon and asked them to support him in some business, and they did not, and he asked that they should feed him at least, and they also refused. Then he said, they are descendants of the mixed multitude, as it is written, and grant thee mercy, and have mercy upon thee. From this we infer that whosoever has mercy for creatures, he is surely of the children of Abraham our father, but whosoever has not mercy for creatures, it is certain he is not. The same says again in the name of the same authority, whosoever is dependent upon the table of his neighbor, the whole world is dark for him. As it is written, he wandereth abroad for bread, where is it? He knoweth that there is ready at his hand the day of darkness. Arhisda said, his life is no life at all. The rabbis taught, there are 3 men whose lives are not counted as lives at all, he who is dependent on the table of his neighbor, he whose wife dominates over him, and he who has bodily suffering. According to others, he who has no more than 1 shirt. Mishnah, one may not break pieces of earthenware, nor cut paper for the purpose of roasting salted fish on it. Ashes. P. 65. From the oven or hearth may not be removed, but they may be moved to one side. 2 barrels must not be brought near each other, to place a pot on them over the fire, nor may a piece of wood be used to support a pot, nor a door. Cattle may not be driven on the festival with a stick, but Eliezer b. Simeon permits it. Gemara, why so? Because he produces thereby utensils. Ashes of the oven, etc. Arhaya b. Joseph taught in the presence of Haman that if it is not possible to bake in the oven unless one removes the ashes, one may do so. It happened to the wife of Arhaya that half a brick from the wall of the oven fell down into the oven on a festival. Said Arhaya to her, see to its removal, because I like to have good bread. Rabha said to his servant, roast for me a duck, and see that it shall not be singed. Said Rabbina to Ashi, we were told by Aha of Hutzlo that the master's servants, when the oven is closed, smear it with clay on the festival. And he answered, we live near the river Euphrates, where clay is ready at hand. The case is, when he makes a sign on the clay on the previous day. Said Rabbina, to knead ashes, it is permitted. Nor may a piece of wood, etc. The rabbis taught, a pot must not be supported with a piece of wood nor a door, because wood is prepared only for fuel. Simeon, however, allows this. Cattle must not be driven with a stick, but Eliezer the son of Simeon permits it. Shall we assume that Eliezer holds with his father, that no theory of Mutzah exists? Nay, he is more lenient than his father, for his father would assent that they must not be driven with a stick, because it seems as if they are taken to the market. Hizra, Haman prohibited to use for the purpose of roasting on it meat, but Sh's hate permits it. If it was dry, all agree it is permitted, they differ only when it is wet yet. Whosoever prohibits it, does it because it is not fit for fuel, and whosoever permits it, does it because in a great fire this also can be used. The halakha, however, prevails thus, that a dry one is allowed, but not a wet one. Rabha lectured, a woman shall not enter a woodshed to take a crooked piece of wood for a poker, and if a poker was broken on the festival, it must not be burned, because fire may be made with vessels, but not broken vessels. Shall. P. 66. We assume that Rabha holds with our Jehuda regarding the theory of Mutzah. Did not Rabha say to his servant, roast me a duck, and throw the entrails to the cat? With the entrails it is different, because, as they become putrefied, he made up his mind the day before that they must be given to the cat. Mishnah, Rabbi Eliezer says, one may take a splinter from the wood lying near him to clean his teeth with, and gather in the yard small pieces of wood, and burn them, because whatever is in the yard may be considered as prepared for the festival. But the sages allow one to pick up only those pieces that lie near him, and only to burn them. Fire may not be produced on the festival from wood, stones, dust, or earth, or from water, nor may one heat tiles to broil food on them. Gemara, our Jehuda said, to food fit for cattle the law of making a utensil does not apply. R. Kahana objected him, we have learned that branches of spice trees may be handled to enjoy the odor, and to fan with them a sick man. One may grind, also, to produce an agreeable odor, but one must not break them for the purpose of enhancing the odor. If he did so, he is not liable to a sin offering, but if he broke them for the purpose of cleaning the teeth with them, he is liable. And he answered, if the Boraitha had said that one may not break them for the purpose of cleaning the teeth, it would be a great difficulty to me, much more, when it says he is liable to a sin offering for it. The Boraitha must be incomplete and must be stated thus, he may grind with his hand for the purpose of odor, he may break them for this purpose, but the case is only when they are yet soft. But when they are already hard, he shall not break them. If he did so, however, he is not culpable, although it is prohibited, but if he broke for the purpose of cleaning the teeth, he is liable to a sin offering. In one Boraitha we have learned, he may break it in order to smell it, and in another one that he must not break it for this purpose. Said Arzera in the name of Arhisda, it presents no difficulty. The Boraitha which allows it means when they are soft, and the other one, when they are dry. Rahab bar Jacob opposed, why shall dry ones not be allowed? Did not a Mishnah state, one may break open a cask to cut dry figs therefrom, etc. Furthermore, Rabha and Rabban, the sons of Ar-Atta, both say, when we were at the house of our Jehuda. P. 67. He used to break twigs off a spice tree, and give us sticks of the same, although the sticks were so large that they could be used for an axe or a spade handle. Therefore we must say that of the two Boraithas one is according to our Eliezer and one according to the rabbis of the following Boraitha. R. Eliezer said, one may take a splinter from the wood lying near him to clean his teeth with, but the sages say, he can take it only from a manger. All agree that he shall not break it off, and if he did so, to clean the teeth or to open the door with it, if unintentionally on a Sabbath, he is liable to a sin offering, and if intentionally on a festival, he is liable to the punishment of stripes. So is the decree of our Eliezer. The sages, however, say, in both cases he is free, because this is only a shpath. Now, the Boraitha which states that he must not break it off is in accordance with our Eliezer, who says there that he is liable to a sin offering, and the Boraitha which states that he may do so is in accordance with the rabbis, who say there that he is free, even if he broke it off for the purpose of cleaning his teeth. Here, however, when it is for the purpose of smelling, it is allowed to commence with. But does not our Eliezer hold what is stated in the above Mishnah, that one may break open a cask, etc.? Said our Ashi, according to our Eliezer, the Mishnah must be explained that the cask was cemented with resin, and it is impossible to use it afterwards as a vessel. And gather in the yard. The rabbis taught, he may gather in the yard and burn, because all things that are in the yard are considered as prepared, provided he does not make of them heaps. Our Simeon, however, permits even this. On what point do they differ? One holds that if he makes heaps, it seems as if he prepared them for the day subsequent to the festival, but the other holds that his pot proves that it is for today. Fire may not be produced, etc. Why so? Because to produce a new thing is not lawful. One may not heat tiles, etc. What labor is that? Said Rabbi Bar Hannah, in the name of Rabbi Yohanan, the Mishnah refers to new tiles, that must be examined as to whether they can stand fire. According to others, it is a labor because they must be heated long, until they become hard. The rabbis taught, new ovens or hearths are considered as ordinary vessels that may be handled in the yard, but they must not be anointed with oil, nor cleaned with a wet cloth, nor cooled. P. 68. In cold water to harden it. But if all this should be done only for the purpose of baking on that day, it is allowed. The rabbis taught, the head and the feet of an animal may be scalded, also singed. The hair may be removed by fire, but not with lime, clay, or earth, nor must it be cut off with scissors. Herbs must not be cut out with the same scissors with which they are usually detached from the ground. But one may prepare cinera and thistle and bake in a large oven, and water may be formed in an antiky. A new large oven, however, must not be heated on the festival, because it may burst. The rabbis taught, one must not blow bellows, but one may blow through a pipe. A spit must not be sharpened and fixed. The rabbis taught, a cane must not be splintered for the purpose of roasting salted fish. A nut, however, may be cracked through a piece of cloth, without fear lest that the latter be torn. Mishnah, our Eliezer said again, in a sabbatical year a man may place himself on the eve of Sabbath at the place where figs or raisins are kept, and say, from there I will take tomorrow. But, according to the sages, he must point out the exact spot, and say, I will take from this point to that point. Gemara, in a Mishnah it is stated, if children had saved dates from the eve of Sabbath and forgot to separate the tithe, when the Sabbath is over they must not eat them until the tithe is separated. Also in another Mishnah, if one passed dates through his yard to dry them, his household may eat of them moderately. Now, Rabbah asked Rn, does the Sabbath fix the time for separating tithe even from things the labors belonging to which are not finished yet? Shall we assume that because it is written, Thou shalt call the Sabbath a delight, it fixes the time of tithing even for things the labors belonging to which are not finished yet, or it fixes the time only for things the labors on which are finished and not otherwise? And he answered, Sabbath fixes the time in any event. The former said again, why shall not Sabbath be equal to a yard which does not fix the time for things on which the labor is not finished yet? Let the law of Sabbath be the same. And he answered, we have an explicit teaching that the Sabbath fixes the time for the thing in any event. Said Mar Sutra the son of Rn, our Mishnah which states that only on sabbatical years it may be done so, and not. P. 69. In an ordinary year, must also be explained, that because the sabbatical year is exempt from tithe, he may do so, but in an ordinary year it must not be done so, because the Sabbath fixes it for tithe. When Rabban came from Palestine he said, however, in the name of our Yohanan, that Sabbath, heave offering, a yard, and price all do not fix for tithe, only in things on which all the labor belonging to them is already done. 1. Sabbath to state that the law is not after Hillel in the following Boraitha, if one transferred fruit from one place to another to cut it, and Sabbath overtook him, Jehuda said that only Hillel prohibited to eat it before separating tithe, but all his colleagues differ from him. A yard to state that the law is not after our Jacob in the following Mishnah, which says that whoso passes dates through the yard, his household may eat of them moderately, and they are free from tithe. And a Boraitha, in addition to this Mishnah, states that our Jacob says tithe must be separated, and our Hosebi Jehuda frees it from tithe. Heave offering to state that the law is not after our Eliezer in the following Mishnah, fruit of which the heave offering was separated before all the labors belonging to it were finished, our Eliezer prohibits to eat from moderately, but the sages allow this. And price as we learned in the following Boraitha, whose bought dates from a man of the common people in a place where the majority of gardeners press the dates, he may eat of them moderately, and when he comes to give tithe of them, he may separate tithe from it. And from this Boraitha we have learned three things: firstly, that the price which is made does not fix for tithe until all the labor is done; secondly, that the majority of the common people do separate tithes; and thirdly, that if one comes to separate tithes from fruits bought from one of the common people, from a doubt lest the seller had not yet separated the tithe, he may separate it even from things the labors belonging to which are not yet finished. Chapter V. Regulations concerning labors permitted and not permitted on biblical festivals. Mishnah: it is allowed to throw down fruit by a trapdoor on the festival, but not on Sabbath. It is also allowed to cover fruit, or jars of wine or oil, with vessels to protect them from rain. One may also place a vessel to receive rain on Sabbath. Gemara: of which quantity does the Mishnah speak? Said Arzera in the name of Arasi, according to others Arasi in the name of Ar Yohanan, the same quantity which we have learned in the Mishnah. One may even clear off 4 or 5 chests of straw or grain in order to remove obstacles to instruction, etc. But perhaps there it is different, because there are obstacles to instruction, but here, where it is not the case, it may be a less quantity. Or, on the contrary, there the Mishnah speaks of Sabbath, which is rigorous, therefore a slight quantity is allowed. But here it is a festival, perhaps a greater quantity is allowed. It can be interpreted even in another way: there, where there are no damages of money, a quantity from 4 to 5 is allowed, but here, where there can be damages of money, even more is also allowed. And another question: there the Mishnah teaches that one must not clear out a whole barn, and Samuel explained this, that the Mishnah meant he shall not clear out the whole barn for fear he will notice pits and would like to fill them up. How is the law in our case? Shall we assume that because Sabbath is rigorous, the precautionary measure must be taken, but in the case of the festival, which is lenient, it need not be taken? Or, on the contrary, there, where although the reason is the fear of interruption in the house of learning, yet it is not allowed to clear the whole barn, how much the more here, where such a reason does not exist? And another question: here the Mishnah teaches that fruit must be thrown through a trapdoor, and R.N. Haman said in addition. p. 71. To this, that it is allowed only from that roof, but to throw it from this roof to another, it is not allowed. And so it was also taught in a Boraitha, that the fruit must not be carried from one roof to another, although the roofs are of equal altitude. Shall we assume that only in the case of the festival which is lenient this is prohibited as a precautionary measure, lest one shall come to hold cheap the holiday, and will do other things, but on Sabbath which is rigorous and no such fear exists, perhaps this is allowed? Or, on the contrary, as here, where the fruit can be damaged, we do not allow this; there, where no such a fear exists, so much the more it is not allowed. And another question: a Boraitha in addition to this Mishnah teaches he shall not let it down by ropes and also not by ladders. Shall we say that only here, where the fear of the interruption in the house of learning does not exist, it is prohibited, but there, where such a fear does exist, it is allowed? Or, on the contrary, here, although there is fear of damages, it is not allowed, so much the more there? All these questions are not decided. And fruits may be covered. Sedula: even piled up bricks not mortared may be covered. R. Itzhak, however, said only fruit fit for consumption may be covered with vessels, but no other things. One may place vessels to receive rain. A Boraitha taught, when the vessel was full, he might empty it, and put it in its former place again, and so repeatedly. The handmill of Abai was exposed to the rain. He came to Rabbi his master, and asked, and he answered, "Go and place your bed in that room, and then the handmill will be considered as a night chamber, which may be removed from a bedroom." Abai himself considered the law and said to himself, "May one turn a clean thing into an objectionable thing intentionally?" While he sat and thought thus, the handmill cracked. Said he, "I deserve this punishment because I was disobeying my master." Samuel said, "A chamber pot and similar vessels may be removed, and voided on the garbage, and then washed, and returned." The schoolman who heard this thought that the dirt may be removed only together with another vessel, but not without another vessel. Come and hear. Once a dead mouse was found in the place where our Ashi's spices were kept, and he said, take it by its tail, and throw it out. P. 72. Mishnah, all transgressions of the precept of Shpath, one whether by any optional actions, or actions for religious purposes, are also such on the festival. The following actions are forbidden on account of Shpath: to climb trees, mount an animal, swim in water, clap with the hands, strike on the hips, or dance. The following are prohibited as optional actions: to administer justice, to acquire a woman as a wife, to take off the shoes of one refusing to marry the deceased brother's widow, or to marry such a brother's widow. The following actions are prohibited as though they are actions for religious purposes: to consecrate anything, to value sacred things, to pronounce anything as devoted, to separate heave offerings and tithes. All these have been decided to be prohibited on the festival, and a fortiori on Sabbath. There is no difference between the Sabbath and the festival, except that the preparation of food is permitted on the latter. Gemara, to climb trees lest one tear off something, mount an animal lest one should cut off a twig, to swim lest one make a swimming bladder, to clap the hands, strike on the hips, dance all lest one fix musical instruments. The following are prohibited as optional. To administer justice, is this not a religious act? The case is, when there is a better man than he who can perform it. To acquire a wife, is this not a religious act? The case is, when he has already a wife and children. The ceremony of Halitza and Jibum, are these not religious duties? The case is, when there is an elder brother than he, and the duty falls on the elder brother. And the reason why all these are prohibited is as a precautionary measure, lest he come to right. And these are prohibited, though religious acts, as a precautionary measure, lest he will come to buy and sell. To separate heave offerings, etc., is not this self-evident? Taught R. Joseph, the case is, when he wants to give it to the priest on the same day. But the law applies only to things wherefrom it is fit to separate the day before, but if he needs dough on the festival, the first dough may be separated and given to the priest. All these on the festival, etc., there is a contradiction to this. One may throw fruit on the festival, but not on Sabbath. Said R. Joseph, there is no. P. 73. Difficulty. Our Mishnah is in accordance with Eliezer, that the precautionary measures taken for Sabbath are to be taken also for festivals, and the other Mishnah is according to Joshua, who says, when mother and son fall in a pit, the first may be taken out for slaughtering, and then by connivance the other. Our Papa, however, said that the above Mishnah is in accordance with Beth Shammai, and the first Mishnah is in accordance with Beth Hillel. But perhaps it is not so. The statement of Beth Shammai refers only to carrying out, but not to handling it. Nay, is then handling not necessary in carrying out? Mishnah, cattle and utensils may be brought as far only as their owners may go, and when a person commits his cattle to his son or shepherd, they may not be brought or driven farther than the owner may go. Utensils that are appropriated to the exclusive use of one among brothers living together in the same house may be brought as far as that brother may go, but if they are not thus exclusively appropriated to one only, they may be brought to the places where all may go. A utensil that had been borrowed since the eve of the festival may be carried as far as the borrower may go, but if on the festival, as far as the lender may go. And when one woman has borrowed of another spice, water, or salt, to make dough, they may be carried as far as both may go. R. Jehuda accepts water, because its substance does not remain visible. Gemara, our Mishnah seems to be not in accordance with our dosa of the following Boraitha. Our dosa, according to others Abbasal, said, whoso had bought an animal from his neighbor on the eve of a festival, although he did not receive it until the festival, the animal may be driven as far as the buyer may go. The same is the case with him who gives an animal to the shepherd. If the arrangement was made before the festival, but he delivered it on it, it must be considered as the shepherd's. Nay, the Mishnah can be explained also in accordance with our dosa, and it presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah refers to a case where there are two shepherds in the town, therefore it is considered as the owners. But our dosa speaks of a case where there is but one shepherd. This explanation seems to be right, because our Mishnah teaches, to his son or shepherd. And as there may be more than one son, so is it about shepherds. Said Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of our Yohanan, the halakha prevails according to our dosa. P. 74. The rabbis taught, if two men had borrowed one garment, one should go in it to the house of prayer in the morning, the other to the dancing house in the evening. Thus one will make an Arab to the north and the other to the south. Whoso has made an Arab to the north may go in this garment only as far as he who has made an Arab to the south may go in it to the north, and vice versa. But if either has made an Arab at his legal limit, so that by giving the right to move 2,000 ells more in one direction, he loses the right to walk in the opposite direction even one step, then the garment belonging to both may not be moved from the town by either. It was taught, if two men bought a barrel and an animal in partnership on the eve of a festival, the barrel may be moved by either to places where he goes, but the animal is not allowed to be driven except to places where both are allowed to go. So is the decree of Rabbi. But according to Samuel, the case is the same with the barrel as with the animal. What is the reason of Rabbi's theory? If Rabbi holds the theory of premeditated choice, then why shall the animal not be allowed? And if he does not, why shall the barrel be allowed? We may say that in reality he holds this theory, but the animal is different, because it was alive at the twilight before the festival, and the blood changing its place from one member to the other on the festival, neither half can be chosen by either man. Said P. Kahana and R. Ashi to Rabbi, even according to your theory, if the animal would be slaughtered, both partners would be allowed to eat of it, although the blood was circulating from one half designated for one man to the other half of the other man. Consequently the circulation of the blood is not feared in case of the law of Mutzah. Why, then, shall it affect the law of legal limit? Rabbi was silent. What is in reality the law? Our Hashia said, there is the theory of choice, and our Yohanan says, there is not. Mar Zutra lectured that the halakha prevails according to our Hashia. Samuel said, an ox from the dealer may be moved by every buyer to the places where he goes, but an ox belonging to the herdsman may be driven only where the people of the town have a right to go. A utensil borrowed since the eve of, etc. Is not this self-evident? The case is, when one actually received it on the festival, we would assume that as at twilight it was yet in the lender's. P. 75. House, it should not yet be considered as the borrower's. He comes to teach us that the arrangement suffices to make it considered as the borrower's. And this is in support of our Yohanan's decree, who said, one who had arranged to borrow a utensil from his neighbor on the eve, and took it on the festival, is considered as the borrower's. But if on the festival, etc. Is this not self-evident? The case is, when it was the custom of this man to borrow of that man often, and we would assume that the lender had the intention to give it to him from the eve, and therefore it should be regarded as the borrower's, he comes to teach us this is not the case, because it may happen that meanwhile another man may come and borrow it. And when a woman borrowed, etc. When our Abba intended to go to Palestine, he prayed that it should be the will of the Lord he should say a thing which should be accepted. When he arrived there, he found our Yohanan, our Hanana bar Papi, and our Zerah, according to others, our Abahu, our Simeon b. Pazi, and our Itzhak of Naphha, who were sitting interpreting our Mishnah, saying, why, let the water and the salt be ignored in the dough? Said our Abba to them, would it be right, when one threw in 1 cab of wheat into 10 cabs of his neighbors, shall the owner of the 9 cabs take the 1 cab as his own and enjoy it? They were laughing at him. Said our Abahu to them, why do you laugh? Have I taken your garments? They laughed again. In reality, what is the reason of the Mishnah's teaching? Said Abai, that is a precautionary measure, lest they will make the whole dough in partnership. Rabha said, the reason is because spices give a flavor, and everything that gives a flavor cannot be ignored. Rashi said, the reason is, this prohibition is only temporary, and anything temporarily prohibited cannot be ignored, even when it is among 1,000. R. Jehuda accepts water. Did R. Jehuda accept water, and not salt? Have we not learned in a Boraitha, R. Jehuda said that water and salt both are ignored, either in dough or in a pot. It presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah speaks of astrakhan salt, which is coarse, and must not be ignored, while the Boraitha means salt of Sodom, which is fine and is ignored. But we found another Boraitha, which says that according to our Jehuda water and salt are ignored only in dough, but not in a pot, because of P76. Its wetness. It presents no difficulty. One Boraitha applies to a pot where something thick is cooked, while the other means a pot of soup. Mishnah, burning coals may be carried as far as the owners may go, but a flame may be carried everywhere. If a coal of consecrated fire has been applied to profane use, the sin of desecration has been committed, but though no profane use must be made of a flame of sacred fire, yet a person who applies it thus has not incurred the penalty, and thus, if anybody carries a burning coal into a public place, he is guilty, but does not incur the penalty for a flame. The water of a well belonging to an individual may be carried as far as that man may go, but if it belongs to a town, as far as the inhabitants thereof may go. The water of a well made for the use of travelers who come from Babylon, may be carried as far as he who draws it may go. Gemara, the rabbis taught, 5 things have been taught about the burning coals, they may be carried as far as the owners may go, but a flame, everywhere. The sin of desecration applies only to a coal, but not to a flame. It must not, however, be used. A coal of idolatry is prohibited to be used, but the flame is permitted. Whoso carries a coal into public ground on Sabbath is culpable, and a flame is innocent, and whoso has made a vow not to receive any benefit from his neighbor must not use his coal, but may use his flame. Why may a consecrated flame not be used, but a flame of idolatry may be? In regard to idolatry, which is repulsive, and men avoid it in any event, no precautionary measure was taken, but to a consecrated thing which is not so, it was taken. A well belonging to an individual, etc. Rabha suggested the following contradiction before Rn. Our Mishnah teaches that the water of an individual may be carried only as far as he may go, and in another Boraitha we have learned, running rivers and springing wells are to be considered as the feet of every man. Said Rabbah, the Mishnah refers to a well where water is not springing, but collected, and the same was taught in the name of Samuel by Arhiah bar Abin. Babylonian travelers, as the feet of him who draws it. It was taught, if one draw it and give it to another man, Rn. said it may be considered as the feet of him for whom it is drawn, but Arshi's hate says, as his who draws. In what point do they differ? One holds that the well may be considered P77 as ownerless, and the other holds that they are partners. Mishnah, if one has fruit in another town of which the inhabitants only made an Arab, they must not bring his fruit to him, but if he has made the Arab, the fruit may be carried to any place he is allowed to go. When one has invited guests, they must not carry home with them anything from the table, unless he had granted it to them the day before the festival. Gemara, it was taught, if one has deposited fruit at his neighbor's house, Rabbi said the fruit is to be considered the property of the keeper, but Samuel said it is still regarded as the property of the depositor. An objection was made, based upon our Mishnah, if he made also an Arab, the fruit may be brought to him. Now if, according to Rabbi, it is considered the property of the keeper, what is the use of his making an Arab? Said Arhuna, the disciples of Rabbi explain our Mishnah that it refers to a case when they assigned a corner for his fruit. Come and hear, they must not carry home, etc., unless he had granted it, etc. Now, if it is considered the keeper's, what is the use of granting on the day before? The answer is, that granting is equal to assigning a separate place, as explained above, and if you wish it can be said that the case when granting is different. R. Hannah bar Hanala suspended meat on the bar of the door, and went away. After when he wished to use it he came before Arhuna and asked him whether he can use it or not, and Arhuna answered, if yourself have suspended it, you may use it, but if the butcher suspended it, you may not. Mishnah, one must not give drink to, or slaughter, animals living wild, but one may do it to domestic animals. And what are called domestic animals? When they are at night in the town or the suburbs, and those which are in the open field are called wild. Gemara, to what purpose are both drinking and slaughtering stated? It is a thing by the way, it comes to teach us that before slaughtering it is good the animal shall drink, because it is then easier to take off the skin. The rabbis taught, wild beasts are called those which depart. P. 78. About the time of Passover, and feed in the marshes in the summer, and return in the fall, and domestic are called those which go out every day beyond the legal limit, but return every night. Rabbi, however, said, both kinds mentioned are called domestic, but which are called wild beasts? Those that never come to inhabited places. Does, then, Rabbi hold the theory of Mutzah? Did not his son, Simeon, ask him, dates which become not ripe on the tree, but are put in boxes of palm branches and remain there till they ripen, what is the law about eating them on Sabbath according to Simeon? And he answered, the theory of Mutzah, according to Simeon, does not exist at all. Rabbi said to the sages as follows, according to my opinion, no theory of Mutzah exists. But even in your opinion, would you not own to me that the animals which return in the fall must be called domestic? And the sages answered, no, in our opinion they are still called wild beasts. End of Tract Betza. Tract Sukkah. P.I. Contents. Page. Synopsis of subjects of Volume 7 Tract Sukkah, v. Chapter I. Regulations concerning the building of a legal booth for the Feast of Tabernacles, its walls and roofing. 1. Chapter 2. Regulations concerning the situations in which a booth may be placed, what must be done in it, etc. 26. Chapter 3. Regulations concerning palm branches, myrtles, willows, and citrons used on the first day of the Feast of Tabernacles. 42. Chapter 4. Regulations concerning the four kinds tied with the lulab, concerning halal, pouring the water on the altar. 62. Chapter V. Regulations concerning the enjoyments and the songs in the temple during the time of the sacrifices, and their order. 76. Next, dedication. Index previous next. P3. To the President of Temple Israel, New York. Daniel P. Hayes, ESQ. In consideration that through his influence, this congregation is the first and unique among the Reformed to establish a sukkah in connection with their temple, the editor takes much pleasure in dedicating the tract which treats about the sukkah, to him, to the rabbi, and all the associates who took part in introducing same. Very respectfully. Michael L. Rodkinson. New York, Tuesday, April 25, 1899. Next, synopsis of subjects. Index previous next. PV. Synopsis of subjects. Of. Volume 7 Tract Sukkah. 1. Chapter I. Mishnah I. About the legal height and width of the booth which is to be used during the 7 days of tabernacles. What was to be done when it was higher or lower than the prescribed size? If one has placed 4 poles and roofed them, how is the law? The different opinions of R. Jacob and the sages on this point. Whence is deduced from biblical passages the size prescribed by the sages? Did the Shekinah descend from heaven to earth, and also Moses and Elijah, did they ascend to heaven, or not? And in the latter case, how are to be explained the passages which state that they did? The ells which are mentioned in the scriptures, How many spans did they contain? When there is a difference in the biblical passages between the Masorah and the reading of it, what must be considered for practice? How shall the sukkah be considered as a temporary or permanent dwelling? The booths of potters or watchmen, can they be used for a legal sukkah? 1-10. Mishnahs 2-8. How about an old sukkah? What is called an old sukkah? How about a sukkah under a tree, or if a cloth was spread over the roof of the sukkah? If one sukkah was over another? What kind of material must be used for the roof of the sukkah? How to beautify the religious duties for the sake of the Lord, and from what passage of the scriptures this is deduced? If bundles of straw, wood, or twigs may be used for the roof of the sukkah. The two things which Jacob heard from Yohanan, and the three things which Rabha bar Hannah has heard in the name of the same, and they could not imagine the real meaning of then and how the latter Amoraim tried to find it out. What Hannah bar Abba, and Arhisda in the name of Rubbana bar Sheila, and Mirmar said and lectured about the roofing of the sukkah. How it is when one wants to cover the p6 sukkah with boards, the size of same, and how they are to be laid. What is to be done if small rafters, over which is no ceiling, are to be used for a booth? The difference of opinion between the schools of Shammai and Hillel, and Jehuda and Meir, 10-19. Mishnahs 9-13, if one likes to roof his booth with iron spits. If one likes to suspend textile walls from the roof downwards. If the roof was 3 spans distant from the walls. How is the case with a court surrounded by balconies? The law of a crooked wall. If one likes to make a sukkah in the form of a cone. About a reed mat made for sleeping on, whether a sukkah can be covered with it, the size of it. A mat made of bark or papyrus, if large, may be used for a cover, 19-25. Chapter 2. Mishnahs 1-7. How is it when one sleeps under a bed in the booth? About Tabai, the slave of Rabban Gamaliel, who was a scholar. If one likes to support the sukkah with a bedstead. If a sukkah is covered thinly, what must be more, the sunshine or the shadow? If one constructs a sukkah on top of a wagon, or on board of a vessel. What happened to Rabban Gamaliel and Akiba when they were on board of a vessel, and the latter made there a sukkah? Whether a sukkah can be made on the back of a camel. Can a living animal be used as a wall to the sukkah? How is it with an elephant, a living or dead one? How is the law about a partition not made by human hands, if it can be considered legally as a wall to the sukkah? If one makes a sukkah between trees which form side walls. How is it about the delegates for religious purposes, are they obliged to or exempted from the duty of the sukkah? How is it with a mourner, with a bridegroom and his attendants, concerning the duty of the sukkah? How is it with those who are on the road in the daytime, and those who are on the road in the night time only? How is it with the watchman of a tower, or the gardens? How is it with the sick? How is it about those who are afflicted? What Rabban Yohanan b. Zakkai did when 2 dates were brought to him to taste out of the sukkah, and Rabban Gamaliel when a jar of water was brought to him when he was out of the sukkah, and what Zadok did when food less than the size of an egg was brought to him out of the sukkah, 26-33. Mishnahs 8-2x. How many meals must be eaten in the sukkah during the 7 days? The difference of opinion between Eliezer and the sages on that point. How they both deduce it from the passages of the scriptures. If one makes amends with extra dishes in the sukkah, has he done his duty? The manager of the house of Agrippa the king asked Eliezer about his 2 sukkahs and his 2 wives, which he had in 2 different cities in Palestine, and what the latter answered. If it is allowed to build a sukkah in the intermediate days, and what is to be done when a sukkah becomes ruined during the 7 days? Can one fulfill his duties in his neighbor's sukkah, or must each one have his own sukkah? What Eliezer said to Ila when he came to visit him in the city of Lud? What happened to Eliezer when he took his rest in the booth of Yohanan bar Ila in the city of Kisri? There was not one tribe in Israel from which a judge did not descend. What happened to the same when he took his rest in Upper Galilee, and was asked 30 halakas about the law of the sukkah. What was said of Rabban Yohanan b. Zakkai the master of our Eliezer, of all his habits and customs, and that our Eliezer his disciple conducted himself similarly. About the 80 disciples of Hillel the elder. Who was the greatest of all, and who the least, and what was said about the latter? What the elders of the schools of Shammai and Hillel said when they visited our Yohanan b. Ha'aronoth, and found him sitting with his head and the greater part of his body in the booth, and the table was in the house. How is it with women, slaves, and minors, are they exempt from the sukkah? What shall be the age of a minor to be considered so? What Shammai the elder did when his daughter-in-law gave birth to a son during the Feast of Tabernacles? How the sukkah shall be used during the 7 days of the festival as a regular domicile, and the house as an occasional abode? How is it when it rains? Where the finest vessels and utensils must be kept during the time of tabernacles, and which of the inferior of them are allowed to be kept in the sukkah? What Joseph did when a wind blew the chips of the covering into the dish, when he was sitting in the sukkah, and what Abai asked him? What an eclipse of the sun means to the whole world. When the sun and the moon are eclipsed, it is an ill omen to the enemies of Israel, so maintains our Meir. On account of 4 things the sun is eclipsed. For 4 things the property of householders becomes annihilated, 33-41. Chapter 3. Mishnahs 1-3. The law about the palm branch, the size of it, if it was acquired by test or dried, or if it was from a grove. What are Hunah said to the sellers of myrtles what they shall do when they buy myrtles of Gentiles? How is the law if a public street is roofed for the purpose of a sukkah? What Haman said to the sages when an old woman complained that the exilarch and all the sages of the house of the exilarch are sitting in a robbed sukkah? If a citron cannot be found, can it be replaced by a lemon or not? If the point of the citron was broken off? If the leaves of the palm branch were torn off? How the law is if the twins of the lulab are divided? The prescribed size of a lulab and a myrtle. How many boughs of myrtle? How the law is if a bough of a myrtle has more berries than leaves? If it was as of Safa. If a greater number of leaves have dropped off. If the tip has been broken off. If a lulab must be tied up, and how it shall be tied together with the myrtle and the willow. Of what places must a willow be taken? The difference of opinion between our Ishmael, our Tarfon, and our Akaba about the prescribed sizes of the lulab, myrtle, willow, and citron. What Samuel said to the sellers of myrtles, 42-50. Mishnahs 4-7. How is it with a citron which was taken off a tree less than 3 years old? What, if it was of Dime? What is the minimum size of a small citron and the maximum of a large one? How is the law if a citron has been peeled and gets the color of a red date? If it has a hole? How is an unripe citron? What makes a citron unbeautiful? The lulab which must be tied with its own kind only, according to our Jehuda. P8. What is to be called its own kind? The objection of our Meir, who relates that the inhabitants of Jerusalem tied a lulab with gold lace, and what the sages answered to this. What Rabbah said to the men who tied the Hashanoth for the exilarch. How to prevent an intervention between the lulab and the other things which are to be tied with it? The myrtle bough used for religious duties, may it be smelled, or not? And how is it with the citron? With what hands the lulab and the citron must be handled? Why do we pronounce the benediction on the lulab only? When must the lulab be shaken? How is it to be shaken? What is the law if one is on the road and has no lulab? When is Hallel to be read? Who must read it? From what chapters of the Psalms the Hallel is said? What the reader shall say, and what the congregation shall answer in the saying of Hallel. What verses are to be repeated in Hallel, 50-56. Mishnahs 8-11. What is the law when one buys a lulab from a common man in the sabbatical year? Is a citron equal to a tree in all respects? Does the fruit of the sabbatical year become exchanged, if it is done in the manner of buying and selling? The sabbatical year holds the money exchanged for its fruits. May both the fruit of sabbatical year and of second tithe be exchanged for wild game, cattle, and fowl, when they are alive or slaughtered. How the lulab was used in the second temple, and in the country at that time, and what are Yohanan b. Zakkai has ordained after its destruction. When the first day of tabernacles falls on a Sabbath. What happened to Rabban Gamaliel, R. Eleazar b. Azariah, and R. Akiba when the former bought a citron for 1,000 zuz, and what he did with it? What R. Eleazar b. Zadok relates how the custom of the men of Jerusalem was. When the lulab may be put in water, when water may be added, and when it must be changed. At what age a minor has to shake the lulab, to perform the duties of tzitzith, tefillin, and his father to teach him the Torah, and to read with him the Shema, 56-61. Chapter 4. Mishnah I. The lulab and willow to surround the altar were sometimes used on 6 days, and sometimes on 7 days of the festival. The Hallel and the eating of peace offerings took place on 8 days, and the pipes were played on sometimes 5, sometimes 6 days, in which case was the lulab used 7 days. Whence do we deduce this from the scriptures? Why do we use the lulab 7 days in memory of the temple, and not the willow? Do the lulab and the willow violate the Sabbath or not? Can one fulfill the ceremony of the willow with that which is tied to the lulab? May a man go more than 10 parzaoth on the eve of Sabbath? 62-66. Mishnahs 2-4. How was the commandment to take the willow fulfilled in Jerusalem? What was said when they went around the altar with the willow? The saying of our Simeon b. Zakkai, that he could exempt the whole world from the day of judgment, since he was born till that time, etc. Must the benediction on the lulab be pronounced all the 7 days, or on the first day only? Shall the benediction of the time be pronounced with the lulab and the sukkah, and when? Come and see, the usages of the Holy One, blessed be He, are not as the usages of human beings. Can the citron be eaten during the 7 days, or on the 8th day only? The difference. P9. Of opinion between the Tannim and Amoraim, if the ceremony of the willow is based upon a tradition of the prophets, or it is only a custom of theirs. Must the benediction of the time be pronounced on the 8th day of the tabernacles, which is a separate holiday? The Hallel and the enjoying of the peace offerings were for 8 days. How so? How was the pouring out of the water? Why the people called out to him who poured out the water, raise thy hand? Why were the holes of the 2 silver basins of which the wine and water were poured out not equal in size? The saying of our Eleazar, that the doing of charity is greater than all the sacrifices. Charity is rewarded only in accordance with the kindness with which it is done. In 3 things is the bestowing of favors greater than charity, 66-75. Chapter V. Mishnahs I and II. The difference of opinion about the music of the sacrifices, if it was instrumental or vocal. How pious and distinguished men danced before the people with lighted flambeaux in their hands, and what they said. After reaching the gate they turned westward, what they said about their ancestors and themselves. The beauty of the temple which was rebuilt by Herod the Great, and the advice which the sages gave to him. The beauty of the Dioplustin of Alexandria in Egypt, all that it contained, the 71 golden chairs for the Sanhedrin, and how all this was destroyed by Alexander of Macedonia. The separate places for males and females in the temple, and how they were changed in order to prevent levity. About the lamentation of the death of Messiah ben Joseph, and the death of the evil angel. The tradition of the 2 Messiahs, ben Joseph and ben David, and the different explanations of the verse Zechariah 7:10, according to the believers of the old tradition and the believers of the Messiahship of Christ. About the evil angel, how he appears in the beginning and how he grows in the nature of human beings. What the Messiah ben David will ask of the Lord. The 7 names of the evil angel. The evil angel is hidden in man's heart. How he tempts scholars more than anyone else. How Abai watched a man and a woman who went on the road. What one shall do when the hideousness has attacked him. The 3 verses of the scriptures which clear Israel on the judgment day. Who are meant by the 4 carpenters mentioned in Zechariah, 2. 3. Who are the 7 shepherds and the 8 anointed men mentioned in Micah, v4. The 4 lads who held jars of oil containing 120 lugs. Was it in all 120 lugs, or did each jar contain so much? Who said, well be to our youth which does not disgrace our age? And who said vice versa? What Hillel the elder said when he was engaged in the enjoyment of the pouring of the water. For what purpose the 15 songs of degrees were said by David? What is the meaning of we belong to God and we raise our eyes to God? 76. 85. Mishnahs 3. 2-6. How many times was the trumpet blown in the temple every day, and how many on the festivals? The different opinions of the Tannim about this point. When was the maximum of 48 times blown? For what purpose were the 70 bullocks offered on the 7 days of the Feast of Tabernacles? And for what purpose was the 1 bullock offered? 3 times in the year all the px 24 orders of priests were alike entitled to share the pieces of offerings of the festival, and in the shewbread, for what purpose? Whence do we deduce that all the orders of priests had equal shares in the offerings, that were said to be sacrificed on the festivals? If a festival falls before or after a Sabbath, all the 24 orders share alike in the shewbread. What is meant by before or after? About the order of Bilgah, when Miriam his daughter becomes an apostate, and what she said when the enemy entered the sanctuary, and what was done to the whole order, 85-92. Track Sukkah. Chapter I. Regulations concerning the building of a legal booth for the Feast of Tabernacles, its walls, and roofing. Mishnah, a booth which is higher than 20 ells is not valid. Yehuda, however, says it is. One which is not 10 spans high, one which has not 3 walls, or which has more sun than shade, is not valid. 1. Gemara, whence do we deduce this? Said Rabha, it is written, in order that your generations may know that I caused the children of Israel to dwell in booths. Up to 20 ells a man knows that he is living in a booth, but higher than 20 ells he does not know, because his eyes do not frequently perceive the roof. Arzera said, from the following passage, and a tabernacle shall it be for a shade in the daytime from the heat. Up to 20 ells a man sits in the shade of the roof, but if it is higher than 20 ells a man sits in the shade of the walls. Said Abai to him, according to your theory, if one has made a booth between 2 hills, it is also not legal? And he answered, what comparison is this? If the hills were removed, he would sit in the shadow of the roof, but here, if the walls would be taken away, there would be no shade at all. Rabha said, from the following passage, in booths shall ye dwell 7 days. The law commands that for 7 days one shall remove from his permanent dwelling into a temporary dwelling. Up to 20 ells, ordinarily a man makes a temporary dwelling, but higher than this it is not usual to make a temporary dwelling. Said Abai to him, according to you, if one has p2. Made iron walls, and covered them with a legal roof, would it also be unlawful for a booth? Rabha answered, I mean to say this, up to 20 ells, which is an ordinary height for a temporary dwelling, even if one makes it a permanent dwelling, he can fulfill his duty, but over 20 ells, which is the ordinary height only of a permanent dwelling, even if one has made it a temporary dwelling, it is also unlawful? According to whom is the following saying of Arjashia in the name of Rabbite, the sages and Yehuda differ only when the walls do not reach the roof, but if the walls do reach the roof, all agree that the booth is valid though the walls be higher than 20 ells. It is in accordance with Rabha, who says that the sages make it invalid because the eye cannot reach the roof, but when the walls are attached to the roof, the eye is able to do so. According to whom would the following saying of Arhanan in the name of Rabbite be, that they differ only about a booth less than 4 ells square, but when it is 4 ells square all agree that it is valid. This is in accordance with Arzera, who says, the rabbis make it unlawful because of the lack of shadow, and in a booth 4 L square there is a shadow. And according to whom is the following saying of our Harman B. Rabha in the name of Rabha, they differ when the booth is only of a size to accommodate a man's head and greater part of body, and his table, but if it is of a larger size, then if it is higher than 20 ells, is it also valid? It is not, according to anyone. An objection was raised, we have learned in a Boraitha, a booth which is higher than 20 ells is not valid. Our Jehuda, however, makes it valid, even if its height is 40 or 50 ells, and he said, it happened that the Queen Helen, in the city of Lud, was sitting in a booth which was higher than 20 ells, and the older sages were entering and going out of it, and they did not object. And the sages answered him, this is not proof. She was a woman, and it is not obligatory for a woman to sit in a booth at all. And he rejoined, everybody knows that she had 7 male children, and besides this, all her acts were only in accordance with the will of the sages. Now, it is right according to him who said that they differ in a case where the walls of the booth do not reach the roof, because usually a queen is sitting in a booth whereof the walls reach not the roof, that air may come in, but according to him who said that even in case of a small booth they differ, is it customary that a queen should sit in a small booth? Said Rabba Bar Arata. P3. The case was of a booth separated into chambers. But is it customary that a queen should sit in a booth separated into chambers? Said Arashi, yeah, the case was that of a large booth with chambers, and the sages differ about the chambers. They hold that she sat in a separate chamber, but her children were sitting in a lawful booth, and therefore the elders did not object, but our Jehuda said, her children sat with her, and nevertheless they did not object. R. Samuel Bar Itzhak said, the halakha prevails that the booth must be large enough to accommodate the head, the greater part of the body, and a table. Said our Abba to him, according to whose opinion is this? And he answered, it is according to Beth Shammai, and nevertheless one shall not deviate from this law. Rna Bar Itzhak opposed this, where do you find that Beth Shammai and Beth Hillel differ about a small booth? Perhaps they differ about a large booth, and the case was that the man was sitting at the entrance of the booth, and the table was in the house. Beth Shammai prohibit this as a precautionary measure, lest he incline himself toward the table, and then he will not be sitting in the sukkah at all, and Beth Hillel does not call for such a precautionary measure. And a support to this I can bring from the following Boraitha, if one whose head and greater part of body was in the booth, and his table was in the house, Beth Shammai say it is not lawful, and according to Beth Hillel it is. Now, if they differed about the size of the booth, it should be said, if one sat in a booth which cannot contain more than the head and greater part of the body. And another Boraitha stated that Rabbi says if a booth does not contain 4 L square it is invalid, but the sages say, if it contains the space for the head and the greater part of the body it is valid. Nay, they differ in both cases, and the Boraitha is not complete, and must be read thus, if one was sitting with his head and greater part of his body in the booth, and the table was in the house, he did not fulfill his duty, according to Beth Shammai, but Beth Hillel say he did, and a booth which cannot contain more than the greater part of the body and the head is unlawful, according to Beth Shammai, but Beth Hillel say it is. Who is the Tana of the following teaching of the rabbis, in a house which is not 4 L square, it is not obligatory to have a mezuzah, one and it is not subject to being defiled. P4. By plagues, and it is retained at the Jubilee year in a fortified town, and a man possessing such a new house must not be kept from going to war, and an Arab must not be made in it, and it is not counted as a house to combine with the houses of the alley, and an Arab must not be deposited in it, and it must not be regarded as a house on the border between two towns, and brothers and partners do not divide it. Shall we assume it is according to Rabbi, not the sages? Nay, we can say that it is in accordance even with the sages. Do the sages allow a dwelling of less than this size? Only when it is a sukkah which is temporary, but a house which is a permanent dwelling even the sages agree must be at least 4 ells square. Then men can live in it, but if less, it is not called a house at all. If the booth was higher than 20 ells, and one put in pillows and feather beds, it is not considered as made lower thereby, even when he renounces their use for any other purposes, because we ignore his resolve, as people in general do not do it. But if one puts there straw, and renounces it, it is considered as made lower, and so much the more, loose earth. But if one puts there straw which he does not renounce, although he does not purpose to remove it, and also sand, which he does not renounce, in that case Jose and the sages differ. If the booth was higher than 20 ells, and from the roofing hung down small twigs, then if they are so numerous that there is more shadow than sunshine, they are considered to make it lower, but if less than that, they do not make it lower. If it was high only 10 spans, and small twigs hung down from the roof, Abai thought that if there was more sun than shadow between the twigs, it as valid. Said Rabha to him, it is an unendurable dwelling, and nobody would live in it. If it was higher than 20 ells, and one constructed in it a bench along the whole middle wall, if the bench is as large as the legal size of a booth, then the booth is valid, but if he constructed a bench along a side wall, if from the edge of the bench to the opposite wall it is 4 ells, it is not valid, but if less than this, it is valid. If he constructed a bench in the midst of the booth, if from the edge of the bench to each of the walls it is 4 ells, it is not valid, but if less, it is valid, because of a crooked wall on all sides. If, however, he put the bench on p5 one side, then if it is less than 4 ells of the wall, it is valid, but if it is 4 ells, it is not. If the booth was less than 10 spans in height, and he dug in it a pit to make it 10 spans high, if from the edge of this pit to the wall is 3 spans, it is invalid, but less than that, it is valid. Why, then, in the case when it is 20 ells high, are less than 4 ells needed to make it valid, while here, when it is 10 spans high, less than 3 spans are needed? Because there a wall is in existence, and to make it invalid one must have 4 ells, but in the case of 10 spans, the wall is not considered a wall at all, and to make it a wall less than 3 spans are wanted. The rabbis taught, if one has placed 4 poles and roofed them, according to R. Jacob, it is valid in cases when the poles admit of partition, as will be explained further, for a booth, but according to the sages it is invalid. Said R. Huna, they differ only about the edge of the roof. R. Jacob holds the theory of good asik applies here, and the sages hold that it does not. But about the middle of the roof they all agree it is invalid. R. N. Ahman, however, said, they differ even about the middle of the roof. The schoolman propounded a question, does R. N. Ahman mean to say they differ about the middle, but about the sides all agree that it is valid? Or does he mean to say, they differ even about the middle? This question is not decided. The rabbis taught, if one drove into the ground 4 poles and roofed them, R. Jacob said, it should be seen whether each of the poles is so thick that if it would be divided it would reach a span on each side, then they must be considered as enclosures and the booth is valid, but if they have not such a thickness, it is not valid. And this is according to his theory elsewhere, that the enclosures of a booth must be not less than a span at each side. But the sages said, the booth is not valid unless there are 2 walls as usually, and the third wall is sufficient, even if it is 1 span. If less than 10 spans. Whence is this deduced? It was taught, Rabbite and Mar Hanana, R. Yohanan and R. Hababa, taught. The ark was 9 spans, and the cover to it 1 span, together it is. p6. 10. As it is written, and I will meet with thee there, and I will speak with thee from above the cover. And we have learned in another Boraitha, our Jose said that the Shekinah never descended, and Moses and Elijah never ascended the heaven. As it is written, the heavens are the heavens of the Lord, but the earth hath he given to the children of man, but is it not written, and the Lord came down upon Mount Sinai? And the answer is, that he did not come down lower than 10 spans one from the ground. It is true, the ark is 9 spans, because it is written, and they shall make an ark of shittim wood, 2 ells and a half shall be its length, and 1 ell and a half its breadth, and an ell and a half its height. But where do we find that the cover is 1 span? From the teaching of our Hananiah as follows: of all the utensils that Moses made, the law had prescribed before the length, the breadth, and the height. In case of the cover, however, the length and the breadth are written, but not the height, and we must go and draw this lesson from the meanest of the utensils, as it is written, and thou shalt make unto it a rim of a hand's breadth round about. As the height of the rim is a span, we infer that the height of the cover is also a span. But why from the meanest of the utensils? Why not from the utensils themselves? Because there is a rule: when much is grasped at, nothing is grasped, but when little is grasped, it is retained. Arhuna said, we infer it from this passage: on the face of the cover, eastward, if less than a span, it would not be called face. But where do we find that the distance between the roof and ground should be 10 spans? Perhaps the roof itself should be included? Therefore we say this theory they draw from the temple, as it is written, and the house which King Solomon built unto the Lord was 60 ells in length, and 20 in breadth, and 30 ells in height, and the height of the one cherub was 10 cubits, and so was the other, and Aborithah states, as p. 7. We have found in the temple, that the cherubim were 1/3 of the height of the house, so also in the tabernacle in the desert they were 1/3. Now, the height of the tabernacle was 10 ells, as it is written, 10 ells shall be the length of each board. How many spans are in 10 ells? 60. 1/3 thereof is 20, take off 10, which was the height of the ark with the cover, 10 is left. And it is written, and the cherubim shall spread forth their wings on high, overshadowing the cover. Hence we see that the Torah calls overshadowing when above 10 spans. Therefore we infer that the roofing overshadowing the booth must be above the 10 spans. This would be right according to our Meir, who said that all the ells mentioned in the Torah measure 6 spans, but according to our Jehudah, who says that the ells of a building measured 6 spans, but other ells only 5 spans, what can be said? If so, the ark with its cover would be only 8.5, then remain for the cherubim 11.5. Shall we say that the booth must be high at least 11.5? According to our Jehudah, the size of a booth is one which has not 3 walls. The rabbis taught, 2 walls must be as usually, but the third one may be even 1 span. Our Simeon, however, said, 3 must be as usually, and the fourth one may be a span. In what point do they differ? The rabbis hold, the bases are the Masorah, and as in booths is mentioned 3 times, and the Hebrew term for this is, 1, that is, 2 of them are written in the singular and 1 in plural, and from each term in the singular we infer the necessity of 1 wall, and from the term in the plural 2, which make 4, take off 1 expression intended as a commandment to make booths in general, we infer from the 2 which are superfluous the necessity of 3 walls, that is, 2 as usually, and the third one the tradition reduces to a span in case it is valid. But according to our Simeon the basis must be the biblical words as they read, and as all 3 read in the plural, we infer the necessity of 6 walls, take off 1 term as a general commandment, we have left 4, hence 3 must be as usually, and the fourth tradition reduces to 1 span. And if you wish, we will say, that all p8 agree that the basis must be the Masorah, but the point whereon they differ is, one holds that the first verse, where the commandment is written, we also take into consideration to infer the necessity of a wall, consequently it is 4 walls, and one holds that the first must not be taken into consideration, and it is only 3. Our Mathua said, our Simeon infers his theory from the following passage, and a tabernacle shall it be for a shadow in the daytime from the heat, and for a refuge, for a covert from tempest and from rain. Where shall be placed the wall which is 1 span wide? Said Rabbite, one may place it where 1 wall ends, no matter which. It was taught that the same was said by Samuel in the name of Levi, and so also it was decided in the college. R. Simon, and according to others R. Joshua b. Levi, said, the wall which is a span shall be wide as a span made by the palm when extended, and one shall place it at a distance of less than 3 spans from another wall, so that the theory of Lavud should apply. R. Jehuda said, a booth that was made as an entry is valid. R. Simeon, and according to others R. Joshua b. Levi, said, such a booth is lawful only when one places an enclosure 4 spans and a trifle wide, and at a distance of less than 3 spans from the wall, so that the theory of Lavud can apply, then it will be counted together 7 spans and a trifle, which is the lawful width for a booth. Why is it said there that it is sufficient when it is wide as an extended span, and here that an enclosure of 4 spans is needed? There, where there were 2 walls, as usually, a span is enough, but here, in which case they are opposite, an enclosure of at least 4 spans is required. Said Rab Ha, and to it must be added an appearance of